My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 4268 to chapter 4439. Who knows how much effort it took to create such a sacred weapon? Xianxia sighed. Who would have thought that his little cousin could get her hands on such a sacred weapon? She really was not an ordinary person. Xianxia sat up, curled her lips and complained in a low voice, as the crown princess of the divine land, I don't believe that the divine land will shortchange her expenses. Even so, she still wanted to rob them of their spirit coins. This sacred weapon must be a treasure passed down from generation to generation. The crown prince must have given it to her to get on her good side. Xianxia twisted her sleeves and said angrily. Enough. The sacred weapon has already recognized its master. Even if you get it, you can't use it. Xianxia did not covet the scarlet firmament wave. As the young master of the River of Forgetfulness, he grew up in the River of Forgetfulness. The River of Forgetfulness mystic realm was huge. Naturally, he knew how many treasures the River of Forgetfulness Dragon Clan had. Snow Ridge Sacred Ground, River of Forgetfulness Cold Valley, Sacrificial Sea Abyss. It was said that they all had extremely deep and vast mystic realms. They were on par with the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm. After so many years, the River of Forgetfulness people could only step into the outermost area of the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm. They could not even enter a little. One could imagine how many secrets were hidden there. How could there be fewer treasures? Hence, he did not need to be jealous of the sacred weapons in his cousin's hands. Because once he inherited the River of Forgetfulness, he would have as many sacred weapons as his cousin. Alright, don't think too much. Xianxia comforted his sister. The scarlet firmament wave is very fast. It will probably reach the harbor in 2 hours. We will make plans when we get there. Do we really have to buy another ship? Xianxia was angry. That woman had the scarlet firmament wave, why would she not use such a useful sacred weapon? She even wanted her brother to buy another ship to return to the River of Forgetfulness. That was too extravagant and immature. Xianxia laughed bitterly. We can't afford the scarlet firmament wave. 2 hours is 1,000,000 spirit coins per person. How much do you think we have to pay to return to the River of Forgetfulness? Xianxia couldn't help but shudder. Such a huge expenditure was enough to buy 100 luxurious ships. The brother and sister chatted for a while and complained about Arbor before they went to rest. Sure enough, at noon, scarlet firmament blue waves sailed into the nearby port. Arbor got everyone to pack up and go ashore. He took out a sealing ball and put the huge ship back into the sealing ball. At this time, there were many ships and pedestrians coming and going from the port. Everyone was flabbergasted by Xiaomu's extravagant setup. After all, watching a 3-story ship being sealed by a small transparent ball was simply an act of the gods to mortals. Xiaomu was also quite helpless when she saw this. She naturally didn't want to be so high profile, but if she took out her storage talisman, it would be even more shocking. If Xianxia and his sister saw a storage talisman that could hold such a large ship, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Cousin, Xianxia and I are going to buy a boat first. You can stroll around nearby. Arbor nodded calmly. Do as you wish. After the brother and sister left, Arbor tugged at her husband's hand. Let's find a tea house to sit for a while. Okay. This small city along the river was not big. After Sir Jojo gave a cursory glance at the trinkets for sale along the river, he lost interest in continuing to stroll around. Since that pair of siblings had gone to buy a boat, there was no point in strolling around idly here, so they might as well go to a nearby tea house. The group of more than 100 people followed behind the little crown princess and slowly walked toward the tea house. Along the way, they saw many young men and women selling along the river casting coquettish glances at the beautiful phoenix youths. A bold tea servant actually jumped up and casually threw a flower in the crown prince's direction. Crown Prince Mo dodged to the side, and the little stoic vigilantly turned her head to look back. When the smitten young girls saw her gaze as cold as a knife, they instantly shrunk back. Ridiculous. Everyone only heard the little stoic turn her head and mutter quietly, "Why are you littering?" Everyone, the corner of Mu Xingchen's eyes twitched. The group of more than 100 people followed the little stoic girl up to the 2nd floor of the tea house. This tea house beside the small harbor was rather spacious, and they occupied more than a dozen tables, so it didn't seem especially crowded. Say, do you think Long Huan and his sister can find a good boat? I think it's unlikely. Mu Xingchen was the first to express his opinion. He shook his head and said, even we aren't familiar with this small harbor city, let alone 2 people from Forget River. Even if they can buy a boat, they'll probably be ruthlessly scammed in such a hurry. Oh. The little stoic took out a teapot of spiritual tea and handed it to her husband. Mo Lian naturally took it and poured a cup of tea for his wife. He casually said, if they casually buy a boat, it won't work once it enters the sea. At that time, will we still need to use the red firmament waves to ferry them? We'll ferry them if they pay. Arbor thought about it and said, is Forget River very poor? Mu Xingchen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Why do you say that, younger sister? I think Long Huan seems very poor. Arbor looked disdainful. He's the grand young master of Forget River, yet he only has those few spirit coins in his pocket. He's also stingy and unwilling to pay with spirit stones and divine stones. Why did he have to pay on credit? I really feel sad for him. What young master? I think the streets are filled with people who are richer than him. Everyone was speechless. In this world, there were really not many who could be richer than young Lord Long. It's not that Long Yun is poor, it's just that he's been squeezed too badly by you. Okay. Feng Zhangqing drank his tea silently. The corner of Feng Zhangfei's mouth twitched. A phoenix youth nodded and said, the saintess is right. That Long Huan is too petty. Feng Zhangfei, these children of the Phoenix clan had all been brainwashed by Grand Elder Feng Ping and the 2 consecrators. Now, they were all calling her saintess. They had all become Lord Jojo's diehard fans. Tap, tap. Waves of faint fragrance spread out. Everyone's line of sight inadvertently looked towards the stairs, only to see a group of more than 10 people slowly walking up the stairs. All of them were handsome men with red lips and white teeth. Along the way, they attracted the screams of countless infatuated young girls. Those bold tea maidens directly followed them, letting out infatuated giggles along the way. They chattered noisily in a flock of orioles and swallows. Arbor swept a glance over, but before she could make out anything, the other party already cried out in pleasant surprise, Little Stoic, it's you? The little stoic glanced at them expressionlessly before hastily turning her head to look at her husband. As expected, her husband's handsome face had already darkened, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. They were the 7 flowers that filled the air with spring. Truly, it was a small world, the little stoic thought this in her heart, but she put on a I'm not very familiar with you guys expression. She sat upright and still, but there wasn't a trace of a smile on her stoic face. So what if she didn't smile? In any case, everyone was already used to her expressionless face. This didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the 7 flowers to greet her. Red ran over first with a grin and enthusiastically shook the little stoic's hand. Stoic face, are you also going to participate in the Beauty Appreciation Conference? Without batting an eyelid, Mo Lian raised an arm to block the beautiful man in red's claw. The beautiful man in red felt like he had touched an iron plate and resentfully retracted his hand. He glared at Mo Lian several times before turning to continue conversing with the little stoic. Isn't that right? What Beauty Appreciation Conference? The little stoic originally didn't want to pay attention to this person, but out of curiosity, she still answered. LVE floated over and glanced at Sir Jojo resentfully. Stoic, why did you run away so quickly last time at the springtime conference? I didn't even have time to talk to you. The little girl's survival instinct was extremely strong. She turned back to glance at Mo Lian and immediately shifted her stool closer to her husband. I don't know what you're talking about. What springtime conference? Stop pretending. Red and LVE waved their hands at the same time. That day, you saved our Meng Meng. We didn't even have time to thank you before you jumped out the window and ran away like a rabbit. Arbor, heh, this lord ran away? You're spouting nonsense. Cough cough, cough. Mu Xingchen choked on his tea and stood up. Does everyone know my sister? Why don't you take a seat first? Ah, you're the stoic face's big brother. Hello, big brother. Big brother, I'm Lan Ying. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple surrounded him and started talking at once. Who's your big brother? Mo Lian's expression darkened, and his handsome face was about to explode. Humph. Meng Meng, let's sit. Ignore him. Red pulled Fan Meng and dragged a stool to sit next to the little stoic. Facial paralysis, are you going to attend the beauty appreciation conference? I'm asking you about the beauty appreciation conference. Arbor asked impatiently. You don't know? Hong Yi asked curiously. The Empress of the Fallen Beauty Kingdom has invited all the beautiful men in the world to attend the beauty appreciation conference. Ah, speaking of which, the ancestor of this devastating female kingdom seems to have some relationship with your Mu clan. I don't know if you've heard that among the ancestors of your Mu clan, there's someone called Madame Qingqing? Xiao Mu abruptly turned her head and gazed icily at that red-clothed man who was rambling on incessantly. Seeing that his voice was getting softer and softer, she involuntarily paused and stammered, what is it? Do you know who I am? Arbor's eyes were like water, but they were extremely cold as he stared straight at the beautiful man in red. The other party's heart was pounding, and he couldn't help but stutter again, yes, investigate me? Arbor looked at him coldly and said in a low voice, I don't think I've ever told you who I am. During their most recent contact, she only told Fan Yu that her surname was Qiao. Someone from the heavenly fate? A blue spark suddenly jumped out of Arbor's hand. Isn't that right? What heavenly fate? The red-clothed man exclaimed in fright and hastily hid behind Fan Meng. State your objective. Otherwise, all of you will stay here. As soon as she finished speaking, the 7 flowers all started sobbing. No motive, what motive could there be? Little stoic, you're hurting our hearts too much like this. Look at us, we're all people without the strength to truss a chicken. What motive could we possibly have towards you? Wah wah wah. Wah wah wah. And here I thought we could become good friends. I didn't expect you to guard against us like this. Arbor had never seen such a scene before. A group of men surrounded her and started sobbing, looking very broken-hearted. The Duan Yu, Omega Kotoku, and Ming Yasi she encountered before, even if she dragged them around and beat them up, killed their souls with arrows, and fed them poison and medicine, they still wouldn't sob at her. Was it because the world was unpredictable, or did she encounter a group of oddballs? The little stoic blinked as she held a sparkling blue flame, suddenly at a loss for what to do. Faced with a group of sobbing men, the little stoic expressed that what could she do? To be honest, she really didn't want to waste her breath on a matter that could be resolved with her fists. Moreover, she still had to face a group of love-struck women's accusation and contempt, plus their resentful and indignant gazes. It was as if she had done something extremely tragic to coerce these handsome young men from good families. Arbor instantly felt mentally and physically exhausted. Feng Chongqing couldn't resist twitching his mouth. This was also their first time seeing a large group of handsome men sobbing. When Mu Xingchen saw the little stoic standing there stiffly, seemingly at a loss for words as she held the blue spiritual cleansing flame, he quickly jumped out to put out the fire and smooth things over. Lightly patting his sister's small hand, Mu Xingchen quickly reached out to help her extinguish the blue spiritual cleansing flame. Sister, I see that these sirs have no cultivation at all, so they shouldn't be related to the heavenly providence. Cough, cough, cough. What Mu Xingchen didn't say was, how could they be people of the heavenly providence when they looked so weak that they could be blown away by a gust of wind and run away with a kick? It didn't match their image at all. The little stoic lowered her eyes and put down her small hand, glancing at them suspiciously. She had always believed in her intuition and felt that there was something wrong with the 7 flowers. The beautiful man in red wiped his tears and said pitifully, Woo-woo, we did investigate Miss Qiao, but we only wanted to know who you were. LVE continued to whine, yes, we just want to be friends with you. I've never thought of harming you, stoic-faced young lady. Stop crying, or I'll poison you all into mutes, Arbor said expressionlessly. Everyone was speechless. The little stoic's words put an end to the sobbing sounds everywhere. As expected, the 7 flowers didn't dare to carelessly sob in front of the little stoic. Miss Qiao, who was getting a headache from the sobbing, only relaxed when she saw that they had all shut up. With a cold expression, she said, come here. Her little finger pointed at Fan Meng, who was being carried by Red Shirt. Fan Meng widened her watery eyes and looked at her for a few seconds. Then, she moved her feet and obediently took a few steps forward. When Arbor saw this person's pitiful expression that resembled a little white rabbit, she inexplicably felt that she had been a bit fierce to them just now. After pressing down a dictum talisman with her small hand, Xiaomu expressionlessly warned, "Don't try anything funny." Fan Meng and the others repeatedly shook their heads, indicating that they didn't have any ill intentions toward the little lady. Although Arbor still felt that their actions were a bit suspicious, she didn't like to accuse people without evidence. Unless she could find concrete evidence, she would definitely slap them to death at that time. Before that, she didn't want to bully the weak and didn't like to cause trouble for no reason. What sense of accomplishment was there in bullying a bunch of pitiful people? Arbor thought about it and put away the dictum talisman for the time being. Then, he glanced at Fan Meng and the others. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Hong Yi couldn't help but lean forward and ask curiously, "Miss Chiao, do you want to head to Devastating Female Kingdom together?" Prince Mo said coldly, "We aren't on the same side as you." The Crown Prince felt that these people were even more unpleasant to the eye than the Feng tribe. The Feng tribe treated his wife with a very normal attitude. At most, their dog-like eyes would flash with adoration. However, these 7 flowers were different. When they saw his wife, they were like cats that smelled fish and swarmed toward them without any explanation. They were extremely loathsome, instigating his wife to go to that whatever female kingdom? What were their intentions? Devastating Female Kingdom is pretty fun. I heard that it's the place that female cultivators like to stay the most. Right. Many female cultivators with powerful cultivations are rushing to join Devastating Female Kingdom. Why? The little stoic really wanted to continue pulling a long face, but when she saw Hong Yi's smiling face, she inexplicably answered. Mo Lian, his wife, was very curious. Many times, her train of thought would run away after being teased slightly. Hong Yi immediately continued to educate her in high spirits. Don't you know, Jojo? As long as any female cultivator above the divine realm who enters Devastating Female Kingdom swears allegiance to the queen, they will be conferred an official position. At the same time, they will be bestowed 3 to 5 beautiful husbands. What 3 to 5? I heard it's 7 to 8, Louis quickly added. The surrounding flowers nodded in unison. MHM. Fan Meng tugged at Hong Yi, who was rambling non-stop. Hong Yi, don't be so rude in front of Jojo. Mu Xingchen quickly turned around to look at his brother-in-law's expression. As expected, that handsome face was already on the verge of exploding. How could these flower buds, who lacked the strength to truss a chicken, dare to crazily test Mo Lian's bottom line in front of him? Mu Xingchen was about to say something to smooth things over again. However, he heard the little stoic ask coldly, "What use is it?" Huh? Hong Yi, Lu Yi, and the others didn't understand what little mushroom was talking about. What's the use of having 3, 5, 7, 8 beauties? The little stoic asked expressionlessly with a taut face. At this time, they were on the 2nd floor of the tea house. A large group of infatuated women who were watching the handsome young man were now blocking the entrance to the 2nd floor in a large circle. On the street below, the peddlers' cries and children's giggles could be heard very clearly. However, although there were over 100 people gathered in the tea room on the 2nd floor, it was completely silent at this moment. It was as if a pause button had been pressed on everyone, and everyone was suddenly mute. It wasn't just the red clothes and green clothes. They didn't know what to say to the little crown princess. Even Mo Lian couldn't resist twitching his mouth. He simply didn't know how to respond to his wife's question. What's the use of having 3, 5, 7, 8 beauties? What's the use? What's the use? This was a good question. Mu Xingchen couldn't resist raising his hand to cover his face. He quickly diverted this rather awkward topic. Changfei, go out and take a look. Young Master Long and the others seem to have been gone for a long time. Why haven't they returned yet? Feng Zhangfei stood up and frowned slightly when he saw the love-struck women blocking the 2nd floor staircase. Just as he was about to walk over, he heard Long Huan's voice from behind the stairs. What is everyone blocking here for? Long Shangyun even bluntly shouted, move aside, all of you move aside. What are you doing? What are you looking at? Pushing aside those onlooking tea maidens, Long Shangyun walked up the stairs with her chin held high. As soon as she saw the little stoic sitting there unmoving like a mountain, she couldn't help but get angry. The boat has already been bought. It cost my brother a lot of money. We can set off after eating. Long Huan smiled at the little crown princess. Don't worry, cousin. Several boatmen have already inspected the boat and said there are no problems at all. There shouldn't be any accidents on this trip to the River of Forgetfulness. If there was an accident, they couldn't afford to ride the Crown Princess Scarlet Sky Waves. Looking at the situation, if it really didn't work, they could only mutate their merman tails first. However, it would be more troublesome then. Speaking of which, after they mutated their merman tails, they couldn't return to their human forms in the short term. They would suffer a lot if they transacted with humans in their merman forms. That was why they didn't want to mutate in yesterday's situation, so they could only torment themselves along the way. Arbor uttered an "oh." There were now more than 200 people in the entire tea room on the second floor, but it fell silent again. Long Huan didn't know what to say to the crown princess and just stood there in a daze for a long time. He couldn't bear the silent atmosphere and finally couldn't resist laughing dryly. Crown Princess, in a few days, it will be Devastating Female Kingdom's annual Queen's birthday. It will be grand, and there will be many people attending the birthday celebration. Do you want to go? If you want to go, this older brother can accompany you on this trip. Red shirt and green shirt's eyes lit up simultaneously, wishing for nothing more than to go up and tug on the little stoic sleeve. Small sparks flickered in their eyes. Jojo, why don't we go together? It's indeed very fun. Arbor looked meaningfully at Long Huan. The latter's hair stood on end when she looked at him. At the same time, he couldn't help but shudder. Before the little stoic could open her mouth with ill intentions, Long Huan hastily raised his hand and said, "Younger cousin, stop your strange thoughts. I'm not someone who likes men. I'm not here to look at handsome men. I'm just looking at you. If you want to go and take a look, then let's go. In any case, Qingqing Womanland will also pass by when the time comes. It won't delay our journey back to the River of Forgetfulness. But if you don't want to go, then forget it." Long Shi explained quickly, causing Mu Xingchen to glance at him speechlessly. Arbor was just about to speak when he heard Qiuqiu's cute voice in his mind. Master Silver, don't reject him yet. I think the country this person is talking about might have my fragment. Arbor raised his eyebrows and used his soul consciousness to communicate. How did you know? You can sense it even though it's so far away? Master Silver, you don't know, but I've already assimilated 5 tree fragments and am only 2 steps away from completely restoring my soul. My 5 senses can now cover a radius of 5,000 kilometers around Master. Not only have my 5 senses strengthened, but I also seem to have formed a tacit connection with the remaining 2 tree fragments. When that person said Devastating Female Kingdom, Qiuqiu felt something stir in my heart. Master, do you understand? It's that feeling when your heart is stirred and you feel slightly fettered, like your heart is stirred. Master, let's go take a look. Qiuqiu's ghostly howls made Arbor's head hurt. What the F***ck, stirred, do you even know how to use words? When Arbor completely returned to her senses, she saw that the surroundings were dead silent, and everyone was uniformly staring at her. Mo Lian raised his hand to pull her back. He raised a brow and asked softly, "What's wrong? Is Qiuqiu talking to you?" Sir Jojo nodded at him and then said to Long Huan, "All right." Long Huan was momentarily at a loss. What do you mean all right? Mu Xingchen couldn't resist rolling his eyes at him. Younger sister said all right, let's just make a trip to that devastating women's kingdom. Mo Lian hastily lowered his head to look at his wife, his gaze slightly puzzled. He understood his wife very well. With her pragmatic personality, there must be something in Devastating Women's Kingdom that attracted her. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother to join in on such a large-scale event. Arbor secretly pulled his hand over and drew the word tree on his palm. Mo Lian instantly understood and nodded slightly at her. Devastating Women's Kingdom had tree seed fragments. The group had a simple lunch and headed downstairs toward the harbor. Jojo, do you want to come and sit on our boat? 7 Flowers enthusiastically invited the little stoic. The latter glanced at them expressionlessly. No need. Then, Jojo, if you run into any trouble on the way, remember to find us. We will definitely help. The group of handsome young men chattered as they bade farewell to Arbor and headed to their own boat. Lady Xianxia raised her hand to press on her aching head, then followed Long Huan's footsteps. Women are respected in devastating women's kingdom. You must not act rashly when you go there. Young Master Long didn't forget to educate the Phoenix tribe members on the way. This country isn't that big. It has 3 islands and 16 fishing villages. However, the behavior of the women there is extremely valiant. This is especially true for some of the fishing villages far away from Qingqing Island. Some of the local women are uncivilized. That's why you have to be careful when you go there. Remember to cover your faces. As Long Huan spoke, he took out a black cloth from his inner world and handed it to his subordinate to distribute to everyone. When the time comes, everyone has to be blindfolded. Except for women. Why? Arbor asked in confusion. Long Shangyun couldn't help but sneer. I've already said that the women of devastating beauty country are the most respected. Pretty boys like them. Long Shangyun pointed at Feng Zhangqing and the others. She crossed her arms and snorted, walking on the street, it's easy to be robbed. Arbor was furious. Who dares? The phoenixes nodded repeatedly and said, we will only serve the Saintess for the rest of our lives. We swear that we will never obey anyone else. Arbor, strange, her husband's face darkened even more. She really wanted to turn back and tell the phoenixes, you can't listen to Feng Heping. Don't be brainwashed by Feng Heping and the 2 high consecrators. However, Mo Lian was very angry. She grabbed her little hand and pulled her away without another word. Sigh, a man's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It seems that Sir Jojo needs to comfort him. When will her husband grow up? It's so worrying. I'm sleepy, I'll catch up on my sleep tomorrow. After the ship had sailed some distance away from the ferry, Arbor realized that the ship 7 Flowers was steadily sailing in front of them, braving the wind and waves with great momentum. The sound of a guqin and singing came from afar. It seemed that 7 Flowers and the others were in the mood to play the guqin on the ship. I don't know why, but whenever I hear the guqin music, I get goosebumps. Long Huan, who was standing in front of the deck against the wind, couldn't help but shiver and reach out to rub his arms. After being attacked by the zither-playing corpse puppet twice in a row, Long Huan's heart was traumatized. Arbor didn't feel much. He just turned to Long Huan and said, don't let your guard down for the next few days. If that cultured corpse puppet has the guts to come once or twice, it can come a 3rd or 4th time until the sneak attack is complete. That corpse puppet is so persistent. What exactly is it after? Arbor couldn't help but sneer. Of course, it's because someone has their eye on me. Eye on you? Long Shangyun couldn't help but interrupt. Who has their eye on you? Arbor couldn't be bothered with her at first, but the siblings were looking at him strangely. Isn't it normal to have their eye on Jojo? Mo Lian said dryly, I thought that young Master Long had thoroughly investigated Xiaxia's matters, including the irreversible mortal enmity between us and Tianyun. You mean to say that the zither-playing corpse puppet was actually targeting Xiao Mu? Long Shangyun immediately revealed her discontent. Then why did it attack them? You think that corpse puppet is smart enough to distinguish our relationship? Mu Xingchen sneered. You're traveling with us. In the corpse puppet's eyes, you're all its enemies. But Long Shangyun couldn't help but be angry. That lousy corpse puppet had been targeting the Wangchuan Dragon clan since the beginning, making her think that these people were the Wangchuan Dragon clan's enemies. After all this time, it turned out that they were here to attack the little crown princess. Weren't they too stupid to know who they were attacking? Long Shangyun took a deep breath. Tianyun will still send people? Arbor turned around and left with an innocent look on his face. How would I know? Miss you should know now, right? Even if you can summon half of the corpse fish in the river with just one special class corpse puppet, you might not be able to defeat that little crown princess. Mu Rochuan stood by the window and gazed at the rolling river in the distance. She said in a deep voice, tonight, we'll be entering the sea. Hier's expression turned a little ugly. Eldest miss, do you have any better way to deal with this matter? That special-grade corpse puppet can only summon its subordinates within a radius of 500 miles. Any further and its voice won't have any effect on others. Mu Roxuan's voice was indifferent as she said, "You've already let him out twice, but he didn't succeed even once." Here's expression turned even uglier. "Then what do you think we should do?" "None of Mother's methods will work." Mu Roxuan shook her head. "Based on my understanding of her, she's definitely on guard against you all right now. Once you let 16 go, he'll definitely be captured by her. 16 won't be able to survive. You and I, all of us, won't be able to survive." Here couldn't help but be furious. "Eldest miss, you've said so much. Are you trying to retreat?" Mu Roxuan sighed softly. "You're too impatient." Mu Roxuan put down the letter in her hand. She had read this letter from her mother so many times that she could already recite it backwards. She had studied all of her mother's plans once, but the results were very low. Especially if they attacked at sea, it was simply courting death. With the young crown prince consort's vigilance, you want to succeed in a sneak attack on this vast land with no cover on the sea? It was probably wishful thinking. "I've sorted out my mother's plans. You should all stop for a while. When we reach the River of Forgetfulness, we'll think of a way to attack. Eldest Mississippi Miss if you think my method is inappropriate, we can work separately." He frowned and glanced at Mu Roxuan. Her gaze fell on the left side of her face. That ugly centipede scar was very conspicuous. No girl who loved beauty could stand it. However, Mu Roxuan endured it. She had never even asked the hall master for a beautifying pill. He believed that as long as Mu Roxuan was willing to ask, the hall master would not be stingy with giving it to her. What was the reason that made the eldest miss of the Mu family not even care about her appearance now? Was there anything else she cared about? Here's frown deepened. If a person did not have any weaknesses, then it was really difficult to control them. Because, the uncertain factors were too high. Here took a deep look at Mu Roxuan, then turned and walked out. 3 days later. Long Huan stood on the deck and looked at a dilapidated small fishing village in the distance. From where they were, they could see many stiff-looking things walking around on the beach by the sea. How did this place become like this? Long Xiangyun clenched her fists, and a trace of disdain appeared on her face. It spread so quickly. Long Huan sighed and looked at the things walking and stopping on the beach. He shook his head and said, "If it continues like this, it will spread to the vicinity of the River of Forgetfulness one day. If you continue to let it go, won't it be a matter of time before it spreads?" Mu Xingchen could not help but sneer. Arbor sat at the table and drank tea. He was too lazy to even bat an eyelid. In the past 3 days, the ship's journey had been quite stable. Only yesterday evening, they had encountered a large corpse shark, which had been taken care of by the joint efforts of everyone. Nothing else had happened. Some of the creatures in the sea had already mutated. Big Brother was right. If they regularly sent people out to sea to clean up the mutant fish, the situation could be controlled to a certain extent. Unlike now, where everyone in that village had mutated because they had eaten something that mutated. You make it sound easy, but how much manpower and resources would it take to truly control it? Long Xiangyun couldn't help but angrily rebuke Mu Xingchen. Mu Xingchen couldn't help but roll his eyes. "So this is the reason why you're not doing anything? These villages that live by the sea will probably mutate like this village soon." Long Xiangyun raised her chin proudly. "Even if all these foolish fishermen die, the River of Forgetfulness will still stand. Where we live, you humans on the shore can't even imagine it. You can't even come into contact with it." Mu Xingchen raised his eyebrows noncommittally and did not continue arguing with her. After traveling for another half a day, 3 beautiful islands appeared before everyone's eyes. Let's continue at night. There were many ships queuing up to enter the port. Long Huan's ship was behind a large fleet of ships. Looking at the situation, it would take at least an hour for them to enter the port. After about 15 minutes, Long Huan turned to look in Mu Xingchen's direction. "Is cousin still resting? It's about time. Let her wake up." For the past few days, Long Huan knew the little girl's routine. After lunch, it was time to sleep. She would dawdle for several hours and would only leave the cabin in the evening to meet people. How would Long Huan know that every time after lunch, the little girl would drag her husband back to Paradise Planet to play, who would be happy to be on this ship day and night? Of course, it would be more comfortable to rest in the star domain and refine talismans and pills. Mu Xingchen glanced at Long Huan and said lightly, "Don't worry. Jojo will come out in a while." Long Xiangyun snorted. "Some people always dawdle out in the evening. We're about to reach the port, but no one will stay here to wait." Before Long Xiangyun could say the word "she," her voice trailed off. Her gaze turned to the railing on the second floor. A slender, moon-white figure slowly appeared by the side of the railing. Her soft hair was tied up into a bun that fell loosely to her waist. Her eyes were cold and her gaze was like snow. The little girl was dressed in a white robe with wide sleeves. She stood there coldly, as if there was only this patch of white in the world. It was eye-catching. Long Huan stared blankly until Long Xiangyun tugged at his sleeve. Only then did he regain his senses. Arbor's figure had already disappeared from the railing on the second floor. Not long after, Long Huan noticed Prince Mo holding her hand. They walked down to the deck together. People from alluring female kingdom are more, straightforward. Long Huan considered his words and glanced at Feng Chongqing and the others. "Cover yourselves with the black cloth I gave you earlier." Arbor said lightly, "No need. It's not like they can't be seen." How can he think of covering their faces? Long Huan, why doesn't this person listen to advice? "Cousin, I'm just thinking for you." Long Yin coughed lightly and said with a serious face, "Take them away from the ship. Let me tell you, I don't think you'll be able to walk out of this pier." "I'm not trying to scare you." With a serious expression, Long Huan looked at the little stoic and advised earnestly, "How about, you just install talismans on them?" Feng Zhangqing. "Why are we being despised like this?" The little stoic glanced at him. "Why aren't you blindfolding yourself?" Long Huan quickly pulled out a piece of black cloth from under his collar and covered his mouth from his nose to his mouth. The corner of Mu Xingchen's mouth twitched speechlessly. The little stoic looked at him, and the corners of her lips faintly curled up into a faintly discernible smile. Long Xi's appearance was extremely like a retard. Long Huan was taken aback, and his heart was touched. He had been traveling with this cousin of his for so many days, but he had never seen her smile from beginning to end. She would either roll her eyes at him or be expressionless most of the time. Today's faint smile was simply indescribable. It made people unable to take their eyes off her. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were all blooming at the same time. Just now, the mountains and rivers in front of him had a strange feeling that they were brightening. Suddenly, Mo Lian's expressionless handsome face appeared in his line of sight, blocking the little girl's slender figure. "Have you prepared the customs clearance documents?" Long Qian hastily nodded. "Everything has been prepared. I'll go handle the procedures later. Everyone, don't run around for now. The streets are more crowded before and after devastating female kingdom's queen's birthday. It's best if we don't get separated from the crowd. Later, we'll go to the island to find a good inn together." Long Qian was like an old father as he endlessly instructed everyone. "That's right, you guys should also cover yourselves." Long Qian thought of something and took out 2 pieces of black cloth from his inner world, distributing them to the Crown Prince and Mu Xingchen. "Hurry and cover yourselves. If you don't want to cause trouble for cousin, then listen to me. No need to cover ourselves." Arbor waved her small hand and said coldly with a wooden expression, "There's nothing shameful about it. Don't tell me there's someone who dares to steal my husband and big brother in broad daylight?" Long Xiangyun rolled her eyes. "Isn't it obvious? Do you think other people won't steal your man just because you look stoic? Let me tell you, I reckon that within a second after you disembark, the people around you, they, will all be robbed." Arbor was instantly enraged. "Who dares to rob? I think they're tired of living." Besides, her Feng clan's children were all extraordinarily skilled. It was simply baffling who could steal them. "Hey, you better believe me. Have you heard that 2 fists are no match for 4 palms? You're standing on devastating female kingdom's territory right now and already out of your divine province's territory. What can you be so smug about? Do you think a bunch of people will pop out to help you fight if you yell, 'Where are the Crown Princess's personal guards?'" The little stoic glared at Long Xiangyun, and the latter glared back at her, not to be outdone. Alright, alright, alright. Long Qian hastily saved the situation to prevent his younger sister from getting beaten again. Actually, Xiangyun is also speaking the truth. Cousin, you see, Sir Jojo waved her small hand. There's no need for the people around me to hide their identities. There's no need for that. Long Xiangyun glared at her fiercely and rolled her eyes fiercely. She also ridiculed in her mind, obstinate and self-opinionated. Doesn't listen to other people's advice. Self-righteous. Talking to herself, he really wanted to beat up this stoic face in front of him. The sight of this stoic little face made his mood extremely uncomfortable. His rage points soared. When Long Shi saw that the two of them were about to fight again, he quickly stood between them and raised his hand to block them. He laughed dryly and said, alright. Stop arguing. Then, since cousin doesn't think there's a problem, then we won't wear the black cloth. It's just that everyone should try their best to stay together and not get separated. Why did Long Shi feel so tired? Previously, when he suggested to travel to the devastating beauty country, was his suggestion wrong? Long Huan covered his face with the black cloth, revealing only his eyes. After the ship docked, he was the first to disembark and greet the receptionist. The female official looked to be in her 30s and was dressed in a black military uniform. When she saw Feng Zhangqing and the others, her eyes lit up and her expression immediately warmed up. Are you all here to participate in the Queen's birthday celebration? When this female official saw Prince Mo next to Arbor, her eyes immediately became glued to him, and she smiled so widely that her chubby cheeks trembled. With everyone's looks, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the top 10. Long Shi hastily handed over the customs clearance document. We're only here to visit the Queen's birthday celebration, not to participate in the competition. The female official took the document and stamped it, revealing a regretful expression. Is that so? Her gaze slid reluctantly over Mo Lian, Feng Changqing, and the others. That's really too much of a pity. Long Huan trembled slightly. He took the customs clearance document from the female official and chuckled awkwardly. No, it's not a pity. Sir, please move aside. We're going to disembark. Oh. The female official led the others off the ship. Only then did Long Huan lead his clansmen, Feng Changqing, Mo Lian, and the others off the ship and onto the shore. A bustling crowd was in front of them. Long Huan's face was covered in black cloth, so he didn't attract much attention. However, Mo Lian, Feng Changqing, and Mu Xingchen had just stepped onto the shore when they were met with a wave of chatter. The onlooking women couldn't even walk now. They all squeezed to the front, their eyes wide as saucers as they stared at Mo Lian and the others. Long Xiangyun, who was standing to the side and watching the show, couldn't help but frown when she saw his intoxicated appearance. She glared angrily in Arbor's direction, a trace of sullenness in her eyes. I already told them to cover their faces. Look at them now. They can't even walk anymore. Arbor. A familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind the crowd. Arbor looked in the direction of the voice and saw the crowd being pushed to the sides. A young woman walked out from the center. She was wearing a thin red muslin dress and a silk cloak. The woman was barefooted, and 2 jingling bells hung from her ankles. She was slowly walking toward her. A pair of clear eyes stared straight at her, her gaze never leaving her. I didn't expect to meet you here. The woman's gaze lightly swept over her. Crown Princess, you're busy. Don't tell me, you don't remember me? Looking at the expressionless face in front of her, the woman curled her lips slightly. The Holy Virgin of the demonic cult, Sikong Fuling. Arbor naturally did not have such a bad memory as Sikong Fuling had described. Moreover, she and this Sikong Fuling could be considered to have met many times. Of course, it was impossible for her to not remember this person. Sikong Fuling smiled as she raised her hand to tidy up a strand of hair at her temples. She said with a gratified expression, fortunately, I don't have to introduce myself anymore. Saintess. Meng Meiyu worriedly stepped forward. She really wanted to remind this holy maiden that the little stoic in front of her really wasn't an easy person to get along with. Yet unexpectedly, Sikong Fuling suddenly summoned a long sword and stabbed it in the little stoic's direction without any explanation. Wow! The crowd let out a long exclamation. The eyes of devastating female kingdom's onlookers lit up as they looked at Xikong Fuling, who had suddenly made a move to find fault. One of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, I didn't expect it to be so lively when we just arrived at the port. Excuse me, may I ask what they are doing? Why did you start fighting as soon as you met? You really are ignorant and inexperienced. In our devastating female kingdom, you can only draw your sword if you want to steal her man. Another person said eagerly, I'll also go and try later. What happened? Mu Xingqian and Prince Mo looked at each other in dismay, and black lines immediately appeared on their foreheads. This young lady can only accept the challenge, of course. I see. But speaking of which, since someone is challenging her, wouldn't she be a coward if she didn't accept the challenge? The moment Xiao Mu turned sideways to evade the sword cry, Xikong Fuling's second strike, which was accompanied by a sonic boom, reached her again. Arbor lowered her waist and leaned back. Her longsword flitted over her head, lifting a strand of hair from her temples. Her unhindered sword intent scattered in all directions, and half a strand of black hair drifted down the sword in Xikong Fuling's hand. Arbor's eyes abruptly suffused with chilliness. With a hum, she summoned Clap of Thunder from her conscious, and she held her sword horizontally to block Xikong Fuling's third slash. Arbor's voice seemed to emanate from the depths of hell and was endlessly chilling. Xikong Fuling, you're courting death. After we parted in the Mystic Beast Forest, you saved my life, and I protected you for a night. We're even now. Arbor spun around to avoid Xikong Fuling's rippling sword energy. She held Clap of Thunder in her hand and blocked the attack. She said coldly, when did I save your life? You naturally don't remember. How much do you remember from the Mystic Beast Forest? At that time, you lost all your senses, emotions, and desires. You don't have any memories. What? Mu Xingqian, Feng Chongqing, and the others were startled. What do you mean, lost all my senses? Why didn't they know about this? The crown prince knitted his brows as he looked at Xikong Fuling, who suddenly launched an attack. He knew that something had happened to the little fellow in the Mystic Beast Forest, but the little one had always kept the specifics a secret from him. Seeing that she was unwilling to speak, he naturally didn't pursue the matter. In any case, she was already staying by his side, so the past was in the past. However, he didn't expect that his wifey would cross paths with the demonic sex saint in the Mystic Beast Forest. Nonsense. As usual, the little stoic refused to admit it. She stared icily at Xikong Fuling with a frosty expression. Nonsense? Do you still remember how my big brother saved you? Of course you don't remember anything. You were under some kind of curse back then, right? That's why you lost all your senses. When I met you in the Mystic Beast Forest, you were blind and couldn't see anything. You were just like a massacre. Absurd. All of this is just your nonsense. When have I ever been blind? A green vine drilled out of Arbor's wrist and whipped toward Xikong Fuling without hesitation. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp. However, Xikong Fuling leaped up and reached out to grab one end of her vine whip. The barbed dark hooks formed by the power of the holy wood pierced into her fair palm as quickly as they could. Drops of blood fell to the ground along with the vine whip. The surroundings were completely silent. Do you dare to come with me to meet him? Xikong Fuling looked at her coldly and asked. Arbor moved his lips and said with a stoic face, let go. Since you have no interest in him, why did you flirt with him? Do you know that you've harmed him? Arbor was enraged as he glared at Xikong Fuling in bewilderment. I'll tell you one more time. I have nothing to do with your big brother. Hey, miss. You're in the wrong here. A slender and quick-witted figure suddenly darted out of the crowd and bounced toward Arbor and Xikong Fuling. Her round face was solemn and dignified. When she reached Arbor, she reprimanded her. Since you flirted with someone else's big brother, you have to take responsibility, right? As women, we have to take responsibility for our actions. We mustn't flirt and deny it. How are we any different from those heartless and fickle people? Arbor couldn't help but be breathless. Where did this little lady jump out from? She looked young and was dressed in a wealthy manner. But the words that came out of her mouth were simply baffling to the extreme. What did she mean by she was heartless and fickle, flirting and refusing to admit it? Who did she flirt with? She didn't flirt with anyone, alright, what the hell was flirting? Who could explain it to her? Mu Xingchen looked at the chaotic situation in front of him and couldn't help but facepalm. He took a few steps forward and whispered, "This. Miss Xikong, your hand is injured. Can you let go of it first?" Xikong Fuling glanced at him coldly. She tightly gripped the end of Arbor's vine whip and asked word by word, "Arbor, do you dare to enter my dream and try?" Arbor was startled, and he stared at her indifferently. A pitch-black flute was slowly summoned from Xikong Fuling's conscious. It floated horizontally in the air and slowly descended. Arbor's heart tightened slightly as he looked at this nightmare demonic flute. After a while, he merely gazed at that flute with an icy and merciless gaze. She recognized this frightening flute. The instant this nightmare demonic flute was blown, it would make her dream of bad people, bad things, and bad memories. For example, young Master Omega Kotoku. Arbor, as long as you enter my dream and take a look, you'll definitely know what happened between you and my eldest brother. The onlookers held their breaths in anticipation, and their gazes fixated on the little stoic. Mo Lian suddenly flashed to his wife's side and supported her waist with one hand. She looked coldly at Xikong Fuling and said, "Don't force her anymore. She naturally won't enter her dream. Because nothing happened between her and Ding Ting Ding." Xikong Fuling scoffed. "Is that so?" "Of course." Mo Lian glanced at Xikong Fuling with an icy expression. Xikong Fuling tightly gripped that vine whip. Everyone saw the drop of blood in her hand climb up the vine bit by bit, the color of blood rippling. The vine whip in Arbor's hand was stretched taut, just like her heartstrings. It was stretched perfectly straight and taut, as if it would explode at any moment. "Do you know Arbor? You've done him in. I've never seen him so miserable. He was used to being playful and unrestrained. But towards you, there has never been the slightest bit of pretense or false feelings." Xikong Fuling's eyes reddened as she fought back the tears that were about to fall. Recalling what she saw yesterday, her hand once again gripped the vine whip tightly, as if by doing so, she could grab hold of Arbor and bring her back to see that person. "Let go." Arbor flew into a rage and pulled back the vine whip in her hand. The power of the holy wood turned into fragments of starlight and gathered in her hand. "Miss, that's not right." The young lady who had scolded her earlier hurriedly said, "How can you treat his big brother like this? Aya, you're really... You can't forget the old just because you have a new person." "What and what?" Arbor glared angrily at the little girl who was spouting nonsense. Student Mo Lian also had black lines on her forehead and couldn't help but look up to glare at the young lady whose brain had gone haywire. Inexplicably, with just 3 sentences from this young lady, her proper husband had been reduced to a new lover. That young lady didn't care at all about other people's glares as she skipped over to Xikong Fuling's side and held up her hand. "Aya, you're so badly injured." "Miss, I have medicine here. Apply it first." Xikong Fuling pulled back her hand and remained silent. The young lady ignored her and pulled Xikong Fuling to apply medicine to stop the bleeding. "I'm called Xianxia, and you're called Xikong Fuling, right? Your injury is quite serious. If you don't apply medicine properly to remove the scars, you won't be able to see your hand in the future." That little girl was a naturally sociable fellow. She nagged incessantly as she applied medicine for Xikong Fuling. Xikong Fuling merely gazed wordlessly at the little stoic across from her. Qin Shue's gaze also looked in the young crown prince consort's direction. With a bitter expression, she hesitated for a long time before she spoke with a bit of joy. "This stoic young lady, you're truly very worrisome. As women, how can we be so heartless and callous towards beautiful and delicate men? This isn't right." The members of the Feng tribe looked at this little girl who was about the same age as Arbor as if they were looking at a weirdo. The corner of Mu Xingchen's mouth twitched slightly, and he selectively ignored the words "beautiful and delicate man" that Qin Shue mentioned. Could it be that this devastating womanland, from the queen to her subjects, were all weirdos like this? Arbor ignored Qin Shue from beginning to end, making the girl faintly feel a sense of defeat. "Arbor, you don't dare to enter the dream, so I naturally can't force you." Xikong Fuling looked at her and said indifferently, "But when you were training in the Mystic Beast Forest that day, you lost all your senses and your memories. However, Qingwan has always been by your side, so he's aware of many things. You can summon him out and ask him. Arbor gazed at Seekong Fuling with extremely cold eyes, her fingers tightly gripping the thunderclap sword's hilt. She was trying her best to suppress the churning emotions in her heart, and she was about to suppress them to the limit. You came to see me today for this matter? In truth, Seekong Fuling wanted to find her last time in Phoenix Grove, but unfortunately, she didn't encounter Arbor at all due to a freak combination of factors. Yes. Seekong Fuling nodded. If you're willing to come with me. Before she could finish speaking, what answered her was the little stoic's merciless slash of her sword. The vast and mighty sword aura bore down on Seekong Fuling. Everyone present jumped in fright. Many of the spectators of devastating womankind retreated like the tide. She looked on helplessly as the little stoic sword fell, splitting open a foot-wide fissure in front of Seekong Fuling. Saintess! More than a dozen devil cult disciples rushed forward to support Seekong Fuling's retreating body. They all looked up in the direction of Arbor. Let's go. Arbor glanced at them coldly and reached out to tug at Mo Lian's sleeve. Without another word, he turned around and left with the group behind him. Hey, Auntie, who is this lady? Xianxia chased after them for a few steps and then stopped. She looked regretfully at the people of Arbor and left without looking back. Sigh, is there no more fun to watch so soon? She turned to look in Seekong Fuling's direction and rolled her eyes. Just as she was about to walk toward Seekong Fuling, two travel-worn and sweaty women suddenly squeezed out from the crowd. The two of them hurriedly grabbed her hands and dragged her away. Your Highness, why are you here again? Quickly return, something happened in the estate. What's the fuss about? Xianxia muttered quietly and obediently left with the two female officers. Meng Meiyu breathed a sigh of relief and walked to Seekong Fuling's side. She said sullenly, you were truly too impetuous just now. What do you know? Seekong Fuling swept her a glance with an indifferent expression. She can treat eldest brother's illness. Meng Meiyu was startled and then said, but the cult master is far away in the river of forgetfulness right now. Where do you think she's going this time? Seekong Fuling looked certain. She's heading for the river of forgetfulness. Meng Meiyu hesitated for a moment before saying gravely, based on my understanding of her, I'm afraid no one can force her to do something she's unwilling to do. You also saw her attitude just now. She did her best to distance herself from them and didn't look like she would be enthusiastic about helping them. Seekong Fuling narrowed her eyes. That's why it's best if she owes us a favor. She understood this stoic face too well. As long as it was a debt of gratitude, the little stoic would definitely repay it. Because she disliked owing people favors the most and didn't give others the chance to owe her a favor. The most classic example was that she would usually settle the debt with the person and the goods. Meng Meiyu couldn't resist snickering. That girl is very crafty. How do you want her to owe you a favor? Since Arbor is going to the River of Forgetfulness, why did she come here midway? Seekong Fuling turned to look at Meng Meiyu. She doesn't visit a temple without a cause. You mean, she didn't come to attend the Queen's birthday celebration? Meng Meiyu raised her brows, her brain working quickly. She came to Devastating Beauty Kingdom to handle some matters? Seekong Fuling nodded. Go investigate. I want to know what she came here for. The cabin door was suddenly pulled open by someone. Mu Roxian's eyes coldly looked towards the door, only to see a thin young man with a delicate and pretty face walking in with large strides along with two lackeys. You're the daughter of that old hag from Flying Paradise? The newcomer sized her up and spoke with a disdainful attitude. You're just a team of old, weak, sick, and disabled people, yet you're still yearning to capture that stoic face alive? You're rather gutsy. I heard that Flying Paradise woman is a good-for-nothing with zero cultivation and relied on scheming and her body to get to her position? That young man sat down boldly in front of her and sized Mu Roxuan up maliciously. What about you? You're her daughter, huh? But your face is crippled, so you probably don't have the capital to rely on your body to get to her position, right? Mu Roxuan flung out a mysticine talisman. The difference between charms and talismans was that high-level talismans required profound energy to activate while charms didn't have this restriction. Otherwise, Mu Roxuan, wouldn't be able to do anything. Now that she was concentrating on the study of talisman spells, she had made great progress. Mother probably saw her talent and charms, so she kept her by her side to work for her. Otherwise, why would Flying Paradise keep a trash who had yet to unlock her special ability? Thinking of this, Mu Rochuan couldn't help but sneer at herself. The young man frowned and dodged, but one of his followers was not so lucky. He was hit by the Xianxia charm and fell to the ground with a howl. The baleful Yin Qi wrapped around his neck, and in just a moment, that layer of black Qi strangled him to death. The other follower widened his eyes in horror and took a few steps back. The young man laughed heartily as he sat there and clapped his hands. Impressive, impressive. I've underestimated you. Miss Mu, right? I heard that you and that facial paralysis are sisters? Hidden Moon Hall's Vice Hall Master Buyi. Mu Rochuan stared at the moon mark on his sleeve and coldly said, "What are you doing here?" "Of course I'm here to make a deal with you, Miss Mu." Buyi chuckled. "I can help you capture that little facial paralysis." Mu Rochuan couldn't help but sneer. Conditions? She wasn't naive enough to believe that the Hidden Moon Hall's Vice Hall Master came here to help her. A satisfied smile appeared on Buyi's gloomy face. Miss Mu is indeed a smart person. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. My request is very simple. After you catch her, give her to me for 3 days. I'll return her to you after 3 days. Don't worry, I won't kill her. Heh. Mu Rochuan sneered. Your Hidden Moon Hall is really filthy. What would happen if a beautiful little girl was handed over to a pervert for 3 days? Mu Rochuan didn't even need to think to know. Buyi wasn't angry. He just raised his eyebrows and asked gloomily, "Do you agree?" Mu Rochuan shook her head. "I refuse." She had no interest in cooperating with a pervert. What would happen if she asked a tiger for its skin? She knew without thinking. Buyi's expression suddenly changed. He approached Mu Rochuan and grabbed her neck. "You dare to refuse me?" He and Hong Chang heard the voice and their expressions changed. Deputy Hall Master Buyi. Please stop. Buyi glanced at them and said coldly, "Since you know my identity, you still dare to be so rude?" He and Hong Chang cupped their hands in salute. He said with a dark face, "Deputy Hall Master, we can accept your proposal. Please let go of the eldest miss first." Ha ha ha, where did the eldest miss come from? Buyi sneered with a gloomy face and threw Mu Rochuan away. Mu Rochuan was hit by a force and her whole body fell heavily to the side of the bed. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Mu Rochuan hit the middle of the bed. The impact was so great that the bed was smashed into 2 halves. She fell between the 2 pieces of broken wood and struggled for a long time but couldn't get away. Heh! Buyi stood up straight with a sneer and glanced at Mu Rochuan. Without strength, how can you work for our Tianyun? Talismans and curses? Hee, in fact, before you even used the talisman, you were already crushed to death like an ant. Mu Rochuan's expression was calm and indifferent. She struggled to sit up. Remember to clean up a good cabin for me. The man laughed wantonly and left. Young Mississippi Hong Chang quickly walked forward and wanted to help Mu Rochuan up, but she raised her hand slightly to stop him. Mu Rochuan's expression was calm as she slowly stood up and reached out to support herself against the wall behind her. Today's incident was only the most direct way for her to face a very humiliating thing. She no longer had any cultivation or spiritual power. Even a mere mystic cultivator might be able to knock her to the ground with one punch, let alone a second-level god master like Vice Hall Master Bai. Mu Rochuan let out a long sigh and closed her eyes. Young Mississippi here walked up and said disapprovingly, "Didn't Vice Hall Master Yi propose cooperation just now? Why didn't you agree to it immediately? What are you hesitating for? Could it be that you've really developed sisterly feelings for that little stoic?" "I just don't want to disrupt Mother's original plan," Mu Rochuan said calmly. "I studied Mother's letter from beginning to end several times." She said indifferently, "I discovered that the methods written in the letter aren't important. The most important thing is that we're merely the bait she threw out." He was a bit puzzled and asked with raised brows, "What do you mean?" Mu Rochuan's expression was normal, and her emotions didn't fluctuate in the slightest. She only said in an extremely serene tone, "Mother must have sent someone else to secretly capture Arbor. We're merely her chess pieces on the surface." No wonder she felt that her mother's actions this time were a bit strange. Mother had always been steady, crafty, and ruthless. She had fought with the little stoic many times, so there was no way she didn't know that the little stoic was extremely strange. Her subordinates like Hong Chang and he simply couldn't truly fight the little stoic. To put it bluntly, they were people her mother placed on the surface to lure the enemy. Trump cards were often hidden in the deepest parts. Eldest Miss means that the hall master has other arrangements? Here was truly a bit surprised. As the hall master's trusted aide, she had never heard the hall master mention this matter. Eldest Miss merely studied the hall master's letter, yet she managed to figure out so many things. It could be seen that this Miss's brain was actually still okay. It was just that she had been blinded by jealousy in the past, which was why she had done many foolish things. Now that she had quieted down and was using a clear head to analyze the situation and view the problem from a new perspective, she was able to see things more thoroughly than them, the hall master's trusted aides. Upon hearing Mu Roxuan's analysis, Hong Chang also nodded to express that this was extremely likely the case. He couldn't help but frown and say, "There's no other way now. This vice hall master Bai is extremely skilled, and we're not his match. Besides, with his status, no one here can stop him if he wants to stay. Eldest Miss, let's cooperate with him for the time being. I'll send a message to the hall master tonight and ask her what we should do next." Mu Roxuan nodded with an apathetic expression and remained silent. On the other side, Bai boldly ordered his men to bring him to a gorgeous cabin and took over this ship as the Hidden Moon Hall's vice hall master. Vice hall master, from the way I see it, although that eldest young miss is temporarily intimidated by vice hall master, she doesn't seem to have much reverence for you. This retainer was evidently frightened by the mysticking talismans that Mu Roxuan had played with so well just now. As soon as he returned to the cabin, he hastily instigated Bai. Bai's expression was gloomy as he played with an ivory dagger in his hand and gently caressed the 2 broken fingers on his left hand. It had been a long time since they parted at the Saint Auspicious battle arena. Bu Ye's face looked very delicate and pretty, but there were dark clouds between his brows. "I wonder how you've been doing lately with your stoic face," he coldly muttered as his right hand continuously rubbed the 2 broken fingers on his left hand back and forth. That day, after leaving the battle arena, the Crown Prince immediately gave the order to kill him. Like a stray dog, he was chased all the way out of the Saint Auspicious arena. He had lost half his life and 2 fingers. Just when he thought that he was about to die, someone finally came to his rescue, and he managed to keep his life at least a little. How should he settle this debt with that D*MN little stoic? Bu Yi glanced at his lackey and scolded, "Useless thing, you can't even handle a woman with no cultivation." Don't think that he didn't see it just now. Under the attack of the Xianxia talisman, this retainer was so scared that his legs trembled. "If you dare to be such a coward again, be careful of the head on your neck." The lackey was startled. His body trembled slightly as he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes." After leaving the bustling docks, the little crown princess covered her head and walked forward without saying a word. Mo Lian intentionally teased her, but he also knew that she might not be in a good mood at the moment. At a time like this, if she wanted to have some peace and quiet by herself, he naturally had to restrain his urge to lift his arms and hug her, giving her some peace and quiet. It was unknown what Arbor was thinking, but he lowered his head and covered his head as he walked briskly. His pace became faster and faster, and he suddenly sprinted forward. "Jojo!" Mu Xingchen jumped in fright and hastily sped up to catch up. Mo Lian turned to glance at him. The sapling probably sensed it. "Let's quickly follow." The group of people followed the little stoic's rapidly advancing figure and lined up in a row, their speed also increasing by quite a bit. The little stoic suddenly leaped onto a rooftop, and everyone immediately did the same thing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They all jumped up and half-crouched down after her. The little mushroom expressionlessly looked back and saw her husband shooting her an aggrieved look with his watery phoenix eyes. "Jojo is ignoring me." Arbor reflexively reached out and stroked his husband's head to comfort him. Everyone's mouths twitched as they speechlessly looked at the two's odd interaction. Stroking a dog's head or something seemed to be a certain Jojo's signature gesture. Shoo! The little stoic extended a finger and made a shushing gesture. Everyone crouched on the rooftop and looked inside. They saw that the courtyard was currently in an uproar. A 5 to 6-year-old child was madly running around the courtyard with his butt bare. A lush green blade of grass grew on his small head, and a pink pouch was wrapped around his body. He bounced around, and when he saw someone coming to catch him, he would backhand them and give them a big slap. This child was freakishly strong, and several adult servants were not his match. They could only whimper in pain from his violent beatings. Xiao Xiao. Xianxia dashed in from outside and saw this crazy child at a glance. She hastily pacified him. Xiao, calm down, Xiao. The child called Xiao punched her in the face and almost sent her flying. Your Highness. 2 female officials leaped forward one after the other and raised their hands to support her. Xianxia had a bitter expression on her face as she scrambled over and held the child down. She hugged him and cried out pitifully, Xiao, mother is here. Look at your mother. Ouch. Mother's hand is about to be broken by you. Your Highness. The entire courtyard was in chaos. Quite a few bodyguards rushed in from outside, their eyes red as they tried to save their princess. However, Xianxia raised her hand and called out to them in a low voice, don't come over. Little doll kicked Xianxia to the ground. Xianxia rolled on the ground pathetically. When she turned around, she saw that the baby's eyes were filled with irritation. He was jumping up and down, roaring angrily. Seed fragment? Lian looked back at Xiaomu inquiringly. What was going on? She had never seen a seed fragment so manic, as if it was suffering from bipolar disorder. Arbor nodded and tugged at his finger, indicating for them to stay up there. He then flashed and floated to Xianxia. Xianxia was currently holding her waist and crying out. When she looked up and saw the little stoic's expressionless face, she was instantly stunned. Hey, you, aren't you there? Before he could say the words stoic young lady, a green vine shot out from the little stoic's palm and darted towards the toddler. The green vine coiled a few times and tied up the irritable toddler in a few minutes. The green vine coiled around his hands and feet several times and firmly tied him up. The toddler fell to the ground with a bang, but his black beady eyes were wide open as he stared straight at Arbor. His hands and feet were tied up, and he was lying on his side on the ground, but he still refused to give up and moved his hands and feet. His watery eyes looked pitifully at Arbor. Ah! The toddler opened his mouth and shouted, ah, your head. A tiny treant with thin arms and legs suddenly popped out from between the green vine leaves that coiled around him and smacked the toddler's head without a second word. Why are you so stupid? You're already so old, so how did you end up like this? Xiao scolded with an exasperated expression. How can you run around naked? You don't know shame, but I still want my old face. As he spoke, the tree fork-like hand repeatedly smacked the toddler's head 3 times. The toddler's face was fierce, and his eyes instantly filled with tears. On the side, Xianxia's heart ached terribly when she saw this. She hurriedly pounced over and swatted away the tiny treant's claws. She hugged the toddler and repeatedly said, my child. How are you? Does your head hurt? Mother will have someone cook something delicious for you, so don't make a fuss. Arbor expressionlessly looked at Xianxia's back and said after a while, your body has never been pregnant before, so how can you have a child? When Xianxia saw Arbor's stance, she hastily reached out to hug the toddler who was entangled in the vines and couldn't move. Xiao is my child. Don't think about snatching him away. Nonsense. Xiao stomped his feet in anger. You clearly know what he is, so why do you keep making irresponsible remarks to us? I don't care. Xiao is my child. You can't take him away. Xianxia glared at Arbor defensively. He turned around and pointed at the little treant. What the hell are you? A piece of wood that looked like it had a nose, eyes, hands, and feet. What exactly was it? You are the daughter of Her Majesty the Queen of Beauty Nation? Arbor heard the way everyone addressed Xianxia and knew that the girl in front of her was probably the person whose status was second only to the queen in the entire womanland. Holding the child in her arms, Xianxia stood up and tugged at the green vines tied to the child's body. What is this? Hurry up and untie him. After you undo it, he will still hit you. The little stoic calmly stated the facts. how did you know? Xianxia was exasperated. Because he wants to come back to me, that's why he went crazy. Arbor was still very calm, but the words that came out of his mouth made Xianxia uncomfortable. Xianxia could not help but be amused. Haha, you speak as if it's true. Why does my son want to return to your side? She's not your son. You haven't lived with someone before, so you don't have a son. The group of Phoenix clansmen squatting on the roof almost rolled off the roof. F***ck, their Lord Holy Daughter truly wouldn't rest until she shocked people to death with her words. Xianxia's charming little face flushed red, and she looked at the two female officials beside her with a guilty conscience. Sure enough, the latter stared at her in shock with an expression of disagreement. Xianxia was indignant, and she turned to glare at Arbor in a flustered and exasperated manner. Damn it, this stoic face actually exposed the mystery of the matter that she had originally kept a secret. It was truly infuriating. The two female officials glared at Princess Xianxia with resentful gazes for a long time, and they couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. In that case, you didn't use any of the 18 handsome men Her Majesty the Queen bestowed to Princess Xianxia last time? Mu Xingchen, Xianxia awkwardly pursed her lips and moved back while hugging little Six, who was bound by vines. Her eyes contained incomparable sincerity as she looked at the two female officials and said, "Ladies, this matter is a misunderstanding. Let's go. This matter is of great importance. We must report it to Her Majesty the Queen." Xianxia's face alternated between red and green. From the looks of it, she really wanted to pounce over and kill the two female officials to silence them. However, she couldn't move. She glared at Arbor like a tiger watching its prey and hugged fragment number 6 tightly without letting go. She could feel that the child in her arms was struggling to break free. She quickly reached out and stroked the leaves on his head to appease him. "Little grass, don't panic. Mother is here, ah." The two female officials didn't leave immediately. After all, a woman with an unknown background had intruded into the princess's court. Their primary duty was still to protect Her Highness the Princess. Don't come over." She saw Arbor walking towards her. Xianxia hurriedly hugged fragment little Six's body and retreated several steps. "I'm telling you, this is my child. You can't snatch him." Little Trichocho angrily hopped onto Arbor's shoulder and placed one hand on his waist like a teapot. "What do you mean yours? Who's yours? Little Six, come back." Fragment little Six struggled and flapped his little hands and feet, trying to break free from Xianxia's embrace. However, Xianxia didn't loosen her grip on his hands and feet. Fragment little Six struggled for a long time but couldn't break free, and he anxiously screamed, "Ah." Arbor stretched out a small hand and made a gesture of consoling Xianxia. She turned to look at Xianxia and said indifferently, "How can you return him to me?" Xianxia stood in front of little Six and shoved his small body behind her. She said gloomily, "Yes. Although Xiaoqiao isn't my biological child, I picked him up from the sea. I treat him like my own son. I wouldn't trade him for anything." "You want his life force," Arbor said calmly. Xianxia was stunned and her face immediately flushed red. "Don't be so self-righteous. I don't have any ulterior motives towards Xiaoqiao. If you did, you would be dead by now." Xianxia was stunned again. Her eyes widened as she stared at Arbor in disbelief. You? Aren't you being too bold? Do you know who I am? Queen Qingqing, Queen Qingqing. Qing Shui. The next successor of Beauty Kingdom. It's good that you know. Xianxia pouted. When she felt Xiaoqiao move behind her, she quickly held his little hand tightly. "Since I picked Xiaoqiao up a year ago, Xiaoqiao has been my family and my younger brother." Xianxia guarded fragment little Six, who was behind her. She stared cautiously at Xiao Mu. I won't give him to you." Mo Lian leaped and floated to Arbor's side. Mu Xingchen, Feng Zhangqing, Feng Zhangfei, and the others also leaped over and stood beside Arbor. "You want to rob me?" Xianxia's porcelain white face darkened as she glared at the people in front of her. "Your Highness." A large group of guards rushed over from all directions and surrounded Arbor, Mo Lian, and the others without any explanation. Xianxia straightened her body and raised her hand to stop the guards from attacking. However, she still glared at Arbor warily. I have no enmity with you, so leave quickly. I don't want to hurt anyone. Let me tell you, if you want to rob me, you've come to the wrong place. Xiaoqiu was so angry that it hopped around indignantly on Xiaomu's shoulder. You woman, what a weirdo. You want to rob my family's little six, but you say we're robbing you? Arbor patted Xiaoqiu's head comfortingly and said faintly, I heard that your alluring female kingdom has an unwritten rule. What are you trying to say? Xianxia had a cautious expression on her face as she held Xiaocao's hand tightly. Her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It said that your citizens can challenge other people's men if they like them. The winner can get this person? Mo Lian, Mu Xingchen, Xianxia's legs almost gave out. Two female officials rushed up to support her. They clenched their fists tightly and shouted, How dare you? Your Highness, accept her challenge. Yes. Your Highness, accept her challenge. Don't be afraid. You can't be a coward. You can't embarrass Her Majesty. That's right. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. Xianxia nearly lost her footing, and she glared at Xiaomu with her bulging eyes in exasperation. She shouted repeatedly, where did you hear this from? There's no such thing. Arbor glanced at her leisurely, then why don't you give him back? Impossible. Xianxia stood in front of Fragment Little Six and shouted angrily, Don't even think about stealing my brother. Xiaoqiu snorted, one moment he smashed, the next moment he took his brother. Let me tell you, it's useless even if you call him husband. He's my little six, so he should be returned to my family. Xianxua's face was flushed red as she gasped for breath. Unexpectedly, he was kicked by a small foot. When she looked back, she saw that Fragment Little Six had undone the vines binding him at some point in time. He happily fluttered over to Xiaomu and hugged her calf at once. Don't hug Master's leg. Xiaoqiu said angrily, You traitor. Scram. Fragment Little Six used its short legs to crawl towards Xiaomu with all its might. However, a second later, Crown Prince Mo picked her up with a disdainful expression and shook her chubby little body. Awoo. Xiaoqiu hit the child's head with a tree branch in annoyance. You're not a wolf, so what are you howling for? Arbor looked at the interaction between the two brothers expressionlessly and said calmly, You also liked to howl when you were young. Xiaoqiu was speechless. Xiaomu took out a brush and paper from her inner world, and with a flick of her finger, she flicked that letter of challenge to Xianxia. Today, at the heavenly battle platform at your gorgeous island's Great Beauty Plaza, we will respectfully await your highness's arrival. Xianxia hurriedly ran forward and took Xiaoqiu from Mo Lian's hands. She hugged the struggling child and looked back at Arbor. She said angrily, Let's fight then. Who's afraid of you? The princess is mighty, the princess is mighty. A group of female guards shouted with their fists clenched. In the backyard of the first princess residence. Suddenly, a human head popped out of the dog hole and nudged it a little. A female official standing in front of the hole turned her head. Your Highness. What are you doing? The voice was so loud that it almost pierced through the clouds, causing the princess to frown. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. Female official Zhao, why are you here? If this official isn't here, does your highness plan to slip away from here and not participate in the Heavenly Battle Platforms challenge? Hey, you guys. Softer, softer, softer. Xianxia was dragged out of the dog hole. She was held by two arms and dragged all the way back to her own courtyard. How dare you? Xianxia tried her best to keep a straight face and said angrily, Who told you to drag me back? Greetings, your highness. A dignified and calm middle-aged woman appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Her appearance wasn't very exquisite, but her aura was very elegant. When Xianxia saw her, her small face immediately fell. A moment later, Xianxia lay on the bed and kept pounding the bed with her small fists. She wailed, I can't beat her, I definitely can't beat her. You don't know how abnormal that fellow is. When we were on the street, even big sister Sikong Fuling wasn't her match. That little devil, if she whipped me with her vine, I might die. Ah. The dignified and calm middle-aged woman looked calmly at a certain someone who was rolling around on the bed and wrapped in the blanket like a cocoon. She said softly, "The Heavenly Battle Platform's challenge has been reported to your highness." Xianxia instantly froze and drooped her small head listlessly. Her entire body was filled with a gloomy aura that said, "I might die soon." Wah! Xianxia covered her small face and raised her head to cry bitterly. It's over. Her mind went blank and she agreed to fight. The result now was that she might not live past tonight. Wah. One of the two female officials had a dark look on her face as she angrily called out, "Your Highness, can't you do this? Can you work harder? What do I have to fight for? I'm about to die." Xianxia held the blanket and shouted anxiously. I don't care. In short, I can't go to the Heavens battle stage. I'm sure I can't beat her. Even if we can't win, we still have to fight. The dignified woman said calmly. Teacher. Xianxia looked as if the sky was about to collapse. She looked at the woman with a distressed expression. Heluan's expression remained calm. Even if you can't beat me, you should at least go up on stage and accept your loss. Do you want the people of devastating female kingdom to look down on you? Xianxia revealed a pitiful expression. She hugged the quilt and cried out miserably, I know. Master. Why do you want to challenge her? The little treant stood majestically on Arbor's shoulder, waving a small branch hand and shouting angrily, let's just take little Six back. Arbor raised his hand and stroked his little head. She took care of little Six for more than a year and didn't have any bad intentions towards him. I want her to willingly hand over little Six. Master, then will you be merciful to her? Arbor shook his head. I will respect my opponent, no matter who she is. Emolien's mouth twitched. The Great Beauty Plaza was extremely famous in Beauty Nation. This was because there were 4 pillars in the plaza, and each pillar had a statue of a handsome man standing on it. Some of them were valiant, while others were gentle and slender. All of them were young and beautiful, and quite eye-catching. The Heavens Battle stage was located at the center of the Beauty's Great Plaza. At this moment, the plaza was already filled with people. Those who came early had already occupied the advantageous terrain and climbed up to watch the battle. Around the plaza, the tea houses and wine shops that could clearly see the Heavenly Battle platform were also packed with people. Heads poked out of the window one after another, shouting along with the cheers of the crowd. Her Majesty Qingyi, the Empress of Fallen Beauty Country, was sitting on the 2nd floor of the tea house, in an elegant private room, calmly looking at the situation in the square. Your Majesty, Her Highness Princess is not here yet. A female officer beside Yi Qingyi greets her respectfully and lowers her head. Qingyi couldn't help but rub her forehead. She really couldn't do anything to her daughter. She's here. Her Highness the Princess is here. An excited voice suddenly came from the window. Queen Qingyi stands up and goes to the window. Looking down from the 2nd floor of the tea house, one could see that the square was filled with people. Xianxia was escorted by more than a dozen female attendants. She was wearing an emerald green tight-fitting shirt with arrow sleeves, which made her round little face look very charming. When Xianxia approached the Heavenly Battle stage, she saw the little stoic strolling over from the other side of the crowd. Her appearance was extremely delicate. Under her simple white clothes, there was no makeup on her small face. Such a cold and indifferent woman, as long as she walked in front of people, they would be unable to look away. Long Shangyun rolled her eyes. Big brother, what's wrong? It hadn't even been half a day since they entered devastating female kingdom, and this stoic face was already stirring up trouble and fighting with someone. I heard that this guy is challenging the princess of devastating beauty country. Is there a need to be so explosive? Long Huan's face was filled with helplessness. Let's wait and see. The little stoic's husband and older brother didn't say anything, so they, as cousins, didn't need to be so long-winded. Always causing trouble. Long Shangyun muttered unhappily. Your Highness. In the entire Beauty's Plaza, all the subjects of devastating beauty country were excitedly cheering for their princess. However, Princess Xianxia's heart was beating like a drum. Hearing the shouts around her, she could only force herself to smile awkwardly. Xianxia pulled open the silk button under her collar and neatly took off the embroidered cloak that was covering her. His movements looked extremely confident and at ease. With a swing of his cloak, he valiantly leaped into the air and did a somersault, landing on the Heaven's battle platform. As a result, the excited cries of the women in the beauty plaza became even more intense. "Your Highness, Your Highness! Her Highness will win! The princess will win!" Compared to the sea of people calling for the princess, Arbor was extremely quiet. The group of Phoenix clansmen actually wanted to cheer for their holy lady or something, but when Her Highness swept a cool glance over them, they could only shrink back their voices. The Phoenix clansmen were very certain that if they shouted now, Her Highness would definitely look at them with disdain as if she was looking at an idiot. Xianxia stood on the sky platform with her hands behind her back and assumed a pose as she looked down the stage. Her gaze landed on Arbor, who was surrounded by everyone. The calmer the little stoic's expression was, the more scared Xianxia felt. Could it be that she was imagining things? This stoic didn't use any fancy moves and flew onto the stage to attract everyone's attention. She walked up the sky platform step by step and stood in front of her. Xianxia blocked with both hands, looking as if she was facing a great enemy. "Where's little six?" "What little six?" Xianxia glared at her. Soon after, she saw female official Xiao walk over while holding an exquisite little doll carved from jade. There was an uproar below the stage. Hey, why is it a little doll? She's quite pretty, but isn't she too lacking in moral integrity?" That's right. What are they fighting over such a small doll?" Xianxia was flustered and exasperated. She pounced over and hugged her little Chower, glaring at Arbor like a tiger eyeing its prey. "Little Chower, don't worry. Older sister will definitely protect you." Fragment Little Six's meaty little fists swung at her face. He moved his little arms and legs and reached out to Arbor with an ah sound. Xianxia couldn't help but feel exasperated and grumpily pulled his little paw down. "Little Chower, did you forget that we swore to be sworn brothers in the underwater canyon, that we would never be apart?" Fragment Little Six looked at Xianxia blankly. Female official Xiao expressionlessly snatched the child from Xianxia's hands and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, if you want to protect this child, you have to work hard." "Little Chower!" Xianxia cried out sorrowfully and turned to glare at Arbor. "What will it take for you to give up?" Arbor shook his head and lightly raised his hand. A jade-green vine shot out from his palm and coiled around her wrist. Fragment Little Six, who was being held in female official Xiao's arms, immediately flailed his little arms and legs restlessly and whined, wanting to return. Female official Xiao helplessly restrained his arms and legs. Arbor turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. Fragment Little Six obediently stopped moving. Xianxia's lips twitched as she murmured softly, "It is indeed the sacred wood." The green vines on Arbor's wrist suddenly sprang out and fell to the ground in an instant. The thick vines wrapped around the entire sky battle stage. Tens of thousands of trees grew, plants grew, and verdant vines intertwined and grew, propping up a towering umbrella. "Ah?" The crowd couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Looking back, he saw that the vines under the eaves and the trees on the road had all sprung up, as if they had been injected with an excessive amount of vitality, growing upwards with a whoosh. "Ah! Ah!" Fragment Little Six twisted its chubby body restlessly, and an indescribable light shone from its small, beady eyes. Arbor summoned a pitch-black ferrule from his consciousness and held it in his hand. His gaze was clear and cold as he looked at Xianxia before him. "Do it." Female official Xiao held the child and turned to glance at Heilwan, who had an indifferent expression. "Lady He." Female official Xiao sighed and said, "How long do you think Her Highness the Princess can last in the other party's hands?" Before Heilwan could say anything, her eyelids jerked violently. Xianxia darted forward and stretched out both hands, forcefully grasping the little stoic's hand that was holding the ferrule. Her legs turned to jelly, and she knelt in front of the other party. She raised her small head and shouted, I admit defeat." There was complete silence all around. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the princess and couldn't find their voices for a long time. Mei Zhao's eyebrows twitched. She suddenly felt that she had overestimated the princess's moral integrity. It could be said that Her Royal Highness was born with no moral integrity. Arbor looked expressionlessly at Xianxia, who was grabbing her right hand. You agree to return little six to me? Xianxia shook her head like a rattledrum. No, I won't return it. Bah, what do you mean you won't return it? Little Chower is my younger brother. Why should I return him to you? Fight then. I won't fight, I won't fight, I won't fight. Ah. Xianxia clung to Arbor's hand and screamed, don't think about bullying me. I can't beat you, I can't beat you. I won't fight with you. Arbor was speechless. From Seekong planet to the Divine Continent, she met many people along the way. There were many weirdos, but the weirdest girl couldn't compare to the one in front of her. You want to act shamelessly? Arbor stared at the lass with a strange expression. Who said I'm acting shamelessly? Xianxia was frightened by her gaze and her body trembled slightly. Then she hugged Arbor's right arm even more tightly. I can give you other things? In my Qingqing female kingdom's treasury, you can ask for any treasure. But you can't take little Chower away. Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen. Xianxia heard the voices coming from all around. Her hands that were holding on to Arbor suddenly stiffened. She turned her neck mechanically and saw the woman walking through the vines onto the heavenly battle stage. She almost fell to the ground. Xiaomu raised her eyes and looked over. She saw Her Majesty the Queen walking up calmly. She wore an ink-colored robe with a cotton red belt around her waist and a small light green jade gourd on it. Who is Long Chiyun to you? Qingye's face had a hint of excitement. Xiaomu examined the queen from head to toe. She wanted to pull her hand back, but Xianxia refused to let go. She could only drag Xianxia forward a few steps and reluctantly saluted with cupped fists. It's my mother. Qingyi looked at Arbor with excitement. After a while, she nodded, okay. With a wave of his hand, Arbor retrieved all the vines, and the platform regained its freshness. Child, follow me to the palace. The queen nodded at Arbor. Arbor took a small step and found that he was dragging a guy on his wrist. This fellow was still holding on to her right hand tightly without letting go, even though she had already put the ferrule back into her conscious. Can you stop dragging me? It was really troublesome to walk like this. Then you promise me that you'll give up on Xiao? Arbor shook his head. No. Xianxia was furious. Why are you so stubborn? Don't even think about snatching Xiao away from me. Arbor walked down the platform expressionlessly. Long Shangyun saw that he was still dragging Princess Xianxia and couldn't bear to look at them. Inside the Leaning Phoenix Pavilion, Her Majesty the Queen was leaning against a throne as she surveyed Xiaomu, who was sitting in front of a small table, with a smile. Princess Xianxia was still hanging onto Arbor's right arm like a ghost. After being glared at by the Queen, Xianxia's entire body stiffened, but her hands were still hanging onto Arbor's arm. Extremely rude. The Queen reprimanded. Why aren't you letting go? No, Mother, I want her to promise not to snatch Xiao away from me. The Queen glared at her and reprimanded, you've already lost. What else do you want? Xianxia wished that she could roll around on the ground. She looked at her mother with pleading eyes and cried out, Mother, I picked Xiao up from the sea. Xianxia looked at Arbor, who was looking down at her. She moved her mouth and retracted her hand, feeling aggrieved. She obediently knelt beside Arbor. She turned around and looked at Arbor seriously. More than a year ago, I was in trouble in the underwater canyon. It was Xiao who accidentally saved my life. I'm not coveting his vitality. I just want to protect him and take good care of him. Arbor looked at her and nodded after a long time. He's a fragment of the sacred wood seed. He's a part of my Cho. Arbor raised his hand and patted the little treant on his shoulder. He turned to look at Xianxia and said, I respect little Six's choice. If he doesn't want to come back and wants to stay by your side, then I won't force him. It's just that he can't grow. He'll probably stay in this form in the future. Cho squatted on little Masta's shoulder and glared fiercely at the child in Maid Zhao's arms. You dare to make little Masta sad, I'll destroy you. The fragment little six quickly pushed Mei Zhao away and ran to Arbor's side with its short legs. It threw itself into his arms. Xianxia lowered her head pitifully. The queen waved at her daughter and called her to her side. She said in a low voice, "Xianxia, fate brings us together. You can't force it. Since the sacred wood seed saved your life, it's your benefactor. You can't force it to stay or go. Otherwise, wouldn't you be biting the hand that feeds you?" "I know," Xianxia said listlessly with her head drooped. The queen smiled and patted her daughter's hand. "Then return the sacred wood seed to your sister Arbor." Xianxia nodded her little head. She still didn't have much energy, but she didn't make trouble for no reason. "Xingchen, Xiao, may I call you this?" The queen looked gently at Mu Xingchen and Xiao Mu, who were seated below her. The two of them nodded. The queen smiled and said, "Your mother and I were once sworn sisters with different surnames. We have a deep relationship. In the future, you can call me Auntie." She placed her hand on the light green jade gourd hanging from her waist, a look of nostalgia and melancholy on her face. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Back then, the scenes of me and your mother training outside are still vivid in my mind. Your mother and I are sworn sisters. You and Shueshue should address each other as brothers and sisters. Long Shangyun sat beside her brother and tugged at Long Huan's sleeve. Long Huan secretly patted her hand, indicating for her to calm down. Xianxia stood up and curtsied to Mu Xingchen. She then curtsied to Xiao Mu with a drooping head. "Brother Xingchen, sister Xiao, Xianxia was insensible earlier and made a fool of herself in front of you." Arbor and Mu Xingchen both stood up and returned Xianxia's bow. Then, the three of them sat down together. Mo Lian turned his head to glance at his wife with a smile. "Xingchen, Jojo, tomorrow is the most joyous day in our beauty kingdom. Why don't you stay and spend the day with me?" the queen asked with a smile. Xiao Mu nodded. "Auntie Yi, can you tell us about mother?" The queen's eyes revealed a trace of yearning and reminiscence. She raised her hand to invite everyone to the feast and said softly, "That year, your mother and I were training in the Forgotten River Cold Valley. We encountered many dangers, but also many opportunities. Your mother became famous at a young age. At that time in the Forgotten River, she was known far and wide. When people mentioned your mother, they would give her a thumbs up." The queen couldn't help but laugh when she mentioned this. "I was unconvinced and went to find her to fight." During the feast, the queen talked about many past events, and the younger generation listened with great interest. When night fell, the queen naturally let them stay in the palace. Arbor pushed open the window and looked at the half-moon hanging high above the trees. Her eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. "Big brother drank a lot today." Mo Lian hugged her waist from behind and lowered his head to rub against her head. "Because Big brother is very happy today." Arbor nodded slightly. They all felt that it was very novel to be able to hear so many of their mother's old stories. It seemed that in their hearts, they felt that they were one step closer to their mother. Holy Land of Snow Ridge, Forgotten River Cold Valley, Abyss of Sacrificial Sea, Pond Lotus Sacred Land. Arbor whispered, "Auntie said that my mother has been to all of these famous adventure holy lands in the Forgotten River. When I stepped into the sea area, it was as if I could feel her presence. There are traces of her everywhere." This feeling was somewhat strange, but also made them happy. Mo Lian lowered his head and kissed her little face. "Yes, we can be one step closer to our mother." Arbor turned to look at him and raised her hand to hug his neck. "Wherever Jojo goes, Jojo's lotus will follow." Mo Lian couldn't help but want to laugh. He nodded and leaned closer to her. "Of course. Jojo, your husband will always be with you." He rubbed his lips on her face and reached out to carry her horizontally. He turned and opened the curtain. The next morning, Arbor was awakened by a loud noise. He opened his misty eyes in a daze. She looked around and saw that her husband was dressed in a light blue robe. His phoenix-like eyes were sparkling and he had a faint smile on his face. He looked refreshed as he walked into the house. Very naturally, he lifted his wife up and helped her wash up and dress. Mo Lian leaned close to her ear and whispered, "The queen's birthday is starting. It's so lively outside. Xiao, let's go out and take a look." Today, there are all kinds of hawkers on the streets. There's a dazzling array of food and drinks outside. Let's go out and eat. Arbor nodded. His eyelids were still drooping. He was not fully awake yet. Emolian couldn't help but chuckle after wiping her face. He kissed her on the lips and said, "Chow chow, you look so cute with that blank expression on your face. She still hasn't woken up? Take a look at your husband." Arbor glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She reached out a little paw and pushed his handsome face that was close to hers. Emolian couldn't help but laugh. He took her little paw in his hand and bit it gently. "Don't push. Don't push me." Arbor's mind cleared up a little at his teasing. She nuzzled her head against Emolian's shoulder. "Jojo's lotus, it's hotter today than yesterday, isn't it?" Jojo's lotus was warm in winter and cool in summer. It was comfortable to hug her. Emolian's body temperature was lower than usual. For a cultivator like him, his body temperature could rise or fall as he wished. Emolian narrowed her eyes and rubbed her head against Arbor's body a little proudly. "It's hot outside, but with me hugging you, Jojo won't feel hot." "Older sister Chow, older sister Chow." Loud shouts came from outside. The door to the private room was shaken from the outside, and the door bolt fell off. Xianxia rushed in recklessly. Arbor immediately pushed Emolian away, jumped down from his body, and straightened his clothes. Xianxia rushed in quickly, so she naturally saw that the two of them were originally stuck together, but they suddenly separated when she came in. Emolian immediately became a little unhappy. His handsome face darkened as he said unhappily, "Why didn't you knock and just barge in?" Xianxia was instantly embarrassed. She scratched her head and quickly escaped outside. I'll wait for you outside." Arbor shook his head. Xianxia, as a princess, had such a carefree and strange personality. It was really difficult for the queen. The two of them tidied up a little and walked out hand in hand. They saw Xianxia standing in front of the main hall, pacing back and forth. When she turned around and saw the two of them, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but brighten. "Older sister Chow, it's very lively outside today. I'll take you out for a walk." "Oh right, where's Xiaochower?" "Let him out too. Xiaochower loves to watch a lively scene." Arbor glanced at her and raised his hand to summon Fragment Little 6. The little doll hung on her arm. She hugged it tightly and swung it left and right in the air. Xianxia quickly reached out to hug it. "Xiaochow, did you miss me?" Fragment Little 6 indicated that he didn't miss her. He faced Xianxia with the back of his head and hung on Arbor's arm, continuing to act cute and obedient. Xianxia angrily muttered "little heartless," but still reached out to take Fragment Little 6. She turned to Arbor and smiled, "Let's go, I'll take you out for a walk." "Your Highness." Female officer Zhao bowed as she entered, her face solemn and dignified. Behind her, a man in embroidered clothes with a jade-like face and slim figure followed in. He bowed to everyone with a gentle expression. "Songfeng greets your Highness, Crown Prince, and Crown Princess." Xianxia looked a little frightened and hid behind Arbor. Arbor was a little startled. She looked young Master Songfeng up and down and raised her eyebrows slightly. "This is young Master Songfeng. He stood out in the Beauty Appreciation Conference." Female officer Zhao said expressionlessly. "He is also one of the servants that Her Majesty the Queen bestowed upon the princess. Your Highness is going out today, so please take young Master Songfeng with you." Xianxia instantly revealed a hopeless expression. She clutched Xiao Mu's sleeve tightly as she hid behind Xiao Mu. She only stuck out her head and hollered without any dignity, "No need, this royal princess has someone to keep me company today. No, we don't need him to follow us." Female officer Zhao's face was solemn and dignified. "This is Her Majesty the Queen's order. Your Highness has long been of marriageable age. It's time to get married and have children, so that our Qingqing royal family can have children." Xianxia immediately shrank behind Arbor with a panicked expression. Female officer Zhao, you go find someone else." Arbor turned to look at Xianxia. Seeing that her panic didn't seem to be fake, she couldn't help but curse in her heart, "Is this girl suffering from androphobia?" Female officer Zhao ignored her and cupped her hands, saying, "After the Queen's birthday, Your Highness, please take young master back to the mansion. Xianxia clutched Arbor's sleeve tightly. After Maid Zhao glanced at her and left, Xianxia was still nervously holding on to Arbor, her eyes glaring at young master Song Feng in front of her. Arbor pulled her sleeve out of Xianxia's hand, lightly brushed the creases on it, and coldly stared at the smiling young master in embroidered clothes standing at the door. I was wondering why the 7 flowers of spring pavilion came here. It turns out it's because young master Song Feng is here. She really didn't expect that a male procuress of a small brothel could now openly enter the residence of the first princess of Womanland. This was really strange. It was hard for people not to be puzzled. I've embarrassed myself in front of the crown princess. Young master Song Feng smiled, neither servile nor overbearing. I only won at the beauty pageant because of good luck. According to the custom of Womanland, anyone who wins at the beauty pageant can be granted a new identity by Her Majesty the Queen, regardless of their origin or past. Arbor glanced at him indifferently, nodded, and didn't continue. On the side, Xianxia turned to look at Arbor, a little excited. You know him? Why don't you take him back? Xiaomu glared daggers at her, while Crown Prince Mo also cast a sidelong glance at Xianxia. Xianxia's small body trembled for no reason, and then she swallowed back her words. I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? I know you have a husband. Your husband is so beautiful. You really don't like other people. Arbor only felt that Xianxia's words were a little strange. What, if her husband wasn't beautiful, could she change her husband at any time? Sir Jojo didn't want to talk to a good-looking dog. Let's go. Today is my mother's birthday. All the drinks in the streets and alleys are free. I'll take you to drink our Womanland's most famous Newer Hong. We'll eat the most delicious barbecue. Let's go. Xianxia led Arbor and others out of the palace gate and went to the busiest street. Long Shangyun followed behind them and tugged at Long Huan's arm. Long Huan helplessly turned to look at his younger sister. Shangyun, the matter of Aunt Chuyun being on good terms with the Queen of Beauty Kingdom is also recorded in our clan's records. What's wrong with you? Don't you find it strange? Long Shangyun glanced at Xianxia in front of her. How can a princess have such a straightforward personality? It's as if she doesn't understand the affairs of the world at all. Her Majesty doesn't only have one daughter, right? It is said that this princess was able to summon the power of the sea from the moment she was born. This is Beauty Kingdom's family matter. What does it have to do with us? Long Huan shook his head and said, Shangyun, why do you care about this? I think Arbor might have been fooled. Long Shangyun curled her lips. She looks fierce, but she's just a child. After a few words from others, you're already running around with them. Perhaps that princess is hiding some evil intentions. How would she be able to tell? Long Huan looked at her strangely. Shangyun, why are you worried about her? Long Shangyun glared. Why should I be worried about her? Heh. I'm not worried about her. It's just that we're going the same way. If something happens to her, it might implicate us siblings. Long Shangyun rolled her eyes. Don't worry. Cousin might look young, but she's much smarter than you. She won't be fooled. Don't worry. I reckon that whoever tries to deceive her will be in trouble. Long Huan shook his head and said in a low voice, moreover, cousin's methods are very sharp. If someone really messes with her, I'm afraid they'll have to face the consequences. Long Shangyun glared at her brother angrily. Brother, your evaluation of this person is getting higher and higher. Long Huan silently lowered his eyes and only cursed in his heart, that's because we've suffered so much in her hands. That evaluation is accumulated from past bloody experiences. Who's worried about her? Long Shangyun angrily turned and ran towards the crowded street. Brother, my ivory tricelet is broken. Buy me a new one. Arbor withdrew his gaze from Long Shangyun and turned to look at Princess Xianxia who was squeezing in front of the crowd and buying things for little Six. Mo Lian raised his eyebrows and said, suspicious? Arbor shook his head. If Xianxia didn't want to return little Six to me, she could have ordered people to surround and attack us that day in the princess residence. But she didn't. She even said she didn't want to hurt anyone and told us to leave on our own. Arbor said softly, a person's eyes can't lie. She's just a playful person. She's not a bad person. And I can feel that strong water spirit energy in her body. It's second only to holy water. Arbor said softly, if she had fought with me on the heavenly battle platform that day, I might not have been able to defeat her with just the power of holy wood. Unless she used other methods such as talismans, poison techniques, or summoning the power of earth and water spirits to use holy water to suppress the 9 layers of spirit water in Xianxia's body. Mo Lian smiled faintly as he reached out to hold his wifey's hand, his face full of pride. He knew that as long as his Jojo calmed down, he would be able to see the situation and people's hearts clearly. His Jojo was very smart. Although Little Six dislikes her, he doesn't reject her. Arbor said softly, who knows what will happen if they meet or part if they meet. They don't have much time left together. Let them be. Jojo, you're so nice. Mo Lian smiled and shook Jojo's little hand. Her eyes fell on young Master Song Feng, who was following behind Xianxia, and she frowned slightly. That person? Arbor frowned and said thoughtfully, I think. I've seen him somewhere before. Mo Lian paused for a moment, then curled her lips and snorted, isn't it just the spring house? He had also seen that male procuress from the spring-filled house. Mo Lian remembered that when he went to find Sir Xiao, he had met this person, 7 Flowers, as well as Fan Meng and Fan Yu once or twice. No. Xiaomu shook her head and knitted her small brows. No. It's not spring. However, she always felt that there were some things in her mind that couldn't be connected. If she could find the pattern, she would naturally be able to unravel this mystery. Mo Lian was stunned when he heard that. He turned to look at young Master Song Feng and took a deep look. Jojo, this is easy. He leaned close to her and whispered in her ear. Arbor nodded. Yes, be careful. Of course. Mo Lian held her little hand and pulled her to a stall on the side. Jojo, do you want tofu pudding? Yes. Jojo's eyes lit up. Without her husband holding her hand, she walked in that direction with small steps. The tofu pudding stall on the street had 5 or 6 tables, and they were all occupied by the crowd. If the young couple wanted to eat, they could only stand there and hold it in their hands. Even so, Lady Jojo was still in high spirits. She rarely came out for a stroll, and she usually didn't like crowded places. But since it was rare for her to come out for a stroll, it was also a life experience to occasionally enjoy this kind of crowded place. Holy Maiden, what flavor do you want to eat? This subordinate will buy it for you. Do you want something spicy? Do you want something spicy? Scram. Mo Lian brushed aside a long-winded Wind Clan member and took out some money to buy a bowl of light flavor. Jojo, your husband actually knows how to make it. Next time, let's make it at home. You can choose the flavor. Arbor nodded and reached for the spoon, but Mo Lian grabbed her little hand and held the bowl in one hand and the spoon in the other. She scooped a mouthful and brought it to her lips. Be careful, it's hot. Lady Jojo was used to being served by her husband at home, so she naturally ate a mouthful with a clear conscience and obediently accepted the crown prince's feeding. But for some reason, she suddenly felt that the surroundings were a little quiet, so Arbor turned around to look. She saw that the men and women in front of 5 or 6 tables were all staring at the two of them without blinking. The envy in the women's eyes couldn't be concealed at all. Wow, look at that girl's husband, he's so virtuous. Yes, he looks like a celestial that walked out of a painting. TSK, those phoenix eyes are so seductive. Aya, my heart can't help but pound. Where can I find such a beautiful and virtuous husband? Mo Lian, suddenly, a woman wearing a leopard print cloak stood up and cupped her hands at Arbor. Hey, this girl, I'll pay 10,000 spirit coins to buy this husband beside you. Are you willing to sell him to me? If you're not satisfied with the price, I can increase it further. Feng Zhangfei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Heavens, what are these women thinking? Unexpectedly, the woman's eyes lit up as she looked at him. She pointed at Feng Zhangfei and said, young lady, I'll bid 15,000 spirit coins if you add this person. Feng Zhangfei was dumbfounded. 20,000, 30,000. 30,000. Jojo was so angry that her face turned red. Before her husband could explode, she roared, "Get lost." Her voice was long and menacing, and the surrounding women couldn't help but tremble. However, the silence lasted for less than 3 seconds, and once again, a fearless and angry roar erupted. "Hey, miss, look at you. That's not right. You can't have so many men by yourself, right?" "That's right." "Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the girl I met at the dock yesterday? The one who abandoned me?" Right, I recognize her. I recognize her unique stoic face. That's her. Yesterday at the dock, a girl pointed a sword at her and told her to go back and consummate with her big brother. What? There's such a thing? Did she offend someone's unmarried man and then refuse to take responsibility? Hey, she has more than 100 husbands with her. Too greedy. Arbor. A Phoenix clansman hurriedly stepped forward and said to the surrounding crowd, "Everyone, disperse, disperse. There's no such thing. Aya, little Lang Jun." A perverted hand picked up that Phoenix youth's hand and stroked him back and forth with an intoxicated expression. "How can you be so stubborn?" That Phoenix youth's handsome face instantly stiffened. He tried to pull his hand back, but he couldn't do so due to the crowd. Arbor flew into a rage when he saw this. He kicked that woman in the chest, sending her flying several meters away and crashing into a nearby flower rack with a bang. Instantly, a series of shocked screams were heard, and the flower racks that had been set up collapsed one after another. F***CK. Long Xiangyun looked back and couldn't help but exclaim while holding her forehead, "What's that stoic face doing?" Long Huan's jaw also dropped to the ground in shock, and he muttered to himself, "I told them to cover their faces on the streets, but none of them listened to me. Great, now they're being chased and intercepted. Brother, be careful. It's so chaotic here. Let's go to the side first." Boom. A huge crashing sound came from the docks. Xianxia, who was grinning as she hugged Fragment Little Six and bought him candy figurines to play with, was slightly startled. She immediately looked up at the docks. Thick smoke billowed over from that side, and the dense black fog almost covered half the sky. Something happened at the docks. Female Officer Zhao walked up with a sullen expression and cupped her hands at Xianxia, saying, "Your Highness, please stay here for the time being. This lowly official will hurry over to take a look. Let's go together." Xianxia turned to look for Arbor, but she was so happy earlier that she wandered around the streets with Fragment Little Six in her arms, so she had long been separated from Arbor and the others. Ah. Fragment Little Six reached out his small hand and hit her head hard. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. "It's too dangerous over there. Go back and find your master. Take him back to Sister Qiao and Brother Xingchen." A female attendant walked up and bowed with one hand across her chest. Then, she reached out to take the child who kept kicking his little legs. Xianxia rubbed his small head and turned to quickly leave the crowd with female Officer Zhao, running towards the docks. The female attendant carried the fragment of Little Six and hurriedly squeezed into the crowd, trying her best to retreat in the direction she had come from. But now, the crowd was scattered in all directions, all wanting to escape home. The streets were full of stumbling people. It was not easy for the waitress to find Arbor and the others in a short time. After running for a short while, the waitress suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. Startled, he turned his head and saw a woman with extremely white skin wearing a thin red veil. Her face was exceptionally beautiful and enchanting, and she was smiling at him. In the next second, the waitress felt a sharp pain in her neck and fell to the ground. Fragment Little Six was very sensitive. When it sensed the incoming danger, it cleverly transformed into a green vine with a bang and abruptly drilled into the crowd. "Earth Treasure Heavenly Bell," Sikong Foling chuckled as she tossed out a giant black bell, which suddenly caught the fleeing green vine. Thump, 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 thump. The holy wood fragment violently slammed into the giant bell, angrily trying to escape. Sikong Foling's bare feet were adorned with 2 bells jingling around her ankles. She walked to the giant bell with a mask on the ground and said with a grin, "Stop messing around. This is the Earth Treasure Heavenly Bell that has already matured into a divine weapon. If the complete Holywood was here, it naturally wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you're only a pitiful fragment. Now, you can negotiate terms with the little stoic, right? Speaking of which, she had secretly observed the little stoic for quite a while and carefully pondered why she wanted to challenge the princess. It was only now that she realized her objective. This little stoic had turned back to devastating Island midway for this holy wood. Holy wood? Speaking of which, it was truly tempting. She reached out to hold that shrunken earth treasure heavenly bell and lightly flicked her finger on the small black bell. She could still hear the sounds of impact coming from inside. In order to make this stoic face owe her a huge favor, she truly spent a lot of effort and wasted a lot of energy. Si Kung Fuling looked down faintly at the holy wood fragment shrouded in the earth treasure heavenly bell and sighed. Truly a naughty child. She already told it to stop making a fuss, yet it continued to torment itself endlessly. It was clearly the holy wood spirit of the 5 elemental spirits, but its intelligence seemed to be a bit low. Boom, black chi soared into the sky from the dock's direction. Si Kung Fuling's expression turned solemn, and she put away the earth treasure heavenly bell before calling out to Meng Meiyu and the others behind her, "Let's go." There was no time to lose. She had to contact Arbor before chaos broke out on Devastating Island. It was fine for her to fantasize about something like the Holywood fragment, but if she really wanted to absorb it, she would probably die a horrible death. Besides, this was only one of the tree fragments. Who knew if the Holywood's main body would retaliate against her out of humiliation after catching up? She couldn't afford to gamble on a matter that concerned her life. Xianxia and Mei Zhao rushed to the entrance of the harbor and happened to see a giant 3-story ship ramming toward the shore again. The harbor, which had been hit by 2 large ships in succession, was now in a complete mess. The nearby ships of all sizes had been smashed into smithereens, and there were even many injured people lying on the ground near the harbor, unable to get up even after groaning for a long time. The sword maidservants rushed over upon hearing the news and guarded Her Highness the Princess and Mei Zhao as if they were facing a great enemy. Hiss. A strange sound rang out. When everyone looked up and saw a strange person with almost all of his facial features jumping out of the ship and letting out a loud roar. The pupils of Princess Xianxia, Mei Zhao, and the others contracted slightly. This clearly wasn't a human. Presumably, there was no need to elaborate on what it was. Everyone present was clear about it. A monster with strange facial features and stiff limbs, zombie. Corpse puppets, so many corpse puppets. A panic-stricken middle-aged man crawled up from the ground and let out a series of sharp screams. There were indeed a lot of undead puppets. Countless undead puppets crawled out from the 2 crooked ships. They hung on the lattice of the cabin windows and lay on the deck. Suddenly, they jumped up and landed on the harbor like giant reptiles, attacking the crowd. Female officer Zhao's solemn face was completely tangled up. She drew her dagger from her waist, raised her hand, and shouted, "Protect Her Highness! Protect Her Highness!" All the female attendants drew their swords from their waists and slashed at the zombies without hesitation. Xianxia's face was extremely pale. Qing City Island was located outside of the Forgetful River and was located in a remote area. From here to the Forgetful River, even the fastest ship would take 10 days. Distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. They couldn't ask for help at all. Under the attack of countless corpse puppets, the originally flourishing Devastating Island's docks were instantly reduced to ruins. The scattered crowd on the street, like grasshoppers in a pot, fled in all directions and rushed straight to their homes. Arbor was carried by Mo Lian and jumped onto the roof. Mu Xingchen, Long Shangyun, Long Huan, Feng Changqing, and the others also hurriedly jumped onto the eaves to avoid being crowded with the crowd and making it difficult to walk. "What's going on?" Long Shangyun asked with a puzzled expression. "The sound seems to be coming from the dock. Do we need to go over and take a look?" Arbor frowned. He glanced around and saw young Master Song Feng's slender figure being pushed back and forth in the crowd. 2 maids were trying their best to protect him, but the crowd came in the opposite direction and pushed them to the left and right, immediately scattering them. Arbor gently pulled Mo Lian's sleeve. Mo Lian immediately understood, and with a flick of his finger, a purple line of fire blazed towards young Master Song Feng. "What are you doing?" Long Shangyun saw this and couldn't help but exclaim. Was this couple a troublemaker? None of them were easy to deal with. There was no enmity between them, so why did they provoke that young Master Song Feng? Seeing that the purple flame was about to burn the corner of young Master Song Feng's clothes, one of the maids rushed forward without thinking about her own safety and used her sword to resist the purple line of fire. Mo Lian naturally didn't want to hurt people, so when she saw the woman rushing over, she withdrew the fire. She squeezed Arbor's little hand and turned to smile at her. "Stay here." After throwing down this sentence, Crown Prince Mo's slender figure floated down and abruptly flashed to young Sir Song Feng's side, attacking him without warning. "Young Master Mo, what are you doing? My young master has no cultivation and doesn't know martial arts." The maid exclaimed and hurriedly came forward to resist, and she even pushed young Master Song Feng back very dutifully. Mo Lian didn't bother with this woman and knocked her down with a finger. Then he rushed to young Master Song Feng. A slender, jet-black long sword appeared in his hand in an instant. With a strong gust of wind, it went straight for young Master Song Feng's neck. This young Master Song Feng silently looked at Prince Mo, who was thrusting his sword towards him. The fleeing crowd was frightened by Prince Mo's actions and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Fast, the speed of his moves was simply too fast, so fast that it was somewhat dazzling. While most people were still in shock, Prince Mo's sword had already reached young Master Song Feng's neck. If he didn't dodge, Prince Mo's sword would definitely slit his throat, causing blood to gush out. Long Xiangyun could not help but be shocked. She subconsciously grabbed her brother's sleeve. Wasn't this crown prince of the divine land too temperamental? Why would he suddenly attack a defenseless man? What was he trying to achieve? Ding. A flying dagger as thin as a cicada's wing collided with Mo Lian's sword in the nick of time. Prince Mo's sword was a few inches lower, and at that moment, young Master Song Feng took 2 steps back and quickly avoided his sword. Mo Lian slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Without any explanation, the Raven Moon sword in his hand stabbed at young Master Song Feng again. This time, the sword emitted a faint purple flame, and the fire spirit instantly expanded and spread, sweeping out an arc of strong wind. It suddenly fell on young Master Song Feng. The surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim. They originally thought this delicate and elegant young master would be swept away and seriously injured after being hit by the Crown Prince's sword. However, that wasn't the case. A piece of divine armor floated on young Master Song Feng's arms, and a ball of water spirit circulated in his hands, imperceptibly emitting waves of oppressive might. Mo Lian tried a few more times, and a cold killing intent crept onto her lips. Her phoenix eyes roamed as she stared menacingly at the person in front of her. "No wonder Jojo said you looked familiar. As expected, you're an acquaintance." The instant Mo Lian made a move to probe him, young Master Song Feng knew that he couldn't hide his identity anymore. Thus, he didn't try to conceal his identity anymore and tried in vain to continue concealing it. In reality, this little stoic's senses were truly quite sharp. Once she became suspicious, even if she didn't attack you for the time being, she would probably probe you as much as possible until you completely gave yourself away. Young Master Song Feng smiled faintly, and a long sword made of water spirit appeared in his hand. "As expected, it's me who appeared here. Was it too deliberate?" At this time, the little stoic had already floated down. Long Qi, Long Xiangyun, and the others also followed her down in confusion. Due to the battle between Prince Mo and young Master Song Feng just now, the crowd here had already fled in all directions. Only they and the 100 Phoenix tribe disciples stood on the empty half of the street. Arbor stared coldly at him. "You never thought of hiding yourself in the first place." That's why he admitted it so openly. Devastating Island should be surrounded by now, right? Arbor swept him an indifferent glance. The little stoic is still as smart as ever. Young Master Song Feng chuckled faintly and nodded. "Take a guess, can you all escape?" Mo Lian suddenly smiled at him. "Why don't you take a guess first?" "I guess? I can't." Young Master Song Feng spread his hands with a smile, and his gaze swept over everyone. The instant the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and Holy Sun Miyan appeared, young Master Song Feng's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Seal off divine senses." Instantly, many people rushed out from the eaves in all directions, and each of them held an ancient bronze mirror in their hands. As soon as the light in the mirror fell, the entire area was sealed inside a mirror formation. Arbor gave it a try. As expected, divine senses really didn't work. She pulled out a jade storage talisman from her waist and flicked it into the air. 17 to 18 god powers balls instantly poured out of the talisman and were tossed toward the eaves in all directions with a wave of her hand. Boom, 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 a terrifying explosion resounded throughout the entire street. Many people on the eaves were hit by the god power of God's balls. Young Master Song Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he sighed. How can you be so ruthless, Xiao Xiao? Without another word, Xiao Mu's vine whip lashed out at his face. His methods were ruthless and swift, and no one could compare to him. Before long Shangyun could react, she saw Xiao Mu whip young Master Song Feng's outer robe. Of us of Master S of Sest it's of him T swindlers. She glanced coldly at young Master Song Feng. A bunch of D*MN swindlers. 7 flowers suddenly appeared on the eaves, each guarding a corner in 2s and 3s. They looked down coldly. You're the one who intercepted and killed us in Red River Canyon and Phoenix Grove, ghost-faced Hall Master. D*MN shameless swindler. Die. Arbor's voice was chilly. When her gaze landed on young Master Song Feng, there wasn't the slightest bit of warmth. They were all swindlers, they all lied to her. What bullshit tea about wanting to be friends with you, what little stoic girl. Long time no see, it was all a lie. Damn liar, how could they have no cultivation at all? Heavenly Fate could actually use a special technique to hide all their cultivation realms, even she, Mo Lian, and everyone else were fooled by them. What kind of method was this? Arbor stared coldly at Gong Song Feng in front of him and lashed out with his vine whip again. Young Master Song Feng suddenly tugged at the whip handle and sighed. Little girl, you're really hot-tempered. Are you willing to come with us? It's much more interesting than going to the River of Forgetfulness. Arbor responded by summoning the startled swan dagger from his sleeve and swiping it across his throat like lightning. Hiss. Gong Song Feng fell backward. With a soft clang, a transparent flying dagger like a cicada's wing blocked the startled swan dagger for him again. You're still so savage even with your divine sense locked. Young Master Song Feng sighed softly. When he looked at Arbor, his eyes flickered. You don't want to go? Our place is fun, at least much more fun than the River of Forgetfulness. After listening for so long, Mu Xingchen finally couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Red River Canyon? Feng Mulan? He's the Grimace Hall Master who wears a silver grimace mask? I've made a fool of myself. Gong Song Feng smiled graciously at Mu Xingchen, Mo Lian, Ma Shichen, and the others. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal raised his eyebrows and also smiled at him. How about it? Are you ready to die? Young Master Song Feng blinked and smiled meaningfully. It's not time for me to die yet. But it's hard to say for everyone. With that, he raised his hand, and the many heavenly fate disciples on the eaves readied their huge arrows and were about to shoot. Who can these lousy arrows do anything to us? Ma Shichen pursed his lips. With a wave of his hand, thousands of green vines drilled out from under his feet and instantly wrapped around the place. However, the arrowhead never fell. Red, who was standing on the eaves, looked down at the crowd with a smile. Attract thunder. A series of noises came from behind. Countless flying swords flashing with the power of lightning emerged from the eaves and aimed at the people below. Arbor glanced at it expressionlessly. He took out a bunch of defensive charms from his storage talisman and spread them out in front of him with a cold expression. Countless god power beads jumped out of the storage talisman. Even Gong Song Feng couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the dense and overwhelming number of god power beads. At this moment, in this situation, in everyone's hearts, the word F*CK popped up in capital letters. Where did you get so many god power pearls? Are you planning to tear down the entire street? Oh, no. Are you planning to blow up the entire devastating island? I don't know if I'll die or not. But today, even if you don't die, you have to leave something behind. Xiaomu did not shout in a shrill voice, but one could sense an exceptionally chilly intent in her icy voice. That eerie coldness made one's heart feel as if it was about to freeze. Mo Lian and the others all lowered their heads and glanced at the little girl. Looking at her expression, they really couldn't see anything, but those who knew her well could feel that the anger in the little girl's heart had completely exploded like a volcano. Explode. Wait. Gong Songfeng's eyebrows twitched. Just as he was about to call out, he saw the little girl fiercely raise her hand. Countless godly power balls exploded at that moment, giving off a chilling sound. Mo Lian quickly grabbed his wife and stopped her from pouncing forward to slit the Ghostface Hall Master's neck. Although the little fellow was quite strong, she was obviously not Gong Songfeng's match. To deal with a cunning and intelligent person like Gong Songfeng, it was naturally better to let idle people like Mi Yan and He Chen deal with him. As a matter of fact, the entire devastating island was on the verge of collapse from the terrifying and concentrated explosions. The streets were crisscrossed with deep ravines. He Chen and Mi Yan had already taken advantage of the chaos to rush to Gong Songfeng's side and attacked him without saying a word. It was already difficult for Gong Songfeng to deal with the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal alone, not to mention that Mi Yan was also joining in the fun. Hall Master Gong could only retreat step by step. While he was in dire straits, two figures flashed to Gong Songfeng's side. Fan Meng's cold and solemn face was expressionless. She raised the flying knife in her hand that was as thin as a cicada's wing and blocked Holy Sun Mi Yan's attack. Then, she leaped forward with Fan Yu and naturally received Holy Sun Mi Yan's attack. Then came the sound of galloping iron hooves. At the entrance of the street, a large number of human-headed lion beasts suddenly appeared. They deformed and dragged the body of a male lion, but their heads were strangely planted on the body like pumpkins. They did not have necks and looked weird as a whole. Arbor had already seen this thing when he was looking at the sculptures in the underground village. It was the same as the harpies he saw in the Phoenix Forest. They were all invented by Tian Yun, the product of the deformed and improved medicine. What's the ranking of that cultured corpse puppet? Arbor suddenly asked. Hall Master Gong, who was concentrating on dealing with the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, was stunned. He could not help but turn to look at Arbor. What? Lord Jojo's face was full of impatience. She flew out dozens of attack talismans and threw them directly at Gong Songfeng. It's the corpse puppet that can play the zither. If Gong Songfeng wanted to dodge her attack talismans, he would definitely give the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal a heavy blow. Therefore, he could only turn around and deal with the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, allowing the attack talismans to land on his body. A burst of refreshing explosions made him recall the scene in the Red River Canyon that day. On a rainy day, the little girl had thrown him a mother-child chain explosion and a guiding lightning talisman. At that time, he had been electrocuted. It had been a sour pleasure. Compared to the dozens of talismans today, the little girl had been merciful today. What's the ranking of the cultured corpse puppets? He's not your subordinate? Arbor persisted. Today, when they attacked Devastating Island, they did not see the cultured corpse puppet. It was clear that it did not follow Hall Master Gong here. That's 16 from heaven, right? Flying to heaven. The little stoic muttered these 3 words and nodded to indicate that she understood. Mu Qingya has a backup plan, the little stoic said gravely. Based on her research and understanding of her old rival, Mu Qingya's move wouldn't be so simple. 16 was probably just here to test the waters. Mo Lian smirked. I don't care what move she has. Let her die. Originally, she was hiding in the shadows, so naturally, no one would notice her. But now, she had appeared in the open. They were already on guard against a weakling without any cultivation. If they were harmed by her again, wouldn't their IQ be low? Crack, crack. The fissures on the street's surface abruptly widened under the human-headed lion beast's stomps. Arbor turned to look at the road they came from and saw thick smoke billowing as a group of neither humans nor beasts moved toward them. The bone-chilling cries of harpies also came from above. Mo Lian held Arbor's hand and said to everyone, retreat to the inner city first. Release the arrows. Wait, release them. Fan Meng hurriedly abandoned Holy Sun Mi Yan, who was fighting, and flew onto the roof, grabbing the arm of a black-clothed masked man. Vice Hall Master Meng, are you going to stop me again? The masked man said eerily and coldly as he glanced at Fan Meng eerily. Vice Hall Master Gue, don't you see that Hall Master Gong is also below? Are you releasing the arrows now to kill him and replace him? Nonsense. A vicious glint shot out of the masked man's eyes, and he shouted harshly, "I'm cautious and conscientious for our organization, and I don't dare to slack off in the slightest. I'm wholeheartedly working for heavenly fate without any selfish motives." Vice Hall Master Meng, on the other hand, you've always had a close relationship with that stoic face. Are you reluctant to kill him? Heh, release the arrows immediately. Release them. Don't release them. Fan Mei was instantly flustered and exasperated, and she pushed Vice Hall Master Gue fiercely. Vice Hall Master Gue staggered on the roof and furiously took out a pitch-black wood grain print from his pocket. He roared loudly, "Everyone, listen to me for now. Release the lightning. Release the arrows." Fan Meng's pupils contracted, and she felt that the scene before her was about to go out of control. Sure enough, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless small lightning swords darted over and shot toward Arbor's group below, along with the dense rain of arrows that resembled locusts passing through the forest. The members of the Phoenix clan had already set up a defensive array in the outer circle. Hundreds of swords swept away the dense rain of arrows that shot down from above, and their eyes revealed calm and fearless expressions. Arbor looked up and glared at Vice Hall Master Gue furiously. Most of the believers of heavenly fate on the roof had died from the dense explosion of godly power beads just now. However, there were truly too many people sent by heavenly fate today. After one batch died, another batch came up. There were truly too many to count. Were they determined to take down Devastating City Island? If Jiawei City was their first stop on land, then Devastating Island would probably be their first stop on water. Arbor took a deep breath. Do the disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect want to unify the land and sea and be unparalleled in the world? He really wanted to know what the leader of their organization was thinking. After conquering the world with corpses, the world would be filled with zombies and puppets. What fun would it be for him to lead a small team? If they just wanted to prove themselves, then the price they had to pay might not be too high. As everyone brandished their arrows, they protected the little stoic and retreated backwards. The gate of the inner island was already open. Her Majesty the Queen, dressed in black tight armor, led a group of female soldiers on horseback and came forward quickly. Arbor and the others met them face to face. The Queen quickly gestured to everyone, and the team quickly split into two sides, leaving a path in the middle for them to retreat. Defend! At the Queen's command, the female soldiers in the front row quickly squatted down, took out their iron shields, and quickly formed a defensive shield formation to block the dense flying arrows. Arbor and the others retreated to the city gate and heard a chuckle. "We meet again, Arbor." Arbor couldn't help but frown when he heard that voice. He abruptly turned his head and sure enough, he saw Sikong Fuling standing there and looking at him with a smile. Unafraid of the little stoic's cold glare, Sikong Fuling tossed the small black bell in her hand with a grin. "Let's not talk about friendship. How about we make a simple transaction?" Arbor's gaze landed on Sikong Fuling's hand, and his attention was completely focused on the earthly treasure, the heavenly bell. Currently, her divine sense was shrouded by the mirror image spirit locking formation, so she couldn't communicate with Cho normally for the time being. However, she could still vaguely sense some of Little Six's faintly discernible aura. "You captured Little Six?" Arbor looked at Sikong Fuling with a grim expression. This woman was dressed in a thin red muslin dress. Her lips were red, her teeth were white, and she was charming and enchanting. She was an extremely pretty girl. But why was her personality so unlikable? She had come to find trouble with her time and time again, so her patience was about to be completely exhausted. "Someone who can threaten me in this world hasn't been born yet." The little stoic's wrist shook lightly, and several wooden vines that wriggled like snakes slithered out from between her fingers and directly smashed toward the earthly treasure, the heavenly bell, in Sikong Fuling's hand. As expected of the sacred wood origin, her wood spirit control was so adept. Sikong Fuling sighed ruefully, but her expression didn't change in the slightest. "The deal I made with you is extremely simple." Sikong Fuling sidestepped to avoid the vines and hastily called out, "And it's a convenient move for you. You only need to come with me to see my brother." Sikong Fuling suddenly stood motionless in her original spot and raised the earthly treasure, the heavenly bell, in front of Arbor. "I'll return it to you." One of Arbor's vine whips landed heavily on her arm. Only a slap was heard, and a bloody wound instantly appeared on Sikong Fuling's fair arm. Her hand had originally been injured when she grabbed Arbor's vine whips. Now that the new injury had suddenly increased, the old injury split open again, and blood dripped to the ground, but she didn't bat an eyelid. Miss Sikong, why, are you like this? Mu Xingchen couldn't resist sighing as he looked at the young woman in front of him and slowly shook his head. Sikong Fuling was also a stubborn person. To a certain extent, she was also someone who would do anything to achieve her goals. Suffering a small injury was completely insignificant to her as long as she could achieve her goal on this trip. Arbor stared coldly at the woman in front of him and swung his vine whip at her face. Crown Princess! Meng Meiyu and the others cried out in alarm and wanted to help. However, Sikong Fuling merely calmly raised her hand and looked at Arbor as she said, "If you want to vent your anger, go ahead and hit me. Just come with me after you're done." Arbor let out a cold snort. The vine whip that was about to strike her didn't fall. Instead, it shattered into bits of wood spirit star and returned to her palm. Arbor stared at Sikong Fuling with a cold and expressionless face for a long while before sneering again. "You're really interesting." Sikong Fuling lowered her eyebrows and coldly said, "You will know when you see him." "Why am I in such a hurry to find you?" Mo Lian sized her up. "What's wrong? Cult Master Ding is about to die?" Sikong Fuling's expression changed drastically as she turned to glare at Mo Lian. Of course not. She wasn't? Then why was she in such a hurry to follow his Jojo and insist that Jojo meet that person? Prince Mo was secretly displeased as he imagined a series of bizarre scenarios. In the end, he actually imagined a scene of Cult Master Ding sacrificing himself for a righteous cause for his Xiao Shuanglia. He immediately thundered himself. He hurriedly transformed into a small killing Buddha and chopped away all those messy images in his mind. Big Brother is in the river of forgetfulness right now, so it doesn't conflict with where you are going. Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. After a while, she said, "You love him a lot?" Everyone looked at their Qiao in bewilderment. Didn't this topic change feel a little strange? The crown prince looked down at his wife in astonishment. What was going on? There was something wrong with his wife's style. She had always been expressionless and cold. When did she start talking about such a cloying topic with someone? If she wanted to talk, shouldn't she talk to a close friend like Xianxia? Sikong Fuling was also dumbfounded by her question. Then, she flew into a rage out of humiliation. "What nonsense are you talking about? Liar." Arbor sized her up with a cold face. "A liar once told me that if you love someone, you have to confess to them. If you don't confess, they might not know for the rest of their lives. Although the other party might feel troubled if you confess. But if you don't confess, won't the rest of your life pass just like that? That liar even said that if you love someone, you can give up everything for them." Arbor continued to lecture expressionlessly. "You don't even care about your life for Ding Yun, and you still say you don't love him. Damn liar, you're all lying to me." Arbor's cold gaze instantly sank to the bottom of an ice cave, making Sikong Fuling, who was standing opposite her, feel an inexplicable sense of suffocation. This feeling was very strange and abnormal. It was as if the girl in front of her might appear in front of you in the next second and reach out to snap your neck. Mo Lian's heart jolted, and he pulled his wife back into his embrace. He patted her fluffy head. "Chia Chiao, there's no need to mind the D*MN swindler's words. If you don't like damn liars, we can just kill them." Sikong Fuling still didn't know what had happened earlier, so she naturally couldn't understand that Arbor had shifted her anger onto her. They were all damn liars, but a bunch of male liars and a female liar were the same in nature. They were all liars who were here to deceive Jojo. Sikong Fuling just had a super strong premonition of danger, so she had a strong desire to live. In this world, love is one kind, and respect and love is another. I respect and love my brother. It's not what you think. I didn't lie to you. I didn't lie to you from the beginning. I was the one who caught the Hollywood fragment. I just want you to promise me one thing. After we go to the river of forgetfulness, come with me to see my brother. It's that simple." Sikong Fuling stretched out her hand, her blood-stained fingers holding that earth treasure heavenly bell. She raised it horizontally and pushed it forward again. "Although I, Sikong Fuling, am not a good person, I also disdain to deceive people. That's it. Whether you believe it or not, what I said is the truth." Xiaomu swept her an indifferent glance before abruptly extending her hand and sucking that earthly treasure, the heavenly bell, into her hand. He lifted the earth treasure heaven and earth bell and grabbed the scrambling wooden vine without any hindrance. Fragment Little Six acted as if it had seen a relative it hadn't seen in 800 years, and it scurried into her sleeve. Arbor reached out to pacify it before temporarily keeping it in his sleeve. With a flick of his hand, he tossed the earth treasure heavenly bell back into Sikong Foling's hands. Now that I've taken Little Six back, aren't you worried that I'll go back on my word at any time? Sikong Foling raised her brows and hung that small bell on the embroidered pouch at her waist. How can I not understand you? You're willing to suffer for your pride. You'll keep your promise no matter what and definitely won't go back on it. The little stoic glared in the direction that Sikong Foling had turned to leave, her small face puffed up with anger. Mo Lian looked down and couldn't resist chuckling. She reached out to pinch her cheeks. Everything else aside, this person really understands you quite well. Mu Xingchen also smiled, but he couldn't resist knitting his brows when he turned around. Judging from the situation outside, the direction of Devastating Island's harbor has been blocked. It'll probably be very difficult to leave now. A large number of harpies filled the sky outside the city, countless zombies disembarked from the two ships, and even human-headed lion beasts attacked together. The entire Devastating Island could be said to be in a precarious situation. A female official swiftly came over and saluted Arbor and the others. The Queen invites everyone to the royal palace to take shelter. Her Highness the Princess is injured? No need to worry, she's just exhausted. Female official Zhao walked over while supporting the blood-soaked Xianxia. When the latter saw Arbor, she hastily asked, "Did my maidservant bring Xiaochuer back?" Arbor took out that sliding wooden vine from his sleeve and expressionlessly nodded at her. Xianxia sighed in relief. That's great. Female official Zhao, bring them back to the palace first. Your Highness the Princess, Her Majesty the Queen has ordered for you to return to the palace with young Master Mo and the others. No, Mother's personal guards can't hold on for too long. There are too many zombies outside, I have to go help her. Female official Zhao grabbed Xianxia, who couldn't even stand steadily, and said gravely, Your Highness the Princess should properly protect yourself right now. Look at you, you can't even stand, so how can you help Her Majesty the Queen? If you go over, you'll only be a burden to Her Majesty. Xianxia stopped talking and looked down at herself before turning to look at Arbor and the others. Let's go. When she turned to look, the originally bustling beauty plaza was now pitted with potholes and desolation. There were dilapidated walls, ravines, and trenches everywhere, and the beauty statues were already toppled to the ground in tatters. Looking into the distance, it was also a scene of desolation. Not a single spot was intact. Xianxia followed Arbor and the others back to the Queen's palace with complicated emotions. She was helped to sit on the ground. Arbor took out a few bottles of spirit-restoring medicinal liquid from his storage talisman and handed them to Xianxia and the others. Xianxia looked up and nodded at her. Thank you. Arbor turned to look at her husband. How long will the mirror image sealing array set up by the ancient bronze mirror seal our consciousness? Compared to her, her husband was more knowledgeable in array formations, so he should be able to see through the mystery behind it. As expected, Mo Lian didn't disappoint his wife. Jojo, don't worry. It won't last long. Besides, we're already out of the range of the great god sealing spell. It should be undone in about an hour. Only then did Xiaomu relax. After getting used to being tricked in the top academies, Lord Jojo developed a small habit. He liked to carry a small bag on his back when he went out on adventures. He also liked to stuff storage talismans in his waist, sleeves, and embroidered pouches. The storage talismans contained all kinds of weapons, hidden weapons, talismans, and pills. They were used to prevent the situation where one's consciousness was sealed and one's inner world and star region couldn't be opened, so they could be used at any time. Therefore, after being tricked so many times, there would always be some improvement. Your Highness the Princess. A few maids rushed over and yelled, covered in blood. Tushan family is rebelling, and quite a few cultivation families under their control are rebelling as well. What? Xianxia opened her eyes, a trace of anger flashing through them. How can this be? Xianxia's breathing instantly became a little chaotic. It was really chaotic. When the corpse puppets attacked, although they were frightened, at least their hearts weren't panicked. But now, even the largest Tushan family on Devastating Island had rebelled. What chance did they have to win against Tianyun? The young master Song Feng beside you is the hall master of Tianyun's underground hall, Gong Song Feng. Arbor threw another shocking news to Xianxia, which stunned the latter and made her unable to come back to her senses. Young master Song Feng? Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Was it that elegant young master who stood tall like bamboo and seemed to be born without a temper? That person actually didn't have much of a presence. When he followed behind her all day, he didn't speak much. Xianxia was having fun and completely forgot about this person. Just like when she was strolling on the street with Xiaochao in her arms, that man followed beside her indifferently. After a long time, she left him behind. If Arbor didn't deliberately mention it now, she wouldn't have remembered this young master. Actually, no one knew that Xianxia was a little androphobic. As the first successor of devastating female kingdom, she actually panicked when she saw men. Naturally, this kind of thing couldn't be known by the whole world. Her Majesty the Queen seemed to have heard about this matter, but she only thought that Xianxia was still childish and immature. Anyway, the time had come. After this princess inherited the throne, she would definitely expand the kingdom. Arbor didn't care about how surprised Xianxia was and continued to say faintly, "This hall master Gong has already brought people to infiltrate your devastating island and dealt with your Tushan family. After some coercion and bribery, your Tushan family suddenly rebelled. Is it hard to guess?" "The conditions offered by Tianyun must be very tempting," Mo Lian nodded and said. Xianxia clenched her fists tightly and said in a deep voice with reddened eyes, "So what if it's tempting? When some things are settled, they will no longer have any value. It's unknown whether these people will live or die." "That's true." Mu Xingchen couldn't help but sigh. The disciples of Tianyun can betray and bite others at any time. After all, they needed an endless stream of fresh people to expand their corpse puppet warehouse. How could they create a world of peace for others? Arbor glanced at Xianxia. "What do you plan to do now?" "Her Majesty the Queen." "Her Majesty the Queen is here." "Your Majesty the Queen." The group of maids cried out excitedly. Qingyi came to her daughter's side and hugged her tightly. "Child, go with Xiaochao and the others." "Mother." "Minister He, take the children through the secret passage." The queen turned to look at the middle-aged woman with a calm expression. He Luan nodded and said, "Your Majesty, please take care of yourself." Qing's mother's mother had a little mother B's mother B had been hats had have a shua t hers mother's had. Qing's Her Majesty patted her shoulder and smiled faintly, as the queen, mother has her own mission. Even if devastating island is about to perish, mother still has to live and die with her people. Xianxia cried out anxiously. Beside her, Maid Zhao's movements were very nimble. She slapped the princess unconscious. Arbor expressionlessly reached out to support Xianxia who was falling towards his side. He looked up at the queen. "Let's go together." "I can do my best." Qingyi shook her head and interrupted Arbor. "Good child, take Xue and her 300 personal guards and leave together. Let Auntie take care of the rest." Mu Xingchen frowned and disagreed. "Your Majesty, if you stay, you'll only be making some unnecessary sacrifices. Why don't you listen to Jojo and take as many people as possible? Let's all leave together." Qingyi smiled amiably at them and shook her head again. "If everyone leaves together, who will stay behind to stop Tianyun's people?" "Auntie promises you, I'll definitely do my best to protect myself and more people. Even if this devastating island is completely destroyed, I definitely won't let it remain as Tianyun's base. Pass down my order, take them with you." Immediately. Qingyi flung her sleeves and quickly turned around, not looking at Arbor and the others anymore. "Come back." Arbor angrily roared as he supported Xianxia. Mo Lian reached out and grabbed her small hand. "Jojo, let her go. There are still so many subjects left on this island. As the queen, it is impossible for her to leave these people behind and leave alone." Long Shangyun said with a cold face. "That's right. Queen Qingyi is a famous war goddess in and out of Wangchuan. She'll be fine. We should immediately take Xianxia and leave this place. Longxi looked at Arbor with a complicated expression. This cousin was cold-hearted and heartless. What she was showing now was not the case. But wasn't she just a simple and adorable little cousin? But she definitely wasn't. At least in front of him and his sister, this little girl was like a devil. There are at least 30,000 people on Devastating Island. We can't take them all at once. How do you know it's impossible? Arbor retorted unhappily. Yes, even if cousin's sister can use the storage talisman to take them away, but now, it's chaotic outside. Those islanders are hiding everywhere. Are you going to find them one by one? Long Huan asked with a serious face. Arbor knew that it was impossible. She was just annoyed and couldn't help but want to scold him. Alright, that's enough. Mu Xingchen grumpily stopped Long Huan before turning to say to Xiao, young Master Long's words aren't without reason. How about we leave this place with Sir He first? We have to get far away from this mirror image godlocking matrix and return after our divine conscious recovers. Xiaomu nodded and looked at He Luan, who was standing on the side. Everyone, this way please. He Luan immediately understood and led everyone to a secret passage in the palace without saying a word. This secret passageway was built under the queen's bedchamber, and it was connected to a water vein. After walking out of the passageway, they saw a white beach, and the clear sea water was already rippling under their feet. A large cargo ship was parked not far from the shore. There were 2 cargo cabins on both sides and a flat deck in the middle. There were 4 to 5 spirit stone cannons on the side of the ship's railing. It seemed that the queen had prepared them for them. Let's go. He Luan turned and nodded at Arbor and the others. Then, she leaped toward the bow of the ship. Arbor, Mo Lian, and the others led 100 Phoenix brothers and Xianxia's 300 personal guards and jumped onto the ship. In the sky not far away, the harpies' furious roars could be heard. Everyone looked up and saw a large group of harpies rushing towards them from the direction of the dock. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and Holy Sun Miyan flew to Arbor's side at an extremely fast speed. They've discovered us. We have to leave quickly. Those things with human heads and lion bodies can't come over. Once they enter the water, they can only attack us by flying. If they were only dealing with these harpies with low attack power, it wouldn't matter even if their divine senses were temporarily locked. The situation was urgent, but He Luan didn't lose her composure. She ordered coldly, "Raise the anchor immediately." Let's go. The large ship responded by raising the anchor and immediately set off, heading towards the vast water area ahead. Arbor took out hundreds of bows and arrows from his storage talisman and threw them to the phoenixes and Xianxia's 300 personal guards. He leaped onto the ship's bow first and released a black gold arrow as a demonstration. He said with a cold expression, "Shoot between the eyebrows. There's a mutated black crystal here." As the arrow flew, it made a sound as it pierced through the air. Everyone had different expressions as they watched the little crown princess shoot the harpies flying at the front into the water with one arrow, creating a huge splash. The phoenixes almost exclaimed out loud. Arbor turned his head and glanced at them. Only then did they give up. Who's sneaking around? Arbor turned his head and saw that Xianxia had slowly woken up. The female attendant's scolding came from the opposite cargo hold. Not long after, they saw a woman in revealing clothes. Her arms were twisted and she was pushed and shoved in front of everyone. Xiaomu gracefully landed on the deck and cast a sidelong glance at that woman. "Hongsa, why are you here?" Xianxia was slightly startled. Qing Hongsa glared at Xianxia with anger in her eyes. She scolded like a cannonball, "Of course you don't want to see me here. If I wasn't smart enough to sneak here early, I would still be on beautiful City Island. My neck might have been slit by now." "How can that be?" Xianxia muttered. Qing Hongsa jumped up as if she was stung by a wasp. She roared angrily, "Mother is so biased. In the face of imminent disaster, only you are allowed to leave. They are both her biological daughters. How can she favor one and discriminate against the other?" Fortunately, she was quick-witted and managed to slip away a step earlier. Unfortunately, her other sisters were probably already dead by now. Hong Se, your maternal grandfather's family has colluded with the All-Seer clan and rebelled. Of course, Qing Hong knew that Tushan family was rebelling. Because of this, she wanted to run even more. Who knew if Tushan family would sell her out after they joined the Sky Fortune family? How many times had Tushan family betrayed their masters for glory? She was just a granddaughter. In the face of the entire family's interests, she was nothing. It's Princess Xianxia. Heilwan raised her hand and ordered her men to release her. Qing Xianxia clutched her arm that was almost broken. Her gaze casually swept over Mo Lian, He Chen, and the others. Her tone was incomparably sour as she said, Mother is really good to you. Even while fleeing, she didn't forget to give you some beautiful men to accompany you. As if thinking of the 18 beautiful men that the queen had bestowed upon Qing Xue, a trace of indignation flashed across Qing Hongxia's face. Favoring one and discriminating against the other was extremely biased. Qing Xue was speechless. She glanced apologetically at Arbor and said, "This is my third sister, Qing Hongxia. Sister Qiao, please don't take offense. Hey, look. Isn't beautiful City Island sinking? Qing Island is indeed sinking." When Xiaomu turned around to look, she saw the scene of an imminent disaster. The entire devastating island was sinking into the sea. The lush green island was disappearing bit by bit in front of everyone. Qing Xue and the 300 personal guards were naturally dumbfounded. They dashed to the second layer of the fence as if they had gone mad. They stretched out their hands towards the distant beautiful island. Mother! Mother, how can Mother be so decisive? Auntie Yi said that even if the entire island disappears, she will not let this place become Tianyun's base. So this is what she means? Arbor looks at the sinking Qing Island and feels his head is in pain. It was really unexpected that things would suddenly turn out this way. At first there should be a better way to take Qing Yi and everyone away, but now. Ha ha ha. Do you see it? Do you see it? King Honks pointed at the sunken island in the distance and angrily yelled, "That's my good mother, my good mother." The time she sent Qing Xue away, she didn't care about her life. If it's not because she is smart enough to run away, this time she will sink with everyone on Qing Island. Perhaps only Qing Xue's life is important and hers is not. At this time, Xiaomu was suffering from a headache, so when she heard this woman yelling beside her, she was instantly enraged. With a wave of her hand, 2 Phoenix clan members immediately ran forward and tied up the screaming Qing Hongxia. They even thoughtfully stuffed a piece of cloth into her mouth to gag her. Woo! Woo woo! Woo! King Honks glared at Xiaomu and the others with accusation in her eyes. How can this woman be so excessive? She is just telling the truth. Why don't they give her a chance to talk? Big Sister Qiao. Qing Xue stood up with the help of someone. She turned to look at her third sister. Noisy. Xiaomu waved her hand again, and the 2 Phoenix clansmen dragged Qing Hongxia into the cargo hold. They directly tossed her inside and closed the hatch with a clatter. That was it. At this moment, everyone was busy dealing with a group of harpies flying over their heads. No one had the time to listen to Qing Hongxia's nonsense. The speed of the ship was not slow, but the harpies' flying speed seemed to be faster. Qing Xue's 300 bodyguards stood at the bow of the ship and continuously shot arrows. Indeed, many of the harpies were shot. However, after less than an hour, although the number of harpies had decreased, everyone was panting due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. It was naturally inappropriate for this to continue. Arbor narrowed his eyes and took out some spirit-restoring medicinal liquid from the storage talisman and distributed it to everyone. Use the spirit stone cannon. Arbor walked towards the stairs on the other side of the ship. He glanced coldly at the harpies in the sky who were quickly surrounding them. The members of the Phoenix clan hurriedly gathered. There were several spirit stone cannons placed in front of the fence, which were perfect for shooting at these reckless harpies. Following a series of clattering sounds, the little stoic poured out a lot of spirit stones from a storage talisman. The several members of the Phoenix clan standing in front of the spirit stone cannons were startled at first and then prepared to place the spirit stones on the cannons. However, after the spirit stones inside the storage talisman were piled up with a clattering sound, everyone's expressions gradually turned to astonishment. She still hasn't finished pouring them out? How many spirit stones were stored inside Lady Holy Daughter's storage talisman? After the Wind Clan members were stunned for a moment, they hastily formed groups of 3 to 5 and surrounded a spirit stone cannon. With the addition of the spirit stone cannons and the princess's personal guards drinking the medicinal liquid to replenish their spiritual energy, their morale increased greatly. A large group of harpies were hit by the spirit stone cannons and fell into the water, making splashing sounds. Arbor stared coldly at the things that fell into the water, unable to hide the gloominess in her heart. If these things fell into the water, they would definitely pollute the water source. Although she had already scattered some antidotes to avoid the corpse poison, it could only be said to have a certain effect. Once these corpses that sank into the water were eaten by the fishes, it would definitely cause a large number of fish to mutate in the future. As for whether these little things would turn into corpses or develop in a better direction, this was unknown. After about half an hour, the ship gradually moved further away. Suddenly, a short whistle came from the direction of Devastating Island. Hundreds and thousands of harpies flapped their wings and stopped in the air, no longer pursuing them. They turned around and headed in the direction of Devastating Island. Divine sense can be used, Mo Lien muttered, then released her divine sense to explore Devastating Island that was slowly sinking into the water. After a great battle, Devastating Island was almost completely submerged in the water. Only a faint light gold could be seen on the surface of the sea, rippling slowly in the water. It was like the light of the sea revealing a trace of gentleness in the dusk, but Xianxia was very clear. It was the top of the palace's pagoda, emitting the last trace of light. When the sky darkened and the last ray of light was replaced by the spreading darkness of the night, the surface of the water finally quieted down. The princess's 300 personal guards walked down the stairs tiredly, each finding a place to sit down and rest. 1/3 of the spirit stones had been used, and there was still a large pile left in front of the spirit stone cannons. On the other hand, Long Xiangyun cast a complicated glance at Xiao Mu. This cousin of hers had a very strange temperament. She was obviously a super rich person who could casually grab a handful of spirit stones and pile them up into a mountain. Previously, she wanted to scam the two of them, and she was simply too happy to do so. Long Huan was also speechless and looked at Arbor, who was standing at the bow of the ship. The latter was lowering his head to check the extent of damage to the spirit stone cannons and did not notice the sneaky glances behind him. When Long Huan thought of the large ship he had bought previously, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. He had almost taken out all the money he had on him to buy that ship. However, a few days later, it was smashed into pieces at the port of Xianxia Island, and there was no way to repair it. How could this be described as a trap? If he had known that this ship would be scrapped at the port of Xianxia Island, he would not have bought it. He would have rented his cousin's Scarlet Firmament Blue Waves for a few days. Thinking of this, Long Huan rolled his eyes a few times. In his heart, there was a turbid air that could not be released for a long time. Since he brought his cousin home, Long Qian felt that he had never had a smooth journey. Hui Hui felt extremely uncomfortable holding her breath. Speaking of which, this cousin of his was probably the natural nemesis of the Forgotten River Dragon clan, otherwise, how could he be able to completely suppress the siblings every time? What is she doing? Long Xiangyun raised her head and looked at Arbor, who was standing in front of the fence on the second floor. She couldn't help but frown. Long Qi looked over again. He saw that expressionless little girl standing in front of the fence, her sleeves fluttering, and her white hands brushing back and forth. Pieces of white medicinal powder rustled and fell into the sea. It seems to be purifying the waters here. Long Huan sighed heavily after looking for a while. Will this medicine work? Long Xiangyun asked hesitantly. It's better than doing nothing. Long Xiangyun pursed her lips, and her gaze swept back and forth over Arbor's back. That's true. Her Highness the Royal Highness, she. Long Huan's gaze landed on Xianxia. He still remembered the first time they met. That Royal Highness had a mischievous smile as she blended into the crowd and said to his stoic cousin, "Since you flirted with someone else's big brother, you have to take responsibility, right? You mustn't flirt and deny it." At that time, that smiling face that wished for the world to be plunged into chaos was simply a world of difference from the silent aura she currently exuded. It had only been 2 days. The ruthlessness of the Heavenly Fate Empire was evident from this. Once it made a move and launched an attack on its target, perhaps, no patrician family would be able to handle it alone. Unwittingly, this heavenly fate empire seemed to have grown to an unattainable level. No one could remain unscathed in this kind of chaotic world. Xianxia didn't know how long she had been standing next to the railing. After nightfall, everything in the surroundings, including the air, seemed to have stopped flowing. In the depths of her eyes, there was only that silent island in the distance. She didn't know what kind of power could make the entire devastating women's kingdom sink to the bottom of the water. She also didn't know how she should proceed on her future path. Before her eyes was a sea of confusion, frustration, and melancholy. The several Phoenix clansmen who rode flying spirit beasts to investigate devastating island quietly returned and landed next to Arbor. After the little stoic finished patting the last bit of medicinal powder on her hand, she turned to look at them, inquiring with her eyes. One of the Phoenix clansmen immediately cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Lady Saintess, the Heavenly Fate Empire's people have already withdrawn from that sunken island." The Heavenly Fate Empire naturally had to withdraw since the island had sunk. Otherwise, would it be planted in the middle of the water? We dove into the water and dived several dozen kilometers, but we didn't find any clues. The entire devastating island seemed to have sunk several thousand kilometers into the bottom of the sea along with its people, and they couldn't find any traces at all. We didn't find anyone alive. Xianxia's fingers gripped the railing of the boat tightly. She raised her head slightly and 2 lines of tears fell silently. She knew that crying was useless at a time like this, but she still couldn't stop her tears. She just couldn't stop them. Arbor raised his hand and patted her shoulder. His voice was calm as he said, "Think positively. Perhaps there is a teleportation array under the water. Perhaps Her Majesty has already escaped with some people." "Really?" Xianxia's back stiffened as she stood there. A wisp of moonlight fell on her hair, faintly illuminating a touch of warm snow. "Although I haven't spent much time with your mother, I feel that Her Majesty isn't someone who would make promises easily. Since she said that she would do her best to protect herself and more people, I believe that she will be able to do it." Xianxia turned her head slightly. Her line of sight came into contact with that pair of cold and bright eyes. She was absent-minded for a moment. Then, she nodded heavily and said in a muffled voice, "Mother will be fine." Perhaps it was as Sister Xiao said. Mother was doing her best to protect these subjects of hers as much as possible. She had to have faith in Mother. Perhaps they really did escape through the transportation formation. That wasn't impossible. "Sister Xiao, don't worry." Xianxia turned to look resolutely at Arbor and said, "I won't wallow in self-pity or feel melancholy. I will become even more spirited and strong. When I meet Mother and my clansmen again, I will prove to them that I can also be a responsible royal daughter. When danger comes again, I can take over Mother's sword without hesitation and protect my people in her place." The little stoic expressionlessly curled her lips. Heilwan, who was standing far below the ship's mast, couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. Perhaps this crisis wasn't a bad thing after all. The royal daughter seemed to have grown up overnight. Long Xiangyun looked up at the 2 people for a moment before turning around to see her elder brother looking at her strangely. "What's wrong?" Long Qian felt that his younger sister had been paying too much attention to the stoic face recently. She could stand here and watch the little stoic and the royal daughter talk for so long. If this was any other time, his younger sister would have been impatient to the extreme by now. The 2 people were talking in front of the railing on the 2nd floor. Their voices were so low that he could only vaguely hear the lingering echoes of their conversation traveling with the wind. Just like this, his younger sister could stand here for a long time and watch in a daze. It was simply baffling. "I want to ask you what's wrong." Long Qian couldn't resist sizing her up. "Nothing." Long Xiangyun harumphed and turned to leave without looking back. "I just realized that the stoic face isn't as annoying as I imagined." Long Qian was startled. He looked at his younger sister's back and chuckled helplessly after a while. "But that's all." Long Xiangyun waved her hand and harumphed again before walking briskly toward the cargo hold. Time to sleep. It was almost daybreak after a night of torment. Seriously, she was exhausted to death. Crash. As soon as she pulled open the cargo hold door, she saw something fall in front of her with a bang. Long Xiangyun hastily dodged backward, avoiding the thing that was thrown at her. She couldn't help but be amused when she focused her eyes. It turned out that Xianxia saw someone open the door and swiftly pounced at her. She dodged and naturally fell flat on her back. "What are you doing?" Long Xiangyun angrily roared. "Woo, woo, woo. Woo." Xianxia was flustered and exasperated, her face flushed red. Long Xiangyun rolled her eyes. She raised her hand and summoned a long sword from her consciousness. As the sword light flashed, it lifted the cloth in Xianxia's mouth, scaring the latter into letting out an ear-piercing scream. "Let me go, let me go. I can't do that." Long Xiangyun shrugged and glanced at her. Xianxia's hands and feet were wrapped in vines that were as thick as bowls. She had no ability to break through the layers of pure wood spirit energy. This was the masterpiece of young master Feng Zhangfei. "If you have nothing to do, then go out. Don't disturb my sleep." Long Xiangyun impatiently threw Xianxia out of the cabin and closed the door to rest. Xianxia was so angry that her entire body trembled. When Xianxia saw this, she hastily jumped down and landed in front of Xianxia. She turned to look at the little stoic. "Sister Qiao, release my third sister first." "Third sister, don't make a fuss. It's fine now." Arbor glanced at Xianxia. The wood spirit energy between his fingers moved slightly, and the 9 layers of wood spirit energy enveloping Xianxia obediently dissipated. It then drifted to Arbor's fingers. Xianxia was a bit stupefied. This was her first time seeing someone control the wood spirit so purely. To be able to extract someone else's 9th level wood spirit so quickly, it was as if all the wood spirit energy in the world that could be manipulated could be used by her. Looking at the specks of wood spirit energy floating between her smooth and jade-like fingers, it was as if they were little fairies dancing in the wind under the cover of the night. Xianxia was also dumbfounded. She then grumpily jumped up and pointed at Xianxia as she angrily said, "Don't think I'll appreciate your kindness if you put in a good word for me. Third sister, the entire devastating island has sunk. What nonsense are you spouting?" Xianxia angrily glared at him before widening her eyes in astonishment. She hastily rushed to the second deck and looked into the distance in shock. "Our home has completely sunk to the bottom of the sea." Arbor turned around and squinted tiredly. She then saw her peerlessly graceful husband standing in the shadow of the ship's mast with a small bowl in one hand. He was tall and slender, and his phoenix eyes glinted faintly as he smiled faintly at her. At this moment, it was as if all the fatigue and discomfort in her body had been swept away, and the little stoic hastily ran over to him. "After fighting for so long, you only drank a bowl of tofu pudding midway. I guessed that you must be hungry. Go rest after eating the congee. Leave the rest to hubby." Arbor reached out to take the bowl and stirred the warm corn congee with a spoon. She raised her head and curved her eyes at him. "Ayaya, you two are slacking off here again." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's figure drifted to their side. He reached out to grab the small bowl in Arbor's hand. "This venerable one wants to see what this is." Mo Lian expressionlessly extended an arm to block that person's restless claws. "It's for wifey. You don't have a share." "Jojo." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked pitifully at the little lady and winked at her aggrievedly. Mo Lian didn't give him a chance to continue fooling around. She directly grabbed his hand and dragged him away. "Get to work. My life is so miserable. Jojo, the Crown Prince has enslaved me." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal wailed as he was dragged 3 steps away. Arbor had just eaten a mouthful of corn porridge when he saw the guy looking back at him with an aggrieved expression. He couldn't help but chuckle. Mo Lian hastily turned her head and saw the little stoic standing in the pitch-black night. A speck of moonlight illuminated her almond-shaped eyes that were as clear as water. She smiled sweetly. Her eyes were curved and gentle, as if there was endless starlight in them. It was so beautiful that it could steal the good fortune of heaven and earth. The Crown Prince was stunned. He unconsciously let go of the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's hand. Ji Chen's brow slightly flashed, and he let out a faint laugh. He turned his head and took the opportunity to punch Prince Mo's head, laughing heartily as he dragged him away. "What are you waiting for?" Emolienne came back to her senses. She rubbed her head with one hand and couldn't help but kick him. Sneak attacking someone when they're unprepared is not what a hero should do. Jojo, Emolienne kicked me. Is there anything else you can do other than complain? I can't. Can the two of you stop fighting? Let's set up the defensive barrier first, Holy Sun Miyan said helplessly. Although this place looks calm and peaceful, there might be dangers lurking in every corner under the sea. Holy Sun Miyan continued to persuade, set up the defensive barrier first before you go fight elsewhere. Light and shadow flickered on the ship. Everyone looked up in unison and saw a transparent layer of watercolored defensive barrier slowly covering the ship before slowly descending. Ah. Only the person sitting there could hear the wretched screams that came from the depths of the soul. But if an outsider could hear these screams right now, they would definitely find it incomparably tragic. This unfilial descendant. A faintly discernible phantom trembled as he curled up beside the table. He shouted shakily, You humiliate your own ancestor like this, aren't you afraid of heavenly Tao's annihilation, aren't you worried that you'll be struck by lightning? His peach blossom eyes flashed with a cold glint as he looked up, and a severe glint flickered through his eyes. The silvery white flames cast on the old man's body gradually burned fiercely, completely enveloping the phantom in flames and roasting it. Ah. Don't burn. I don't dare to have thoughts of seizing another's nest, really. Brat. You burning me to death won't benefit you at all. You can't control such a powerful devil emperor bloodline, Don't burn. I'm telling you, I can help you summon the devil emperor sword. Duan Yu's hand paused, and the clusters of silvery white flames that ignited also swayed slightly. The devil emperor's sword. That old man's body drooped as he curled up into a ball. His eyes contained an inexplicable fear as he looked hesitantly at Duan Yu. The ancient devil emperor's sword. After summoning the devil emperor's sword, not only will one's cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, legend has it that the one who obtains the devil emperor's sword can unify the 3 prefectures in the sea. You'll become the incomparably honorable strongest person in this world. Heh. Duan Yu couldn't help but scoff, and the flames in his hand suddenly increased in intensity, burning the old man until he screamed. Don't burn, woo. You old man, you're so oily and slick. Do you think I'll believe your words? Unify the 3 prefectures in the sea? Why don't you say you can control the holy realm and command all living things in the world? Do you think I'll believe you when you make it sound so miraculous? You better believe me. The old man waved his transparent palm and raised his head shakily. There are many things in this world that you don't know. Junior, do you want to accept my guidance? Duan Yu's chilling gaze landed on him, and a sneer surfaced on his lips. Old man, if I burn you for another half a month, your soul will probably scatter. Disobedient. The old man was so angry that his beard trembled, and his entire body trembled. You've been dead for so many years, yet you still miss the mortal world? Wouldn't it be better for you to just disappear? You. The old man was exasperated. What do you know? Duan Yu scoffed and slowly stood up. He coldly stated, I indeed don't understand. An old man who had passed away from ancient times came out to cause trouble. He wanted to possess the body of a junior. If this wasn't a demon, then what was he? Which ancestor could do something so selfish and disregard for ethics? After putting away that half-dead old crook, Duan Yu walked to the door. Just as he reached out to open the door, he saw someone rashly barging in and almost bumping into him. Duan Yu's expression darkened, and he dodged to the side. He retreated 3 steps and flicked his sleeves as he coldly looked at a royal guard dressed in men's clothing who barged in. That fool must have stuck her ear to the door to listen. She barged in as soon as he pulled the door open. Your Majesty. Wu Ruame coughed awkwardly and hastily knelt down in a well-behaved salute. Someone come, Duan Yu ordered expressionlessly. Wu Ruame hastily pushed down the hat that didn't fit her head and shouted repeatedly, Don't, I'll go out by myself. As she retreated, she accidentally bumped the back of her head against the doorframe. She instantly scrunched up her face on the verge of tears. Duanyu ignored her and was about to step out when he felt that Wu Ruame was an eyesore blocking the door. Someone, escort Miss Wu back to the estate. Don't. Wu Ruame quickly put on a bitter face and muttered softly, Your Majesty, there's a rebellion at Luyu Pass and evil bandits are on the loose. Someone has already gone to handle this matter. Duanyu glanced at her indifferently. Do you know that your father was looking for you everywhere inside and outside the city yesterday? Wu Ruame pursed her lips and said, Of course I know. He wants me to go meet that D*MN wastrel. I won't go. The junior eunuch on the side silently lowered his eyes and speechlessly asked the heavens, So eldest Miss Wu, you hid in the palace overnight just to hide from your father? Go inform Prime Minister Wu, Duanyu ordered expressionlessly. Xianxia lowered his head and whispered, Reporting to your Majesty, this servant has already sent someone to inform the Prime Minister estate. Wu Ruame angrily glared at Xianxia before kneeling in front of Duanyu with a plop. She exclaimed in a pretentious manner, Your Majesty, Commandery Princess Wu Shuang of the Divine Province has formed the Tiger Wolf Battalion and led the female soldiers in red. They are invincible on the battlefield and emerge victorious in every battle, causing a bunch of old men to be terror-stricken and piss their pants in terror. Duanyu continued to look at her expressionlessly. Xianxia twitched his mouth. Wu Ruame spoke with conviction, Ruame can also do it. Build an invincible and undefeatable female army for our great Song province. Ruame wants to go to Luyu Pass, Ruame wants to fight bandits. Ruame wants to expel all the bastards who trample on our great Song province's territory. Duanyu glanced at her and said indifferently, Commandery Princess Wu Shuang of the Divine Province was at level 7 Divine Realm half a year ago. You? Break through to the Divine Realm first before discussing this matter. As if struck by lightning, Wu Ruame's face instantly crumbled. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, left Prime Minister Wu Yong requests an audience. Ah? Wu Ruame's small face fell even more, her eyes revealing the intention to run away. Let them in. A series of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Left Prime Minister Wu Yong hurriedly trotted over. Greetings, Your Majesty. Duanyu's lips curled as he looked at this chubby old man who was panting heavily. Take him away. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wu Yong glared fiercely at Wu Ruame. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would have rushed forward and kicked his daughter. What a troublemaker. She was always causing trouble for her father. Ever since she was young, her unrealistic dream of being a heroine should have ended long ago. I really don't know what's going on in his head. He wants to be a hero all day long and wants to go to the battlefield. This is simply a little crazy. Go back with father. I'm not going back. I'm not going back. Wu Ruame hurriedly pounced over and grabbed the door. She looked at her father guardedly and said, I won't go meet that D*MN wastrel. The veins on Wu Yong's forehead throbbed as he glared at this daughter who was willfully causing trouble in the palace. He wished for nothing more than to kick this idiot to death. If it weren't for His Majesty's good temper, how could he tolerate her until now? I'd rather stay by His Majesty's side and continue to be a mid-court guard than go meet that D*MN wastrel. Prime Minister Wu was angered into laughter. If you're a bodyguard, then who exactly is protecting who? His Majesty's hidden guards are all at the God realm and above. Raise your strength to the threshold of the God realm first. Wu Ruame only felt that her father's blunt words were heart-wrenching. Wu Ruame glared resentfully at her father and shouted angrily, Perhaps His Majesty doesn't dislike me? Very much. A cold and indifferent voice drifted over from the side. Everyone present snuck a peek at that person. His clothes that were comparable to the night sky accentuated his slender and tall figure. That pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes calmly accumulated a trace of alienation from beginning to end. Prime Minister Wu Yong, Xianxia, Wu Ruame was instantly petrified. She turned her head with a hopeless expression and stiffened her neck to glance at Duanyu. His Majesty was quite disdainful of her. I must break through to the God realm within 3 months. Wu Ruame swore as she hugged the doorframe. You said that half a year ago. Father Wu mercilessly exposed his daughter's boasting and pulled her up from the ground. Father, let go of me, father. I won't leave, I won't leave. I want to protect His Majesty. I want to protect His Majesty. Gag her and take her away. Wu Yong was so angry that veins were popping on his forehead. He roared and had someone gag Wu Ruome's incessant mouth before dragging her away. This humble official will take his leave. Duan Yu's unperturbed gaze brushed past the departing figures of the father and daughter, and he frowned slightly. Is everything ready? We've strictly selected 10,000 people from the secret pavilion and various camps. They've been waiting outside Tiger United's gate for a long time, Ying reported solemnly as he followed beside his master. Duan Yu nodded absent-mindedly. These elite guards were to be sent to the River of Forgetfulness and handed over to Jojo, so they naturally had to be carefully selected. Most of these people were experts above the 12th level of the spiritual realm. After they went to the River of Forgetfulness and formed a team with the other two provinces, they would gather all the resources that could be gathered and forge them into the strongest team to deal with the Heavenly Fate Empire. In order to destroy such an inhumane organization like Tianyun Group, sacrifices were inevitable. There was only about half a year left for them to fully devote themselves to preparing this team. Because it was very likely that the Heavenly Fate would speed up the process and invade this peaceful world. Heir Rong has arrived, Your Majesty. Duan Yu paused and looked at the tall, moon-white figure that appeared outside the door of drooping flowers. Rong Qing's brows were picturesque, and her expression was calm. She looked straight ahead and bowed. Your Majesty. Duan Yu waved his hand and suddenly asked, Rong Qing, is it all right for us to bring people to the River of Forgetfulness? Crown Prince Rong shook his head with a serious expression. That's not appropriate. Now that the situation is still unstable, Your Majesty should consider traveling again in half a year. This great master had just ascended the throne. Although his methods were swift and decisive, he had also secretly dealt with many people. However, when a new emperor ascends the throne, the Great Song Prefecture is bound to be in chaos for a while. If the emperor left now, the capital city would be without a leader. Naturally, it would not be appropriate. Duan Yu harumphed and walked outside. What if we insist on going? This humble subject is willing to do it for you. Who wants you to do it for me? Rong Qing followed behind him for a while. When she saw that he didn't speak, she couldn't resist saying, this subordinate can send a message to Your Majesty every day to report the River of Forgetfulness's situation. Also, I can inform Your Majesty about Miss Jiao's recent situation. Duan Yu paused in his steps and glanced at Rong Qing, who was standing next to him. Who said we missed her? Vassal Prince Rong glanced at His Majesty aloofly and replied honestly, Your Majesty said it yourself. Nonsense. Why don't we remember saying that we missed her or something like that? Vassal Prince Rong muttered to himself for half a second before replying honestly, although you didn't say it, your expression, actions, gaze, and even your breathing are telling this humble official that you want to go to the River of Forgetfulness, you really want to see the little miss. Duan Yu stepped away from him and silently broke into a stride. He really didn't want to talk to this kind of person who only knew how to retort his monarch. Annoying. Rong Qing expressionlessly followed after him. When the River of Forgetfulness sent people to negotiate, you were willing to send troops and form a team. You even volunteered to provide so many resources. Wasn't this your intention back then? He wanted to go to the River of Forgetfulness, he wanted to go to the River of Forgetfulness. He wanted to see Jojo, he really wanted to. Arbor rolled up from the floor and felt the soft hay beneath her. Only then did she remember that she came to the cargo hold to rest after finishing her porridge last night. She originally wanted to sleep in Paradise Planet, but her divine conscience had just recovered, and her connection with the star domain seemed to be intermittent. To avoid unnecessary complications, she laid down a mattress on the floor and made do with it. She didn't expect to sleep until late in the morning. When she pushed open the cargo hold door, she saw that the sun was shining brightly outside. It was already noon. This cargo hold was stuffy to sleep in. There were no windows on either side, so the airflow was obstructed. After a night, the smell inside was touching. In addition, the bed in the cabin wasn't as soft and comfortable as the one she slept in a few days ago. After waking up, Arbor only felt her waist and back ache. She used her small fist to pound her waist and back. When Arbor looked up, she saw Long Xiangyun walking past her with a cold expression. "What are you doing?" the little stoic grumpily shouted at her. Long Xiangyun turned around to glare at her. "What are you shouting for? Wash your hands and prepare to eat." Who on the ship wasn't at least in the spirit realm? Only Xianxia, who had snuck onto the ship, had a slightly lower cultivation, but had at least broken through to the spirit realm. Yet now, each and every one of them was like a mortal, as though they had been poisoned by the little stoic's poison. They insisted on following her for all 3 meals. "Let's eat, let's eat." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal carried a plate of stir-fried meat slices with green peppers and floated past her with a smile. Arbor looked up and saw that they had brought over a dozen tables from somewhere and put them together to make a long table. There was a sumptuous spread of food on the table. There were fruits, vegetables, and pastries. The little stoic's eyes brightened, and she ran to the nearby bucket to wash her small hands. Then, like a wisp of smoke, she jogged to Mo Lian's side and glanced at her beaming husband. Taking the bowl and chopsticks, Arbor pointed at the table curiously. "Where did you get so many tables? Also, this complete set of pots, bowls, ladles, and basins couldn't have been dug out from everyone's inner worlds and gathered together, right?" It turned out that this was what everyone thought. For example, Jojo would always bring some pots, bowls, ladles, basins, tables, chairs, stools, and the like with him when he went out, just in case he needed them. Jojo would bring everything he could and couldn't bring with him when he went out. Ask Mayan. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal chuckled and pointed at the tables, chairs, stools, pots, bowls, plates, and cups. These and those were all provided by Sir Holy Sun. Why? Sir Jojo stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and asked curiously. Holy Sun Miyan coughed awkwardly and silently continued to eat, not planning to respond to the little stoic's words. On the other hand, Mo Lian glanced meaningfully at Miyan and unhurriedly picked up some vegetables for his wife. He chuckled softly and said, "Jojo, do you still remember that you took 1,000,000 spirit coins from the Holy Sun and rented him a room in the Imperial Academy's Winter Forest Court?" Holy Sun Miyan's mouth twitched. Arbor silently lowered his eyes and continued to eat the rice in his bowl, his small face deadpan and expressionless. On the other hand, the siblings Long Qian and Long Xiangyun looked at Holy Sun Miyan with interest. Hearing His Highness the Crown Prince's tone, what? This Holy Sun Miyan was also swindled by the little girl back then. Holy Sun Miyan's expression was so strange. It looked like the swindling was a bit serious. Long Qian suddenly felt a sense of empathy for Sir Holy Sun. He glanced regretfully at the Holy Sun and nodded at him. Holy Sun, stupefied, "All right? Was this young Master Long sick?" Suddenly showing him such a caring gaze, it looked strange and curious. "You gave him an empty room that had nothing. He had to pay 100,000 spirit coins for a bed, 50,000 for a stool, and 20,000 for a teacup. Don't you remember?" Mo Lian had a hard time holding back her laughter and asked his wife seriously. Arbor continued to eat rice and expressionlessly looked up at him. "What does this have to do with what you want to talk about now?" Pfft, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't resist laughing. "Aya, my Jojo, don't tell me the connection, it's too big. Ever since you rented that 1,000,000 spirit coin earthen room for Miyan had lingering fears and brought tables, chairs, stools, pots, bowls, ladles, and basins with him every time he goes out. He has everything he needs for daily life." Pfft, cough, cough, cough. Huh. A youth from the Phoenix tribe was about to laugh but was glared back by Holy Sun Miyan's stern gaze. Arbor made an O sound and reached out to pick up some food nearby. "It's a matter of the past. Let's not talk about it. It's all old history. Can't you just let it go?" Why bring it up again? If he hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten about it. "Did you bring your bed?" She took 2 bites and suddenly turned around to ask Miyan. Mayan was speechless. "I really don't want to talk to this guy. What should I do?" Jojo's section break, 10 days later in the evening. Long Huan stood in front of the ship's railing and pointed at the island in front of him. "After drifting on the sea for so long, I'm sure everyone is exhausted. Let's land tonight and go to the fishing village ahead to rest for the night." This place is only 5 days away from the outer boundary of the River of Forgetfulness. Xianxia could not help but frown and interrupt. What are you going to do in a small village like that? Why don't we hurry up and get to the River of Forgetfulness as soon as possible to rest? Long Qi was startled and reflexively turned to look at the little stoic's reaction. What does younger cousin think? You can rest for a while. Arbor nodded calmly. She, Lian, Zhiqian, and Mi Yan didn't have any problems. In any case, after night fell, they only needed to leave one person to stand guard outside while the others took turns to enter the star domain to rest. Everyone else, however, was extremely exhausted. Especially the Phoenix tribe, those landlubbers. They weren't used to the long and bumpy journey on the sea in the first place. Although their cultivations weren't weak, it was still very tiring to be at sea for so many days. Now, their handsome and beautiful faces looked a bit sickly, making them look a bit pitiful. Feng Chongqing heaved a sigh of relief. After being on the boat for 10 days, he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Arbor glanced at him and kindly took out a stack of ointment from his inner world and handed it to him. Stick it on and soak it in your bath at night. I guarantee that you'll be 100 times more energetic tomorrow. Thank you, holy lady. Feng Chongqing bowed. Feng Zhangfei hurriedly ran to his elder brother and leaned his head over to see what was in his hand. After the boat docked, the group disembarked in a single file. When their feet touched the ground, they couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. It had been 10 days since devastating island sank, but there was still no news from Queen Qingyi. However, Qin Shueshue didn't show any signs of sadness. She only worked harder and harder every day. Because of her androphobia, Qin Shueshue was quite annoyed with the men of the Phoenix clan. Instead, she looked for Long Xiangyun to spar with her spiritual techniques every day. As time passed, Qin Shueshue and Long Xiangyun inexplicably became familiar with each other. Long Huan stepped on the soft sand beside the beach and said with a smile, "This fisherman's island is quite famous. Many adventurer teams that go to our forgetful river Snow Ridge to train usually stay on this fisherman's island for a day or two to rest. So the business on this fisherman's island is usually very prosperous. Adventurer teams can be seen everywhere on the island." As Long Huan introduced, his voice gradually lowered, and he looked around with a slightly strange expression. Why is it so quiet? The entire island was so quiet that one could feel some treacherous waves the moment they set foot on it. It was as if the entire island had sunk into a deathly silence. Even the chirping of birds and cicadas had completely disappeared. Long Xiangyun and Qin Shueshue looked at each other. They both took 2 steps back and almost stepped into the sea behind them. Didn't you say that this is a place where adventurers stay? Qin Hongsa looked around vigilantly. Why isn't there any sound at all? Arbor raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked, how can we prevent them from blocking our divine sense the moment we meet? The sudden appearance of the mirror image array had locked her divine sense, so it was very difficult for her to move afterward. Therefore, Arbor wanted to know how to prevent trouble before it happened. If in the future, whenever she met someone from the heavenly fate realm, they would use this kind of spirit-locking formation on her. Wouldn't that be too much of a scam? Even we can't guard against such a soul-locking formation. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal shook his head and sighed. It's said that the River of Forgetfulness has a treasure called the Light Congealing Mirror. It can break the mirror image soul-locking array. Long Huan looked at him speechlessly, but his expression was very respectful. Senior Immortal, the Light Congealing Mirror is an item recorded in ancient books. Although we have heard about it since we were young, we have never seen it before. By the way, is there a place called Snow Ridge near the River of Forgetfulness? Yes, the holy land of Snow Ridge is undulating, and half of it surrounds our Sea of Forgetfulness. It's the most popular place for adventure teams to go. Long Yun nodded. Then do you know that there is a divine artifact master hiding under the snowy mountains? He has the heavenly forging cauldron, which is ranked 2nd in the world. Ah? Long Huan was surprised. Is it Senior Scattered Light? Scattered Light. Arbor murmured this person's name. He is a descendant of Xuanji? Long Huan's expression flickered. You know Ancestor Xuanji? Ancestor Xuanji? This time, it was Arbor's turn to be stunned. A thought flashed across his mind. Her surname is Long? Long Xuanji, tomorrow, I will catch up on my sleep. This divine artifact master, Mi Guang, should be one of the first-generation disciples of the Xuanji sect. A divine artifact master who lived under the forgetful river Snow Ridge all year round. She wondered if she would meet him on this trip. Arbor glanced at Long Qian hesitantly. Senior Xuanji, is it really your ancestor? Of course. Long Qian nodded and said seriously, Ancestor Xuanji is the most outstanding ancestor in the family. How could I joke about this matter? Cousin, you've heard about your ancestor? Long Qian's eyes flashed and he could not help but size up Arbor. She had heard more than that. Arbor could not help but feel a little bitter when she thought of this. Could it be, it was the power of the bloodline that attracted her to the Xuanji mystic realm to obtain the Xuanji core. Everything was guided by the bloodline. It was just like when she entered her mother's mystic realm and found her mother's remains. It was as if the heavens were guiding her. Although she was resentful towards the Forgetful River Dragon clan, she did not expect that she had already received the goodwill of the Forgetful River Dragon clan's ancestor before this. This made her feel rather conflicted. Should she let go of her feelings and not dwell on the past? Mo Lian was the clearest about the Xuanji core. Hence, he could clearly sense Jojo's emotions at this moment. Raising his hand to hold her small hand, Mo Lian said gently, let nature take its course. Why should she be so conflicted? In that case, Jojo was also a direct descendant of Senior Xuanji. It seemed that it was not entirely fate that allowed her to obtain the Xuanji core. No wonder when Senior Xuanji gave Jojo 3 missions in the mystic realm, he added that she should try her best to help those weak mermen. Long Xuanji and Long Chuyun were originally family. Arbor shook her head slightly and walked towards the fisherman's island. Hey! Long Xiangyun suddenly tugged at her sleeve. This island is strange. Are we still going up? Yes, let's go and take a look. Arbor nodded and led the group towards the island. It was very quiet all around. Even the barking of dogs and the crowing of chickens could not be heard. Arbor's group of more than 400 people entered the fisherman's village one after another. However, they saw that the doors of every house were tightly shut. There was not even a trace of smoke in the village. Occasionally, they would see an emaciated woman sitting at the door. Before they could ask her anything, other people saw their large group pass by and immediately ran into the door in a panic, closing the door without saying a word. What's going on? Qing Hongse said unhappily, we're not ghosts. Is there a need to hide when you see us? Everyone ignored her and followed Xiao Mu to the other end of the village without consulting her. Suddenly, Arbor and the others heard the sound of a door opening. They turned around and saw an elderly woman walking out of the door shakily with a cane. When she saw a group of people looking at her, she was so scared that her hand trembled and she hurriedly retreated. Unexpectedly, she was too hasty and tripped on the threshold. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, Arbor's figure flashed and his hand shot out like lightning to support her arm. Old Granny, don't panic. We're just passers-by. We won't hurt you. The old woman was slightly shocked. She looked up and saw Arbor's delicate little face. Her heart relaxed slightly. This child in front of her was really good-looking. He did not look like those ferocious people from before. Mo Lian ordered her people to rest on the spot. Then, she and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal walked over to Arbor and the old woman. They helped the old woman who had difficulty moving sit down. Arbor asked, what's going on with this village? There's something you don't know. The old woman sat on a bench and said weakly, the people in the village were all frightened by those adventurers from outside. You also know that our fisherman's island is in the sea area of the River of Forgetfulness. Usually, there are people coming and going. But most of the teams that came to the River of Forgetfulness to train would come to our village to rest. Over time, every family started a business of inns and taverns. Arbor saw that the old woman's lips were dry and cracked, speaking intermittently. He reached out and took out a pot of tea, pouring a cup for her. The old woman's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. She hurriedly took it and thanked him. The woman mentioned that the fresh water on Fisherman's Island was polluted. The people on the island had been forced to cut off water for several days. I don't know what happened at that time, but many of those adventurers from outside suddenly turned into zombies. A few dozen youths from our village, in order to save the entire village, led those Xianxia to the stone formation behind the village. The old woman couldn't help but cry when she spoke of this. Those children were all very young and very brave. They had clearly stepped onto a path of no return, but they still did it without hesitation. So, those mutated zombies are still in your village? The old woman nodded, right behind, in the stone formation. Our ancestors have lived on this fisherman's island for generations. We only heard that the stone formation was built by a great Xianxia with unparalleled strength. Then why don't you leave this place? Xianxia asked suspiciously. Since it was as the woman said, there were a large number of zombies in the village. Then why were these people still foolishly staying here and not running for their lives? Arbor said indifferently. If normal people want to leave, they naturally need a boat. Could it be that they could summon flying spirit beasts or use flying spirit tools? They didn't have any. Just now, on the way here, the village was filled with ordinary old and weak women and children. There were no boats leaving the island. Did they want these people to make a raft and float all the way to the River of Forgetfulness? What a wild fantasy. Xianxia curled her lips awkwardly and turned her head to look elsewhere. She muttered softly, even so, we can't just stay on this island and wait for death. Humans were seeking to live, not to die. Just like her, didn't she escape from devastating City Island at the critical moment and beg for her life? You're not doing anything, yet you're expecting others to save you. These people were just lucky to encounter the little stoic before they ran out of food and water. Arbor raised his hand and patted the old woman's arm. Grandma, your village is still short of people. Gather everyone here. When we leave, we'll take you with us. Long Xiangyun frowned. What do you want? Could it be that you want to bring these old, weak, women, and children with you to the River of Forgetfulness? Long Xiangyun looked at Arbor as if she was looking at an idiot. Ah, this cousin, when did you become so kind-hearted? I don't see you treating your relatives well normally. Why are you even more affectionate with these strangers than with your own relatives? Arbor glanced at her and asked expressionlessly, is there a problem? If Arbor knew what Long Xiangyun was thinking, he would definitely find her incredibly strange. Which eye did she see that she treated people affectionately? This is a big problem. Long Xiangyun rolled her eyes and could not help but say, what do you know? Not everyone can casually go to the River of Forgetfulness. Mortals like these cannot enter our River of Forgetfulness realm. Arbor looked up at her. The latter waved at her in exasperation. There is no use in saying so much. You will know when you go. Long Huan did not refute her sister this time. She nodded at Arbor and said, that is true. It is very difficult for mortals to enter the River of Forgetfulness. Even if clan leader is lenient and agrees to give them a pass, these mortals still need a talisman to enter the River of Forgetfulness with their physical conditions. Long Huan shrugged and said, it is very difficult to obtain. Long Xiangyun nodded again. It is difficult enough for normal Xianxia to enter the River of Forgetfulness. You still want to bring a group of mortals in? Impossible. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Arbor asked expressionlessly. What is so difficult about using the storage talisman to bring them in? Could they go into the water? Or could they not pass through the River of Forgetfulness realm? They were all in the storage talisman. What other problems could there be? It was just an excuse. They did not want to accept these troublesome fishermen at all. Long Xiangyun was speechless. She looked dazedly at her for a moment before saying in exasperation, in short, it is not possible. The old woman saw that they were about to quarrel and hurriedly advised from the side. Everyone, do not quarrel over this old woman and others. If we can get rid of those evil beings behind the island, maybe we can continue to survive on this island. The water source of your island has been destroyed. It is impossible to continue to stay here. Arbor looked seriously at the old woman. Do not worry. Go gather people first. Yes. The old woman stood up shakily. Arbor called and had Feng Zhangfei help the old woman to gather people. Long Xiangyun glared angrily at the person in front of her. You are used to being a good person. Do you know that ever since the corpse poison spread in the sea and the living environment became worse, we have been forced to move to the south of the River of Forgetfulness? It is not easy for our clansmen to survive, and we have to take care of these troublesome mortals? What are you thinking? Xiangyun. Long Huan tugged at her hand and turned to look at Arbor. Cousin, what Xiangyun said is true. Furthermore, the River of Forgetfulness is indeed not suitable for ordinary humans to live in. You will understand once you go there. How about this, cousin, I'll send someone to send them out of the sea and settle down in a nearby city. But... Long Huan glanced at Arbor and said, we need to leave this cargo ship to them. For the rest of the journey, I'll have to rely on my cousins. Cough, Qi Xiaotsonglong, what do you think? Long Xiangyun's eyes lit up as she looked at Arbor. She had had enough of this cargo ship. Her arms and thighs were so sore from sleeping last night that she felt like dying. He might as well sleep on the little stoic's bamboo couch. Not only was it clean and refreshing, but there was also a cotton quilt on top of it. He could pass the night comfortably and needn't worry about anything. That's right. Can we not charge for it? Long Shi asked weakly. When he saw Sir Jojo glance at him, he hastily added, or we can charge less. After all, they wanted to commandeer Sir Jojo's ship because they wanted to do a good deed. If they had to fork out their own money to rent Qi Xiaotsonglong, then they would be too innocent. Long Xiangyun glared at her brother. Her brother was becoming more and more obsequious in front of the stoic face. It was truly an eyesore. Arbor glanced at the siblings and looked up when she heard footsteps. She saw the elderly woman leading a group of about 70 to 80 old, weak, women, and children in front of them and saluting in unison. No need to be so courteous. Arbor nodded indifferently and turned to look at Long Qian, who was sneaking glances at her. Find a few more people to take them back and settle them down. Long Qian sighed in relief, and a happy expression appeared on his face. Okay. He had thought that his cousin was going to oppose him again and stubbornly take these people back to the River of Forgetfulness. He didn't expect her to be so easy to talk to and agree immediately. Cousin, don't worry. I will definitely take care of this matter properly. I will definitely take these people to the seaside city and settle them down properly. Arbor nodded expressionlessly. Perhaps it was because they were used to her expressionless attitude, but Long Qian and his sister didn't think much of it, so you'll get used to it after looking at it for a while, right? In the past, they might have thought that the damned stoic face was always stoic, as though someone owed her millions of spirit coins. They really wanted to tear off her stoic face and viciously stomp on it a few more times before giving it a good beating, but now, they might think, oh, isn't it perfectly normal for a stoic face to always be stoic? Long Qian called over 4 or 5 strong men from the dragon clan and instructed them to take the old, weak, women, children, and the boatmen back with them. There was still a lot of food left on the ship, and it was all left for them. Calculating the time, these supplies would be enough when they returned to the seaside city. The old woman and the old, weak, women, and children on the island originally thought that they were going to die here, but they didn't expect to see a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. They naturally thanked Arbor and the others profusely. Xianxia couldn't help but mutter, if we leave all that food to them, what will we do in the future? Third sister, we cultivators won't starve to death even if we miss out on a few meals. Xianxia was a little dissatisfied. Why did she have to pay for food in order to take care of a few strangers after she had fled so bitterly? That ship of supplies was prepared by the queen in advance, and it was given to an outsider for free. Arbor ignored her. This Xianxia, other than having a foul mouth and being selfish, didn't have much else. If she didn't pay attention to her, over time, this person would naturally shut her mouth. Besides, they had also used a lot of the supplies on the ship in the past 10 days. They were all ordinary living utensils, food, fruits, and the like. What was there to feel bad about? Previously, young Lord Long had spent a lot of money in sovereign capital to purchase high-grade goods from Kaidai Veranda and Precious Painting Workshop. She had stored them in a storage talisman without using them. What golden silk veil, fine satin quilt, it was just the right thing to use to spread out his crimson firmament blue wave boat and live a comfortable life. Do you want to take a look at the stone array at the back? To be honest, Long Huan was quite curious. What kind of powerful Xianxia could set up such a powerful stone formation behind the village? How could a mere stone array trap so many corpse puppets? Even Mo Lian felt that it was somewhat magical. If it was really useful, it would be a good idea to learn it. The young couple looked at each other, nodded, and walked towards the back of the village. Everyone followed the young couple's footsteps and sprinted to the back of the village. When they saw it, they couldn't help but be stunned. There was an enormous stone formation in front of them. Each stone was so wide that it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around it, and more than 1.5 adults' height. These large stones seemed to have been moved here by unknown Xianxia from somewhere. They were abruptly erected in the empty space behind the village. One stone was separated by another. There were hollow patterns of various shapes and colors carved on them, and they looked slightly eerie. Arbor took a look and then looked away. The little guy who did not understand formations looked up at her husband. His brow was furrowed as he looked intently at the formation in front of him. He did not blink for a long time. Jojo Darren did not dare to disturb him. He stood next to him and carefully examined his expression. Xiaoxiao's lotus was usually very handsome. Now that he was serious, he looked even more handsome and beautiful, with an outstanding demeanor. Handsome, the little guy thought inside. Her little hand wanted to go and grab him, but stopped midway. When Emo Lian refocused, she saw the little guy's white hand that had retracted. She did not hesitate to reach out and grab it. Jojo, I found 2 life gates and know the essence of this formation. Let's go. Emo Lian excitedly grasped her little hand and pulled her into the stone formation. Pay attention to your steps, don't mess up your steps. Emo Lian ordered and pulled Arbor into the stone formation. He Chen, Feng Chongqing and the others naturally followed without hesitation. Long Ji, Long Xiangyun, Qing Shueshue and the others hurriedly followed. Qing Hongsa hesitated for a while. Seeing everyone go in, she could only reluctantly follow. She couldn't be alone and not follow the group, right? If those people went out from another exit and left her on this deserted island, then wouldn't she be finished? Be careful. Arbor threw out a dozen defensive seals around everyone. There may be many corpse puppets here, pay attention to your defenses. Yes. Everyone nodded warily and followed behind Emo Lian and Arbor. Apart from following them with full concentration, they also had to spare a portion of their spiritual awareness to check if there were any approaching corpse puppets. Didn't the young adults on the Fisherman's Island trap the zombies of the adventurers in this stone array? Why haven't we found a single corpse along the way? Long Shangyun couldn't help but ask. Don't slack off, Arbor said calmly. Long Shangyun rolled her eyes. Suddenly, her pupils constricted as she saw a white figure pounce out from the side, heading straight for her neck. That thing's pale face, coupled with its distorted facial features, almost caused Long Shangyun to be distracted and vomit. When Long Shangyun saw that the corpse puppet had already arrived in front of her, she summoned her sword from her consciousness with a clang. When she killed the corpse puppet, she had just exhaled a breath of air when she suddenly froze. Countless strange white birds jumped out from the corpse puppet's exploded body. One of them opened its beak and tried to bite her arm. In the blink of an eye, a black gold arrow brushed past Long Shangyun's arm and instantly shot through the strange bird's neck. Everyone raised their swords to kill the white corpse birds that flew over. Suddenly, a milky white fog appeared in front of them, enveloping everyone in it in an instant. They couldn't even see their own fingers. Jojo's lotus? Arbor immediately reached out to grab the wrist of the man next to her. However, she was instantly displeased when she grabbed nothing but air. Where did Jojo's lotus run off to in such a short time? Her footsteps were light, and she didn't panic as she walked through the layers of white mist. She casually released an arrow and disposed of a panting zombie. She inwardly thought, the zombies trapped in this stone's white mist formation seem to be low-level creatures. It shouldn't be difficult for the Feng tribe youths to deal with them, so there's no need to worry about them getting injured. Arbor closed her eyes and shot several zombies' heads in succession. As usual, she picked up the crystal cores on the ground and tossed them into her small pouch. These zombies didn't produce higher-level black crystals in their heads. It seemed that it was because they took different medicinal liquids. She could basically confirm now that people who took ordinary basic mutated medicinal liquids couldn't become high-level zombies even after they turned into zombies. If they wanted to become high-level level 2 zombies or above, they had to take mutated medicine. After taking it, the embryonic form of black crystals would probably gradually form in their heads, and the black crystals would become more and more solid after repeated improvements. She wondered how much superhuman's abilities would improve after absorbing this kind of black crystal. Arbor was a bit curious and secretly decided that after she cut open a piece of black crystal, she would test it out to see how much it could improve her psychokinesis. In any case, ever since she took the holy fruit, her body had become impervious to all poisons. A trifling corpse poison couldn't harm her at all. She had already developed antibodies against zombies, so even if she was scratched by a more powerful zombie, it couldn't harm her body in the slightest. A gust of wind came from behind her head. Xiaomu didn't even look at it, directly shooting out a crowgold arrow with a flick of her wrist. However, this time, she didn't hear the expected scream. The newcomer moved very quickly and continued to reach for the back of her neck. It was a living person. Arbor's lips revealed a grim smile. She covered her hand with a Vajra talisman and grabbed the other person's wrist with a flip of her wrist. The newcomer was shocked and hastily dodged. Unfortunately, it was already too late. When this little stoic's ice-cold hand tightly clasped his wrist, the newcomer felt unwell all over. Especially when he heard a soft crack sound in the silent air. As the fear in his heart spread, large beads of sweat involuntarily fell from his forehead. His hand, his wrist, was broken by the stoic face just like that? Show me your true face. A strong beam of light shone on the person's half-dark and half-gloomy face. Arbor sneered, the 5 vines between his fingers darting towards his opponent's throat like snakes. It was as fast as lightning and as strong as the wind, causing the other party to break out in a cold sweat. Holding his broken wrist, he quickly retreated. Arbor chased after him with a sneer in his eyes. Luring the enemy in, you still want to trick Joe, who was it that was so stupid to impatiently make a move? This method of doing things was not at all like Mu Qingyao's brilliant method of calmly waiting for the right opportunity. Which scoundrel was it that hit his head but showed his tail? He didn't realize he was being funny at all. Rip. A spirit-binding rope abruptly landed on Arbor's body and tightly wrapped around him 7 or 8 times. The other end of the rope was held by the person with the broken wrist. Right now, he was looking at her with a smug expression, as if victory was already in his grasp. Arbor could clearly see this person's face hidden behind the stone array, half in light and half in shadow. It was a very delicate face, but at this time, because of the pain, that face had long been distorted into a rather ugly appearance. She had seen this face not long ago. It was the person who had given her a trace of a nightmare from her previous life in Xianxia's battle arena the moment they met. Jiawei Academies. Bu Yi, the one who followed beside Li Xiangbei. Arbor hooked her lips. What, has Tianyun set his sights on Jiawei Academy again? Tianyun had sent people everywhere to hide in aristocratic academies to search for more talents for his organization to test medicine, right? Bu Yi clutched his broken left wrist, looking coldly at Arbor, and said fiercely, Arbor, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The grudge between the two of them had grown big. Originally, 2 fingers on his hand had been broken by the Crown Prince's people because of this woman. Now that his entire wrist was broken, new and old grudges added together, it really made one abnormally angry. Waiting for me? Arbor looked up at his incomparably loathsome face. Where does your confidence come from? Bu Yi snorted coldly, shaking the spirit-binding rope in his hand. This is not an ordinary spirit-binding rope, it's more than enough to bind a divine realm cultivator like you. Are you sure? Arbor stared coldly at the other, the slender fingers stuck to her side moved slightly, and instantly felt the spirit-binding ropes binding on her body gradually tighten. Bu Yi snorted lightly. I said don't waste your energy, you can't escape. Let me think, how should I take you away? Is it more convenient to let you fall asleep, or to just break your legs? Arbor's cold eyes looked directly at the other, her lips curled slightly, and a mocking sneer appeared. Humph. I think you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Bu Yi was directly angered by her disdainful gaze, and an arc of light in his hand swept towards Arbor's knees. Arbor's eyes gradually turned cold. His limbs were tied up and he couldn't move his body. He felt as if something heavy was dragging him. Several defensive talismans appeared in front of him, and the power of the talisman enveloped his body, blocking the sword of buy in time. Startled Swan jumped out, and with a buzzing sound, it cut open the spirit-binding rope on her body. In just a few seconds, Arbor had already broken free. His figure leaped forward, and the startled swan dagger shone with a sharp aurora. It was cold and sharp like a line of snow, and it instantly cut open the clothes on Bai's chest. The man lowered his head and saw that his clothes were wide open. There was a torn wound on his skin, and blood was flowing down. What a sharp dagger. Bai took a deep breath and suddenly felt very annoyed. He didn't expect that after just a few rounds, he would be injured by this woman again and again. Now, even the spirit-binding rope couldn't bind her, therefore, this dagger of hers must be an unstoppable divine artifact. Damn it. Bai's eyes darkened, and a layer of divine armor covered his upper body. The long sword in his hand was also covered with ice crystals, and he suddenly swung the dagger in front of him. He spun around and kicked, and Bai flew into the air. The sword in his hand exploded, and he still slashed towards the little girl's legs. Of course, he didn't want her to die. He wanted her to live a life worse than death. Arbor looked coldly at the incoming sword light, and summoned the thunder sword to meet it head-on. Suddenly, she heard a flutter of clothes, and Mo Lian's cold handsome face instantly blocked in front of her, and he summoned the black moon with a backhand. A long cry cut through the air, and the dark sword light of the black moon blocked Bai's fierce attack. How did this person get here so quickly? Bu Yi was shocked, and his gaze flickered. This stone array had been modified by the array formation master he had brought with him, who had added some new things. He sneaked onto Fisherman's Island with his men without informing anyone, all for the sake of silently waiting there. After waiting here for 2 days, he had the formation master reinforce the stone formation. That was why the zombies could not escape. Otherwise, how could the original formation trap the zombies for so long? Once the stone formation was broken, the zombies should have rushed out to tear the remaining people in the village to pieces and eat them. So, how could Prince Mo find this place so quickly? This formation had been modified by the formation master. Unless he was very familiar with the operation of this formation, it was impossible. Before he could continue hesitating, the Crown Prince's sword gleam caught up to him like lightning. Bu Yi was shocked. As he retreated quickly, he threw out a round bead. The moment it exploded, smoke filled the air. His figure disappeared into the smoke. He clutched his aching left wrist and panted heavily. That damned Mo Lian. How did he get here so quickly? Didn't this array formation completely isolate many of them from the outside world? How could it be? Whoosh. A bright light broke through the heavy fog in front of him. It was like a scorching sun illuminating the space. An arc of sword gleam chased after Bu Yi. Bu Ye's eyes bulged. He was shocked. He bounced and rolled backward. He dodged a few times and avoided most of the sword gleam. However, he felt a chill on his shoulder. Lowering his head, he saw that blood was flowing out of his body. He had received another sword strike on his shoulder. Pain assaulted his heart. Bu Yi was shocked. He looked up slightly and saw a slender figure holding a little girl's hand. They suddenly appeared not far away. They caught up again. Bu Ye's current emotions were not just fear and uneasiness. He felt a strong sense of defeat. This kind of formation that covered the sky and waited for people to walk into a trap. However, it felt like catching a turtle in a jar. It made him feel powerless. A feeling that Mo Lian, this person, seemed to be undefeatable even rose from the bottom of her heart. Lord Jojo waved away the thick fog in front of his eyes. With one hand holding the Crown Prince's hand, he quickly passed through the fog formation. At a glance, he saw the ashen-faced Bai. Humph! Bu Yi suddenly raised his hands and shouted, "Grandmaster Chu, change the formation." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly disappeared into the stone formation behind him to the left. Mo Lian tightened her grip on Arbor. She looked coldly at the changing scenery in front of her. The original stone formation was suddenly filled with black chi. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard everywhere. It was as if the place in front of them had suddenly turned into a desert in hell. Countless ghostly hands passed through the thick fog and grabbed at the two of them. Mo Lian pulled the little fellow into her arms and single-handedly controlled the black moon sword to cut through the thick fog and cut off a claw. Seeing countless zombies pouncing at him from all directions, he swiftly lifted the little stoic up, allowing her to soar into the air. His movements were extremely fast as he leaped into the dense black ghost hand formation. His sword gleam filled the air, and holy power lingered around him. The little stoic looked down from midair and saw him moving gracefully like a startled swan and a swimming dragon. His figure shuttled through the dense black chi formation. Wherever his sword gleam went, it was as if it could split mountains, split seas, and split stars. Black chi scattered in all directions, and the ghostly wails and howls transformed into waves of tragic howls. Wherever the black moon sword gleam passed, it exterminated a swath of evil beings. It was so fast that it was dazzling. In just a moment, the fog array was swept away by the crown prince's tyrannical power. The stone array crumbled into pieces, and the sound of explosions could be heard everywhere. Sir Jojo landed on the ground expressionlessly. Before he could steady himself, he was pulled into Prince Mo's arms again. He looked her up and down. Is something the matter? What could happen to her? She didn't even lift 2 fingers from beginning to end. If something happened, it must be because she was too bored. Mo Lian lowered his head and smiled at her. He patted her back. Don't be afraid. Arbor couldn't help but look down and roll his eyes. He didn't know which eye of his husband saw that she was afraid. Sir Jojo's gaze focused on a place under his feet. He raised his hand and pointed. Chase? Okay. Mo Lian nodded. He turned to look at the center of the stone array. There was a big hole. This should be the underground passage to the beach. Arbor frowned slightly. We can't let that person escape. He can't escape. Mo Lian didn't pull his wife down to chase after him. He just reached out his hand and pushed gently. A black fire that seemed to have a spirit instantly came out of his palm and chased into the hole. It chased deep underground at an extremely fast speed. Let's go. Mo Lian held his wife's small hand and squeezed it gently. This boy must have something to rely on if he dared to come here and cause trouble so presumptuously. Who did he think a broken array could trap? The crown prince's eyes were cold. He picked up his wife and swayed lightly. A hole suddenly appeared in the void in front of them. The 2 of them disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Bai and his group were like stray dogs as they passed through the secret underground passage. The dozens of Heavenly Fate disciples behind them screamed in horror. They scrambled out of the secret passage with Bai's deputy hall master. Those who were slow were immediately devoured by the spiritual black fire behind them. Buye's pupils constricted as he watched the disciples turn into a pile of ashes under the burning of the black fire. The black fire spread instantly. The disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect retreated in fear. Suddenly, 2 flying swords pierced through the clouds and the moon, flying straight to Buyi. The latter hurriedly swung his sword to block one of the swords and pulled a Heavenly Fate disciple in front of him. The sword pierced through the disciple's heart with a soft sound. The latter did not even have the chance to make a sound before he died, and was immediately used as a scapegoat. The long sword that had pierced into the chest of the unlucky bastard made a soft clang sound. Suddenly, the sword was lifted and flew backwards. Buyi raised his head, his pupils constricting. The sword fell into the hands of a smiling man dressed in red. It was the venerable immortal by Mo Lian's side. They came so quickly, Buyi subconsciously took a step back. His eyes narrowed as he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Vice Hall Master. A Heavenly Fate disciple beside him looked at him in surprise. Bai turned his head and nodded slightly at him. The Heavenly Fate disciple took out something from his inner world and threw it into the air. A flying spiritual artifact suddenly formed. Buyi was the first to escape. He had just leaped into the air when he saw a green vine wrap around his feet. The vines grew rapidly, and in a flash, they wrapped around Bai's arms and shoulders, tying him up from head to toe. The venerable peach blossom immortal chuckled. He guided a wisp of wood spirit with his fingertips. With a slight tug, Buyi was pulled down from the air. Brother, where do you want to go? Vice Hall Master. Vice Hall Master. Bai shook his bound body and glared at the venerable peach blossom immortal and holy Sun Miyan with fiery eyes. Vice Hall Master? The venerable peach blossom immortal sized up the person in front of him. What makes you think you can really catch a rabbit by waiting for a rabbit by a tree stump? Perhaps what you catch just so happens to be a tiger or a wolf? Ripping waves came from the air. Bai's eyes flickered. He looked up and saw a slender palm appear out of thin air in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Prince Mo passed through the air with the little stoic in his arms and landed in front of everyone. His phoenix eyes stared icily at Bai. In that instant, Bai felt like he was being targeted by a ferocious beast, and he felt unwell. Breaking through the air and coming out, the power to annihilate nothingness, the crown prince of the divine province actually had such terrifying power. Why didn't anyone in the entire Tianyun sect mention this before? How many times had they interacted with the crown prince? There was no way they didn't know that the crown prince had such a powerful and unique ability. Sir Jojo expressionlessly looked at the person in front of him and patted Prince Mo's neck, indicating for him to put him down. Mo Lian looked at her in amusement before loosening his grip and letting her go. Arbor slowly walked to Bai with a cold expression. He drew out a clap of thunder and slowly aimed it at the other party. "You're allowed to leave behind your last words." Feng Changqing and the others found Long Qian, Long Shangyun, and Qing Shuexiue in the shattered stone formation. They had just rushed over when they heard the little stoic say this coldly. "You're allowed to leave behind your last words, you're allowed to leave behind your last words." Why the heck did he feel that this icy little stoic was a bit inexplicably adorable? "You dare to kill me?" Bai couldn't resist sneering. "Do you know the consequences of killing me? Since you don't have any last words, then die." Arbor pointed, and the clap of thunder whistled through the air and shot toward Bai's neck without hesitation. Bai stared in shock at the person in front of him. He probably didn't expect this stoic face to be so resolute and kill him without a second word. In reality, the little stoic's current state of mind wasn't very calm either. When she looked at the person in front of her, there was a voice in her heart that kept telling her, "Enemy, enemy, kill him. Don't talk nonsense with him, kill him immediately." Although he wanted to figure out some things in his heart, for example, did he really have any interactions with Bai in his previous life? For example, did something happen between him and this person in his previous life? But at this moment, when she was truly facing this person, she really didn't want to ask or care about anything. She just wanted to get rid of this big trouble. With a soft sound, a flying sword suddenly drilled out in front of Bai and quickly split apart Arbor's thunder sword. Sudden thunder shook and was summoned back to Arbor's hand, clasping it between his fingers. She leaped into the air, ice crystals and water spirits emerging from her hands. They rustled like flying blades as they rushed towards Buyi. "Wait, stop." Buyi suddenly realized that the stoic face in front of him wasn't joking with him. She really wanted to kill him. So when she asked him if he had any last words, it really was the truth and not a joke like other people. "What right do you have to tell me to stop?" Arbor glanced at him coldly. Although she didn't say anything, Buyi could clearly read the deep meaning in her cold eyes. "Don't you want to know who the mastermind behind Tianyun is?" Arbor's eyes were mocking, and her lips curled. "You know?" Of course I know." Arbor stared icily at her, her entire body's water spiritual energy ready to be unleashed. Everyone saw a waterfall-like water curtain slowly rise behind her, which instantly solidified into an ice surface resembling an iron plate. Long Shangyun's gaze flickered, and a thought spun in her mind. The little stoic's control over the power of the five spirits had probably already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Someone about to die is merely spouting nonsense. Arbor raised her sword, and a rainbow-like sword light rapidly cut through the ice wall behind her. In less than a moment, everyone saw the ice surface crumble and transform into countless sharp ice spikes aimed directly at Buyi. Buyi's entire body was bound by the vines guided by the venerable peach blossom immortal, and he simply couldn't struggle free. When he saw the little stoic pointing countless ice spikes at him like an arrow on a bowstring, he instantly started to panic. "I know, I can tell you, but you must." Before Buyi could finish speaking, he saw the stoic face wave her hand, and countless ice spikes abruptly stabbed at him from head to toe. Buyi struggled and jumped back in a panic. He used his divine perception to guide his flying sword and slashed several ice spikes back and forth in front of him. However, he quickly discovered that there was practically no end to those ice spikes. Countless densely packed ice spikes gathered in one place and directly nailed his flying sword to the ground. The remaining hundreds to thousands of ice spikes were like locusts passing through, swarming through his limbs and bones with clanging sounds. Buyi's entire body was corroded by the cold air, and he was rooted to the spot in a daze. Everyone clearly saw the berserk power of the sacred water scuttling back and forth in his body, wantonly destroying his dantian and meridians. In a flash, the cold air spread from Buyi's hair to his eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth, all the way down to the soles of his feet. Within minutes, his entire person turned into a transparent crystal-like, ice sculpture. The fear in his eyes could still be seen through the ice. His mouth was slightly agape, and his eyeballs were bulging out of their sockets. The panicked expression on his face was completely exposed. Damn liar. Arbor looked at him coldly. A mere vice hall master of a small branch of the Heavenly Fate organization dared to claim that he knew who the mastermind behind the Heavenly Fate organization was. You want to lie to Jojo again? You're spouting too much nonsense. Go to hell. Arbor stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. In a split second, the ice sculpture with its mouth slightly open suddenly broke apart into 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 pieces and fell to the ground. Long Xiangyun's pupils shrank. Qing Heis, who was behind him, sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back. When she raised her eyes again, she looked at Arbor with a hint of fear in her eyes. Arbor was a little too frightening. Tearing a person into pieces just because of a disagreement, wasn't this method a bit too terrifying? Qing Xianxia turned back to look at Qing Hongsa. She frowned and couldn't help but sneer. Third sister, you can't be thinking that this person is pitiful, right? He's a disciple of the Heavenly Fate organization who doesn't shrink from any evil. Wasn't this third sister too naive? At this time, could it be that the long-lost Virgin Mary Heart was acting up? Don't look at this Vice Hall Master Bui in front of her. His face was very delicate and he seemed harmless. But as the Vice Hall Master of the Heavenly Fate organization, what good could he do on a daily basis? How many people had died at the hands of the Heavenly Fate organization? Furthermore, not long ago, their entire devastating island had collapsed and sunk to the bottom of the sea because of Tianyun's attack. Deep hatred was right in front of them. What kind of expression was Third Sister's? She actually acted up at this time. It was truly laughable. Qing Hongsa also seemed to feel that her expression just now was a little too much. She hurriedly restrained her expression and said stubbornly, I don't sympathize with Tianyun's people. Qing Xianxia glanced at her again and faintly lowered her eyes. Third sister, the moment Tianyun wiped out our home, the hatred between us and them became irreconcilable. Seeing that the surrounding air was quiet and no one spoke, Long Qing Long couldn't help but laugh. Long Huan could not help but clear his throat, then chuckled awkwardly and said, just now, our brothers from the Phoenix clan have cleaned up all the corpse puppets in the stone formation. We've already checked the surroundings. There are no more corpse puppets left. Long Xiangyun said, since that's the case, let's leave now. Hurry up and let her board the Crimson Firmament Blue Wave ship to take a comfortable bath and sleep. She really didn't want to move a single finger. Just now, she had killed so many corpse puppets in Stone Town that her hands were almost sore. She originally wanted to rest on the island, but in the end, she had to fight again. How tiring. Long Qing also nodded, but quietly glanced at Sir Jojo and said, although this place has already become an abandoned deserted island. Everyone is also very tired after fighting for so long. In my opinion, why don't we return to the village and find a slightly cleaner house to stay for the night and rest? We'll set off tomorrow morning. They originally came to this island to rest. Now that they came up and fought, not only did they not rest, they were even more tired. Big brother, you? Long Xiangyun looked at Long Qing strangely. When did Big Brother become so silly and adorable? Wasn't it better to rest on the Crimson Firmament Blue Wave? The Crimson Firmament Blue Wave ship moved steadily as if it was on flat land. It didn't make people feel bumpy at all. The space on the ship was different. There were many rooms. Just randomly picking one would be very comfortable. This? Why did they have to find a place to stay on this lousy island? Wasn't this superfluous? Arbor turned around and looked at everyone's pale faces. His gaze shifted to young Master Long's travel-worn face. Go rest on the red firmament blue waves. She glanced at him and said expressionlessly, I won't charge you. Young Master Long heaved a sigh of relief as though he had been granted amnesty. His eyes revealed traces of a smile as he cupped his hands towards Arbor and thanked her. Many thanks for cousin's generosity. What were they waiting for? Let's set off quickly. Long Xiangyun, damn, so Big Brother was retreating in order to advance. Damn, she was wondering why Big Brother was so stupid. It turned out that he had learned to be smart. Qing Hongsa tugged on Qing Xianxia's sleeve. Xianxia, what are they talking about? What scarlet firmament blue waves? Where are they going to rest? Why did the Long siblings look so happy and excited? Arbor took out the sealing ball from his inner world and casually tossed it to the sea. Everyone saw a 3-story ship riding the wind and breaking the waves as it sailed down the river, creating a series of huge waves. The entire ship sank several feet into the sea and came to a steady stop. Let's go. Long Xiangyun waved at Xianxia excitedly. Following Arbor and the others, they flew towards the crimson firmament blue wave. Great, they finally got rid of that lousy ship. They didn't have to sleep on the ground and on haystacks every day. Their backs were sore from sleeping. Yo, the future was promising. This night had been too comfortable. After being tossed about on the dilapidated ship for so many days and suddenly returning to a sacred weapon like the crimson firmament blue wave, she suddenly felt that this treatment and benefits simply couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. After a good night's sleep, Long Xiangyun walked up to the deck to breathe in the fresh air and couldn't resist stretching. When she turned around, she saw 2 tall and handsome men, one in red and one in white, walking down the spiral staircase. For a moment, she felt that nothing in the world was more beautiful than this. The man in red leaned against the railing and chuckled with a wine pot in his hand. The man in white was like a holy light shining on all things, and his expression was aloof. As the 2 people's eyes swirled, it was as if a myriad of afterlights were flowing down. The myriad colors in the world were all gathered around this D*MN stoic. Long Xiangyun took a bite of the dried bun in her hand. Her nose twitched, and she smelled the fragrance of clear porridge. She walked forward without stopping and hastily followed the scent. Then, she saw an expressionless face in a moon-white robe appear in front of her. "What are you doing?" As expected, the little stoic immediately hollered at her. Long Xiangyun speechlessly rolled her eyes, but her gaze followed the large pot of porridge in the little stoic's hand. "Washing my hands." The little stoic glanced at her disdainfully and walked past her. Long Xiangyun turned around and bared her teeth at the little stoic's back. "This D*MN stoic, can't you speak properly?" Before long, the 100 members of the Feng tribe and Xianxia's 300 personal guards all came out. Everyone suddenly realized that this space was truly very interesting. This deck didn't look very big, but it didn't feel crowded even with more than 400 people squeezed together. The surroundings were still empty. "We'll see the snowy ridge if we continue forward." Long Huan said to Arbor with a smile, "Cousin, are you going to look for senior fine light of the snowy ridge sacred land now?" Arbor shook her head. "Let nature take its course." She had already given the remaining nameplates of the Xuanji school's first-generation disciples to seniors Qianqi and Lu Zheng. Without nameplates, it would be troublesome. In any case, this matter wasn't urgent. It had been so many years, so why be impatient? "Alright, then let's not stay here any longer and enter the river of forgetfulness directly." Long Huan sighed. "Speaking of which, we've wasted quite a bit of time on this journey." Qiamu glanced back slightly and calmly glanced at him before retracting her gaze. "Cousin, don't worry. The River of Forgetfulness Dragon Clan has no ill intentions towards you." Long Huan hurriedly said, "Besides, grandmother really wants to meet you." Arbor didn't say anything. He put down the bowl of porridge, got up, and walked to the railing. Crown Prince Mo faintly swept Long Huan a glance. Seriously, Long Huan could sense the dense warning in the Crown Prince's eyes even through the air. He had seen a lot along the way. For someone like the Crown Prince who loved his wife as much as his life, if the Dragon Clan of Wangchuan really did anything harmful to the little stoic, the Crown Prince would probably uproot the entire Wangchuan. Between the 2 of them, there was no need to say anything, but everything was expressed in silence. It was truly worthy of envy. Long Huan shook his head slightly and calmly looked back at the Crown Prince, nodding at him. Mo Lian glanced at him before retracting his gaze and walking towards his wife's side. If Long Huan could behave himself, he naturally wouldn't touch their family. If the River of Forgetfulness Dragon Clan had ulterior motives and wanted to harm his Qiao, how could he treat them courteously? He naturally had to protect his wife to the end. On the vast sea, a fast ship was heading towards the depths of the River of Forgetfulness. The ship had been circling around the snowy mountains for many days, but it still hadn't found the place where the people of the River of Forgetfulness lived. "What's going on? There's no island here." Could it be that the River of Forgetfulness Dragon Clan and their clansmen are all gathered in the snowy mountains? After searching for a few days without finding the entrance, Heer was already very impatient. Mu Rochuan stood on the deck and looked at the sea in the distance, not saying anything for a long time. "Eldest miss, what do you think?" Heer sighed and suppressed her temper to ask. After interacting with this eldest miss for a while, Heer realized that this eldest miss's personality was too stuffy. Basically, if she didn't ask her or talk to her, she could be stuffy for a few days without making a sound. Of course, Heer didn't know that this dull eldest miss used to be in high spirits and was quite confident in her eloquence. If Mu Rochuan stood in front of Mu Xingchen and Arbor now, the two siblings would probably be shocked. Her change was too great. Eldest Mississippi Hong Chang led the two of them over and cupped his hands slightly towards Mu Rochuan. After interacting with her for a while, Hong Chang was somewhat convinced by this eldest Mississippi. At first, he and Heer both felt that this eldest miss with no cultivation was simply causing trouble here. But gradually, they also realized that this unusually calm eldest miss was very much like their hall master. Her intelligence was also not below that of their hall master. "How is it?" Mu Rochuan asked softly. "Deputy Hall Master Bai has brought people to Fisherman's Island for many days. Normally, they should be back by now, but they..." Mu Rochuan couldn't help but sneer. "Just send a message back and ask the people in the main hall to take a look at their life lanterns." Hong Chang was stunned and said with a solemn expression, "Eldest miss means that Bai and the others are already dead? Isn't this a very normal thing?" Mu Rochuan said indifferently, "Before you attacked them, did you ever find out how many deity realm experts and transcendent realm experts there were by Mu Qiao's side? I really admire Deputy Hall Master Bai's courage. But at the same time, I'm also worried about his intelligence." Mu Rochuan faintly said, "He does whatever his master tells him to do. What a brainless dog. Although I don't know how the Hall Master of the Hidden Moon Hall came to have enmity with Mu Qiao. But he's so naive. I feel that he's not qualified to be the master of the Hidden Moon Hall. Young miss, please be careful with your words." Hong Chang hurriedly bowed and said. Within Tianyun, there was a very strict hierarchy. As a subordinate, he was not allowed to talk about whether his superior was right or wrong. This was absolutely unacceptable. Mu Rochuan shut her mouth with a cold expression. She turned her head and continued to look at the distant sea. "I'll send a message to the main hall right away," Hong Chang added, then left with his men. Heer glanced at him, frowned and said to Mu Rochuan, "Eldest miss, the most important thing for us now is to find the entrance to the River of Forgetfulness. As for other matters, we can put them aside for now." Although Deputy Hall Master Bai's death was regrettable, it was not the most important thing at the moment. Enter the River of Forgetfulness? Mu Rochuan's face revealed a mysterious smile. Isn't the River of Forgetfulness already there? But even though this place is within the boundaries of the River of Forgetfulness, if we go in... Heer suddenly stopped speaking. Her gaze changed slightly as she looked towards Mu Roxian. The latter's gaze remained fixed on the calm sea, not moving at all. Heer was a smart person. With a flash of insight, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Eldest miss, you mean that the entrance to the River of Forgetfulness is here? Are there any cultivators below the spirit realm here? If so, please step out. Those below spirit realm do not have any protection and it is very difficult to enter the River of Forgetfulness Jia." On the deck of the boat, Long Qian asked. His voice was very calm and did not show any disdain. He was just stating a fact. Everyone looked at each other. No one moved at all. It seemed that Xianxia's 300 personal guards were all above spirit realm. All right. Long Qian nodded. How many people here cultivate water spirit? Please stand to the left. Immediately, many people walked to the left side and looked in Long Huan's direction. Those who cultivate water spirit, even if they cannot cultivate a water spirit barrier, they can use a water barrier to block off the water when they enter, Long Qian said with a serious expression. I only have 100 water avoidance pearls here. Distribute them to those who need them. Long Qian took out the water avoidance pearls from his inner world and gave them to his personal guards. Mainly those who cultivate fire spirit and lightning spirit need them. Put the water avoidance pearls in your mouth. Your fire spirit defense and lightning spirit defense are completely useless in the water. Especially lightning spirit, be careful that the defense is useless and you will die from the electricity flowing through the water. Everyone's mouths twitched as they looked silently at the lightning spirit Xianxia. The latter looked at each other with pale faces. So? The entrance to the River of Forgetfulness is under the sea? Feng Zhangfei ran to the railing and looked down at the calm sea. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Do we have to dive into the deep sea?" "Yes." Long Qian nodded. "So without a water spirit barrier, it is very hard to dive into the deep sea. The distance is very deep, it will take about 2 hours. So if everyone has defensive Ling artifacts, you can continue to prepare. Remember to bring enough medicine and replenish your spiritual energy at all times. After all, activating a defensive spiritual artifact also consumed spiritual energy." As for Mo Lian, He Chen, Holy Sun Mi Yan, these transcendent realm experts, Long Huan naturally did not need to worry too much. With his saint energy, even if he were to dive for a few days and nights, it would not be much of a problem. Sir Jojo moved his hands and feet. He looked down at the calm sea and looked at Long Hua with a questioning gaze. "Shall we?" Long Yun nodded. "Everyone, follow behind us. Be careful." Hua. Long Shi and Long Shangyun looked at each other and both of them transformed their fishtails and dove into the water. Hua hua. The sound of people jumping into the water rang out one after another. Everyone jumped into the sea with all their might and sank into the waves with their heads covered. Spiritual energy barriers of various colors slowly lit up around their bodies, wrapping around them. Splash. Arbor sank into the water as if it had returned to its mother's embrace. He stretched his limbs with a comfortable expression, and with a casual movement, his body shot out a distance. Feng Zhangqing and the others who followed her into the water suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. Everyone looked back and saw that the little girl was like a flexible fish, swimming away with the current in an instant. Mo Lian. "Wife, come back. Wife, hurry up and come back." Why was she so nimble like a fish? Once she entered the water, even the Dragon Clan clansmen who had fish tails to assist them in paddling weren't like his wife, who could swim such a long distance in an instant. She kicked her legs twice as if she was about to completely disappear from his sight. Seeing that his wife was getting further and further away from him, this fellow couldn't help but feel anxious. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to Sir Jojo in the water, "Wife, hurry and come back." The heavens truly took pity on them. With his and Hu Jinchen's cultivation, they actually couldn't catch up to Sir Jojo in the water, they could only watch helplessly as she dashed out. Yes, she was dashing. How was his Jojo swimming in the water? She was simply kicking her legs and dashing forward for a long distance as if she was walking on flat ground. How could Sir Jojo know that once she entered the water, she was like a runaway wild horse, dashing out for a long distance? When she heard her husband's voice transmission, she turned her head and looked dumbfoundedly at Mo Lian and the others who were far away from her. Eh? Why was her husband so far away from her? Why were they dawdling like this? Why weren't they hurrying to catch up? Didn't they say that the entrance to the River of Forgetfulness was underwater? What were Long Ji and Long Shangyun doing? Why were they dawdling behind? Why weren't they leading the way? Countless questions rapidly popped up in Sir Jojo's head, but she promptly swept them out of her mind. "Husband, Jojo is coming." The little stoic hastily kicked her legs and dashed back to Mo Lian, Hu Jinchen, and the others. Splash splash splash, splash splash, everyone could see clearly now. This stoic girl casually kicked her legs in the water and dashed over 100 feet like an arrow. In less than a few seconds, she had already turned back. Long Shangyun's eyes bulged in shock. Her long, gliding fishtail stood upright in the water as she turned to look at her brother, who had an equally astonished expression. The little stoic's paddling speed is clearly superior to the fastest and strongest divers among the merfolk. The siblings exchanged a glance and criticized in their hearts at the same time. "Husband, why are you so slow?" Mr. Jojo quickly returned to Mo Lian's side. He reached out and hooked his arm around Mo Lian's arm. He looked at him from head to toe. Did something happen? Everyone looked at her with different expressions. A young man from the Phoenix clan, who had a water-repelling pearl in his mouth and couldn't speak, raised his hand and pointed at Arbor's mouth. Heavens, as expected of their saintess. After entering the water, you don't need any water barriers to defend yourself. You can easily open your mouth and speak in the water, just like on land. Only then did Arbor realize that those who had the water avoidance pearl in their mouths could not speak. As for those that were able to speak, they were only able to do so through the defensive barrier. Mo Lian, He Chen, Holy Sun Mi Yan, and others rely on their high cultivation, so they don't need to open any water barriers after entering the water. However, their speed in the water is obviously not as fast as on land. If it is not necessary, they will not speak. If they want to speak, they will probably still need to use a water barrier to create a small space. Arbor blinked and smoothly swam in front of Long Shangyun and Long Hua. She looked at their mutated fishtails and then swept a glance at the Dragon Clan clansmen with mutated fishtails following behind them. After the Dragon Clan clansmen mutated their fishtails, they could swim freely in the water like fish without any hindrance. Isn't this normal? I have the blood of my mother's long family in me. Just like these mermen with mutated fishtails, I can swim freely in the water. Arbor thought to herself. She stomped her feet nonchalantly and returned to her husband's side. Long Qian stared at her deeply. Normal? No, this wasn't normal at all. When they were ordinary people, they would still feel the water pressure when they entered the sea. If they didn't have any protective measures, they wouldn't be able to breathe smoothly in the water. Only after they mutated their fish tails and transformed into mermen could they breathe and speak freely in the water. Arbor, however, entered the water alone. Without any barriers, she could easily run back and forth in the water. She could breathe and speak without any obstruction. How could this be normal? Long Yan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He turned around and looked at his sister. Both of them nodded. Everyone, follow. Long Qian swayed his body and dove into the deep sea with his sister. While hanging onto her husband's arm, Xiaomu wriggled her limbs and pulled down the water droplets before grabbing Mo Lian's hand. With a kick of her leg, she pulled Mo Lian along and chased after the Long siblings. Prince Mo was stunned. He suddenly felt his body lighten as if the water pressure around him had disappeared. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He was already being pulled by his wife. They dove down without any obstruction. The others quickly followed. They used all their strength to dive down and shorten the distance between them and the Long family members in front. Mo Lian only realized how fast Jojo could move in the water after she was pulled by Jojo. She was able to drag a grown man like him so easily and effortlessly. With a casual kick of her legs, she was able to drag him down at least a few dozen feet. They quickly caught up with Long Shangyun, Long Qian, and the others who were leading the way. Still down there? Arbor kicked the water away and turned to look at Long Qian, who had a strange expression on his face. Young Master Long felt that his impression of his cousin was about to be refreshed again. This wasn't abnormal at all, it was extremely abnormal. The little stoic stood gracefully in the water. Her white robes rippled slightly in the water, and her black hair drifted gracefully. Her cold little face, separated by the blue water curtain, appeared to be very red. Although she was in the water, the strange thing was that there was not a trace of water around her. It was not an exaggeration to say that she had completely merged into the water. This attitude was too carefree and unrestrained. It was as if the surrounding seawater was nothing to her. There was no water pressure, and it did not hinder her movements or speech at all. Why aren't you saying anything? The little stoic knitted her brows and looked at Long Huan and his sister, who had strange expressions. Ever since the siblings entered the water, they seemed a little strange. When he asked them questions, they didn't open their mouths. He really didn't know what they were thinking. Could it be that he had relapsed and was trying to trick Jojo? Jojo looked at the two of them warily and continued to hold her husband's hand as they dived down. I'll go first. After saying that, he pulled Mo Lian and kicked off the water. They immediately sank several dozen feet and continued to swim forward. Feng Zhangfei looked back at Feng Zhangqing with a strange expression and asked with his eyes, how could the holy maiden swim so fast? How could Feng Changqing know this? He could only reply with a I don't know look and pointed at his younger brother's head. At this moment, they were diving deeper and deeper, and could already feel the heavy water pressure coming from all directions. Even though they were in the god realm, they had to activate the godly armor or the barrier to protect their heads. Feng Zhangfei understood what his brother meant. He immediately waved his hand to create a godly armor and protective helmet to cover his head, leaving only his eyes exposed. Feng Chongqing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His brother's current appearance was simply, he didn't know how ugly he looked swimming in the water with a weird helmet. What's that? Be careful. Be careful. It's coming. The sound of water splashing could be heard. The crowd burst into exclamations. Feng Chongqing looked back and hurriedly pushed his brother Feng Zhangfei away. When the two of them suddenly separated, a great white sawtooth shark slid quickly between them. The great white sawtooth shark was about the size of 3 to 5 adults, but it swam very fast in the water. In the blink of an eye, it made its way into the crowd. It opened its mouth and swallowed 2 of Qing Shui's maids. Its teeth were as sharp as knives and axes. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were chopped into pieces. Oh my god, is that a mutant zombie shark? No, it's not mutant. It's just, run. A divine beast. It's a divine beast. Damn, how can a divine beast-level sawtooth shark appear in such a place? In front of a divine beast, even God Realm masters of the same level could only bow their heads and accept their fate, let alone Spirit Realm cultivators. Xianxia shouted anxiously, get out of the way. Go. Do you want to die? Go. Hongsa subconsciously grabbed Xianxia's hand and pulled her away from the shark's attack range. In the water, Hu Shurchen gestured to the Phoenix clansmen to disperse. Feng Chongqing and the others hurriedly spread out and summoned weapons from their consciousness to hold in their hands. The great white sawtooth shark was unstoppable. After biting 3 to 5 people to death, it suddenly turned around in the water and swam quickly toward Xianxia and her sister not far away. This great white sawtooth shark is faster than anyone in the water. Everyone, get into formation. Surround it and attack from a distance. Ah. A female attendant who was still commanding the formation watched as the sawtooth white shark rushed over against the wind and waves. She didn't have time to dodge at all and was bitten in half at the waist. Disperse quickly. Xianxia was so anxious that her eyes turned red. Under his agitation, the water barrier in front of him started to churn rapidly due to his emotions. It even showed signs of breaking. Damn it, she didn't expect that in just a few moves, dozens of her subordinates had already been killed by this great white. This sawtooth white shark had already developed intelligence and knew to pick the soft persimmons to pinch. It always attacked the female attendants below the 7th level of the spirit realm. It completely ignored Hu Shurchen, Holy Sun Miyan, and the others. Ma Shurchen and Miyan wanted to catch up and restrain him, but their speed was no match for him. He threw out several wood spirits in an attempt to restrain it, but it was as fast as an arrow, and it brushed past him repeatedly. This sawtooth white shark was sly and cunning. It never went near He Chen and the others. When it saw He Chen and Holy Sun Miyan, it would run far away. It was truly infuriating. The sawtooth white shark was like a water spirit that toyed with the human world. It had chosen to play with them. With a wave of its tail, it shot in Feng Zhangfei's direction like lightning. Feng Zhangfei's handsome face was a bit stifled. As he flew backwards, he hurriedly mobilized the wood spirits to protect himself. Crack. The sawtooth white shark bit down on his longsword with a ferocious glint in its eyes. It bit a few times, but it couldn't bite his sword in half. However, the sword was like a toothpick, stuck between the rows of saw teeth. Feng Zhangfei held the sword in his hand, and his body swayed back and forth in the water. With his sword held in the mouth by that ferocious sawtooth white shark, his body rose into the air, creating splashes in the water. Zhangfei. Feng Zhangqing and a few other Feng clansmen hastily drew close, and several wood spirit restraints clung onto the sawtooth white shark's body. However, the sawtooth white shark broke free of those wood spirit restraints in no more than a few seconds. The sawtooth white shark spat out waves of icy spikes, which instantly spread out in a fan-shaped arc. The crowd in front swiftly retreated, and the dozen or so female attendants who couldn't dodge in time were instantly pierced through by the ice spikes. Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as she bellowed, "Quick! Quickly hide behind me!" Holy Sun Miyan grasped a sharp blade made of ice and snow and swung it at the sawtooth white shark's head. However, the sawtooth white shark's speed was too fast. With a dodge, it dragged Feng Zhangfei, who was hanging on its long sword, and dashed more than a dozen meters away. Its small, sinister eyes revealed a trace of smugness. It turned its head and opened its mouth, wanting to spit out a water arrow to kill Feng Zhangfei, who was hanging under its teeth. Suddenly, it saw a tiny fish swimming to its side. Eh? What was this thing that was so small and so fast? Set up the formation. Arbor blinked and casually tossed out several dozen jade talismans. He set up a confinement talisman formation in the water, which instantly enveloped the sawtooth white shark. The little stoic kicked her legs and rapidly shot in front of the sawtooth white shark like an arrow. She brandished a thunder clap in her hand and directly slashed at the white shark. Thousand thunder mirage, several thousand bolts of lightning interweaved into one and swooped down on the white shark. Even Yuan Shichen, who had always been calm, couldn't help but twitch his mouth and change his expression. Dodge. With a flick of his finger, wood spirit walls spread out from his body and merged with the water spirit walls that Holy Sun Miyan slapped out, forming an enormous defensive shield in the water. 10,000 what the F***ck ran through everyone's minds, the 1,000 lightning phantoms that the little girl threw out flashed and rumbled in the sea. The lightning chased after the water and scattered in all directions. It conducted electricity indiscriminately and flowed to the surrounding people. Crackle, crackle, everyone's forehead twitched. Through the large defensive barrier, they could see countless electric currents flickering and crackling. It was as if there were electric whips directly lashing their bodies. It was inexplicably terrifying. How could they break through it? Long Shi and Long Shangyun used all their strength to barely keep up with the little girl's speed. At this moment, he was also blocked outside the defensive shield set up by the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and Holy Sun Miyan. Looking through the water and wood defense, he saw the little stoic raise the thunderclap sword and fiercely attack the white sawtooth shark in front of her. In the chaos just now, Feng Zhangfei, who was originally hanging between the teeth of the sawtooth white shark, had completely disappeared. Feng Chongqing couldn't help but sigh in relief. If her little brother, that idiot, was still hanging on the sawtooth white shark's teeth, perhaps he would be the first one to be electrocuted until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The little girl's speed was so fast that it made people click their tongues in wonder. Originally, even the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and Holy Sun Miyan were helpless in front of the white shark's valiant speed. But now, it really was extremely unlucky. This white sawtooth shark truly had 8 lifetimes of bad luck for encountering the little girl. Previously, it could bite many people in half with one bite, but now, it was trapped in the little girl's confinement talisman matrix. No matter where it fled to, it simply couldn't escape from her grasp. Even though this fellow forcefully tugged at the confinement talisman matrix to swim in the water, its speed still couldn't compare to the little stoic's. The little stoic was running haphazardly. She was sprinting around in the water, not swimming at all. She caught up to the white shark in a flash and raised her sword. Electricity shot out along the seawater, electrocuting that white sawtooth shark and causing it to roll several times in front of the little stoic. 10,000 horses galloped through everyone's hearts. They felt like there were no other words to describe this indescribable and strange situation. The little stoic was too frightening. This white sawtooth shark that looked so full of itself just now couldn't escape from her grasp at all. No matter how they looked at it, it felt sullen. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal floated and finally controlled his direction in the water with great difficulty and floated to Mo Lian's side. Glancing askance at him, the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal reached out to lightly touch Mo Lian's arm and asked with his eyes, "Where did you swim to just now?" Mo Lian turned his head and gazed at him strangely. "You might not believe it, but Xianxia had already dived several hundred feet down while dragging me." If he hadn't heard the gasps from above, how could Jojo have pulled him back? "Why were you so fast?" The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal continued to ask while looking at Mo Lian strangely. "How would I know?" Prince Mo gruffly threw him a you-know-what-you-mean look. He turned to look to the side and saw that fellow Miyan was also floating over while flopping in the water. Miyan pointed in the little stoic's direction and then pointed at Long Ji and Long Shangyun. When the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal saw him pointing here and there, he couldn't resist slapping his hand away in annoyance and said, "It's not like you can't speak. Why are you pointing at the sky and the earth?" After saying that, he pinched out a wisp of holy power from his fingertips and set up a water barrier around the three of them. Holy Sun Miyan stared blankly for a moment before letting out a long sigh. Phew, it's so uncomfortable. How much longer do we have to dive? Floating in the water all the time was really not a good thing. Let's see what young Lord Long has to say. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at Long Shi. The latter's eyes were focused on Arbor. No one knew what he was thinking, but he seemed to be in a trance. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal could not help raising his eyebrows. Long Shangyun was also a little stunned at this moment. Arbor was playing with the white shark for a long time. The unlucky shark was electrocuted to the brink of death. Xiaomu flew up and kicked its humongous body towards Mo Lian. Mo Lian, Zichen, and Mi Yan hurriedly flung out several bursts of sacred energy, forcibly slicing the white sawtooth shark into several pieces. The little stoic swiftly darted over and grasped a divine beast core that flew out from the sawtooth white shark's body. She nodded in satisfaction. Enveloped in seawater, no one would detect anything unusual even if she summoned the three puppies from the star domain in front of other people. She was practically one with the seawater in all directions. Even if she suddenly disappeared in the sea, Long Shi and the others would probably only think that she was too fast and that her escape speed had far exceeded their visibility in the water. Woof, woof, woof. The three puppies happily pounced in the water. The puppy in the middle opened its mouth and swallowed the crystal core of the white sawtooth shark. It chewed crisply and made crunching sounds. Everyone looked at that expressionless stoic face in horror. Especially Xianxia's guards, who had no ability to resist the attack of the white sawtooth shark just now looked at the little crown princess in front of them as if they were looking at a god. Wasn't it a little too fierce? After Arbor put away the three puppies, she kicked her legs and flew to the stunned Xianxia. How's the damage? Xianxia's small face was a little bitter. She raised her hand and set up a water barrier in front of her. Then she said, about a dozen people died. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Arbor raised her hand and patted her shoulder. That white sawtooth shark is equivalent to a master in the 7th level of the divine realm. You are indeed no match for it. Especially in the sea, the difference in strength was too great. It was her fault. She was so happy when she entered the water that she couldn't find the edge. She pulled Mo Lian and dived down so fast that they were all left behind. Xianxia smiled bitterly at her. They were weak. How could they blame others for this kind of thing? Sister Qiao, wait for me. I'll go over and count the number of people. We can leave right away. Arbor nodded. Xianxia tried to stabilize herself and floated to those guards. Not long after, she swam back. There are more than 250 people left. Among them, 20 to 30 have minor injuries. They took hemostatic medicine and blood coagulation pills. It shouldn't be a big problem. It won't affect our progress. Long Qian nodded. In that case, let's continue diving. Arbor pointed to the front. Long Qian, you lead the way. Lian and I will bring up the rear. After experiencing a divine beast like the white sawtooth shark in the water, the guards around Xianxia were a little nervous. Hearing Arbor's words, they couldn't help but look at her gratefully. They were the weakest in the team. Not only were they of no help to everyone, but they were also a burden. Let's go. Arbor waved his hand and asked Xianxia and the others to follow Long Huan. She ran to Mo Lian's side and hugged his arm. Holding his finger, she dragged him to the end of the line. This time, she didn't wander around and obediently followed at the back of the group. She pulled Mo Lian and walked slowly as if she was strolling in the water. Mo Lian glanced at her from time to time. He suddenly felt that when the little girl dived down at such a slow speed, it was as if she was walking down a flight of stairs. She even pulled him down step by step. His Qiao was really an unimaginable little girl. Arbor held Mo Lian's hand as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He walked for a while and tilted his head to look at him. What is it? You're a little, unbelievable. Mo Lian patted her little head in amusement. He was pulled down by Jojo and could feel that there was no water pressure around them. Their breathing was normal and they could speak freely. He didn't need to activate any water barrier. It was as if there was a vacuum around them. Not a single drop of water could float to them. I think the land of the Forgotten River tribe is the unbelievable one, right? Arbor looked down and his eyes lit up. Jojo's Lien, look. A huge underwater city was rippling in the dense mist. It was like a mirage, dreamy but real. At this time Mo Lien also saw the dreamlike city underwater, and her eyes couldn't help but flicker. No wonder Long Huan was unwilling to bring the commoners of the Fisherman Island into the River of Forgetfulness. This was indeed very difficult. The River of Forgetfulness was not a place that any ordinary person could dive to. At this time, they saw a city floating under the water, but in reality, they were still quite far away from the city. Not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary spirit realm practitioners would have used up a lot of their spirit power after diving to this extent, and they would need to constantly replenish their spirit pills. Long Huan glanced back at the team behind him from time to time, taking in everyone's expressions. Other than Xianxia, Hongsa, and the female attendants who had weaker cultivation, Mu Xingchen and the youths of the Phoenix clan were diving down quite easily and did not see any discomfort. But, Long Shangyun secretly glanced at Mu Xingchen, and then turned to look at her eldest brother. They knew very well that Mu Xingchen, who also had the bloodline of the Dragon clan, was in a completely different situation from Arbor. At this time, Mu Xingchen had not seen any discomfort in diving into the deep sea, most likely because of his strong cultivation base. And Arbor, she was. The brother and sister looked at each other again, as if they could see a hint of boiling fanaticism in each other's eyes. Changfei, how are you? Feng Changqing looked strangely at his second brother beside him. Ever since his younger brother had appeared in the team in one piece, he could clearly feel that Changfei seemed to be absent-minded. I'm fine. Feng Changfei was stunned. His mind was still in the realm of all living things growing and peach blossoms filling the sky, and he had not yet recovered. He didn't expect the Holy Maiden to have such a magical thing as the divine domain with her. Could it be that the family's ancestral teachings were not groundless rumors? The ancestral teachings said that in the future, if a woman who could communicate with the phoenix tree without hindrance appeared, she would be the Holy Maiden of the clan, and would follow her to death. The old ancestor had such foresight, after all, to be able to follow someone who had a divine domain with her. It was obvious that her future was boundless. Feng Zhangqing reached out and patted him on the shoulder. It was really dangerous just now. Don't be so reckless in the future. Be careful. Feng Zhangfei nodded and secretly turned his head to look at Mo Lien and Arbor, who were at the end of the line. Prince Mo quickly noticed Feng Zhangfei's furtive gaze and unceremoniously glared back. What are you looking at? Don't think that I didn't notice you sneaking glances at me. Longxi led the group further down. Along the way, they encountered quite a number of schools of fish, including a small group of mutant zombie fish. Fortunately, after the sawtooth white shark incident, no one dared to let their guard down. They were constantly paying attention to their surroundings. This wave of corpse fish was quickly dealt with. At this moment, when everyone looked down again, they could clearly see the city at the bottom of the sea. The transparent spiral staircase was connected to the corridor of the city below. Everything was like a dream, as if it was rippling in the water. It was as if it was made of transparent ice crystals, sinking to the bottom of the sea and emitting a faint and soft halo. It turned out that the River of Forgetfulness was so beautiful. Everyone's hearts were moved. They followed the spiral staircase down and arrived in front of a large stone wall carved with mountains and rivers. When the tips of their feet stepped on the soft sand, everyone looked up and saw the blue ribbon-like seawater slowly rippling above their heads. Wow! This is so miraculous! Everyone exclaimed in surprise as they looked up at the slowly flowing seawater above them. Seawater gathered on top of it, and dense moisture filled the air. The surroundings were surrounded by a vast ocean. It was as if the swimming fish were sealed in a glass bottle. Through the hazy mist, they could see all kinds of fish swimming to and fro wantonly above them. Feng Changqing looked down at the stone roulette in front of him. Green pine stone patterns were carved on it, and all the mountains and rivers could be seen. This is a transportation formation? Such a large transportation formation. Such an ancient and enormous transportation formation could only be seen in ancient mystic realms. Unexpectedly, the River of Forgetfulness had such an exquisite transportation formation. Long Huan coughed awkwardly at everyone. This transportation formation, this place can transport us to the entrance of the River of Forgetfulness City, Long Shengyun interrupted. However, it requires a large amount of spirit stones. I think we should walk there. It's not very far. Long Shengyun glanced at her elder brother's awkward expression and hastily took over the conversation. The group of Feng clan youths silently looked back at Sir Jojo, who had landed steadily and walked over hand in hand with Prince Mo. What are you all standing around for? Arbor grumpily shouted. Everywhere was damp, and her body felt uncomfortable. The little stoic lowered her head to look at her shoes that were covered in sand, and she furrowed her brows in disgust. Her husband understood her intentions and hastily said, Jojo, let's change into a new pair of shoes when we enter the city later. One with lotus flowers embroidered on it, Prince Mo added. Pfft. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter. Crown Prince Mo swept him a chilly glance, and the latter coughed lightly before promptly tensing up his handsome face in a deadpan manner. My lady saint. There's a large transportation formation here. A youth from the Feng clan grumbled. We need money to use it. Arbor stepped forward and looked down at the stone roulette. He expressionlessly pointed at the small line of words on it. You carved it? Long Huan looked at his cousin in confusion and shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is an ancient teleportation array. How could I have carved those small words? This must have been written by the formation grandmaster himself after he created this formation. Each teleportation costs 20 spirit stones. There was no limit to the number of people who could be teleported. And it's a one-way trip. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim, this is too much. Hongsa curled her lips and looked at Long Hua. Hey, do you have to do this every time you enter the city? We usually walk there. Long Huan coughed and said. Heh. Hongsa shrugged her shoulders mockingly. Her eyes were clearly throwing him a popper. With a hint of mockery. Hey, what's with that look? Long Shengyun glared at King Hongsa unhappily. It's not like we don't have money. It's just that place isn't very far. We'll reach it after walking for a while. How long will it take? Almost. Just less than 4 hours. What? Hongsa exclaimed. For a moment, she thought there was something wrong with her ears. What the hell, 4 hours of walking? Why don't you go to heaven? Long Shengyun instantly felt extremely embarrassed. Her face flushed red and she said angrily, Why are you making such a fuss? Our river of forgetfulness is like this, we can only walk. You're in the water, you can't use that flying spirit artifact. Long Shengyun stuttered as she was stared at strangely by the group. You think this is the land route? This is the bottom of the sea, it's the space under the sea. It's different from the land route. It's restricted to flying. And ordinary land beasts might not be able to adapt to the space under the sea. Everyone looked at her strangely. A dragon youth could not help but ask, then why don't you summon a sea beast to carry us over? I don't have a sea beast. Long Shengyun flew into a rage out of humiliation. My flying bat, it's not like you haven't seen it before. See my ass, no sea beast. Everyone looked at her with a look that said, why are you so lowly? Long Shengyun was about to explode in anger. Long Huan quickly grabbed her hand, coughed and said, that, if there's no problem, follow. We'll set off now, About 4 hours, we'll reach the city gate. Speaking of walking, it's not that far. Long Huan quickly added. Everyone, Sir Jojo looked at the siblings expressionlessly. Long Huan and Long Shengyun felt their hair stand on end from his gaze, and felt extremely guilty. What are you looking at? Long Shengyun flew into a rage out of humiliation. This spirit stone is not spirit coin. Do you know how much 20 spirit coins are? 20 spirit stones, that's 400,000 to 500,000 spirit coins. What kind of joke was this? One teleportation cost 400,000 to 500,000 spirit coins. Even if the River of Forgetfulness Dragon clan was rich, they could not burn their money like this. Moreover, They had to go back and forth between the land route and the sea every 2 to 3 days. Could they use the expensive teleportation array every time? Long Huan was a little annoyed. Because he realized that his cousin was looking at him and the dragon clansmen as if they were small and poor. Long Xiangyun shouted in exasperation, "Alright, stop talking nonsense, follow. Let's go." Arbor silently stood on the teleportation array. Mo Lian, He Chen, Mu Xingchen, and Holy Sun Mi Yen quickly followed suit. The young men of the Phoenixes reacted quite quickly, and they all rushed into the battlefield. After entering the teleportation array, one would know. Even though the teleportation array was only the size of a wheel, there was a different teleportation space inside the array. Therefore, there was no limit to the number of participants. Could it be that this teleportation array can teleport people from an entire city? Of course not. I heard that this kind of ancient teleportation array can only teleport 100,000 people at most. That's already the upper limit. Oh, that's already pretty good. Long Xiangyun and Long Huan quietly followed the team and entered the teleportation array. They were naturally willing to freeload off the teleportation array. Between the teleportation array and walking, only an idiot would choose the latter. Hearing the sound of the spirit stones falling into the center of the formation plate, everyone felt their hearts tremble. 20 spirit stones were equivalent to 400,000 to 500,000 spirit coins. Just like that, Lady Xiao Xiao spent the money for a single teleportation without even blinking. Long Xiangyun glared at Arbor with some grief and indignation. This guy, he was obviously so rich, but in the beginning, he cheated the siblings all day long and even stretched out his hand to ask them for ship fees. No, the 20 spirit stones that Sir Jojo spent this time, wasn't it from them. Previously, he had lost 50 million spirit coins to her. Then, he had signed a bill for 70 million for the fairy fair. All these added up to more than 100 million spirit coins. 400,000 to 500,000? What was 400,000 to 500,000 spirit coins to Sir Jojo? What was that? Arbor threw down 20 spirit stones and led the group to the gate of Forgotten River City. Looking up at the crystal-colored gate of Forgotten River City, it was like a glacier palace, presented in front of her. Arbor let out a small sigh. Wow, so rich. Everyone, this city wall is made of ice crystals, it is sturdy and beautiful. Even if a group of beasts besieged the city, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to break this gate in a month. Arbor sighed and walked towards the gate with her little paws behind her back. She waved the bill in her hand. Remember to pay back the money as soon as you go back. Stop pretending to be poor. How poor could someone who could use so many ice crystals to decorate the city gate be? They were almost tricked by this pair of siblings again. Sir Jojo said with a cold face, 70 million spirit coins, plus 20 spirit stones for this teleportation. Not one less, you have to pay by tomorrow. Otherwise, Sir Jojo could only form a temporary debt collection team and go to collect the debt. How bad would that be? Long Xiangyun's feet slipped and she almost fell to the ground. She had an impulse to curse her ancestors. Did the ancestors of the Long family know that there was such a peerless weirdo among the younger generation? Long Qian smiled embarrassedly and grabbed his sister's hand. Xiangyun, exhale, inhale, exhale. Yes, slow down your breathing. She couldn't possibly anger herself to the point of fainting, right? Long Qian felt that if he wanted to get along well with this cousin of his, he must not be stingy, he must be generous, and he must be willing to spend money. Sob sob sob. Why did it feel like all of these were for the sake of spending money? Long Xiangyun was speechless. She took a deep breath and exhaled. Then, she followed Long Shi to the city gate. The two merman guards naturally recognized young Master Long and Miss Long. Seeing this, they hurriedly bowed and saluted. No need to be so courteous. The two of them each took out a watercolored crystal card and waved it twice at the city gate. Everyone saw that the thin layer of enchantment that originally covered the city gate was slowly spreading to both sides like water ripples. A wide road paved with soft, yellowish-brown sand appeared in the middle of the road. It wasn't crowded even when two cars were traveling side by side. The people walking in and out of the restaurants and tea shops on both sides of the road were all mermaids and mermen with fishtails. Strangely, when Arbor walked into this city made of ice crystals, he could feel an endless amount of water spirit energy boiling in his body. The little water child was chirping nonstop in her conscious Master Silver, there are so many water spirits. There are water spirits everywhere. Quickly eat them. Alright, eat slowly. Don't be noisy. Arbor was getting a headache from the noise. The water spirit energy here was very dense. Naturally, she could feel it clearly. But strangely, in this group, there were so many water spirit masters, but none of them felt as strange as her. Ever since she entered the river of forgetfulness and stepped into the depths of the sea, it was as if she had truly returned home. She felt a trace of desire from the depths of her heart. Water spirit, water spirit, water spirit. The water spirit here was so dense. It was as if she could use it all. This was a very strange feeling of control. It was as if, once she entered the depths of the sea abyss, she was the queen of the deep sea and could control everything here. This feeling? It was truly strange. Xiaomu turned her small head and shuffled to her eldest brother's side with small steps. Big brother, how do you feel? Feel? I feel okay. Mu Xingqian looked dazedly at his younger sister. His younger sister must be worried about whether his body could adapt to the space in the deep sea. When he was walking in the sea abyss earlier, the deeper he went, the heavier his heart and lungs felt. Fortunately, he had many defensive spirit weapons, and his own strength was passable, so he didn't encounter any problems along the way. After entering the underwater city this time, it was as if he had entered another dry space. He removed the defensive barrier around him and could walk freely, so there weren't any problems at all. The little stoic expressionlessly gestured with her small hands and looked seriously at her older brother. Big brother, standing behind them, Mo Lian and Ma Shurchen couldn't help but facepalm. Why did it feel like this pair of siblings were talking like chickens and ducks? They were talking in two completely different worlds. Big brother, you don't feel anything? The little stoic gestured with her small hands again. Younger sister, let's not beat around the bush. What do you want to tell big brother? The Foam Tribe youth on the side almost couldn't stifle his laughter. What was going on? Why did he feel like the little crown princess was inexplicably funny and adorable? The little stoic glanced at Mu Xingqian again. Big brother, watch. After saying that, her body leapt up with a so sound and flipped around in the air. The water spirit energy from all directions instantly surged crazily, as though it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, rushing towards her side, fighting to be the first to enter her Dantian's godly ruins realm. The little water child cried out joyfully in her conscience. Oh haha, so pure, wahi, so awesome. Master Silver, do your best. Master Silver, work hard. Keep going, keep going. The little treant grumpily patted its head with its paw. Calm down. If you have such a rich wood spirit source, humph, I'll see if you can keep your composure. Hee, haha. Ha 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 ha. Don't laugh so sinisterly. Cho sourly spat out this sentence and didn't say anything else, leaving the little water child to go crazy. The long siblings stared blankly at the little stoic's actions. They opened their mouths but closed them again. Big brother, Jojo asked you if you could feel the rich water spirit energy here like she did. Mu Xingqian looked speechlessly at Jojo, who was floating in the air, and waved at her. The little girl immediately landed and quickly walked to his side. Big brother? Mu Xingqian looked at her speechlessly. Jojo, Big brother didn't comprehend the water spirit. Big brother comprehended the fire spirit. Everyone was speechless. Lady Xiao Xiao tilted her head and looked at her elder brother blankly. She thought that it was the effect of her bloodline power that allowed her to feel the rich and abundant water spirit energy here. Big brother also has the bloodline of the river of forgetfulness, shouldn't he be able to sense it? Big brother, you don't feel it? As soon as Jojo walked into this world built from ice crystals, she could sense the water spirit energy rushing toward her limbs and bones from all directions. Long Shangyun irritably interrupted her. Only you can feel it. Let's go, let's go. At this time an old mermaid suddenly swam over. The old woman crossed her arms in front of her chest and bowed to Arbor. Following this, more and more mermen swam over. Their faces were filled with reverence as they bowed respectfully to Lady Xiqiao. Arbor was confused. Long Shangyun saw her expression and could not help but snort, reprimanding, "Who asked you to show off? What did I show off about? Arbor turned back and glared at Long Xiangyun, retorting, speak human language. Long Xiangyun was simply angry and amused, speechlessly looking at her. Just now, you were like this and that, huh? What do you think? Where is this place? This is River of Forgetfulness, the bottom of the sea, flying is prohibited. You. Arbor then realized, she seemed to have flown up just now. There should be a large-scale space restriction at the bottom of the River of Forgetfulness, but it seemed that to her, this restriction did not have any meaning. Now, these ordinary residents of River of Forgetfulness all revered her as a deity, all of them swam over, bowing to her, their faces full of admiration. Misunderstanding. Arbor expressionlessly returned the greetings to everyone, using her eyes to glare at Long Xiangyun who was standing beside her. Why didn't you ask them to disperse? What was there to watch? She just had a whim just now, wanting to let Big Brother feel the water spirit energy that she felt, but Big Brother did not feel anything at all. It was really comical. Long Xiangyun sneered and shrugged. You started it, settle it yourself. Long Yin hurriedly swam forward to smooth things over, smiling at the crowd of mermen. All right, everyone disperse, there's nothing to see. These are our guests who came from afar. Everyone, please disperse. Young master. Before Long Yin could disperse everyone, one of the two mermen who were originally guarding the city gate quickly swam over. What happened? A large group of people came to the city gate. The one leading them claims to be Her Majesty the Queen of City Toppling Women Kingdom. What? Long Yin and Long Xiangyun were stunned. Xianxia walked forward with a face full of excitement. Really? The Queen of City Toppling Women Kingdom is here? Are you sure? Yes. How many people are there? Long Xia asked in shock. About 3,000 people. Now, they were all crowded around the city gate. The city guard merman felt very helpless. Long Huan pondered for less than a second before he said, invite the queen and the others in first. Don't let them enter the River of Forgetfulness. An old voice interrupted Long Huan. Long Huan and Long Xiangyun's expressions changed slightly at the same time. They turned around and bowed to an old woman who was walking over. Lord Prophet. Prophet Tuesday. The merfolk commoners, who were still making a ruckus, quickly turned solemn when they saw this old woman swimming over. They also bowed and saluted. Tu Xianxia held a fox head scepter in one hand and looked at Long Yun with a serious expression. Young master, the River of Forgetfulness does not take in outsiders. Arbor glanced at Long Huan coldly. She turned around and held her husband's hand. Let's go. Long Huan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly moved forward to block their path. Cousin, what is the meaning of this? The River of Forgetfulness does not take in outsiders. What are we waiting for? I think you don't have the sincerity to form the Killing Heaven's Fate battle team. Arbor pointed out with a cold expression. You even said you wanted to form a Heavenly Fate battle team. Arbor said with displeasure. Do you want the warriors of the 3 continents to form a battle team while eating seawater and seaweed? Cousin, don't be angry. Long Shi hurriedly took a few steps forward and gave his sister, Long Xiangyun, a look for her to go forward and block the little girl's path. This matter can be discussed. Prophet 2 didn't mean it that way, Long Shi hurriedly said. That senile prophet narrowed his eyes at Xiao Mu before unhurriedly shaking his head back. You are? Chu Yun's daughter? Mu Xingchen hurriedly took a step forward and stood in front of his sister. He looked at the senile prophet warily. Chu Yun's son and daughter are already so old. Prophet 2 glanced at them and nodded. Come with me. Arbor didn't react, so Mu Xingchen naturally wouldn't move either. Prophet 2 took 2 steps forward and saw the two standing there expressionlessly. They had no intention of following him at all. He couldn't help but frown and turn to the siblings. What's wrong? Mu Xingchen silently glanced at his sister. He was amused by the old man's attitude. What do you mean what's wrong? The beautiful queen's group was still standing at the city gate. Why did this strange old woman suddenly want the siblings to leave with her? If this matter wasn't resolved, how could the siblings leave with her? Long Shi hurriedly took a step forward and said, Cousin, please don't take offense. This is our tribe's great prophet, Prophet Tuesday. The prophet doesn't mean any harm. It's just that, the beautiful queen brought 3,000 disciples. I'm afraid our river of forgetfulness can't accommodate so many people at once. Moreover, most of them are ordinary commoners with no cultivation. Although I don't know how they got here, Auntie should have brought them here through the transportation formation. Arbor walked to Xianxia and said, "Let's go take a look." Xianxia's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. She couldn't wait any longer. Ever since devastating island sank and no trace of it could be found, she could see the sinking island day and night when she closed her eyes and heard the miserable cries of thousands of people. It was as if she could see the scene of her mother fearlessly fighting for her life. It was as if he could see countless broken limbs dancing in the bloody light. That kind of scene was too tragic and painful. Now that she suddenly knew that her mother was safe and sound, the anticipation in her heart was naturally strong and passionate. There was nothing in the world that could stop her from wanting to see her mother. The teleportation rune array was probably left behind by my mother. At a critical moment, it can save Xianxia's life. Arbor thought to himself, but he didn't say anything to Qing Shui. As the eldest young miss of Wangchuan, Long Chuyun naturally knew some of the clan's secrets. For example, a fixed-point teleportation glyph could directly teleport people to a certain place in the River of Forgetfulness. It was just difficult for ordinary people to pass through the deep-sea passage. After reaching the underwater city, it was not much different from the land route outside. Perhaps the biggest difference was that the space here was different. There was no sun, moon, or stars, but there was space to simulate the scene of day and night. Another thing was the ban on flying. But for ordinary people, whether or not they were allowed to fly was none of their business. The two of them walked towards the city gate by themselves. Two Xianxia's gaze darkened slightly. Chuyan's children should be surnamed Mu, right? Prophet Tu said coldly. What's your name? Long Huan cursed inwardly and was about to fly forward to stop Tu Xianji's reckless actions. Unexpectedly, a young merman in his 20s flew out from Tu Xianji's side and threw a ball of water at Arbor and Xianxia without a second word. Xianxia turned around and summoned the sword in her conscious, slashing apart that ball of water. The water mist assaulted the two of them, and Sir Jojo's expression instantly froze. She gently raised her hand and grabbed, and the countless droplets of water slowly calmed down in midair as if they were intelligent fairies. Strand by strand, drop by drop, the water droplets slowly contracted as if they were dancing on her fingertips, once again condensing into a palm-sized ball of water. Everyone. In the blink of an eye, they saw the little crown princess easily condense that ball of water mist into ice, shattering it into ice powder with a spread of her fingers, and then she raised her slender hand. "Get out of the way." Long Huan shouted angrily, his forehead drenched in sweat. Long Xiangyun was even more agile, and she kicked that young merman's buttocks, directly sending him flying and rolling twice on the ground. Whoosh! 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 Ding! 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 The sandy ground was riddled with holes and was a complete mess. The last bit of ice sand landed beside the other young merman's tail with a whooshing sound, startling the latter into repeatedly retreating with a ghastly pale face. Long Huan and his sister looked at the little stoic with an ashen face. At this moment, over 100 young men from the Phoenix tribe had simultaneously pulled out their swords, looking like they were about to rush up and fight to the death with them. F***ck, can you guys stop for a moment? Ah. Long Huan hated that he couldn't forcefully tear at his own hair to express his agony. Ah, he had finally established a tiny bit of friendliness with his little cousin along the way, but after they messed with him like this, it was all gone. Ah. The young merman who originally attacked only regained his wits at this moment. He screamed in shock and repeatedly retreated while swaying his fishtail. You actually have the cheek to scream. Long Huan glared at that young man. If looks could kill, he would have long killed this brainless fool with 1,000 cuts. Arbor raised his hand, and the strands of water spirits floating around began to condense again. Long Xiangyun's heart sank, and she hurriedly tugged at her brother's sleeve. Not good, the little stoic was about to flare up. How could the Long siblings, who had interacted with the little stoic multiple times, not understand the little stoic's personality? Damned Sundara, extremely protective, she couldn't bear to see other people hurt her own people in front of her. She had such a bad temper, and she was willing to suffer because of her pride. However, her control over the water spirit was too strong, so strong that it was almost impossible to look at her directly. Long Yan took a deep breath and rushed to Arbor as if he was trying to put out a fire. He opened his arms and shouted, "Cousin, please, please stop. This is second grandpa's grandson, Long Ji. He, his grandfather, was his grandmother's clan elder brother. Let's see, he should be your cousin." Long Ji? Arbor glanced coldly at Long Huan, and his gaze was so cold that it made people involuntarily shudder. What the hell? Why was it that this stoic face's cold and silent words were enough to frighten people? "Sis cousin." Long Huan hastily explained, "It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Everyone, don't attack first. Cousin, why speak so much with her?" Long Ji had already calmed down by now. When she recalled her cowardly appearance just now, she couldn't help but feel angry. "These two are the son and daughter of the traitor, Long Chuyun?" Mu Xingchen shouted with a sullen face, "Who are you calling a traitor? You better make yourself clear." Long Ji was intimidated by Mu Xingchen's shout and stammered, What, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it?" Back then, Long Chuyun teamed up with outsiders to stir up trouble in our river of forgetfulness. It caused our river of forgetfulness to suffer such great losses and was practically unable to recover for many years. If she's not a traitor, then what is she? Jojo. Mu Xingchen hastily lowered his head to look at his younger sister. Sure enough, he saw the little stoic's frosty face. Although her expression didn't change in the slightest, it was very obvious that she was so angry that her body was trembling slightly, and she actually didn't speak for a moment. Prince Mo hastily walked to her side and pulled her small hand, calling out, "Jojo." A pair of cold phoenix eyes shot straight at the person who spoke conceited nonsense. The icy murderous aura in his eyes surged, making it impossible for people to ignore. A towering aura pressed down on that youth named Long Ji. Tu Xianji's expression changed, and he hastily stretched out his hands to create a water barrier to help Long Ji out of this predicament. However, how could the crown prince's aura be easily dispelled by her? As soon as the two came into contact, she felt a terrifying mountain-like pressure crushing down on her, as if it could crush her old bones into nothingness in an instant. "Your Highness!" Long Huan cried out in alarm and hastily went up to stop him. "Let's talk things out, Your Highness the Crown Prince." "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Long Shangyun also cried out. "Get down!" Mo Lian shouted angrily, and a crisp bang was heard. That youth named Long Ji suddenly bent over, and his entire body collapsed with a heavy thump. He involuntarily kowtowed with a bang just like that. The surroundings were dead silent. The merfolk commoners all felt the heavy pressure at this time, so how would they dare to gather? They only dared to stealthily distance themselves from this place and steal glances at each other. Tu Xianji first felt the pressure on his body lighten. He turned around and saw his junior, Long Ji, in an arched position. She bent down and lowered her head. She knocked her head heavily on the ground and could not even lift it up. Looking at his fishtail rubbing against the ground, it was obvious that he was under a lot of pressure, but he was desperately trying to raise his head. However, the other party's strength suppression was quite terrifying. Not to mention raising his head, even breathing was difficult for him. Long Ji struggled with all her might and felt a sense of helplessness. He had never seen anyone with such tyrannical strength. Even when he was facing his cheap paternal grandmother, he had never felt such a terrifying suppression. At this moment, it was as if a giant mountain was pressing down on him. He felt extremely uncomfortable. His breathing was irregular, and he could feel his neck bones creaking, as if they could shatter at any moment. Long Ji. Tu Xianji was anxious. He suddenly looked up in Mo Lian's direction. "Stop. If I don't stop, what will you do?" Mo Lian stared coldly at Tu Xianji. Long Huan understood that gaze very well. Although he did not have much contact with this person, he had heard of this crown prince of the divine land. She was not a soft-hearted person. When she revealed such a gaze, it was killing intent. Long Huan's heart sank again. He hurriedly stepped forward to block Tu Xianji. He looked mentally exhausted, but he had no choice but to put on a smile. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please don't take offense. It was this one's cousin who was rude first. Please forgive, please forgive. Mo Lian glanced at Long Ji coldly as if she was looking at a corpse. He actually dared to anger his wife to the point of speechlessness upon meeting her, and he still wanted to ask for his forgiveness? What forgiveness? This kind of thing should be properly taught a lesson. Things that did not know the immensity of heaven and earth had their eyes on the top of their heads. Speak clearly, Arbor said with a chilly gaze. Long Ji's heart plummeted. He couldn't be more familiar with the little stoic's expression. Back in the imperial capital, when Shang Yun angered her, she also had this expression. The little fellow's attitude only gradually eased after she interacted with the siblings for a period of time on the boundless sea. But now, Long Ji really wished he could slap this Long Ji youth to death. His efforts were all in vain. Previously, he tried so hard to establish a good relationship with the little stoic. He finally eased after breaking the ice with great difficulty, but with this interference today, everything returned to the starting point. It really wasn't an easy task to pry open this stoic face's heart and get close to her. How did my mother betray the clan? Arbor looked indifferently at Long Ji, who was kneeling on the ground. Speak. Long Ji struggled to crawl on the ground. Suddenly, he felt the pressure on his head lighten, and he abruptly lifted his head up. The youth, Long Ji, glared at Xiao Mu indignantly as he sneered. What are you still pretending for? Who doesn't know that your mother, Long Chuyun, is a traitor in the River of Forgetfulness? Back then, the imperial capital's Long family branch allied with your divine province's Gu family and others to attack our River of Forgetfulness and plunder our resources. Although they didn't gain anything in the end, our Sea of Forgetfulness suffered a great deal of damage. Why do you think we sank to the bottom of the sea? To build a city in the sea here? That's because in that battle more than a decade ago, the River of Forgetfulness merfolk suffered countless casualties. In the end, everyone had no choice but to live in seclusion and hide at the bottom of the sea to take refuge. We used to live near the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm on Lisha Island, okay? We can also see the sun, moon, and stars. We can also feel the sea breeze and hear the roar of the sea. It's all your mother's fault, Long Ji said angrily. My father died because of her. In that war, how many people lost their loved ones? How many people were forced to leave their homeland and come to the bottom of the sea? Have you calculated the vastness of the Forgotten River? How many islands have suffered? How many people have lost their homes? How can such a traitor return to the River of Forgetfulness? Enough! Long Ji shouted angrily and glared at the howling Long Ji with red eyes. There's no need to mention the past. What do you mean by not mentioning it again? Arbor looked coldly at the crowd in front of him. What did Long Chuyun do? Are you trying to frame her with the crime of betrayal? She betrayed the clan? She betrayed the clan? What clan did she betray? You bunch of trash, how can you be considered her clansmen? A bunch of cowards. You can't even protect your own sisters, yet you want her to bear the burden of your clan's safety alone? Why? Just because you guys are weaklings? You deserve to lie in an underwater cave without sunlight for the rest of your lives. Because you deserve it. You're a bunch of bedbugs, dog poop, maggots crawling in ditches. The little stoic's pitch-black eyes revealed a trace of icy mockery. She either didn't open her mouth to scold people, or she would absolutely pick the most hurtful words to scold them. Once her venomous tongue opened, it would definitely make people feel extremely ashamed. What did you say? Long Ji was so angry that his entire body trembled. If it weren't for the clansman hugging his waist, he would have immediately pounced forward, wishing for nothing more than to tear apart this spouting nonsense little stoic. The little crown princess scoffed and said in an extremely mocking tone, "Look at your current appearances. Filthy, cowardly, shameless, pretentious. People who are shameless are invincible. What Wangchuan dragon clan? I think you're all the biggest jokes from top to bottom. You." Tu Xianji was also infuriated. When she saw the juniors quarreling earlier, she also wanted to go up and stop them, but she fainted from anger from the crown prince's sudden attack and the little stoic's sudden counterattack. Now that she heard the little crown princess's words again, she only felt that every word was heart-wrenching, and she was endlessly resentful. Long Ji broke free from his clansman at once and pounced toward Arbor. The little stoic's eyes were bone-chilling as she waved her hand and roared, "No one is to interfere." Xianxia, who originally wanted to block the way and send Long Ji flying with a kick, could only silently retract his foot and continue to rage on the side. He watched as his younger sister charged forward like a cannonball and kicked Long Ji's chest. Boom! Long Ji was kicked to the ground, and his fishtail even bounced. He truly looked like a large fish that had been thrown onto a chopping board. Before she could recover her wits, she saw the little stoic pouncing straight at him and punching him in the left eye. Long Ji's eye turned black on the spot, but this was only the beginning. Closely following that, the little stoic threw a torrential left hook, right hook, uppercut, and downpercut. Her aura was fully unleashed, and the wind from her fists whistled as the shadows of her fists interweaved like a storm. Everyone saw Long Jizhen being pressed to the ground like a fish and being beaten up fiercely. Long Qian was speechless. Long Xiangyun. The two siblings looked at each other and cried out in their hearts at the same time, "It's completely over. You can't even beat me. Serves your entire clan right for being cowardly turtles in this underwater cave for 10,000 years. Back then, it was you who sent my mother out for a marriage alliance. Have you asked for her opinion? Don't you think there's something wrong with this marriage? Have you never thought about the consequences of a marriage alliance? You filthy bugs that are rotten to the bone. How dare you speak ill of Long Chuyun with your cowardly looks? When Long Chuyun single-handedly challenged 9,000 people from Shuntian Prefecture in the lower star field, where the F***ck were all of you hiding? A bunch of cowards. Pussy. Scum. With your lowly skills, you dare to talk about Long Chuyun in front of me? You're so shameless, huh? For your sake, Long Chuyun left the Mu family and gathered people to come and rescue you. What about you? What did you do in return? Traitor! Ha 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 ha. Arbor suddenly roared with laughter and kicked Long Ji, who was like a lump of mud, in front of Tu Xianji, whose expression had changed abruptly. Look at how old you are. You are humans. Prophet Tuesday Long Huan quickly stood in front of Prophet Tu to stop her from seeking her own death. In the River of Forgetfulness, everyone respected her because of her identity as a prophet. But that didn't mean that the little crown princess would think highly of him. His little cousin had always been a person who did not play by the rules. Who knew what kind of terrifying thing would happen if Tu Xianji went forward? After all, wasn't Long Ji, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, the best proof? How dare you? Tu Xianji was stopped by Long Huan and couldn't help but shout angrily. He stared at Arbor in shock. She had watched Long Chuyun grow up since she was a child. He was mature, steady, and determined. No matter what, he wouldn't be so brash and unrestrained. What did her daughter eat growing up? How could she be so domineering? Standing in the territory of the River of Forgetfulness, she dared to beat up the nobles of the River of Forgetfulness. It was obvious that the River of Forgetfulness did not exist in her eyes at all. In the early years, this child, Chuyun, was still considered steady, but she did not expect that after leaving Wanchuan, he would become even more useless. He did not know how to raise his children at all. Look at what he had taught the girl. Has your mother never taught you to be courteous to your elders and humble to your peers? Tu Xianxia sneered. Mu Xingchen was immediately enraged. You have no right to say such nonsense. If it weren't for you ignorant clansmen dragging her down, she wouldn't have been able to escape. How could his mother die so early? Now you actually have the face to talk back to my sister? Tu Xianxia was stunned, and he seemed as if he'd just woken up from a dream. He nodded slightly and said, Right, Chuyun passed away a long time ago. I'm afraid your younger sister has no one to teach her all these years, Prophet. Long Huan hurriedly interrupted her and looked at her speechlessly. Why didn't he feel that the prophet's words were so unpleasant in the past? Everything he said today seemed to be inappropriate and stinging to the ears. She felt a sense of helplessness from the bottom of his heart. Even though she really wanted to pull back the little stoic's hostile mood, it was to no avail that so many pig teammates around her were useless. Long Xiangyun stepped forward and held Prophet Tu's arm. Prophet, if you have anything to say, let's go back to grandmother's place later. Let's not cause a ruckus here for now. Madam is here, madam. Madam is here. Mother. Long Ji and Long Xiangyun turned their heads and saw a dignified and elegant lady in white walking over with a group of people. This Madame Long's hair was tied up and secured with a long jade hairpin. There was a happy smile on her face, and there seemed to be light flowing in her eyes. She was exceptionally beautiful. "Since you're back, why aren't you going back to the mansion? What are you all standing here for?" Han Suqiong smiled and held her daughter Long Xiangyun's hand. She turned to look at Mu Xingchen and the others in arbor. She carefully sized them up and was slightly startled. "These people? He looks a little familiar." "Mother, this is aunt's son and daughter." Long Xiangyun tugged at her mother's sleeve and said coquettishly. Han Suqiong was suddenly enlightened. She quickly stepped forward and looked at Mu Xingchen and arbor. She excitedly said, "Chu Yun's son and daughter have already grown up. I am your aunt, Han Suqiong. What's going on? What are you guys doing? Quarreling?" Han Suqiong looked at Long Ji, whose face was bruised and swollen, and then turned to look at Mu Xingchen and his sister. Long Qian heaved a sigh of relief as if he had seen his savior. He hurriedly walked forward and bowed to his mother. "Mother, please help persuade cousin." Just now, cousin Long Ji suddenly barged out. Long Qian's ability to express himself was not bad. He quickly reported what had happened to his mother. Madame Long's face darkened as she turned to look at Long Ji. "Long Ji, what are you saying? How much do you know about what happened back then? You're just a junior, how can you talk about your Aunt Chu Yun? How rude. I'll mention this to your mother and let her teach you a lesson about hierarchy." Long Ji had been beaten up by Lord Jojo and was now being reprimanded by Madame Long. He felt that he had lost all his face. His face, which could not be seen, was even more distorted and swollen. Han Suqiong ignored him and walked to Arbor and Mu Xingchen with a smile. She said softly, "I received a letter from Long Qian a while ago saying that you guys are arriving soon. I've already prepared the bedding, furniture, and furnishings for you guys. I'm just waiting for you guys to come. I've been looking forward to you guys coming 3 days ago. I didn't expect you to be so late. Did something happen on the way? Or did that brat Long Qian cause an accident because he didn't lead the way properly?" Madame Long's mouth was very sharp as she spoke rapidly. Even someone like Mu Xingchen, who was good at communicating, could not stand Madame Long's enthusiasm, let alone the usually cold Lord Jojo. Xiao Qiao didn't know how to react when she saw Madame Long's passionate and well-mannered demeanor. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. No matter how cold Lord Jojo's face was, he could not hold it in front of Madame Long. Mo Lian took a few steps forward and held his wife's hand. He nodded at Madame Long and said, "There's no need to trouble yourself. We're leaving now." "Right." Lord Jojo, who was stunned, regained his senses and nodded. "Let's go." Madame Long hurriedly reached out to stop the two of them and comforted them with a smile. "Don't be anxious. This is husband." "Oh." Madame Long suddenly understood and looked at Mo Lian with admiration. "My nephew's son-in-law is really talented." "Ah." Her gaze shifted slightly as she turned to look at Long Huan. Long Huan nodded at Madame Long discreetly. Mrs. Long immediately smiled and said, "It was all a misunderstanding. It's good that everyone has talked about it. How could the entire river of forgetfulness blame your mother, right? Your grandmother has been missing her for so many years. The younger generation is insensible and doesn't even know how to speak properly. Auntie will find someone to teach him a lesson later. Don't take it to heart." Mrs. Long smiled and stepped forward to hold Arbor's hand. Tu Xianji frowned slightly, but seeing Madame Long say so, he was too embarrassed to tear down Madame Long's stage. However, in his heart, he still had a lot of opinions about the little girl's ruthless way of doing things. She was so vicious at such a young age. Look at how she had tormented young Master Longji. "And he is still at the city gate, I already know about this." "Get someone to invite them in," Madame Long said with a smile. "No matter what, they are people who were persecuted by the heavens. They are guests from afar. How can we not welcome them? If you have any plans in the future, you can discuss it with the clan leader." Xiaomu creased her brows. Everything had been said by this Madame Long, so she had nothing to say. Long Huan inwardly sighed in relief. Fortunately, Lin Mingyao's mother, who was adept at dealing with money and power, was here. She finally managed to keep Lin Mingyao's group of people, who were difficult to deal with. If he couldn't keep them after entering Wanchuan House, then wouldn't all his hard work these days be a joke? Just thinking about it made him pity himself. Why was he so pitiful? Long Shangyun's expression also eased a bit, and she walked up to speak to the little stoic. She saw the stoic face shoot her an icy, chilly, and emotionless glance. She was so angry that she shut her mouth and didn't want to waste words with this person. Let's go to the residence first and meet your grandmother, okay? Madame Long said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll have someone bring Queen Qingqing and the others over. Madame Long smiled with a warm expression. Let's go. Xingqian, this child, I remember seeing him once when he was young. He was just born then, but he's already grown so big now. Xingqian's younger sister is called Mu Qiao, right? How about Auntie call you Jojo? The friendly Madame Long chatted with them the entire way. Even a child like the little stoic who caused an awkward silence as soon as she opened her mouth couldn't really cool down the atmosphere. Madame Long's smile was like a spring breeze as she spoke with assurance and assurance. It truly made it hard for people to turn cold. Mu Xingqian cupped his hands at Madame Long and said indifferently, Madame Long doesn't need to be so courteous. Silly child, how is this courteous? We're all family, so why are you treating us as outsiders and speaking in a foreign language? Madame Long turned to smile at him and pointed at the residence's entrance directly in front of them. Here, we're here. This is our home. Wangchuan Dragon Clan's royal bloodline was built in the depths of the sea and surrounded by a water barrier within 5 kilometers in all directions. The mountain gate erected in front of them was the strongest barrier. Naturally, no one could pass through without an entry token. Arbor's group silently looked at each other. As Madame Long passed through the water barrier, the scenery in front of them abruptly changed. It was no longer misty and hazy. The scenery in front of them changed, and the corridors, courtyards, and pavilions were all in sight. The forest was deep, and a fragrant scent assailed their nostrils. When the servants saw Madame Long, they hurriedly bowed and greeted her. Madame Long smiled and nodded, indicating for them to do their own things. Jojo, are you going back to Yunyuan first, or, Madame? A middle-aged servant came forward with a smile and bowed to Madame Long. The patriarch has heard that young Master Mu and young Miss Mu have arrived. Please come with us. Madame Long couldn't help but smile. She turned around and looked at Arbor and the others apologetically. Jojo, Stardust, your grandmother already knows that you're here. Old people are impatient. I think you should go and pay your grandmother a visit first. What do you think? Mu Xingqian stretched out his hand and bowed. With an indifferent expression, he said, as it should be. Madame Long, please lead the way. Madame Long saw his solemn and indifferent expression, and knew that the previous matter must have made this young master unhappy, and he would not be able to resolve the knot in his heart in a short time. Where is Cloud Court? Arbor suddenly asked. Long Huan sighed in relief and said with a smile, Younger cousin, you don't know, but Cloud Court is the court where Aunt used to live. He wasn't afraid that the little stoic would speak, but he was afraid that she would ignore him and not speak no matter what. When Mother found out that you were coming, she ordered people to tidy up inside and out a long time ago. Cloud Court is your mother's residence. Madame Long pulled on the young crown princess's hand and whispered softly, You? Do you want to go over and take a look now? Arbor glanced at her and shook his head apathetically. No need. So many years have passed. What's the rush? The little stoic turned around and walked away without looking back. Prince Imo knitted his brows, feeling faint regret in his heart. If he had known that Jojo would be so unhappy after coming to Forget River, he wouldn't have agreed to bring Jojo to such a sad place back then. This was only the first day they entered Forget River, but how many times had Jojo been sad already? Imo Lian was in a bad mood, so she naturally didn't find anyone pleasing to the eye. When she saw Madame Long and her family standing there in a daze, she couldn't help but ask coldly, Aren't we going to see Forget River Dragon Clan's clan leader? Madame Long snapped out of her trance and nodded with a smile. Everyone, please come this way. The group of people walked past a vibrant and colorful garden, and walked along a small path to the pavilion in front of them. The pond pavilion was reflected in a circular lake, giving off a somewhat hazy and misty feeling. Mu Xingchen and the others were surprised. They didn't expect there to be such a bizarre scenery at the bottom of the deep sea. What was the difference between this and being on land? Qing Hongsa couldn't resist touching the dewy grass. This is real. Of course it's real. A youth from the Phoenix tribe looked at her strangely. This is a spiritual realm that's a world of its own. It looks like it's merged with the sea outside, but it's actually not in the same world. Qin Shueshua nodded and said, the mist barrier we passed through earlier is probably a natural barrier that separates this place from the outside world. Arbor, Mu Xingchen, and the others stopped in front of the pavilion. They saw an elderly woman in embroidered robes with a dignified figure walking out of the pavilion. Although this old madam's hair was white and her face was wrinkled, her back was ramrod straight. In her hand was a scepter made of green wood. It was propped on the ground with a fist-sized black pearl embedded at the top. Behind the old madam was a scholarly man in a green robe. He was around the middle of his life and had a sickly look on his face. At first glance, one could tell that his body was weak and that he needed to be bedridden all year round. The two of them met Arbor's group, and the old woman's gaze instantly stopped on Arbor's face. It was as if she was looking at something far away through that frosty little face of hers. The old madam didn't say anything. Instead, it was the sickly green-robed man behind her who took a few steps forward with an excited expression. He looked at Mu Xingchen and Arbor standing at the front and asked in a trembling voice, "Is it Xingchen and Zhou?" I am your uncle, Long Chuyu." Arbor was not as excited as Long Chuyu, and neither was Mu Xingchen. The two siblings only quietly watched this cheap uncle who had suddenly appeared in front of them, their expressions extremely indifferent. When the old madam heard Long Chuyu's voice, she recovered her senses. Only then did she withdraw her distant gaze from Arbor and say indifferently, "Come in with me. Let's sit down and talk." Arbor looked coldly at the old madam. "You looked at me just now. Did you see something? Did you see your pitiful daughter, your lowly daughter? Do you know how and where she died?" Long Chuyu's face paled slightly. "What identity are you using to speak to us? Maternal grandmother? Dragon Clan's clan head? Or your daughter who died outside, Long Chuyun's mother? Impudent." A beautiful middle-aged woman beside the old madam couldn't help but shout angrily. Long Qian raised her hand and stopped that beautiful woman from continuing to hoot. She took a deep breath and looked at Arbor. "I know you siblings have a grudge against me." "Grudge?" Arbor couldn't help but snicker. He tilted his head and looked at everyone in disdain. How can someone without feelings have a grudge? Everyone looked over in a daze. They saw the little stoic whose white robes were not tainted by a speck of dust. Her expression was indifferent as she stood there with her hands behind her back. She was like the vast sky, aloof and lonely. "Us siblings didn't come here to acknowledge you as our family, nor do we have any intention of seeking connections. We just want you to hand over all of Mother's belongings. Also, please hand over her remaining life lantern's broken shadow. Because you don't deserve it. You." The beautiful middle-aged woman glared and couldn't help but turn to look at the Dragon Clan's clan head, Long Qian. "Aunt, are you going to allow her to be so impudent? Are you going to allow her to trample on our Dragon Clan's face? Aunt, you heard about what happened just now as well. This woman who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth dared to severely injure my son. Aunt, he's your grandson too. Are you going to allow her to?" "Shut up." Long Qian looked sternly at that beautiful woman. "Aunt." Bai Ningxuang stomped her feet in anger. She had already heard about her son Long Ji's incident, but she hadn't rushed over to see how badly he was injured. However, she felt like her heart was about to shatter when she heard the vivid description of the incident from the messenger. "Must you speak like this?" Old Madame Long Qian took a deep breath and leaned on the cane in her hand. "Just now, how can you not know what I did just now? That bastard called Long Ji insulted my mother at the city gates. This isn't something that happened overnight, right? Traitor? Is this the crime that you Dragon Clan scum are trying to frame her with? She is such a proud and aloof person. Why should she accept your accusations? When she single-handedly fought with the Shuntian manor, what were you cowardly clansmen who only knew how to hide at the bottom of the sea doing? Moaning about nothing, living like a drunken stupor? I only ask today, how much is Xiao Feng you? Look at her with a smile. She's such a foolish woman. She sacrificed her entire life for your despicable race. In the end, she even lost her life. It's funny, isn't it? I think it's funny too. Haha. What a sad life. Stop talking. Long Qian shouted angrily. She is destined to be alone for the rest of her life. Arbor suddenly raised his voice, and his cold voice covered Long Qian's shout. Do you know what it means to be alone? Family, parents, brother, husband, son, daughter, everything is gone. In the end, he died miserably in that secret realm. Don't you have a heart? Don't you feel pain? She didn't know why her eyes were brimming with tears at the end. Long Qian gripped the cane and stood there with a stern expression. Yet Long Qiyu wailed bitterly and dashed forward to hug the little stoic. Suddenly, he was pushed away forcefully and met with a pair of bone-chilling phoenix eyes. Mo Lian reached out to pull the little girl into his arms. He suppressed his emotions, and his voice was low and trembling. Let's go back. It had only been a short while, but she had angered Jojo to this extent multiple times in a row. Go away. You don't have the right to touch her. Mo Lian looked disgusted and pushed Long Qiyu to the ground. He grabbed her waist and looked down at her with wavering eyes. I'll take you back. We won't care about what happens here anymore. I only want you to be happy. What merfolk tribe? What killing Tianyun? These people and matters had nothing to do with his Jojo. Mo Lian caressed her head and looked down at her reddened eyes, unable to hide the heartache in his eyes. Jojo, don't cry. My heart is in unbearable pain when you cry. I don't know where to go. Although he didn't say anything, the warmth from his palms calmed Arbor down a little. Long Qiyu collapsed on the ground and started bawling. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's Uncle's fault. It's me. I've let your mother down. It's all because I'm useless. Madame Long rushed forward to support Long Qiyu, who was on the verge of a breakdown. She turned around and looked at Arbor with a complicated expression. Long Qian gripped the staff in his hand tightly and said indifferently, Don't cry. I've taught you for so many years. Why do you still only know how to cry when something happens? Long Qiyu felt terrible. He supported his wife's hand and staggered to steady himself. Mother, what happened back then? You can't blame anyone for what happened back then. Long Qian turned to look at Arbor, a cold glint shooting out of his eyes. You're young and don't know the whole story. It's pardonable. But things aren't what you think. Send Mother's life lantern's broken shadow and all of her belongings to Cloud Court within 2 hours. Mo Lian coldly interrupted Long Qian's words and directly picked up the little stoic before turning to leave. Clan Head Long, you can try the consequences of disobeying this monarch. I'm afraid you can't afford to gamble. After throwing down these icy words, Mo Lian was disinclined to continue conversing with other people, so he left with Xiao Mu in his arms without looking back. Mu Xingchen only felt his heart clench uncomfortably. He glanced at his indifferent grandmother, then mechanically turned his head and strode after her. Although the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was smiling, his eyes were cold. Leisurely putting down his arms, he glanced at the silent Dragon Clan leader and chuckled. Hurry up, our patience is very limited. When the rest of the people saw this, they hurriedly followed and left in a group. Shue, look. Is that Mother? Qing Hongsa suddenly cried out in surprise. She raised her hand and tugged at Qing Shue's sleeve. Qing Shue naturally saw the queen and her entourage. She hurriedly went up to greet them, unable to hide her excitement. Mother. Qing Hongsa stood behind Qing Shue and did not step forward. She only looked at the queen with a complicated expression. He Luan stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Greetings to Her Majesty. This subject is very happy that Her Majesty is safe and sound. Beautiful queen looked travel-worn, but her eyes were exceptionally black and bright. Qing Shue looked at her mother with tears in her eyes. She curled her fingers and restrained herself. Only then did she not impulsively jump into her mother's arms. Qingyi also looked at Xianxia with a gratified expression. Shue, mother is proud of you. Qingyi reached out with a smile and hugged her daughter, who flew into her arms. She stroked her hair with a gentle gaze. When I came in just now, I heard that Jojo had some conflict with the mermen. Where are they now? Mother, it's a long story. Let's talk as we walk. Qing Hongsa stood outside the crowd. She opened her mouth slightly and watched Qing Shueshue and her mother leave together. She froze on the spot. He Luan and the others followed the queen, leaving her standing there in a daze for a long time. Then she slowly followed them, dejected. So her mother really didn't like her. Didn't she already know this? Why did she still feel sad? Mother, are we really going to stay in Wangchuan? Qing Shueshue held the queen's left hand and tilted her head to look at her. If she lived under someone else's roof for a long time, it wouldn't feel good. Qingyi looked at her with a smile. Aren't we going to set up the Tianyan battle group? Mother, you want to join? Lisha Island should be a good choice. Qingyi patted the back of her daughter's hand. We'll take it one step at a time. Let's see first. Arbor pushed open a long window and looked up at the silver moonlight pouring down from the sky. Faint silver frost covered the window. The faint moonlight illuminated the courtyard. A gust of hot wind blew over, ruffling a strand of hair by her temples. Mo Lian walked slowly to her side and looked down at a small mahogany box on the table. Not long ago, the merman had sent her mother's belongings. There weren't many of them. After all these years, her mother only had this small box with her. A few pieces of jewelry and a few personal items. There was also a short knife inlaid with a row of blue gems. It looked very earthy. It was very ugly and the handle of the scabbard had been worn out. It was clear that the owner liked this knife very much. Arbor took it out. The blade hadn't been used for so many years and was no longer shiny. There was even a small cut on the blunt edge of the knife. So ugly, Arbor muttered to herself. Her small hand touched the blade inch by inch and stopped for a moment. Fu Xing. What? Mo Lian paused and looked down at his wife's hand. Fu Xing. Arbor touched the blurry handwriting on the blade. Fu Xing. Fu Xing? Mo Lian murmured. Life is like a dream, but when you wake up from the dream, it's all in vain. Arbor put the blunt knife back into its sheath and held it tightly in his hand. My Jojo, Mo Lian reached out and hugged her slender waist. She sighed softly and said, tomorrow, we will go back. Don't meddle in these matters anymore. Arbor lifted his head and looked at him seriously. After a long time, he shook his head. Mo Lian raised his eyebrows slightly. Not for anything else. Arbor put his hand over his heart and murmured softly, for you, for our parents and siblings, for our friends. I hope that the 3 prefectures will be stable, that the country will continue to exist, and that the world will be peaceful and prosperous. I don't want to see this world become hell on earth, just like the previous world. Who would be willing to experience the world of desolation and ruins after having seen the beautiful flowers in full bloom? We don't fight for others. We only fight for the well-being of our future generations. Mo Lian's eyes flickered. He reached out and cupped her small face. He nodded with a smile. Good, my Jojo is so good. Everything will be as you wish. What do you think Fu Xing means? Arbor leaned against his chest and asked softly. How could the broken knife that her mother treasured so much be meaningless? Fu Xing, what was Fu Xing? The next day the main hall of the dragon clan was filled with many people. Queen Qingqing sat on the left side and chatted with the clan leader, Long Qian, for less than 3 sentences when a servant announced their arrival. Long Qian looked up and saw the cold-faced little stoic entering hand in hand with a tall and slender black-clothed youth. They stood in the center of the hall. Jojo. Queen Qingqing stood up happily and hurried over to greet him. Qiaomu looked over. When she met her smiling gaze, her expression relaxed, and her lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile. Long Xiangyan saw this and hastily tugged on her brother's sleeve. Long Xiang felt a bit bitter inside. This little stoic was too hard to get along with. The siblings had interacted with this stoic face for so many days, but they had never seen her show such a sincere smile to them. Auntie, Queen Qingyi walked over and hugged her. She patted her shoulder. It's great that you're all okay. Auntie, is there a transportation formation at the bottom of the sea that will send you away? Mu Xingchen couldn't help but ask. Qingyi didn't hide it and nodded. This transportation formation was set up by your mother. It's been so many years. I didn't expect that it would come in handy one day. That time we were still young. We often met up and went to the Sea Valley to train together. Your mother found it troublesome, so she asked someone to set up a transportation formation so she could find me anytime. Qingyi couldn't help but yearn for it when she talked about her childhood. In the blink of an eye, you're all grown up. That's all in the past. Jojo, Xingchen. Yesterday? Yesterday was just a misunderstanding. Long Qian interrupted Queen Qingye's words. Arbor glanced at her coldly. Our mission this time is to set up and kill the Heavenly Fate battle group. Let's cut the crap. Previously, when Long Xiang discussed with us, what island did he say we would do it on? When Long Xiang heard the little crown princess calling his name, he hastily came out from the Long clan and nodded. Yes, yes. The Dragon clan is going to set up the base of the Celestial Fate Legion on Lisha Island. When everyone is gathered, we will begin the secret training. With half a year as the deadline, we, the Forgotten River Dragon clan, will cooperate with the training of the 3 continents. Since that's the case, let's go together. Arbor turned to the queen and nodded. All right. Long Qian's face was cold the entire time. When she heard this, she couldn't help but say, is this the only thing we can talk about? What else do you want to talk about? Arbor looked coldly at the dignified old lady. I want to talk to you in private, Long Qian said. That won't be necessary. Mo Lian directly refused and said with a cold expression, you just need to do as you said and provide that island. 10,000 elites from the Divine Prefecture should be able to reach the River of Forgetfulness in the next 2 days. There are 10,000 elites from the Tsang and Ming continent. They will probably arrive in 2 days. Mo Lian looked up at Long Qian and said, so, you just have to prepare yourself. After Long Qian was reprimanded by Prince Mo, she didn't get angry. Of course, she knew who these 2 people were. However, she had to talk to the little stoic face to face. No one could stop her. I know that you have opinions about me and the entire Long clan, Long Qian said coldly. But there are many things that are not as simple as you children think. Back then, the Wangchuan region was attacked by you humans. How many people died and how many resources were lost? Don't you know? Tu Xianzi walked out of the crowd with his cane and snorted. That's all in the past. We won't pursue the matter, and we won't seek any justice. Instead, we want to form an alliance with you. Shouldn't you show some sincerity? Dear Tu Xianzi, is our sincerity not enough? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal waved the fan in his hand and looked at Tu Xianzi with a smile. We came all the way here from the land of the gods and accepted the alliance. What else do you want? Long Qian looked at Arbor seriously and said, I want to talk to you face to face. We have nothing to talk about. Arbor turned around and pulled Mo Lian out. Long Qian ordered coldly, stop them. Immediately, countless merman guards swarmed in from outside and surrounded the 2 of them. Mo Lian turned around with a spurious smile to look at the frosty Long Qian. Clan head Long, we advise you to be prudent and think thrice. Long Qian looked at Mo Lian coldly and turned to look at Arbor. However, he saw that the little girl's naturally cold face did not show any emotion. Only her dark eyes were staring at him coldly and silently. He felt a little scared. Long Qian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He raised his hand slightly and said, I only need 15 minutes. You can leave once you're done. There's nothing that can't be said. Arbor's eyes were cold. If you have something to say, you can say it here. Are you sure? Long Qian couldn't help but be angry at the little girl's stubborn attitude. He raised his voice and shouted. Arbor nodded. Speak. If that's the case, then please, and bye. And bye. Long Qian and Long Shangyun couldn't help but interrupt by Ning Shuang. They looked at Long Qian anxiously with a serious expression. Grandmother, please calm down. Grandmother, why are you getting angry at the stoic face? She was born like that, expressionless to everyone. Didn't you see that she was also expressionless when facing her husband? It's not targeted at you, Long Shengyun said anxiously. Long Qian's furious gaze slowly calmed down. She stared at Arbor and said, "This is a serious matter. I can only talk to you in private. A quarter of an hour should be enough." Arbor stared at her coldly for a moment, then took her husband's hand and walked out. "Long Huan, how do I get to Lisha Island?" Long Huan could not help but smile bitterly. At this time, she really did not want to be called by the little crown princess. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Bai Ningxuang's face was filled with anger, but she had nowhere to vent it. Thinking of her poor son Long Ji's miserable state, she wished she could cut the woman in front of her into 1,000 pieces and pull out her tendons and bones. Her precious son was actually beaten up by a little bastard to the point that half of his body was paralyzed. How could she let such a vicious woman go today? "Oh, it's so lively here." A light chuckle came from the door. The person was dressed in white. He was tall and slender, and his long hair hung loosely by his waist. As he walked over with a smile, it was as if there was a faint layer of light surrounding him. "State Preceptor?" Mo Lian and Arbor both murmured. Didn't the State Preceptor say he was imprisoned? Wasn't the State Preceptor forcefully detained by the mere people? Looking at this guy's unscathed appearance, could it be, in order to survive, the State Preceptor shamelessly sought refuge with the Wangchuan Dragon clan? Your Highness, Crown Princess, why are you two looking at me like that?" The State Preceptor pretended his heart was thumping rapidly and raised his hand to calm his heart. Arbor's eyes were cold, like knives stabbing at the person in front of him, sizing him up. From the first time she met the State Preceptor, she felt that he was very strange, but there was also a sense of familiarity amidst the strangeness. They met several times at the palace banquets. He seemed to speak on her and the Crown Prince's behalf, but in fact, he was dragging them down time and time again. For example, at the beginning, when the elders of the Divine Continent rejected her marriage with Mo Lian, the State Preceptor suggested that the wandering Great Elder make this decision. However, at that time, everyone thought that the unreliable Great Elder Kong Yin would not return so quickly. In the end, the old monk returned and gave everyone a huge surprise. Another example was suggesting to postpone the wedding date. Another example was requesting to see the Crown Prince and suggesting to bring the little Crown Princess along to the Wangchuan for a discussion. Each of these things were strange, seemingly unrelated, but in fact, they were all directed at her. "You are not the State Preceptor. You are the Snake Beauty, you are Ding Ting Ding, Ding Yun." Sir Jojo suddenly realized. Once he said this, Mo Lian jumped in fright and subconsciously pulled his wife into his arms. The Black Moon sword suddenly flew out of his conscious and cautiously blocked in front of the two. Tisk, the State Preceptor on the opposite side lightly sked and shook his head, saying, "Xiao, why do you look like you have seen a ghost? Aren't you a ghost? A ghost haunting you? Alright, everyone, harmony breeds wealth, don't draw your swords." The State Preceptor walked over with a smile. He used two slender fingers to press down the sword of the Mere People guard beside him and walked to Arbor, staring deeply at the Black Moon in front of him. "I miss you, Xiao." Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. "Why are you pretending to be the State Preceptor?" "Because I want to see you, what else can it be for? Can't I see you whenever I want by pretending to be the State Preceptor?" The State Preceptor blinked. Under everyone's gaze, that faces had a series of bone and muscle transformations. Soon, a face that was as beautiful as a flower appeared. She blinked her charming eyes and smiled at the two of them. "Where's the State Preceptor?" "State Preceptor? What State Preceptor?" "The original State Preceptor." Xiaomu practically didn't want to talk to him. Young Master Ding glanced at her with a smile and casually fiddled with his slender fingers. "What an annoying person. He's not even willing to cooperate with me. I have no other choice but to let him die." "You even searched his soul?" "His T-Tess, Master T's SS, how did you do it?" Mo Lian's eyes were filled with shock. The State Preceptor Ding Yun killed was a true expert, and, he was about 200 years old, his cultivation was naturally deep. Ding Yun, this person, usually acted too well. Even his father did not discover the slightest clue. If Ding Yun conspired against the great emperor, Mo Lian was terrified as she thought about it, and felt a chill in her heart. Why are you wasting words with them? Bai Ningxuang said angrily, take him down, I've been very busy these few days, I'll probably be back to normal by Saturday. Ding Yun glanced at Bai Ningxuang indifferently. Oh? Who are you to yell at me? Bai Ningxuang choked at his words. Indeed, this punk had yet to be acknowledged by the Long clan. She was in no position to yell at him for help. But Bai Ningxuang felt extremely indignant at being choked right in front of her face. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. What an audacious brat. Recently, anyone in this family could really insult her to her face. She let this punk do it, but he was still spouting nonsense. He really didn't know what he was doing. Long Shengyun frowned. Why did you come out? Ding Yin ignored her. His beautiful eyes were smiling as he looked at Arbor. Little Chow, why don't we find a place to talk? Sir Jojo glared at him coldly, then turned to look at Long Huan. His gaze was sharp and merciless. You've been hooking up with him for a long time? What did he mean by hooking up? Long Huan and young Master Ding wanted to roll their eyes at the same time. Why did these words sound so awkward? Cousin, you're thinking too much. Ding Yan took a step forward and said with a smile, of course not. I'm not with them. We're the ones who are together. Arbor looked at him coldly. I met Sikong Fuling. Oh? I promised her to meet you. Cult Master Ding immediately beamed and nodded. That's great. Long Huan couldn't help but roll his eyes at young Master Ding. He dared to bet with his 20 years of intelligence that Sir Jojo's next words would definitely not satisfy young Master Ding. As expected, Arbor said coldly, now that we've met, I've fulfilled my promise. Stay away from me in the future. Cult Master Ding was instantly flabbergasted. He stared at her for a long time. That means we've met? Are you blind? If this wasn't meeting, then what was? Xiao Mu grumpily rebuked him before turning to look at her husband. Mo Lian nodded knowingly, took her hand, and walked out. Young Master Ding was not angry. He waved his hand with a smile and ran out. Jojo, wait. I have something to tell you. Long Qian's face darkened as she watched them leave without looking back. Her face was extremely ugly. Bai Ningxuang was flustered and exasperated. Aunt, are you going to let them leave just like that? Shut up. Long Qian had lived for so long, so she was naturally knowledgeable. With Bai Ningxuang's current state, how could she not know? Wasn't it because of Longji's incident that he harbored a grudge against Xiao Mu and her husband, but with just her, Bai Ningxuang? He really wasn't a match for that ferocious couple. You don't have to meddle in the affairs of the clan. Long Qian coldly looked up and glanced at Bai Ningxuang. It's time for your son, Long Ji, to be educated. He's always talking about Chu Yun's past. Who gave him the guts to do that? Long Qian sneered. He doesn't act like one at all. As his mother, you don't even know how to correct his nonsense. Now that he's being beaten up, he deserves it. You don't have to blame others. Bai Ningxuang couldn't help but feel resentful. Who in the entire Forget Creek doesn't know about Sister Chu Yun? Aunt, why are you saying this now? This was too unkind. This wasn't the first time she had said this. For so many years, the entire Forget Creek had been filled with stories about Long Chuyun betraying the clan. They said that she watched helplessly as the Long family's cadet branch brought a large group of people to attack Wangchuan. They said that she stood by and did not care about the lives of her family members at all. In the end, didn't they say that she was cold, selfish, and had no concept of bloodline? Why? Now that her daughter had returned, the old lady wanted to push all the blame onto her son. Her son, Longji, was not the only one spreading this rumor. If the old lady really cared, why didn't she stop others from spreading it before? Why did she have to say this when her daughter returned? Bai Ningxuang's lungs were about to explode from anger. Although she was full of complaints and wanted to explode, she had no choice but to swallow all her words when she saw Long Qian's solemn and cold face. Bai Ningxuang bowed. Aunt, Longji may be reckless, but your granddaughter didn't go easy either. Longji is still lying on the bed and can't get up. Long Qian was already vexed about how to communicate with the little stoic face to face. Now that Bai Ningxuang reprimanded her, she became even more indignant. It's not like you don't know what's the most important thing right now. Of course I know. Shui Yuan is so seriously ill. As her aunt, how can I not feel heartache? Bai Ning Shuang pretended to use a handkerchief to wipe the non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. She sighed and said, however, Aunt, as you can see, your granddaughter isn't an easy person to get along with. Will she listen to us if we talk to her softly like this? Then what do you have in mind? Bai Ning Shuang's expression darkened as a hint of viciousness flashed across her eyes. Of course, we have to control them first. Once we have enough bargaining chips, we can discuss that matter with her. Isn't that right, heh? Long Qian sneered. You're so naive. Bai Ning Shuang's face flushed red, and her lips quivered. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond to Long Qian. The dragon clan leader glared at Bai Ning Shuang coldly. Go back and watch over your son. Don't cause trouble for me. Bai Ning Shuang was intimidated by the dragon clan leader's stern tone. Although she was indignant, she could only return. When she returned to her own courtyard, she was even more displeased by the dragon clan leader's words. Seeing her son whining non-stop on the bed, Bai Ning Shuang's heart ached, and she gritted her teeth. Ah-chun. A nimble figure appeared in front of Bai Ning Shuang. The Kongkong's line. Ever since Benefactress came to this river of forgetfulness, she seems to be even busier. We can only see each other a few times in a day. The little monk was wearing a small white monk robe. He was holding a lollipop in his mouth as he squatted under a peach tree, mumbling softly. Another moon-white figure squatted beside the little monk Kong Kong with a lollipop in her mouth. She couldn't help but shake her head and say, Kong Kong, do you miss my sister? The small monk pursed his small diamond-shaped lips and remained silent. Kong Kong's, Kong Kong's, Kong Kong, Kong Kong Kong's Kong 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 Kong, Kong Kong. Kuan. Of the Kong. S's S to B, Kong. To Kong. KKT's to be A to her SS to her to her to be A? Kong Kong. Jolin sucked on a lollipop and said with a grin, actually, I've always been curious about something. Mrs. Sister. Please tell me. The Peony Fairy and the Ginkgo Fairy, who were sitting not far behind this pair of adult and child, were leisurely snacking on melon seeds and drinking tea. When they heard their bizarre conversation, the corners of their mouths twitched uncontrollably. You're so talkative, and my sister doesn't like to talk normally. How exactly do you two communicate? The little monk, Kong Kong, lifted his large, watery eyes and brushed Xiao Lin an irritated glance. What do you know? Every time Kong Kong speaks, Benefactress listens attentively. Sigh. The little monk sighed in melancholy. He raised his small, shiny, bald head and gazed at the peach tree at a 45-degree angle. A large, bright red peach leaped into the little fellow's eyes, causing him to involuntarily click his tongue. This peach is so eye-catching on top of this little monk's head. Is it because this little monk wants to eat it? The little monk extended two chubby fingers and gestured at the starting distance. Unfortunately, Benefactress doesn't like to talk too much. She only opens her mouth when she's insulting someone. The little monk shook his head, and a fire spirit abruptly sprayed out from his chubby little hand. PFFF. The large peach on top of his head was struck by the fire spirit and fell down. The little monk hugged his peach fully and contentedly, turning a deaf ear to the Benefactress's sister's guffaws. Sister. Xiao Liner jumped up. The little monk hastily looked up and saw the little stoic girl patter over from afar. Kong Kong's large eyes instantly turned round, and he subconsciously put the peach back into his inner world. Then, he broke into a run and ran toward the little stoic. Benefactress. The little fellow pounced and latched onto her body. Benefactress, Benefactress, you're finally back. The stoic expressionlessly pulled him off her body and lifted him up, exchanging glances with him. You got fat again. The little stoic pointed out mercilessly. The little monk blinked. The lollipop in his mouth was still there, but his pair of large, adorable eyes were tinged with astonishment. Benefactress, you're insulting me as soon as you open your mouth. Are you still my gentle and amiable benefactress? You're not. Go. Pft. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Liner squatted on the ground and couldn't help but slap her thigh as she guffawed. Looking at this little fat monk who was constantly thinking about his benefactress, in the end, when they met, he could only be mercilessly scolded. The small monk turned his head and glared at Jolin with an accusing gaze. Jolin hurriedly held back her laughter and waved her small hands. "Ha, sorry, I couldn't help it." Arbor looked at his sister, his gaze softening. "How is it?" Xiao jumped up and spun a few rounds in front of her sister. "Sister, look, look." Arbor looked at her for a while and nodded. "Very good." Had broken through to the spirit realm and was now a second-rank spirit master. Our dear Xiao Lin, who controlled the 9th-layer spiritual water and innate water, summoned a ball of water mist with a wave of her small hand. She stood there charmingly and smiled at Xiaomu the entire way. Arbor looked at her for a while, then took out a few bottles of pills from his inner world and handed them to his sister. "You don't have to be in a hurry to advance, just stabilize your cultivation. These pills can help you stabilize your current realm, so don't be too anxious to advance." Jolin nodded repeatedly and took the pill bottles, storing them in her inner world. "Sister, I'll listen to you." Arbor was very satisfied and patted his sister's small head. "Elder sister, why did you come in at this time?" Jolin asked with a smile. Arbor nodded. "Just now, I sensed a very strong fluctuation of divine power. Duanmu should be coming out of seclusion." As he spoke, everyone heard a long howl from afar. Arbor's eyes narrowed, and he ordered Qiu, "Let him out quickly." Once Duanmu Qing left the outside world, he would have to undergo the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation. Facts had proven that the heavenly Tao, this old thing, was indeed a judge of character. When Duanmu Qing was in the 5-spirit reincarnation cycle, there weren't so many problems. It was unlike the time when the heavenly Tao restricted Hao Fei's advancement and forcefully created the great tribulation of lightning and fire. This time, Duanmu Qing had successfully completed the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation in less than an hour. After going through the 5 levels of wood, lightning, water, fire, and earth, Duanmu Qing successfully completed his advancement and became a grade 2 god-tier master. Arbor, Mo Lian, Hu Shichen, and the rest of the onlookers watched Duanmu Qing from the front of the court until he completed his advancement. With such a big commotion, Long Ji and Long Xiangyun were urgently called over. When they saw Duanmu Qing's current state, the two of them couldn't help but curse in their hearts. What was going on? He was simply sick in the head. No wonder the seawater was churning and the entire underwater city was shaking. It turned out that someone was undergoing the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation in their underwater spiritual realm. Arbor turned and saw the siblings' ugly expressions. He shook his head and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, but Duanmu Qing can't do anything about it." After all, as soon as he came out of the star domain, he was immediately targeted by the heavenly Tao's lightning tribulation. The heavenly Tao unleashed its might. The power of the 5 spirits passed through the seawater and rushed towards Duanmu Qing. They could not stop it, could they? I thought something had happened. Long Huan looked at her speechlessly and said, "Our dwelling place can't withstand the power of the 5 spirits of the heavenly Tao." At this time, Duanmu Qing had already completed his advancement. He slowly walked in front of Arbor with a faint smile in his eyes. He was already completely fine. The corpse poison that had previously been flowing through his body had now been completely removed. He had actually profited from the disaster and successfully advanced to the deity realm. In terms of cultivation, he had advanced by leaps and bounds. Arbor glanced at him. Thinking of how this guy had cut off his own wrist, he felt a little angry for no reason. They all lowered their heads to look at her. The little stoic's face was cold and expressionless as she turned around to leave. Duanmu Qing could not help but smile bitterly. Jojo is still angry. It's obvious. Mo Lian glanced at him and was about to say something when a muffled dong sound came from afar. Then, a howl was heard. Everyone was shocked, and they hastily chased after Qiao Mu. From afar, he saw the little girl expressionlessly holding a vine whip and fighting with a person in front of her. Her silhouette was extremely fast, and the speed of her attacks was so fast that it made people feel a little dazzled. 1 second, she was still in front of that person. The next second, she had already teleported behind that person. The moment she appeared, she slashed towards that person's neck. Long Ji and Long Xiangyan's hearts jumped violently. The little girl's savagery was probably one of a kind. She simply could not be bothered to waste words with whoever attacked her. She also did not ask for the reason and directly counterattacked. F***ck quickly stop. Long Xiangyun couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this person's face clearly. Eldest brother, it's Ah-chun. He's Madame Bai's. Long Xiangyun hastily tugged at Long Qian's sleeve. Long Qian's face alternated between green and white. He laughed bitterly in his heart, wishing for nothing more than to flick his sleeves and leave immediately. What the heck was going on, this second aunt? Could it be that she couldn't use her brain before doing something? He didn't believe that grandmother ordered this. It must be Bai Ningxuang herself who came to stir up trouble for the sake of avenging her son, Long Ji. In this way, his little stoic cousin would definitely loathe their Long family even more. This was simply adding fuel to the fire. Ah-chun's movements were very nimble. He roared and retreated a step, barely avoiding the little stoic's startling swan blade. You're courting death. An apathetic expression hung on the stoic face. With a slight flick of her wrist, several cold glints flew toward Ah-chun's face. Hurry and dodge. Long Xiangyun shouted angrily. The Long family disciples who were originally going to help hastily retreated. In the blink of an eye, a series of explosions came from the unlucky Ah-chun's body. Bang bang, bang 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 bang, bang 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 bang, his entire body was immediately covered in blood, and his body was blasted to pieces. Long Qian's heart chilled. He inwardly thought that these concealed weapons were very powerful. Even Ah-chun, a level 10 spirit realm cultivator, didn't have the slightest ability to ward them off. It could be imagined how terrifying these things were. Cousin, please. Before Long Qian could finish speaking, he saw the little stoic fly up and use startling swan blade. A cold glint sharply slid past Ah-chun's neck. A faint line of blood drew open on that person's neck, and in a flash, a whole head fell to the ground. This back and forth was merely a matter of minutes. Long Xiangyun shuddered all over and looked up at the little stoic. She was untainted by a speck of dust. Her plain clothes were as white as snow, and her bright eyes shone brightly. Her pitch-black pupils seemed to be leaping with sparks, so scorching that it was almost impossible to look straight at them. The Long family is very good. Arbor threw down this sentence coldly and walked toward the entrance. Since you want to start a war, then let's fight. No, 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 no. That's not it. Long Xiangyun muttered to herself. Long Shi hurriedly chased after her and cried out, Cousin, it's a misunderstanding, it's really a misunderstanding. Madame Bai acted on her own accord, it was not my grandmother's idea. Is there a difference? Arbor suddenly turned his head and looked at him coldly. Long Huan choked for a moment. He suddenly felt that there was no difference whether it was Madame Bai's men or his grandmother's orders. After all, his aunt was a member of the Dragon Clan. Everything she did represented the Dragon Clan. Long Yin took a deep breath. I'm sorry, cousin. Don't get angry first. I will immediately report this matter to the patriarch and let her deal with it, okay? Cripple her, Arbor said coldly. Just now, that servant called Ah-chun snatched her eyes without a second word. If it weren't for that, how could she have retaliated so ruthlessly? Mo Lian quickly walked up and pulled Arbor to examine her from head to toe with a frown. She turned to look at Long Qian and said coldly, Bai Ningxuang must die. If she doesn't die, then all of you can die. The man's voice was as cold as ice without any room for negotiation. He raised his hand, and countless black figures appeared from all directions. They raised their arms and shouted, Die, die, die. Long Huan's expression naturally appeared extremely unsightly. Normally, they didn't see many people appear beside the crown prince. Most of the Dragon Clan's attention was placed on those 100 Phoenix clansmen with high cultivation, who knew that no less than 1,000 people would pounce out when the crown prince casually waved his hand. Looking closely at his finger, these black-clothed attendants were released from a space ring. They heard that His Highness the Crown Prince was a rare divine artifact master, and that ring should be a space artifact that could store life. Long Xiangyun wanted to go up and say something, but her elder brother pulled her back and stopped her steps. Long Huan's complicated gaze landed on Arbor, and he sighed deeply. Madame Bai, Long Huan, Mo Lian coldly interrupted him. Ever since you stepped into the river of forgetfulness, think carefully. How many people have tried to cause trouble for Jojo, and how many people have ulterior motives? Even if you want to be a peacemaker, you have to see if the conditions allow it. Long Huan felt a chill run down his spine when he was stared at by the Crown Prince's bone-chilling phoenix eyes. Who was Bai Ningxuang to dare come here and stir up trouble? Mo Lian coldly said, "Go. Since the Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness can't bear to lay a hand on this woman, go and bring her here." Yes. The Purple Forest Guard leader cupped his fists after receiving the order and immediately left with a group of black-cloaked youths. You. Long Xiangyun's expression shifted, and she hastily went up to stop them. "Crown Prince, this is the River of Forgetfulness. Don't." Long-winded. Prince Mo interrupted Long Xiangyun's incessant chatter. His phoenix eyes were abnormally chilly, like the clear splendor of a cold moon. "What's going on?" "I just went over to take care of some trivial matters." "Long Huan, why are you arguing with Jojo again?" A giggling voice came from afar. Everyone turned to look and saw young Master Ding, who was dressed in a purple robe, walking along the flowery path. With a gentle breeze, fragmented osmanthus flowers fell one after another, sprinkling on his hair, body, and feet, covering the ground in a faint golden hue. "So ugly," the little stoic expressionlessly said. "Everyone, can you be any more dishonest than you already are? Regardless of whether this young man in purple is standing in the crowd or in the bustling world, he is not inferior to your husband and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, right?" "Flirting. Don't know what you're talking about," Arbor said coldly. Hu Shurchen was speechless. Coquettish and pretentious. Mo Lian, naturally seductive and pretentious. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Xingchen and Holy Sun Mi Yan couldn't help but cough. Long Xiangyun speechlessly turned to a certain facial paralysis whose words kept popping out. Truthfully speaking, she couldn't bear the sight of Ding Yun's actions as well. But at the very least, she wasn't blind, so it was naturally impossible for her to connect Ding Yun with the words ugly as hell and the pile of criticism that followed. Just how much did Sir Jojo dislike the person in front of him? Long Huan silently glanced at the little girl and then looked at Ding Yun with sympathy. He suddenly felt that compared to this young and handsome young master that Sir Jojo disliked so much, at least he wasn't as loathsome. Ding Yun walked over and stopped in front of Arbor and the others. He asked with a smile, "Jojo, is Long Huan looking for trouble with you?" Long Huan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Didn't he receive enough lessons on this journey? Did he have nothing better to do than to find trouble with the little stoic? Xiaomu's small face was stoic as she coldly gazed at him without uttering a word for a long time. "What's your relationship with the Long family? Why didn't they kill you when you barged into the Dragon Clan's sacred grounds?" Mo Lian suddenly asked. When Ding Yun heard this, he casually glanced at the man and snorted. "Take a guess." Long Huan's explanation was that the state advisor had barged into the Dragon Clan's sacred grounds and had been detained. This should be true. But now, Ding Yun was able to walk out of the dungeon without permission. Therefore, there must be something that they didn't know about. Long Huan looked at Ding Yun with a complicated gaze and sighed. He turned to Mo Lian and said, "Crown Prince, you may not know, but this young Master Ding is actually, why are you capturing me? Let me go. Let me go. How dare you be so impudent in the land of the Wangchuan tribe?" A sharp female voice suddenly interrupted Long Huan, causing him to frown. This voice was so sharp that it almost pierced everyone's eardrums. It was extremely uncomfortable to listen to. The Purple Forest Guards brought forward a woman who was struggling with all her might and screaming in anger. Bai Ningxuang's hairpins were disheveled, her makeup was dull, and her crimson robes were wrinkled. She was in a sorry state. "Behave yourself." One of the Purple Forest Guards gave her a heavy slap on the back of her shoulder, causing Bai Ningxuang to squeal. "Noisy." Arbor frowned in displeasure. Crown Prince Mo glanced at him coldly, and the Purple Forest Guard punched Bai Ningxuang's back forcefully. Madame Bai cried out in shock. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. She was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. Bai Ningxuang struggled to get up, but someone stepped on her back and pinned her down. She angrily raised her head and stared coldly at Mo Lian and the others. She said angrily, "You dare." Mo Lian's gaze shifted as he coldly observed from the sidelines without saying anything. The purple forest guard had a good understanding of his master's personality. Even the slightest of glances would be immediately understood. Without another word, the long sword in his hand slashed towards Bai Ningxuang's neck. Clang, a curved blade spirit artifact that was spinning through the air abruptly collided with the purple forest guard's longsword, instantly parrying his sword strike. Arbor turned to look. Long Qian came with a group of a few hundred mermaids with a cold expression. Arbor subconsciously raised his hand and touched the little white snake coiled around his wrist. A pair of cold and emotionless eyes stared coldly at Long Qian, and there wasn't the slightest trace of warmth in them. "Everyone, listen to my order," the little stoic ordered icily. "Here. Those who stop me will be killed without mercy." "Yes." Long Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. Arbor raised her hand and summoned the thunderclap sword. The spinning barb gently slid through the air. A sharp light flashed past Bai Ningxuang's eyes. After a blood-curdling scream, Bai Ningxuang reached out with a trembling hand and held her bloodshot eyes. She screamed in terror and panic. "You!" A trace of disbelief flitted across Long Qian's solemn face. She couldn't help but size up the little girl in white clothes who was as cold as ice. In her body, he could really see a trace of his daughter, Long Chuyun, back then. However, it was just a trace. The little girl wasn't Long Chuyun. She didn't have Long Chuyun's good temper. Unlike Long Chuyun's patience, this little girl was very calculative. Whenever someone offended her, she would take revenge on the spot. It seemed impossible for her to hold her breath and endure it in secret. Long Qian took a deep breath and looked down at Bai Ningxuang, who was kneeling by Arbor's feet with her hair in a mess. "Now that you've punished her, can you hand her over to me?" Mo Lian couldn't help but sneer. "Do you think it's that easy?" The long sword in the purple forest guard's hand pressed down on Bai Ningxuang's shoulder, causing her to bend over. Long Qian said coldly, "Bai Ningxuang was the one who made the first move. She didn't think it through and did something wrong. However, the two of you have already punished her. She lost her eyes, so let's end this here." "Humph." Mo Lian stared at Long Qian coldly. "Who do you think you are? What kind of tone and attitude are you using to talk to me? You don't have the right to decide how to end this. I have the right to decide." Long Qian's breath was stuck in her chest, and she didn't know what to say. Long Qian quickly stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Forget Chuan invited the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess here to form the Celestial Fate Legion. At this moment, we should be united against the enemy instead of fighting among ourselves." Arbor kicked Bai Ningxuang, who was in a pitiful state, to Long Qian's feet. He turned around and said coldly, "I'm tired. Lisha Island is ready. You can go there at any time." Long Qian let out a sigh of relief. Bai Ningxuang stood up while trembling. Suddenly, she stood up and grabbed the green scepter in the old madam's hand. Long Qian's eyes turned cold. Just as she was about to scold her, Bai Ningxuang turned around with the scepter in her hand and slapped the fist-sized black pearl on top of the scepter. Long Qian's eyes changed. She couldn't help but yell, "Bai Ningxuang, you!" An ink-colored halo of light instantly emerged from the scepter. Then, the brilliant light shone brightly and covered everyone on the scene. Everyone was bewildered as they looked up at the inky brilliance that had enveloped the entire realm. The Mare people, the Purple Forest Guards, the Phoenix Clan members, and even Mo Lian, Mu Xingchen, and the others in Arbor were all enveloped in the dim light of the night. They looked around in confusion. They thought that the ink light would attack them indiscriminately. However, in reality, no one felt any discomfort in their bodies. They felt as if this domain was natural, and it was just blocking this space. "What's going on?" Feng Zhangfei looked around blankly. "Why are you protecting us? Do you want to fight?" Feng Zhangqing raised his hand to stop the group of Feng brothers who were ready to make a move. He looked at Mo Lian with a puzzled gaze. While holding Qiao Mu's small hand, Mo Lian was in the midst of vigilantly inspecting their surroundings when he suddenly felt the little fellow's small hand tighten around his. He looked down and saw that his Jojo's face was slightly pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down from her temples. Her slender body was swaying as if she couldn't even stand properly. "Jojo." Everyone saw that she was different from usual and quickly gathered around her. Arbor felt that the Divine Ruins realm was abnormal, and he couldn't suppress it. His body swayed a few times. Mo Lian reached out to hold him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jojo. Mo Lian was greatly alarmed, and her expression changed drastically. Jojo. Hu Shichen, Mu Xingchen, and the others' expressions also changed. What was going on? Everyone was normal, but Jojo was the only one who became like this, so Bai Ningxuang's actions just now were targeted at Jojo. She touched the black pearl on the old madam's scepter, everyone supported Jojo in a flurry, and their gazes all turned to Long Qian. They discovered that Long Qian's face was also deathly pale. She cut her fingertip and dripped a thick drop of blood onto the black pearl, as if she was trying her best to suppress something. However, she couldn't suppress it at all. Long Qian's fingers were bleeding, and she tightly pressed down on the black pearl on the scepter. Her body trembled along with the trembling black pearl. Grandmother! Long Xiangyun and Long Qian shouted at the same time. With a wave of their hands, they led countless mermen forward and used their spiritual energy to assist the old madam in suppressing the restless black pearl. Arbor spat out blood again, and her body involuntarily slid to the ground. Prince Mo panicked and reached out to grab her waist, hugging her as she slid down. He propped himself up on one knee and said in a trembling voice, Jojo, Jojo. Arbor felt the ruins of God ripple heavily, and even her conscience began to tremble in pain. She lowered her head with difficulty, and a flickering light secretly flowed in the depths of the little stoic scarlet eyes. Younger sister, Mu Xingchen shouted in panic. Everyone followed the little stoic's gaze and simultaneously looked down, only to see a white luster flickering at her lower abdomen. The strange thing was that the ball of light rolled through her body inch by inch. When it reached her abdomen and reached her heart, it was as if it was about to roll through her slender body and fly out of her mouth. Mo Lian and Hu Shichen were the quickest to react. They raised their hands and sent 2 bursts of sacred energy over, stopping the ball of white light from flying out. Mo Lian's fingertips moved slightly as she sent out several strands of saint power into Arbor's body. Hu Shichen quickly helped her suppress her restless conscience. While everyone was busy dealing with Qiao Qiao's strange behavior, they heard Long Qian's suppressed roar from the other side. Hold on. However, Long Xiangyun, Long Shi, and the others could not suppress the black pearl at all. Holding on for 2 minutes was already their limit. Following which, he was violently sent flying by a violent force. Long Qian spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, the black pearl suddenly transformed into a long black shadow that spiraled in the air and emitted a furious roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The black dragon claw suddenly came down from the sky and went straight for Jojo's heart. That gigantic dragon claw exuded an incomparably terrifying pressure. The pupils of Mo Lian, He Jiechen, Mu Xingchen, and the others shrank. The pressure of a saint beast, such a terrifying aura, I'm afraid it's the aura of a middle mature stage holy beast, right? A golden light flashed and disappeared. 7th Yen, who had clearly grown a lot taller and had a much more mature face, suddenly jumped out of Prince Mo's space. He raised his hand and transformed it into a dragon claw, blocking a black dragon claw that swooped down at him. The youth frowned and grunted. While blocking the black dragon claw, he was forced to retreat several steps. Little 7, come back. Mo Lian's low and magnetic voice rang out. He did not summon 7th Yen just now. It was this brat who jumped out first to block the attack when he saw the situation was critical. However, although Xiaoqi had already entered the late stage of puberty, she couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as a mature holy beast. That black dragon was merely a translucent soul. Even Xiaoqi was barely able to withstand its attack. If it was allowed to fully recover, everyone here would be in deep trouble. At this time, Mo Lian and Zhichen had already completely understood. What was on Long Qian's staff wasn't a black pearl at all. Instead, it was a sealing pearl. This black dragon had been sealed inside the black pearl by someone using a special method. Presumably, many years had passed since then. It was currently in a translucent soul state. However, it was clear that as long as it absorbed enough holy power, it could still slowly recover its physical form. Arbor was half lying in Mo Lian's arms. She couldn't make a sound. She hung her head listlessly, allowing the blood at the corner of her mouth to drip onto the sandy ground. Jojo. Lian hurriedly lifted her up a little and reached out to support her head. At the same time, the Peony Fairy, Little Taisui, and the others had already flown out of Paradise Planet. Without another word, they rushed to Yi Chen's side and began to fight with the black dragon. Bai Ningxuang laughed heartily. She reached out to touch the air in front of her and repeatedly shouted, "How is it? How is it? Did the thing inside already kill that stoic face?" Long Shangyun covered her shoulder that had almost left after being patted. She glared angrily at Bai Ningxuang. "Second aunt, did you hit your head on the ground? How could you open grandmother's restriction seal?" "Ha, ha, ha." Bai Ningxuang turned a deaf ear to Long Shangyun's angry shout. She reached out to touch the air in front of her, wanting to grab someone and ask about the current situation. "Second aunt." Long Shangyun's expression changed. Just as she called out the word second aunt, she saw the translucent black dragon rush down. The dragon coiled its body and swept its tail heavily. Bai Ningxuang, who was lying on the ground, was sent flying by the black dragon's tail and heavily smashed into the ground. How could her body withstand a holy beast's attack? He didn't even manage to catch his breath before he breathed his last. "Second aunt." Long Shangyun exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, she felt her arm lighten. She turned around and saw Long Huan pulling her back several steps until they reached a safe place. "Brother, what about second aunt?" Long Huan shook his head helplessly. She opened the black dragon's seal without permission. "I'm afraid this matter will not end well." Long Shangyun turned around and patted the black light barrier. She hammered it twice and clenched her fists. "We can't get out." "Heh, sacred beast barrier, do you think anyone can get out?" At this moment, everyone had already helped old Madame Long Qian to the siblings' side. "Grandmother, how are you?" Long Qian shook his head slightly and coughed twice. His gaze turned towards Arbor and he roared, "Mu Qiao, you, quickly, summon it to suppress it." "Jojo? Jojo." Lian saw that she kept her head down and felt inexplicably uneasy. He held her waist and reached out to lift her chin slightly. As soon as he saw her, he was shocked. His Jojo's eyes were red with blood. It was as if he couldn't see anything alive in his eyes. "Jojo?" Lian was stunned and wanted to hug her. However, the little girl pushed his arm away. She stood up with a blank and cold expression. Her gaze landed on the black dragon that was roaring in the sky. In her tumultuous conscience, there was a terrifying fluctuation. If she could look inside herself right now, she would definitely be able to see that the snake sculpture in her inner world was cracking apart inch by inch under the repeated fluctuations of her consciousness, revealing sections of black scales that were engraved with profound runes. When Long Qian saw her standing there in a daze without moving, she couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Mu Qiao, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." Arbor's body suddenly trembled, and a huge wave of pressure suddenly emanated from her body, rushing toward the black dragon in midair. Bam! Seventh Yen pulled back his tail that had hit the black dragon and turned to look at his master's wife in surprise. This little girl's body actually emitted a trace of an ancient sacred beast's pressure. She had many sacred beasts around her, but most of them were sacred beasts in their growth stage. Compared to this half-soul sacred beast in front of her, they couldn't be compared at all. But now, the sacred beast's pressure that was seeping out of her body had an unprecedented sense of oppression. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black dragon abruptly broke free from the snake sculpture and flew out of Qiao Mu's inner world to protect its master. It swiped its claw at the black dragon in midair. Roar! The merfolk stared dumbfoundedly at the three dragons that were fighting inside the sacred beast barrier. Their ferocious and terrifying power would occasionally hit one or two innocent merfolk passers-by, turning them into a pile of dust. Cries of agony came from behind Long Qian. All the merfolk felt that they were unlucky to be involved in a fight between three giant dragons. How unlucky must one be to experience such a thing and be deeply troubled by it? At this time, Hu Shichen, Little Taisui, and the others had already returned to Arbor's side. "How is it?" The crown prince had tried to get close to his wife countless times, but every time, he was pushed back by his little wife without any hesitation. Hu Shichen looked up and saw that the crown prince's handsome face looked as if there was nothing left to live for. "Stop fooling around. Her conscience should be in a mess right now, right?" For some reason, the energy in her body is also in a mess. Let's calm down the divine energy in her veins first. Hu Shichen tugged at Mo Lian and said. How could Mo Lian not know this in her heart? But even if she wanted to appease him, she had to get close to him. Jojo wouldn't even let him get close to him, which made him very anxious. Moreover, the blood-patterned black dragon that came out of Jojo's body was also very strange. Where did it come from? These people stayed in Xiaoqiao's star field every day. He knew very well what kind of holy beasts there were in the star field, and how many of them there were. But where did this dragon come from? Although the blood-patterned black dragon was a mature holy beast, it was a pity that it had just reached the early stages of maturity. If it joined forces with Xiaoqi, they would be able to stop the brutal black dragon. But as time passed, it was hard to say. After all, no one knew how many years it had been asleep. Now that it had just broken out of the seal of the sculpture, it had yet to fully adapt. Long Qian used her scepter to knock on the sacred beast barrier behind her with a deep frown. She abruptly turned to Qiao Mu and said, Mu Qiao, what are you still hesitating for? Why are you in a daze? Quickly summon that thing to deal with the black dragon. If the sacred beast realm is not broken, we will all be innocently affected. Hurry up and break it. Break it. The mare people couldn't help but roar angrily. Long Qian's gaze was serious as he stared at Arbor without blinking. The latter turned a deaf ear to the many complicated roars around him. His gaze only landed on the black dragon's half-soul that was roaring in the air. As if it was summoned by something, it opened its small mouth and a bright white pearl flew out. 10,000-year-old shark pearl. Shark pearl, it's the 10,000-year-old shark pearl. It's the real 10,000-year-old shark pearl. The genuine 10,000-year-old shark pearl. The 10,000-year-old shark pearl that had been polished and tempered by countless seniors was actually in this little stoic's body. Why, this thought bubbled up in the merfolk's minds. It's Long Chuyun. It must be eldest Miss Long Chuyun who gave it to her. Long Qian, Long Shangyun, Long Qian, and all the mermaids were staring at the round jade bead in the air at the same time. Their eyes were burning with passion. Everyone stared fixedly at the round pearl that had abruptly leaped into the air, their emotions surging. They involuntarily straightened their bodies, wishing for nothing more than to pounce on it and grab it. Mo Lian, He Jiechen, and the others' eyes flickered. They glanced at the white pearl before looking back at Jojo. Arbor had completely lost consciousness at this time. He was only relying on his instincts to control the jade pearl to fly back and forth, up and down. The god power roaming in his body was wandering randomly through his meridians, and he couldn't control it for the time being. The little stoic's entire body shook. She clenched her fists and roared at the sky with all her might. She abruptly turned around, her eyes red as she coldly stared at the black dragon fighting in the air. That pure white pearl emitting a jade-colored light flew to the black dragon with a whoosh with a flick of her finger and fiercely tangled with it. White light exploded. As though this wasn't the pearl's first time fighting the black dragon, it was abnormally ferocious. She didn't care about the other two dragons and only focused on smashing the black dragon's head countless times. Every time it landed, it would cause the black dragon's half-soul to dim slightly. The black dragon roared, and its body flipped and smashed furiously in the air. The lightning it spat out attacked indiscriminately, instantly killing several merfolk. This sudden turn of events caused the merfolk to struggle out of their daze as though they had just woken up from a dream. They all cried out in alarm and dodged in all directions. Hurry and open this barrier. We can't get out of the sacred beast barrier. Why do you talk so much nonsense? The peony fairy sneered and waved the thunder pestle in her hand. If you can't get out, then die. So much nonsense that it's annoying. One of the mermen glared at the peony fairy and said angrily, how can you say that? If you don't have the ability, then shut up and wait for someone to save you. If you spout any more nonsense, this old lady will summon lightning to strike you to death right now. The merman immediately shrank back behind Long Hua, glaring at the peony fairy but not daring to say anything. Mu Qiao stole our race's sacred artifact, the 10,000-year mermaid pearl, a merman said indignantly. She should return it. Yes, it should be returned. Mo Lian was already in a bad mood. Hearing those mermaids and mermen's nonsensical words, she coldly glanced at the crowd. When he smiled, his eyes seemed to sparkle like a sky full of stars. When he was incomparably cold, it made people feel fearful and timid. The merfolk who were hooting instantly froze on the spot when she glared at them. Their muttering voices also quieted down. "Get into formation," Mo Lian ordered coldly. A group of purple forest guards immediately stepped forward to protect the crown prince. They formed a formation and moved forward. The thousand-face shield instantly erected in front of them, protecting them from the indiscriminate attacks that the black dragon threw at them from time to time. Mo Lian beckoned with her hand, and Seventh Yan immediately flew to her side. This black dragon was in a half-soul state, so their attacks were completely useless against its half-soul body. Everyone could only continuously use their spiritual energy to attack, but most of them were repelled by its enormous sacred power. They could barely move. Mo Lian stared coldly at the black dragon in front of her. With a wave of her hand, several pitch-black flames rustled down and flew onto the black dragon's body. Like exploding fireworks, they boisterously exploded on the black dragon's half-transparent soul body. The black dragon was originally about to flee like a rat after being beaten by the shark pearl. Now that it was immobilized by the pearl's light and struck by the sacred power that Mo Lian and the others flung over, its half-soul body became increasingly illusory and scattered, and it was on the verge of collapse. When the merfolk saw this, they instantly rushed forward while shouting and wrangling. "Hurry, it can't hold on any longer. Get ready. Get the sealing pearl ready and seal it again." Ah. As if struggling on its deathbed, the black dragon abruptly swooped down and spat out a mouthful of furious lightning at those clamoring merfolk. The impact immediately scattered the group, and the merfolk scrambled and wailed as they scattered. The shark pearl's jade-like and serene light enveloped the earth, emitting a sacred, flawless, and transparent light. At this moment, the black dragon that was firmly trapped by the light was roaring angrily as if it was extremely unresigned. Its eyes were wide open, and its tail flipped and swayed. The flawless white light pressed down on that black dragon's illusory body and wrapped it up in balls. "Not good, the 10,000-year-old shark pearl is going to capture the black dragon." "Clan leader! Clan leader!" The merfolk shouted anxiously. "What should we do now?" "What do you mean, what should we do?" "That shark pearl is our river of forgetfulness's sacred item to begin with, and the black dragon is also a suppressed guardian beast." Right. If the shark pearl captures the black dragon, then so be it. As long as the crown princess returns the shark pearl to us." "Ah." Arbor, who was in the divine ruin realm, suddenly roared at the sky, "Ah." At the same time, the shark pearl, which was bursting with sacred white light, abruptly contracted and swallowed the entire black dragon. It flew out with a whoosh and swiftly flew into the little stoic's mouth. "Chow chow." Mo Lian and the rest turned pale with fright as they rushed over. However, a white light flashed in Xiao Mu's hand, and like a sudden clap of thunder, it carved out a deep ravine in front of her, blocking Mo Lian, Zhichan, and the others' footsteps. At this moment, Arbor seemed to have entered a berserk state. His eyes were red, and there was no one in his eyes. She turned her head around, her scarlet eyes filled with killing intent as she glared at the fearful merman in front of her. Long Qian's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly shouted, "Quick! Disperse!" At the same time, a thunderous sword might swept toward the mermaids with the terrifying power of lightning. The explosive force spread out in all directions, sending the few mermaids in the front row flying and crashing heavily onto the ground. They clutched their chests and vomited blood. "Joe, Arbor!" Long she shouted in shock. Young Master Ding's expression changed slightly, and he quickly flashed away. His eyes flickered, and he stopped to look in Arbor's direction. At this moment, the latter stopped to catch his breath and slightly raised his head, sweeping his cold gaze over Long Qian and the others. Long Qian's heart skipped a beat. Long Shi reflexively tightened his grip on the longsword in his hand and stuttered, "Co-cousin, calm down." Xiao Mu's eyes were blank as she wielded her sword. Wisps of water spiritual energy accumulated on her sword, and in a split second, it streaked through the air toward Long Qian and the others with an unstoppable momentum. Oh no, she can't control the shark pearl in her body. The power belonging to the shark pearl in her body is starting to go berserk. Scatter! Long Qian shouted, his old face instantly flushing red. Who would dare to clash head-on with the thunderclap sword? Horror flitted across their faces, and following Long Qian's angry shout, they hastily dodged in all directions. Thousands of thunderclaps galloped past like a magnificent army. At the bottom of the river of forgetfulness, the entire Long clan's residence was greatly shaken. The commoner merfolk outside the spirit realm also more or less felt the turbulent waves rolling above their heads, and they hastily found a place to hide. At this time, the little stoic stood alone in front of the thousands of ravines at the bottom of the sea, her body emitting a dazzling white light. Her fists were tightly clenched, and her bones creaked. She suddenly roared into the sky, and a terrifying force exploded from her body. Everywhere the white light covered, flowers and trees shattered into fine powder. The holy beast barrier that had been set up by the black dragon also completely shattered with a bang. Emolian, Xianxia, and the others couldn't even get close, let alone the others. Everyone simultaneously raised their hands to block the dazzling white light in front of them. When the white light finally scattered, they saw the little stoic with her back facing them. Her shoulders trembled weakly, and she suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. Her body weakly slid to the ground. With a clang, the thunderclap sword in her hand fell to the ground without her noticing. Jojo. Crown Prince Mo's heart was on the verge of shattering. With a flash, he flew across a deep crevice in front of him and caught her falling body. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, Holy Sun Mi Yin, Little Taisui, Mu Xingchen, and the others also rapidly surrounded them. When they looked down, they saw the little fellow's eyes were tightly shut, her long eyelashes were trembling, her lips were tightly pursed, and her face was as pale as a sheet. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's heart sank, and his breathing quickened. He hastily grabbed Emolian. Quick, suppress the shark pearl in her godly ruins first. The shark pearl was so powerful that it was only temporarily stabilized by the combined efforts of all the Transcendence Realm experts present. Long Qian supported herself with a long staff as she struggled to walk towards Emolian and the others. She said anxiously, "We have to think of a way to get the shark pearl out. She can't control her body at all." Previously, it was Chu Yun who took the initiative to seal the mermaid pearl in her body. When the power of the mermaid pearl awakens, her body will not be able to withstand it, nor will she be able to control it. It must be taken out immediately. What a load of nonsense. Emolian and Jichen were both enraged. They each threw out a fire spirit and a wood spirit. The powerful Saint Power rushed towards the old woman who could not stand steadily. "Grandmother!" Long Shi exclaimed from behind. Long Qian's eyes narrowed, and she quickly turned around to dodge. She barely dodged a fire spirit when the wood spirit viciously hit her in the chest. Pooh! The old woman spat out a mouthful of blood, but her gaze was still extremely stubborn. "What I said is true. If you leave the mermaid pearl in her body, it will be like leaving a Saint Power pearl that will explode at any given time." "You speak as if it's true. Who are you trying to fool?" Feng Zhangfei could not help but say angrily. If that black dragon sealing pearl was not suddenly broken by someone, why would the mermaid pearl lose control on the spot in order to suppress it? Why are we wasting our breath on them? "Let's go," the peony fairy said angrily. Emolian carried Arbor with both hands. After taking 2 steps, she turned around and looked at Long Qian coldly. She said in a low voice, "You knew about it from the start, didn't you? So this time, you did everything possible to lure her back, not because clan leader Long has one foot in the grave and is in a hurry to see your granddaughter. It's because you want the shark pearl." Emolian's breathing was labored, and she did her best to suppress the boiling fury in her heart. When she spoke, her voice was laced with grief and anger, so gloomy that it was heartbreaking. "The dragon clan of Wang Chuan is truly disgusting." The peony fairy, Fairy Ginkgo, and the others glared fiercely at the dragon clan members before hastily following her. Long Qian coughed dully as she stared emotionlessly in the direction they left. "Grandmother, grandmother." Long Qian called out twice and couldn't resist letting out a long sigh. "Grandmother, why are you doing this?" Young Master Ding suddenly chuckled. He turned around and waved his hand, laughing loudly as he left. "The dragon clan of Wang Chuan is truly disgusting. Ha 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 ha." Long Qian angrily glared at his back and clutched her aching heart. "Let's go back first." Emolian was extremely fast. She carried Arbor back to Yun Court in a flash and placed him on the bed. Jojo was unconscious, and her Dantian, godly ruins realm, and conscious were both sealed, so she naturally couldn't communicate with Chocho. Water's here, water's here. Give it to me. Mo Lian took the half-wet handkerchief from Fairy Ginkgo and carefully wiped the blood from the corners of the little stoic's lips. Her fingers trembled slightly. Everyone, disperse first. Ma Shichen turned around and glanced at Feng Chongqing and the others. Don't crowd around here. Go back and prepare. When Jojo wakes up, we'll leave this place. Mo Lian raised her small hand and wiped the bloodstains on her fingers. The blood on her hand was rarely other people's. It was all blood that she spat out. It was very glaring and gripped one's heart. Jojo's small face looked much more fragile with this injury. Thin veins could be seen under her jade-colored skin. Mo Lian threw the handkerchief into the water basin and reached out to help her up with trembling hands. He pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. His breathing was shallow as he lowered his head and leaned against her neck. If Arbor was awake, he would definitely be able to feel the slight trembling of her body, as well as the unhurried tears that slid to the bottom of her collarbone. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked in through the window. He reached out to stop Mu Xingchen, who was about to enter, and said softly, let them stay for a while. Mo Lian's heart is aching and she's blaming herself. Give him time to slowly recover. No matter what others say, it's useless. Mu Xingchen glanced at them worriedly and nodded with a sigh. Mo Lian continued to take care of Xiao until it was late into the night and all was quiet. He stayed by her side, changing a clean and moist handkerchief to cover her forehead from time to time. He held her small hand tightly, listened to her murmur lotus, and answered her Jojo anytime, anywhere. However, at this time Arbor was already in a daze. His entire body felt heavy, as if he was drifting around on a small boat with nowhere to call home. She didn't know where she was, but she knew where her heart was going. Mo Lian, where are you? She screamed anxiously in her heart. She heard a slow and low voice, as if it came from the faraway sky, saying intermittently, Jojo, don't be afraid. I'm always by your side. Always, always. She seemed to feel his warm lips on her hand, warm and sweet. But her body seemed to be grabbed by a strange force, and she had no choice but to follow the force of the fall. She kept falling, and falling, it was as if she had sunk into a boundless dream. Sinking, sinking, sinking endlessly. Wouldn't it have been better if you had boarded the ship? Why did you come back? Why did you come back? What right does a good-for-nothing like you, who can't even take care of yourself, have to stay by young master's side? Ridiculous. The woman questioned, and the sound of a whip pierced through the air, landing heavily on a frail body. Arbor stood in the corridor, as if he was looking at someone else's remaining life. His eyes flickered, and he looked on expressionlessly. He lowered his head to look at his transparent hands, which had turned into a wisp of soul, as if floating into an endless abyss of memories. Ah, so my previous life seemed to be a bit more miserable than what I remembered? Bang! The door of the room was suddenly kicked open. The second young master didn't have time to tie up his hair, and his black hair was messy as he broke through the door. Looking at the situation, he must have hurriedly put on his clothes after receiving the news, and quickly rushed to this room to save someone. Shi Yongqian. Who told you to hit her? A ruthless slap landed heavily on second Miss Shi's cheek. It immediately caused her white and tender skin to turn red. He took a few steps back from the slap and almost hit the cabinet door behind him. Xianxia, you actually hit me for this little pet? So what if I hit you? I'm still waiting to be killed. In his rage, the second young master didn't have time to think, and reached out to summon a long sword with white light lingering around it from his conscious. Second young master, second young master. Several students immediately rushed forward, stopping him and cupping their hands. Second young master, you can't. Second Miss Shi's father sought refuge with our Qin estate. How can we kill his daughter? Will it disappoint everyone? Get out of the way. Xianxia angrily pushed aside the students, and quickly stepped forward. He didn't care about the blood and dirt, and reached out to pick up the dying woman on the ground. Xiao Xiao. The woman who was picked up by him stared at him with lifeless eyes. Her body trembled slightly, and a large amount of blood gushed out from her mouth. It was obvious that her internal organs were injured, and she was severely whipped. Xiao, don't be afraid. You will get better. You will definitely get better. Xianxia's voice trembled. She kicked the disciple beside her, almost hysterical. What are you standing there for? Why aren't you calling Ouyangsu over? With a wave of his hand, Omega Kotoku took out a few pills from his inner world and stuffed them all into the woman's mouth. Chin. Scram. Omega Kotoku mercilessly kicked away Shi Yongqian, who was walking towards him, and walked out with her in his arms. Arbor watched them from the porch, then turned and followed the anxious second son back to his room. Xiao. Xianxia placed the dying woman on the bed and gently held her hand. She said softly, if you want to cry, just cry. Don't hold it in. Arbor's soul floated forward and obediently sat on the small stool beside the bed. His clear and cold eyes reflected the pale and helpless face of the woman on the bed. Even though she was severely injured, she still didn't make a sound. She didn't even blink. Young master, alchemist Ouyangsu is here. Don't talk nonsense. Come in quickly. Arbor turned his head and saw a man in simple but elegant white robes, with long hair tied into a crown, hurriedly enter the room with a medicine chest. Following behind him was a black-clothed man with tied hair. He had a brilliant smile and handsome features that she found somewhat familiar. Arbor sat on the small stool and involuntarily glanced at that person a few more times. Ouyangsu. Dugaling greetings to young sir. The two of them cupped their hands in greeting with graceful bearing, truly a pair of fine young masters in this chaotic world. Arbor suddenly had a flash of inspiration and instantly recalled who this Dugaling was. Sir Jojo had once been intercepted by young Sir Omega Kotoku and his entourage beside Duchun River. Among them was the second young master's disciple called Ling. He disguised himself as a woman and tricked Jojo, but his identity was subsequently exposed by Duanyu. So it was him. Arbor couldn't help but be a bit dazed. It turned out that she had met so many people at this time in her previous life. Young Sir Omega Kotoku did his best to suppress the raging fury in his heart and bellowed at Ouyangsu, who was behind him, stop blabbering and come take a look. Ouyangsu sat down by the bed, and Arbor's soul could only avoid him. Miss Jiao, let me take your pulse, Ouyangsu said softly as he glanced at her. As usual, he saw her unperturbed and serene gaze. Those pitch-black eyes were filled with mockery without the slightest desire to live. A moment later, Ouyangsu stood up and gracefully bowed to the second young master. Young sir, let's talk outside. Her condition is very bad, Ouyangsu whispered to young Sir Omega Kotoku in the corridor. He involuntarily cast a glance inside the window and sighed softly. Miss Jiao's heart is set on death and has no desire to live. After being struck by the purple firmament lightning dragon previously, 2 of her ribs were broken and haven't healed yet. Now that second Miss Shi's heavy whip has worsened her injuries, this subordinate. Don't waste your breath. The second young master's suppressed roar interrupted Ouyangsu. You must save her, you must. I don't care what method you use, I want her alive. Young sir, this subordinate will certainly do his best. However, her depression is not beneficial to her injuries. It's best if she can release it. Hey. Arbor frowned and looked coldly at Dugaling, who always liked to pretend to be a transvestite. Dugaling had stolen her aunt and was talking to her previous life. You're so young. Do you really want to die? A person must have the will to live in order to have hope in the future. Dugaling looked at her with a smile. You're still so young, why do you always want to seek death? Think about it, it's so good to be alive. You can drink wine, eat meat, and have endless spring flowers. It's enough for you to appreciate. Oh, of course. The world today can't see thriving greenery, but there has to be some hope. Who knows, we might see it in the future, Dugaling Omega Kotoku entered the room and said in a deep voice. Okay. I'll go. Dugaling felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly got up and ran out. Second Qin unhurriedly and lightly walked to the bedside with a head of black hair that hung down to his waist. She reached out and placed a very old doll on her chest. She wanted to touch her hair, but her fingers curled up and stopped. Last time, it was my fault. I lied to you and said that I tore it apart, causing you to be heartbroken and have nightmares. I know I didn't treat you well in the past. But in the future, I'll change, okay? People can't always look back on the past. They have to look forward. Omega Kotoku stood by the bed and looked down at her. Can you trust me this time? Arbor's eyes moved and her gaze landed on the old doll. This was the doll that her mother had given her in her past life, and she had secretly given it to Xiao. She remembered that when Xiao died in her past life, she was still holding on to this doll. After that, when she was collecting her sister's body, she had kept this doll by her side. Now that she suddenly saw this doll, Arbor couldn't help but get closer to it, wanting to take a closer look. Was this real? Her transparent fingers passed through the doll's head, but she didn't grab anything. After all, she was just a spirit. How could she grab anything? Arbor lowered her head and saw that she was silently crying on the bed. She didn't make a single sound, but she could see the tears rolling down her cheeks. This feeling was really strange. It was as if she was watching someone else's tragic life. She wanted to reach out and hug the person who was crying silently. She wanted to pat her head and comfort her so that she wouldn't cry anymore. So, I was actually this depressed when I cried in my past life? She didn't even make a single sound, as if she would alarm someone if she made a sound. She just laid there and cried silently. She looked at the gauze above her head with a cold expression. Arbor didn't feel good about it. So, I cried a lot in my past life? As she thought about it, her gaze landed on the bed. She looked at her past life and let out a long sigh. Suddenly, her gaze froze as it landed on the stomach of her past life. He could clearly see a ball of something emitting a faint white light. Yes, it's the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl in my body. Arbor pondered for a moment and thought to herself, did I have the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl in my body in my past life? That's right. Based on what Long Qian and the others said, the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl was given to her by her mother. That meant that she had this pearl in her past life. But, why didn't she know anything about this pearl in her current life? Did she purposely seal it away, or did she not want to remember anything? If she had a physical body, Arbor would definitely break out in cold sweat. Because she realized that she seemed to have peeped into some profound mysteries buried deep in her heart. She seemed to know something. As far as his eyes could see, the 10,000-year mermaid pearl was emitting a gentle light that kept swaying in his previous life's body. When Omega Kotoku entered, the light slowly subsided. The soul that was wandering in Arbor had been wandering in front of his previous life for the past few days like a spirit behind his back. That second young master came to see her almost every day. This made Arbor feel very strange. Did she really lose a lot of her memories after she self-destructed? At least, she had never remembered this part before. It had almost become a habit for the second young master to visit her every day. It was as if he had changed into a different person. Suddenly, he was very nice to her. However, in her previous life, she was still the same. Usually, she would only listen to him quietly and never interact with anyone. Xianxia would come to check her pulse every afternoon. In the afternoon, Omega Kotoku would push her out to bask in the sun and get some fresh air. The whip wounds on her body were slowly getting better. One day, Arbor saw her fingers moving on the side of the bed. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. How could this be? Arbor thought to herself. In the past, her limbs were all broken and she couldn't even move a finger. Why was it happening now? It wasn't an illusion or an illusion. Her fingers really moved. This is for you. A pitch-black ring was rudely tossed onto her head. A 15 to 16-year-old youth in black poked his head out of the window and snorted. He shouted at the person who was half lying on the bed in a daze, I whipped you before, so master whipped me 10 times. We're even now. That youth retracted his head from under the window and didn't wait for her reaction for a long time, so he suddenly poked his head back. Seeing that she was half lying there without moving, he simply flipped over and jumped in through the window. Why aren't you saying anything? He stomped to the bedside and glanced at her irritably, nagging, actually, it's all your fault. If you didn't suddenly bite master's finger like you wanted nothing more than to bite it off, why would I have smacked you like that? Hey, you're not a mute. Why aren't you saying anything? The youth couldn't help but feel exasperated when he saw that the other party didn't react at all after talking for a long time. The little stoic was still sitting on the small stool beside the bed, sizing up the youth in front of her. Could this be the sacred beast purple firmament lightning dragon's transformation? Arbor pondered for a moment and felt that he should have guessed the truth. Was there such a scene in the past? Why did this purple firmament lightning dragon look so dumb? It could be paired with 7th Yen, that little rascal. They were both tsundere. Could it be that the attributes of dumb dragons were roughly the same? Seeing that she didn't utter a word for a long time, the youth was so angry that he directly picked up the ring he threw at her. He forcefully pulled her hand over and roughly put the ring on. I'm telling you. This defensive sacred weapon was forged from my scales. It's very strong. In the future, don't mention being smacked once by me. Even if I smacked you 100 times, nothing would happen to you. I'll guarantee your safety. Why is your face so stoic? I'm giving you a defensive sacred weapon, so why are you so grief-stricken? You should be smiling, you know. How about smiling? The youth bent down, and the long black hair trailing behind his head swayed lightly as he moved his head back and forth. What are you two doing? The little stoic turned around expressionlessly and saw young Master Omega Kotoku standing at the door with a solemn expression, his cold and severe gaze gazing at the two people inside the room. The youth blinked and looked back at the Omega Kotoku with an uneasy expression. Master. Get out. Omega Kotoku glanced at him, and the latter quickly ran out of the door. The young man really didn't know why his master's gaze had suddenly become so cold. What did he do? Arbor could tell that the second young master was not in a good mood. When he walked to the bedside and sat down, Arbor could clearly feel that at this moment, he really wanted to shrink back. Her fingers suddenly moved, probably with all the strength she could muster in her life, and finally she lifted 2 of them and touched the back of his hand. Second young Master Qin was instantly stupefied and lowered his head to look at her fingers. Jojo, your hand? He hurriedly stood up and shouted, quick, get Xianxia here. Young master, Mrs. Condition has really taken a turn for the better, Xianxia also said in pleasant surprise. But it was really strange. He was very familiar with Miss Chiao's condition. The meridians in her limbs had been broken for many years. Even if he wanted to save them, it was impossible for them to improve in the short term without finding those god-rank medicinal herbs. Although he had been using medicine on her, the medicine shouldn't have taken effect so quickly. Arbor realized that she was recovering faster and faster in her previous life. She had originally been like a withered weed, but now, under a strange power, her body was inexplicably recovering. Arbor even felt a little scared. It was as if there was something she didn't want to think about, but it was about to be revealed in front of her. What could it be? Arbor clenched her fists nervously. She looked down and saw that her soul seemed to be a little faint. She couldn't shake her hand smoothly. 2 months later, her previous life could finally walk. Looking at her struggling to walk, Arbor's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She looked at her deeply. The soul had no tears. If it wasn't for that, her face would have been wet with tears by now. So, it was so difficult for me to stand up in my previous life? I actually forgot everything about the past. I don't know if it's because I denied my past too much. It's too painful and I want to forget everything. In a person's life, there were too many things that they wanted to remember and didn't want to remember. Maybe she just remembered a lot of things. Xiaomu followed her outside. She watched as she staggered to and fro with the crutch in her hand, trudging outside step by step with great difficulty. Arbor wanted to reach out and help her. She wanted to help support her previous life, who was miserable and unwilling to accept her fate. Maybe, at that time, she only needed one person and one pair of hands to help her. Xiaomu stopped her fluttering steps and gazed at her back. Her previous life used her hands to push the door frame and moved out inch by inch. She stood in front of the door and looked up at the sky. She didn't know what she was looking at, but she didn't move her eyes away for a long time. Jojo? Why did you come out by yourself? The second son walked through the door towards her. His footsteps were hurried and fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of her. Arbor could clearly feel that the body leaning against the doorframe trembled slightly. She still didn't like to come into contact with this person. She suppressed the discomfort in her heart and forced herself to look at him. "What's wrong?" "I want to go somewhere." It was the first time he had heard her voice since he came to Arbor. Her voice was hoarse and dry, as if it had been run over by a car twice. Yes, she remembered now. Her throat seemed to have been poisoned by second mixture. She didn't know if it had recovered after that. The teleportation array flashed, and several people walked out of it. They were stunned when they saw what was in front of them. Low slopes, desolate tombs, and luxuriant weeds spread for 10 miles. A few crows that had lost their feathers were perched on the branches. They were not afraid when they saw people coming. They only cawed as they walked. Arbor floated behind them like a spirit. Looking at the desolate graveyard, he couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. She seemed to recognize this place. It was dilapidated and desolate, like a boundless sea of bitterness from hell. There wasn't the slightest bit of greenery, only withered grass, broken trees, wild graves, and black crows. It seemed to be the place where she had tidied up Shaolin'er's body. It seemed like he had moved the remains of his mother and brother here as well. Therefore, Arbor stood there in a daze. That feeling of wanting to cry but not being able to shed tears was simply too terrible. In her previous life, she moved through the desolate graveyard bit by bit, found a place to return, and sat down. The sky was filled with paper money like snow. Arbor's heart ached. She only heard her murmur in a low voice, "I haven't come here for 3 years. To all of you." Arbor saw her pick up her wine cup and take a sip before sprinkling the rest of the wine on the graveyard beneath her feet. The second young master's breathing seemed to have become erratic. He stood nearby and watched for a long time. Ever since she returned from worshipping the graveyard, her previous life seemed to have become even quieter. She was very cooperative with the treatment every day. She ate whatever Ouyang Su told her to eat and took whatever medicine he told her to take. At night, a faint white light would emit from her abdomen. At this point, Arbor had no choice but to take this shark pearl seriously. It was a fact that she had always been unwilling to think about, and had always been unwilling to admit. It was the shark pearl. It really was this 10,000-year-old shark pearl. At this moment, she should understand why the wounds on her body would often disappear miraculously. It was the effect of the shark pearl. After she entered the water, she was like a fish in water, as if she had become one with the water spirit of heaven and earth. This was also the effect of the shark pearl. She recalled the many inconceivable things that had happened to her in the past. Arbor made a bold conjecture. The shark pearl should have 3 main effects. First, it could fuse with her body into water. The shark pearl could allow her to breathe freely in water, and it wouldn't be strenuous for her to run and walk. Second, it had astonishing recovery abilities. Thinking back, what was Lady Holy Water's thought when she first came into contact with holy water at the Holy Water sect? This little girl is so fresh. Her body is filled with the moisturizing taste that Lady Holy Water likes the most. What did that mean? Lady Holy Water could sense the abundant water spirit energy in her body the moment she came into contact with her. The shark pearl was born to melt water in all forms and was not inferior to holy water. Hence, the reason why Lady Holy Water targeted her and wanted her to become a host wasn't because of how talented she was but because of the 10,000-year-old shark pearl in her body. When Lady Holy Water first saw her, she wanted to get close to the shark pearl. However, this 10,000-year-old shark pearl had been sealed in her previous life. It wasn't until she experienced countless tribulations and broke through her body's limits that the seal loosened and slowly started to take effect. However, it was different in this life. In this life, the seal on the shark pearl became unstable when she came into contact with Lady Holy Water at the sect. Holy Water was attracted to the shark pearl, so how could the shark pearl not be attracted to holy water? Hence, the seal on her shark pearl should have already started to loosen back then. At Seacone Planet's Jiaozhong base, she was slightly injured when she exploded the Mystic Beast Forest Mystic Realm core, but the shark pearl healed her on the same day. After that, this inexplicable healing ability remained. In the past, he could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Now that he thought about it from the start to the end, wasn't this the recovery ability of the shark pearl? No wonder the little tree said that even the life force of the wood spirit could not recover so quickly. How powerful was the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl? in her previous life, this 10,000-year mermaid pearl had truly healed her limbs and body at this time, mending her damaged body, allowing her to slowly stand up, and walk outside to look at the sunlight outside. The third effect of the merman's pearl should be to automatically protect the host, expel ghosts, and purify all unclean things. So, even though she was able to use the ghost summoning talisman, she had never been able to see any ghostly spirits. No ghostly spirits were able to get close to her. This should be the reason. She still remembered that when she first entered the divine prefecture and stepped into the Milky Way, endless saint power surged towards her. At that time, it was the mermaid pearl that protected her from the saint power and activated its automatic defense. And now, she could cultivate on her own even when she was sleeping. She was absorbing the specks of divine power around her without noticing anything. It probably had something to do with the 10,000-year-old shark pearl. The 10,000-year-old shark pearl was so powerful that obtaining it was like obtaining a source of power. How could such a sacred item not move one's heart? How could one not be happy with it? Arbor didn't have a physical body at the moment. She was just thinking about it habitually, pacing back and forth in the room. She finally understood. Fan Xianxia had been ordered by Xianxia to study her inner world because she wanted the shark pearl, right? Xianxia, this woman, had indeed hidden her true intentions well. Why did he always make her mistakenly think that it was a love affair or a grudge? Who knew that it was actually for this 10,000-year-old shark pearl? Arbor's soul couldn't help but shudder at this thought. Xianxia really made her hair stand on end. She had arranged so many things to target her and thought of ways to break her wings. She even controlled her like in her previous life and threw her into that dark and shabby underground laboratory. Just to dig out the shark pearl in her body, but she didn't tell Fan Xianxia anything. She only let him study her inner world. Shark pearl, 10,000-year-old shark pearl. Xianxia actually wanted this shark pearl in her dreams. Xiaomu wanted to look up at the sky and laugh heartily, but the abnormally sour and bitter feeling in her heart prevented her from even crying. She thought about how sad her past life was. How could he forget such an important thing? Once he did, he would forget it for a lifetime. She couldn't remember it at all. Xianxia wanted the shark pearl. The Wangchuan dragon family also wanted this shark pearl. They all wanted it. Did she have to give it to them just because they wanted it? What a joke. This 10,000-year-old shark pearl was left to her by her mother, so it was hers. She was stupid in the past and didn't know the reason. Now that she knew, she would take good care of it. She had to go back. Go back immediately. Go back to Jojo's side. Her soul struggled for a while. As if sensing her restlessness, Lian hastily reached out to hold her slightly cold small hand. A pair of warm hands held her small hands firmly in his and cupped them. Jojo, do you feel cold? Jojo hasn't woken up yet? Xianxia walked in and glanced at the bed worriedly. You can't just stay here all the time. Go eat something. Xianxia glanced at Lian and couldn't help but sigh. It had only been 3 days, and this fellow had almost turned himself into something that was neither human nor ghost. Lian ignored her and continued to hold Arbor's hand, muttering, Jojo, Jojo. The venerable peach blossom immortal walked over and extended his finger to release a strand of divine consciousness. He frowned slightly and only withdrew his divine consciousness after a long while. Logically speaking, he should have woken up. At this time, Arbor's divine ruins realm and consciousness had all stabilized. This morning, they could all contact Xiao. Why didn't she wake up? She's in a dream. Sikong Fuling's cold voice sounded from outside the window. Beside her stood the smiling young Master Ding. Miss Sikong. Xianxia was desperate and hurried over to push open the door. Do you have a way to wake Jojo up? Of course. Sikong Fuling picked up her nightmare demonic flute. The ancients used to fight poison with poison. This saying is not false at all. I can enter a dream with a dream and order him to wake up immediately. Will it hurt his divine consciousness? The venerable peach blossom immortal frowned and asked in a low voice. Sikong Fuling shook her head decisively. Of course not. The venerable peach blossom immortal and Xianxia both glanced sideways at Lian. This matter still had to be decided by Lian. Should they let Sikong Fuling interfere in Jojo's matter? What were the chances of success of entering a dream with a dream that Si Kung Fuling spoke of? No one could be sure if it was really as she said, that Jojo's divine consciousness would not be harmed at all. Si Kung Fuling did not force them. She only glanced at Mo Lian and said mildly, "You'd better make a decision as soon as possible. In her situation, if she can't withdraw in time, it will harm her divine consciousness instead. In an especially serious situation, she may not be able to come out after entering a dream." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glared at her. Si Kung Fuling silently shut her mouth and turned to walk out. "I'm not exaggerating. It's not impossible for you to do it." Mo Lian's gloomy voice sounded faintly. "But I want to enter the dream personally to bring her out." "What?" Si Kung Fuling's expression grew increasingly serious. "This is very dangerous. If your divine consciousness leaves your body and enters her dream, there's no way to reverse the situation if anything happens. You have to consider it carefully." Mo Lian stood up and glanced at her coldly. "You strongly object to me entering the dream. Do you want to take the opportunity to spy on something?" Si Kung Fuling's expression darkened as she turned to look at Ding Yun beside her. But Ding Yun said with a smile, "Okay." Si Kung Fuling could not help snorting and pursing her lips disdainfully. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at her. "So many evasions. Don't tell me Mo Lian guessed correctly?" Si Kung Fuling glared at the latter. Mu Xingchen saw that the atmosphere was not good and hurriedly smiled to smooth things over. "Miss Si Kung, with Mo Lian's help, I believe that you can definitely pull Jojo out of the dream faster. Let's try." Holding a pitch-black nightmare demonic flute, Si Kung Fuling coolly swept a glance at the group. "Let's get the ugly words out of the way first. Once your highness enters the dream, you must follow my instructions. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to shoulder the responsibility if something were to happen and you or Qiao Mu were to be harmed." She spoke in an enigmatic tone, but Mo Lian didn't pay much attention to her. He merely looked at Qiao Mu on the bed and grasped her hand, nodding absent-mindedly. "Okay." Si Kung Fuling turned her head and exchanged a glance with Cult Master Ding. A devilish smile appeared on the corners of the latter's lips. He tilted his head slightly and said softly and slowly, "Since we've agreed, then, let's go and prepare first." The peony fairy leaned against the door and turned her head to look at the back of the siblings. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked with a faint smile, "Are they trustworthy?" Little Tai Sui rolled its eyes. "I also don't think it's trustworthy." Mu Xingchen glanced at them and sighed softly. "But what that Miss Si Kung said is not completely unreasonable. If you want to enter a dream, then so be it. What do you need to prepare? It really seems like you're stalling for time." Little Tai Sui snorted and waved his little hand slightly. He glanced at the silent Mo Lian. "Hey, what's your plan? Say it. If you don't say it, how are they going to cooperate?" The peony fairy smiled and patted little Tai Sui's shoulder, provoking an angry glare from him. Mo Lian picked up his wife and walked out, saying coolly, "Many thanks. I do need your help." Little Tai Sui rolled his eyes at his back. "I'm not used to being so polite all of a sudden." Yuan Shurchen couldn't help but laugh. She walked over and grabbed little Tai Sui. "If you're worried, just worry. There's nothing to be ashamed of even if you say it. What's wrong with you? You always like to talk sarcastically." Little Tai Sui's face immediately flushed red. He was so angry that he wanted to struggle free from Yuan Shurchen's claws. Who has the leisure to worry about that guy? Let go, let go. What kind of scandal is this for a real man to pull and pull?" Yuan Shurchen directly glanced at his short figure out of the corner of her eye. "Sorry, I couldn't tell that you were a real man." Little Tai Sui was so angry that he wanted to kick her. "Shut up." Everyone left the court and went to the Fengtai waterside pavilion in front of him. They saw Mo Lian standing there with Arbor in her arms. Cult Master Ding and Si Kung Fuling walked down from the balcony and smiled at everyone. "It's about time. Follow me." Everyone followed him into the waterside pavilion. At a glance, they saw that many talisman papers had been used to set up a spirit-guiding talisman array that wasn't particularly complicated. Mo Lian walked over with Arbor in her arms and gently placed it in the center of the talisman array. She then sat down and supported Si Kung Fuling's hand. Sikong Fuling flicked the nightmare demonic flute in her hand and said indifferently, "After entering the dream, you must bring it out within 2 hours. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be wasted. If it's more serious, it will stimulate your divine sense. You have to pay attention to the time." Mo Lian coldly replied, "Let's begin." Without waiting for Sikong Fuling to retort, Little Taisui, Peony Fairy, Ginkgo Fairy, Thin Tuchuo, and Dao Wuji all sat outside the talisman array. They each guarded a corner and joined forces to set up the array. A light barrier fell on the talisman array. The 5 people entered the state and closed their eyes in silence. Sikong Fuling slightly tightened her grip on the nightmare demonic flute and turned to look at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who was standing leisurely outside the talisman array. Why doesn't Venerable Immortal Lord join their defensive array? Infuriating, this was clearly not trusting her, Sikong Fuling. The reason why the 5 of them had joined hands to set up the defensive array was to prevent her from secretly causing trouble for Prince Mo. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked at her innocently. He blinked and smiled. One must always be wary of others. Don't you think so, Miss Sikong? Gritting her teeth, Sikong Fuling turned back to glance at Cult Master Ding. If her brother hadn't dragged her here to save Arbor, she wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. She wouldn't have begged to stay here and be doubted by others. I'm sorry. Mu Xingchen hastily stepped forward to appease Sikong Fuling, just like when he was putting out the fire. Miss Sikong, this matter is of great importance. It's understandable for them to be a little more careful. Heh. Sikong Fuling coldly glanced at Mu Xingchen. Ding Yan, who was by the side, did not take it to heart as he smiled. Fu Ling, no need to mind. You will use your actions to prove, slap, the truth, in the face. Let Venerable Immortal Lord know that they are really thinking too much. Sikong Fuling snorted and nodded. She reached out to pick up the nightmare demonic flute. Prince Mo, there may be miasma disturbance in the dream. You must not forcibly break it, so as to avoid harming Arbor's soul. After saying this, Sikong Fuling could not be bothered to say anything else. A sinister tune immediately sounded. Like a cold stream from a cold spring, it seeped into everyone's hearts inch by inch. It was so cold that they couldn't help shivering and cowering slightly. Arbor struggled bitterly for 2 days, but she still couldn't break out of this soul state. She was a little worried. What was this situation? If she was in a dream, she was actually like a bystander floating around behind her previous life. If she wasn't in a dream, everything in front of her was too realistic. The sun rose and set. Autumn left and winter came. Counting the days, she seemed to have already been with her previous life for 4 months. In these 4 months, she had once again witnessed how difficult it had been for her in her previous life. She watched as she walked on the ground and continuously exercised. She stumbled, fell, stood up, and fell again. Until now, she could already walk stably. The 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl in her previous life didn't seem to have such excellent recovery ability as it did in this life. Arbor thought to herself, it's probably because the mermaid pearl's seal was only torn open a little in her previous life, so not much power flowed out. Unlike her current life, when the mermaid pearl fought the black dragon at the bottom of the river of forgetfulness, the seal was completely broken. Hey, stoic face, look here and here. Where are your eyes looking? A young man's clear voice suddenly sounded at the entrance of the courtyard. Arbor turned around and saw the black-clothed young man transformed from the stupid dragon standing in front of the pavilion under a pear tree that hadn't bloomed for a long time. He looked over with a smile. The previous life looked at him expressionlessly. Her long hair fluttered slightly in the cold wind. She was dressed in a plain snow-white robe, and her eyes were calm. Arbor was a little dazed for a moment. Why does this feeling of looking into a mirror feel so strange? Looking at her is like looking at my own stoic face. Arbor subconsciously reached out to touch his small face. So I've been stoic for 2 lifetimes? Is this your sword? He ran over and handed her a purple-black long sword that looked a little old. Although her previous life's limbs had recovered quite well, she obviously couldn't pick up such a heavy sword. So, Qiaomu then saw that sword fall from her arms to the ground with a bang, smashing into the muddy ground. The purple firmament thunder dragon curled his lips and bent down to pick up the sword. He patted the dirt off the sword and whispered, why is a girl like you carrying such a heavy sword? Arbor floated in front of him and reached out to touch his sword. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. She had once dug out this sword from a pile of corpses. In her previous life, it had always been by her side, cutting down countless zombies. Although in the end, it had become so blunt that it could not cut anything, it was still a thought in her mind. Everything had changed too much in this life. Even if she tried her best to find it, she was afraid that she would not be able to find it. Therefore, she never thought of looking for it in the first place. There were some things and things that were enough to be remembered in one's heart. There was no need to seek perfection in everything. Here. The youth pushed the sword into her arms, such a heavy sword. In the future, let the armament master refine it for you. No need. Classmate Purple Firmament Thunder Dragon blinked and suddenly jumped up. Are you talking to me? Heh, did the heavens open their eyes today? One had to know that his master had asked him to protect this stoic face. He usually came to this courtyard for a stroll when he had nothing to do. He didn't know how many times he had talked to her, but she never responded. Many times, the youth was about to shut himself off. When a mute speaks, an iron tree blossoms. Xianxia glanced at him. No. Purple Firmament Thunder Dragon couldn't keep up with her thoughts and scratched his head dumbly. No what? But Xianxia ignored him and laboriously hugged her sword as she turned around. Her arms still felt weak, and the heavy sword slid to the ground once again. Purple Firmament Thunder Dragon bent down to pick it up and vigorously patted the dirt and dust off it. He had a flash of inspiration as he exclaimed, I got it. You're saying there's no flower, right? Arbor couldn't help but roll her eyes. When she turned around, she saw two young sirs in snow-white robes strolling over from one end of the corridor. Their robes were light and broad, their sleeves fluttering. Their features were picturesque, as if in a dream. It was actually eldest young Master Qin and that fifth young Master Qin whom she had met a few times. Arbor naturally felt an indescribable shock. Why doesn't she remember anything? From the looks of it, she really did know quite a few people from the Qin estate in the past. She vaguely remembered how she felt when she first saw Omega Kotoku at the Qin estate's entrance as a servant girl. Some were stunned, some were shocked, and some were confused. She recognized this nightmarish person, and she also recognized his pair of cold and beautiful eyes. But she couldn't remember his name. Did she really not remember, or was she deliberately trying not to remember? It was completely unknown now. As Xiaomu stood stiffly in that courtyard, she could clearly hear eldest young Sir Qin's low, teasing chuckle. Who is that? Eldest young master, fifth young master, this is second young masters. Miss Qiao. The steward's voice lowered. Second younger brother seems to be slacking off recently. Eldest brother, I think that girl is quite nice. She's much better than that noisy second young monsieur. Eldest young Master Qin couldn't help but burst into laughter. In your opinion, it's better not to make a fuss than to make a fuss. Arbor stood there in a daze for a while. Her memories were in a mess and she couldn't connect them. When had she ever seen so many people? Even worse, since she had already stood up in her previous life, why did it feel like all her limbs were broken and she had never crawled back up in her subsequent memories? Was she still missing an important part of her past? What was it? What was it? Arbor's soul floated in the air, reaching out to hit his own head. However, she heard the Omega Kotoku's calm voice coming from the entrance of the courtyard. Jojo, I brought the person you wanted to see. Arbor subconsciously looked over, and his eyes couldn't help but sway slightly. She saw a skinny young man in green standing 5 steps away from the second young master, staring at her in a daze. Of course, the young man wasn't looking at her. His gaze went past her and looked at his previous life standing on the stairs. Arbor turned around and looked at her. The former life's eyes reddened, and she suddenly smiled at that person. In an instant, it was like a blooming flower. That smile also made Arbor feel a little surprised. I actually look this good when I smile. Heh, I'm not being narcissistic. Although this face is pale and without any makeup, it is still beautiful when she smiles. So this is where I first met Duan Muqing. I don't seem to remember anything. While Arbor was in a daze, she suddenly felt a slight ripple in the air in front of her. A pair of hands abruptly reached out from the torn void and hugged her tightly. Who is it? Arbor heard the two young masters of the Qin estate shout angrily. 2 gusts of wind followed. However, she was immediately pulled into the spatial fissure. She couldn't help but pat her chest as she mused, eldest Qin and Omega Katoku, these 2 people, are quite sharp. She was merely a soul. When she was pulled out of the dream, there was a faint spatial fluctuation, and the 2 of them immediately detected a clue. It truly wasn't easy. That pair of hands that tore open the void just now was undoubtedly her dear husband's. However, Arbor couldn't help but frown when she saw that she was in a boundless white fog. What was going on? Didn't hubby pull her out of that dream? Why was hubby gone now, and she was the only one left? Why couldn't she even see a ghost in this white fog? Hubby, quickly come out, the little stoic called out in displeasure with a stoic face. She ran back and forth in the white fog for who knew how long, but she still didn't see his figure. What was going on? Could it be that this white fog was also her dream? She actually hadn't escaped from the dream yet. From afar, she seemed to see a figure continuously waving at her. Arbor strained her eyes to look over and saw a woman walking over from the rolling fog. She held a flute in her hand, and a demonic tune rose in spirals. This flute tune sounded familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Arbor was slightly alarmed, and she looked down at her soul. This drifting appearance truly made people feel very helpless. The rolling white fog in front of her didn't seem to disperse, and the flute tune was getting closer and closer. When Arbor saw the figure of the person in front of her clearly, she couldn't help but be shocked. It was Sikong Fuling. Did Sikong Fuling enter her dream? Hubby clearly grabbed her just now, but the 2 of them separated in the blink of an eye. Could it be this Sikong Fuling's doing? Quickly come over. Sikong Fuling was also somewhat exhausted at this time. Arbor's dream simply made her want to vomit blood. Although she had mentally prepared herself that a crafty little girl like her would definitely be engulfed in white fog in her dream, she reckoned that she wouldn't be able to see anything useful. However, she still didn't expect that this girl would be so deranged. How was this white fog? It was simply level 18 fog, alright? As soon as she entered the Arbor dream, she almost lost her sense of direction. She had no idea where to go. Alright, I won't be able to find any useful information anyway. It was better to get this swindler out of here as soon as possible. As Sikong Fuling thought this, her heart couldn't help but feel stifled when she saw the young lady's expressionless face and suspicious gaze. She really regretted entering the dream to see this guy. Wouldn't it be better to have so much free time to eat melon seeds and drink tea? Why did he have to come and help Prince Mo enter his dreams? Why did his body suddenly fly up? By the time Sikong Fuling realized it, she had already flown out and landed heavily in the thick fog. Should he thank this stoic face for making the surrounding fog so dense? She fell into the thick fog, but she was not injured. When she stood up with a stupefied look on her face, she saw that Mo Lian had already rushed to Arbor's side and pulled her into his embrace. Sikong Fuling couldn't help but secretly grind her teeth. She had deliberately used the sound of the flute to separate the 2 of them. However, she didn't expect that this guy, Prince Mo, would actually be able to return so quickly. Hubby! The little stoic felt extremely aggrieved when she saw him. Why did you take so long to come? She had been on tenterhooks in her dream for 4 months and couldn't even leave. It was truly worrying. Mo Lian hastily hugged his wife, his heart aching terribly. Jojo, it's my fault, I came late. Punish me, punish me, punish you for kissing me. Sikong Fuling's jaw was about to drop. Why did this Prince Mo seem to be even more stinky and shameless than when he was on Sikong Planet? Who were you letting down by publicly throwing dog food in front of her like this? Wait a minute. Sikong Fuling suddenly thought of something and sized the 2 up with an inexplicably strange gaze. You guys, how is this possible? Hugging each other, strictly speaking, this was Arbor's dream. How could Prince Mo, as an external divine sense body, be hugging Arbor's soul body? She had to calm down. She breathed in, and exhaled again to calm her mind. Sikong Fuling glared at them. Seeing the 2 of them hugging each other intimately, she couldn't help but get angry. Still not leaving? Look at this stoic face. He created so much fog here, but we don't even know where the exit is now. Mo Lian hugged his wife and turned to glare at Sikong Fuling. As expected, you're up to no good. He had clearly hugged Jojo just now, but the scene before his eyes had changed in an instant. The two of them had probably been disturbed by Sikong Fuling's flute music, which was why they had inexplicably separated. Sikong Fuling naturally wouldn't admit it. She said angrily with a cold face, "Isn't that because this stoic face is so guarded? Who else could set up fog in a dream so dense that we can't even see the path clearly?" As she spoke, she felt something bump into her back. Sikong Fuling was greatly alarmed. She gripped the nightmare demonic flute tightly and swiftly turned around. "Who is it? This stoic face wanted to trick her again, right?" "Ah, sorry, Miss Sikong. Did I accidentally hurt you?" Mu Xingqian's voice drifted into her ears through the thick fog. Sikong Fuling gritted her teeth in anger and thought, this stoic face, this swindler, made the place she was standing in especially dense fog. He actually only realized now that Mu Xingqian was behind her. "Why are you here? I saw that a lot of time had passed, but you and Mo Lian still hadn't returned." "In my impatience, I followed you into the formation." Sikong Fuling took 2 deep breaths and couldn't help but twitch her mouth when she turned around. Mu Xingqian was clearly standing behind her, but she couldn't even see his shadow through the layers of fog. Sikong Fuling could only continue to play her flute to explore the path, occasionally speaking to Mu Xingqian expressionlessly, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Your sister is such a troublemaker. She messed up her dream. If you don't obediently follow my flute music, you won't be able to leave and will be locked in your sister's dream forever." Mu Xingqian hurriedly said, "Miss Sikong, don't worry. I've been following behind you. Where did my sister and brother-in-law go?" "How would I know?" Sikong Fuling unhappily roared at him. If she knew, why would she still be here talking to him like a poor mushroom, while he was talking to Mu Xingqian, Arbor and Mo Lian both disappeared? Sikong Fuling had an impulse to run over right now, grab that stoic face, and kick her to death with punches and kicks. I really have nothing better to do than to get involved in such muddy water. Ah. Hurry and leave. Sikong Fuling's flute music paused for a moment before she discovered that the thick fog all around them was sweeping over. Thus, she didn't dare to stop playing and continued to use the nightmare demonic flute to search for a way out. She could only secretly curse Arbor in her heart for causing trouble. What do you think she's after? She's just an onlooker. Isn't it good to just watch the show? It was her fault for not being rewarded for her kindness, yet, she had to come here and cause such a scene. Miss Sikong, be careful. A strong force suddenly pushed her to the side from behind. At the same time, a black dragon's claw suddenly reached out from the rolling fog and flattened the hillside in front of her in an instant. F***ck, what's going on? Sikong Fuling looked at the scene in front of her with trepidation. Just a moment ago, the scenery in front of her rapidly changed. Without the dense fog, a clear sky instantly appeared before her eyes. At this time, she and Mu Xingqian were standing on a barren hillside. And the black dragon that was flying in the air and extending its claw toward her, its entire body exuded a terrifying holy beast's coercion. With her current realm, let alone a claw from a holy beast, she was afraid that a single toe from it would be enough to pulverize her. It's a black dragon. Mu Xingqian couldn't help but be alarmed. That ancient black dragon. Sikong Fuling clutched the nightmare demonic flute tightly and shouted as she ran in a panic, "Mu Xingqian, you recognize this guy? Jojo was previously injured by this black dragon at the bottom of the River of Forgetfulness and then fell into a coma," Mu Xingqian said briefly and then asked with a puzzled expression, "But why is it here? Why are you saying so much? It's chasing after us." Sikong Fuling was so anxious that she stomped her feet and roared. She turned around and hurriedly ran forward while playing the flute. Mu Xingqian was naturally not stupid. Looking at this black dragon's ferocious appearance, it didn't seem to be here for a heart-to-heart talk. In Jojo's dream, this black dragon inexplicably appeared and suddenly swept toward them. The two of them rolled and crawled down the hillside and rushed into the forest in front of them without a care. The more they ran, the more familiar it seemed. F***ck, this looks a bit like the Phoenix Mulin. Sikong Fuling roared against the wind. It is the Phoenix Mulin. Miss Sikong, quickly get out of the way. Mu Xingqian pushed Sikong Fuling away. The black dragon's huge tail swept across a circle of trees in a split second, sweeping up the towering trees behind them and flinging them away. The two of them were running at full speed. From time to time, the dragon would poke its ferocious head out from between the gaps of the trees, extending its claws and slapping the two of them on the back. Oh my god, what kind of pervert did I provoke? Seacombe Folling's face scrunched up again, and then scrunched up again. She looked up to the sky and howled in grief and indignation. I know. Your sister is a freak. She materialized the dreamscape. What? You still don't understand? Seacombe Folling angrily clenched her fists as she ran through the forest. The stoic face really is a pervert. She views me, who invaded her dream, as an enemy. Materialization of the dreamscape, summoning corporeal ferocious beasts. She wants to keep me here. How is that possible? Sister won't hurt us. Why not? What do you think she won't do in her dreams? Also. Not us. It's me. Mu Xingchen silently lowered his eyes. I think she did it unintentionally. Ah. Seacombe Folling madly charged forward. Arbor, get out here. Damn stoic face, get out here. If the stoic face was in front of her right now, she would definitely pounce on her and bite her to death. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, the fact that this damn pervert could do such a thing proved that she wasn't human at all. What kind of person could be so strange and come up with so many deceptive tricks in their dreams? It's her, it's only her. Mu Xingchen ran wildly with Seacombe Folling and hurriedly placated her. Miss Seacombe, don't panic. I'll call younger sister and have her stop first. Seacombe Folling looked up at the sky in grief and indignation, wanting to cry but having no tears. She rolled and crawled to avoid several trees that pounced on her. Arbor, get out here. Seacombe Folling roared angrily, startling countless birds in the forest. Haha, this stoic face really did create a complete forest of phoenix trees in his dream. Miss Seacombe, don't panic. Let's head forward. There's a cave up ahead. Let's go in and take shelter. Arbor pulled Mo Lian's hand and suddenly appeared at the top of a tree. Why did Big Brother also come in? Jojo, don't let your imagination run wild. Put away that black dragon. Mo Lian was speechless. Big Brother can't handle it. What kind of joke was this? He and Ma Yingchen weren't a match for that mature sacred beast even if they worked together, let alone a mere deity realm Mu Xingchen. Okay. Arbor nodded. With a thought, that black dragon that was chasing after Seacombe Folling and was about to bite off half her head with a crunch. Amidst Seacombe Folling's wailing and howling, she abruptly transformed into a black whirlwind that hurriedly swept into the sky and abruptly disappeared without a trace. Seacombe Folling fell to the ground with trembling legs, her calves twitching uncontrollably. Her eyes contained indescribable horror as she looked at Arbor and Mo Lian, who floated to the ground. You. Seacombe Folling pointed at Arbor with a trembling finger. She was stifled in her heart and couldn't take a deep breath for a long time. Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. You entered my dream with ulterior motives and wanted to spy on my past. You wanted to trick me. Who wants to trick you? Who can trick you? Seacombe Folling trembled with anger and had the misconception that she didn't want to talk to this stoic face anymore. Arbor extended 2 fingers and gestured with his eyes. I saw it. Startled, Seacombe Folling's small face contorted slightly. You entered my dream and used the flute to find the way. You wanted to find me before Mo Lian did. You deliberately used the flute to lead him to another fork in the road. If not for the fact that Jojo's lotus had the ability to tear through the void, he would probably have to go around in circles several times in this dream realm and might not be able to find her before Seacombe Folling. Mo Lian gave Seacombe Folling an icy look. In the end, Seacombe Folling fell silent. She had never intended for Mo Lian to get involved. Unfortunately, he insisted on entering the dream and personally bringing Arbor out, which really made her feel very inconvenient. I sincerely wish to enter a dream and take you away from this place. Seacombe Folling suddenly said. Arbor nodded calmly. I know. Otherwise, how do you think you've survived until now? Seacombe Folling looked at her cold and bright eyes and suddenly shuddered a little. Seacombe Folling seemed to have read some kind of meaning from her eyes. Seacombe Folling only felt her back drenched in cold sweat. She inexplicably felt her whole body go limp, as if she couldn't muster up any strength from this fright. Sikong Fuling's cold sweat trickled down. Desuppress? You entered my dream. Do you still think you can do anything? Arbor shot her an indifferent glance. Mu Xingchen hurriedly pleaded for leniency for Sikong Fuling. Younger sister, Miss Sikong probably misunderstood because she was curious. At this time, Sikong Fuling was naturally certain that Arbor was completely unaffected by the nightmare demonic flute's control. Even in a dream, Arbor could counter her with just a wisp of his soul. Materialization of dreams and suppression of dreams, Arbor seemed to be innately adept at all of this. He used it effortlessly and effortlessly. Younger sister, Miss Sikong probably didn't intentionally pry into your dream. Mu Xingchen did his best to build a bridge to put out the fire and diligently smoothed things over. For the first time, Sikong Fuling realized that this handsome man in front of her was actually quite pleasing to the eye. At the very least, this person's words were definitely more reliable and nice-sounding than his younger sister Arbor's. Arbor glanced at his eldest brother before sweeping a glance at Sikong Fuling, who was standing stiffly on the side. Sikong Fuling immediately stammered, stoic face, I entered your dream to save you. Arbor retracted his gaze and clenched his small fists. Clear the way with the flute and lead us out. Sikong Fuling understood his meaning from observing his movements. You have such high control over your dream. Why can't you get out? Arbor expressionlessly looked at her and said, Of course I can get out. But since you're here, let me see your skills. Huh? Sikong Fuling secretly rolled her eyes fiercely. Don't think that I can believe you just because you're expressionless and speak as if it's true. Your prideful nature already allows you to see everything clearly, it's really strange. This little stoic is such a formidable figure, yet she was actually trapped in a dream and couldn't get out. The thick miasma before her eyes wasn't the most realistic dream at the bottom of her heart. Then, what kind of dream did the little stoic experience this time? What exactly was the secret hidden in the depths of her heart? Sikong Fuling suddenly sensed a severe gaze land on her. When she looked up and met Prince Mo's glinting phoenix eyes, her heart involuntarily shivered. You'd best stay out of things that you don't need to care about. Sikong Fuling pursed her lips. Isn't this just because I'm curious? Mo Lian scoffed coldly, but she was very disapproving in her heart. Would Sikong Fuling be curious? Of course she wouldn't. She had the nightmare magic flute and had probably entered many people's dreams in the past. How could she be curious about Jojo's dream? It must have been the Hierophant who had instigated her to go into Jojo's dream and find out what it was so that he could take advantage of it. Mo Lian felt that she must have found out the truth. She became even more wary of Ding Yun. It was extremely abnormal for this fellow to appear here. He must have a close relationship with the disgusting Wanchuan dragon clan. At the center of the mystical guiding glyph formation, there were ripples of water-like vibrations. Little Taisui, Dao Wuji, and the others who were sitting in a circle around the rune formation all opened their eyes slightly. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal stood outside the talisman array. His guarded expression relaxed a little as he slowly turned to look into the talisman array. Mo Lian, Mu Xingchen, and Sikong Fuling opened their eyes one after another. In the end, Arbor suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground. He raised his hand and tugged at his husband's sleeve. Let's go. Mo Lian also immediately stood up. She pulled Arbor's small hand and said to the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and the others, let's return to Cloud Court first. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal followed them without a second word, leaving the Ding siblings behind. Sikong Fuling furtively looked up at Ding Yun and stammered, Brother, we didn't find anything. Not only did she return empty-handed, but she also cut an especially sorry figure. Sikong Fuling looked down at her hair that was as messy as a chicken's nest and her clothes that were riddled with holes. She involuntarily wanted to cry but had no tears. Previously, she was almost slapped to death by Black Dragon's claws several times as he played with her like a human-shaped doll. Now that the crisis was averted and she returned to her senses, Sikong Fuling discovered that there was practically not a single piece of undamaged cloth on her body. How could she be in such a miserable state? Sikong Fuling couldn't help but want to scratch her head hysterically. The little stoic was too infuriating to look at. Infuriating. Ding Yun didn't say much. He merely consoled her after seeing her sorry figure and sent her back to her room to rest. Meanwhile, he slowly strolled toward Cloud Park while inwardly plotting who he should find to inquire about the little stoic's current situation. Just as he stepped out of the waterside pavilion's perimeter, he saw a beam of divine light shoot up into the sky from a courtyard in the northwest corner and hover in the sky for a long time without dispersing. F***CK, that's the advancement light. Ding Yan quickened his steps and rushed toward the small courtyard. He inwardly pondered, could it be that the little stoic advanced? At the same time, the alarmed Dragon Clan members also rushed toward Cloud Park under Long Qian's lead. The experts of the Dragon Clan from all directions rushed towards the Cloud Mansion. Everyone gathered at the entrance of the Cloud Mansion. Who's advancing at the bottom of the River of Forgetfulness? Such a dazzling advancement light. Could it be that someone is advancing to the divine realm here and is about to enter the five spirits cycle of reincarnation? That won't do. Are they trying to kill all of us by drawing the heavenly law's five spirits to the bottom of the sea? The bottom of the River of Forgetfulness can't withstand the bombardment of the heavenly law's chaotic reincarnation of the five spirits. Everyone, quiet down, quiet down. Long Qian took a deep breath and blocked the entrance to the courtyard as he shouted at everyone. Long Qian frowned and glanced at his grandson before asking gravely, Long Qian, do you know who's advancing here? Long Xiangyun couldn't resist pursing her lips and inwardly thought, if grandmother knew that little evildoer's abilities, she probably wouldn't ask this question. Since the little evildoer's body carried the 10,000-year-old shark pearl, is there still a need to ask this question now that the pearl break out of the seal? Who was advancing here? Aside from the demonic genius who broke the seal on the Jiao pearl, Xiaochen could not think of a second person. Long Qian's face darkened, and she was about to speak. The door was suddenly pulled open from the inside. Mo Lian raised her phoenix eyes slightly, her gaze indifferent. She stood at the door and glanced at the people outside. What's the matter? Long Qian knew that she had already offended her grandson-in-law, so she thought about her tone before asking, who is advancing here? Previously, there was already someone in your team who triggered the heavenly lightning and heavenly fire due to the five spirits' reincarnation. Can you ask that expert to move to the island outside? Before Mo Lian could reply with a sneer, a faint laugh came from outside the crowd. Clan leader Long, aren't you making things difficult for him? Young Master Ding chuckled as he walked to the front of the crowd and glanced at Long Qian, whose face had turned green. How can you interrupt him at such a critical juncture? If something goes wrong, you won't be able to take responsibility. Long Qian's face was filled with anger. Just as she was about to speak, the light of advancement shone once again. In an instant, the entire Dragon Clan's land was illuminated as bright as day. Everyone was surprised. Long Qian and everyone else looked up at the source of the light, their hearts feeling uncomfortable as if they were being scratched by a cat. They really wanted to rush in and see who was causing such a commotion. Is there a problem with this advancement light? A Forgotten River Dragon Clan member raised an objection. Am I seeing things? Why do I feel like it's flashed 3 times? Long Xiangyun said expressionlessly, you're not seeing things. It's indeed 3 times. In other words, it was very likely that the little stoic had advanced 3 minor realms in a short few minutes. Heh heh. That clansman glanced at Long Xiangyun with an odd expression. What's going on? Miss Xiangyun's expression looks a little strange. What level is this person advancing? She's not a great spiritual master, right? She should be a low-level spiritual master. It was still that brother who thought he was seeing things. If she's an advanced level spiritual master, it's impossible for her to advance so rapidly. Everyone knew that after entering the 10th level of spiritual masters, their advancement would become increasingly slow. Especially after experiencing the 5-spirit reincarnation cycle, cultivators who had reached the divine realm might not be able to advance 1 minor realm after 3 to 5 years or even 8 to 10 years on their slow cultivation path. Sometimes, advancing 1 major realm can consume a person's entire life. That brother's spittle flew everywhere as Long Xiangyun rolled her eyes at him. Shut up. She couldn't take it anymore and interrupted that idiot's incessant rambling. Don't you smell an aura that surpasses spirit power coming from all directions? Surpassing spirit power? What kind of power could it be? Naturally, it was the mighty divine power of a divine realm cultivator, the analytical emperor, who had been analyzing confidently, instantly widened his eyes. It can't be? That's right, it couldn't be. The Forgotten River Dragon clan members all looked at their clan leader, whose expression was turning increasingly ugly. Long Qian took a deep breath and turned to Mo Lian with clenched fists. She's advancing? No wonder there was such a big commotion. Do you think it's a good thing to indulge her like this? Once she can't control the power of the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl, then she... Bang! Mo Lian didn't hold back at all and directly slammed the court door shut in front of this dragon clan leader. A few of the younger generation of the dragon clan who were filled with righteous indignation raised their swords and sabers, wanting to kick the door open and argue with Mo Lian. However, when he kicked it, it was as if he had kicked a hard iron plate. Taking a closer look, Yun Mansion was surrounded by a defensive barrier. Prince Mo must have left something behind to prevent them from barging in. Long Qian didn't leave with her men. Instead, she stood at the entrance of Yun Mansion, feeling tormented and exhausted. His body and mind were ravaged as he looked at it, and the light of advancement kept coming out of it. When dawn came, everyone's faces were numb, and their eyes were red as they stared in the direction of Yun Garden. They waited for another hour. The Emperor of Analysis from before finally opened his mouth and said weakly, It seems to have stopped advancing. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief as if they had been granted amnesty. 19 times, that night, that pervert, demon, leveled up 19 times in a frenzy. He skipped 3 to 4 major realms in a row, which was a total of 19 minor realms. Everyone from the Forgotten River Dragon clan really wanted to knock on the door and ask the person inside, "Are you still human?" Arbor exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Mo Lian, who was standing at the door and smiling at him. The little stoic's eyes lit up, and she hopped off the bed. Mo Lian could not help but laugh. He reached out to catch his wife who was bouncing over and rubbed his chin on her furry head. "Jojo, how do you feel?" Arbor raised her little head and looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Not bad." Her advancement this time was surprisingly smooth. In less than a day, her cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Arbor subconsciously raised her hand and touched her lower abdomen. This time, the Divine Ruins realm had strengthened and expanded. When she looked inside herself, she could clearly see the 10,000-year-old shark pearl that was hiding in the Divine Ruins realm and did not dare to see her. This 10,000-year-old shark pearl was very intelligent. It seemed to have realized that when the seal had exploded, it had caused her to be injured and its behavior was very bad. Therefore, it was very understanding. In order to make up for its previous mistake, it tried its best to help her advance. She had started from a level 2 God-tier master and reached the peak of a level 5 God-tier master. She had jumped over so many small thresholds that she could not even count them with 2 hands. She could not even count the number of times she had advanced so quickly in the 3 continents. When ordinary people stepped onto the God-tier master's steps, 10 or 20 years would be like a day. There were many people who would risk their lives to climb a small step. But she had advanced 3 major realms in one go. It was really indescribable. The Divine Division Record's soul chapter had already broken through to the 10th level. A 10th branch vein had formed in her spirit vein. When the seal on the shark pearl was broken, the trembling of her tendons and her god power had disappeared. Between the 10 branch veins and the main vein, god power was endlessly flowing. It was as if a river had gathered and formed an ocean. Mo Lian couldn't help smiling when he saw her glowing eyes and glowing with vigor. He liked to see her bright and spirited appearance. Reaching out to pull her into his embrace, Prince Mo raised his hand and gently caressed her cheek. "Jojo, you really scared me before." Arbor looked at him apologetically and patted his chest. "Don't be afraid. Haven't I profited from this disaster and am safe now?" "Profited from this disaster?" Mo Lian muttered to herself. She pinched her little chin and said, "This is a blessing in disguise. You really scared me to death." Xiaomu tilted her small head and nuzzled in his embrace again and again before wrapping her arms around his waist and hugging him tightly. Blatantly flirting. "Don't mess around." Prince Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out to support her body and lowered his head to bite her lips. "Your husband will resist." The little stoic threw him a small come-at-me look and even tilted her head, her expression very deadpan and taut. It was too vivid. She was like a little kitten, scratching his heart with her two little claws. Mo Lian grabbed her waist and gritted her teeth. "Ha, you asked for it. Don't beg for mercy later if you have the guts." Before he could finish his words, there was a knock on the door. The little stoic suddenly giggled at him and pushed away her pitiful wooden-headed husband. She turned around and ran to open the door while saying, "What are you knocking for?" "I'm here. Greetings to the crown princess." A hidden guard stood at the door and bowed respectfully. Suddenly, he felt two knife-like gazes on him. The hidden guard inexplicably glanced at them and immediately straightened his body like a statue. He stammered, "Greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince." "Eh? Why is His Highness looking at me with such a murderous gaze? He didn't do anything out of line." "What is it?" the little stoic asked. The hidden guard continued to stutter. "The night pavilion sent news." It's. The secret guard peeked at the crown prince's tense face and became even more anxious. "The 10,000 elites that we sent previously met up with the elites from the Tsang province in front of the Wangchuan Snowy Ridge, but what?" Arbor frowned and quickly asked. The secret guard was stuttering, and it was tiring to listen to him. The secret guard quickly cupped his hands and said, "They disappeared very quickly. Even the night pavilion couldn't contact them." "Disappeared near the Wangchuan Snowy Ridge? 20,000 people?" Arbor was in disbelief. Yes. The secret guard quickly nodded. "I heard that there is a large deserted island nearby, and no one has set foot there in the past few decades. 20,000 elites from the Tsang province and the Tsang province had mysteriously disappeared from a deserted island near the Snowy Ridge." This wasn't good news. The elites from the two provinces had quietly disappeared from the Wangchuan Snowy Ridge. They weren't ordinary soldiers, and they were all above the 12th level of the spiritual realm. How was it possible for them to disappear without any warning? Also, it was impossible for them to gather so many elites in such a short period of time. Arbor knew that the situation was serious, and he quickly turned to look at the crown prince. Prince Mo walked forward and said in a deep voice, "Continue to ask the night pavilion to gather information. We must find out what happened." "Yes." The secret guard quickly cupped his hands and left in a hurry. Arbor turned to look at Mo Lian with a serious expression. "Do you want to go and take a look?" 20,000 people suddenly disappeared, and it wasn't a small matter. Mo Lian nodded. "All right. There was something fishy about this. How could 20,000 elites suddenly disappear from a deserted island in front of the snowy mountains, with so many people? Even if there was a battle, it wouldn't be a small matter." Arbor walked out of the door and said, "I'll inform everyone to move out." Mo Lian quickly followed him and pulled him to her side. "Long Qian is outside." Arbor sneered. One wouldn't visit a temple without a reason. Could it be that these mermen are here for the ownership of the 10,000-year mermaid pearl? Mo Lian looked down at her and said softly, "You don't have to care about what they say." "Of course." Arbor's expression was cold. Who has the time to care about them? Whether these people lived or died in the future had nothing to do with her. Mo Lian grasped her small hand and lowered his head to look at her. "Are you angry?" "No." Arbor shook his head and pulled him out of the door. He whispered, "Don't worry. These people have nothing to do with me." Mo Lian smiled and gently squeezed her little hand. "If you don't want to see them, I'll ask someone to chase them away." "No need. Why should we care about them? We will depart immediately." Arbor raised his head slightly and gave him a calm expression. "All right." Mo Lian nodded slightly. The two of them held hands and walked out of the room. They summoned the members of the Phone clan and the secret guards and briefly told them about the 20,000 elites that went missing. "Does everyone need time to prepare?" "No," everyone replied in unison. Arbor nodded. She turned around and saw little Taisui, He-Chen, and a few others walking out of their rooms. Fairy Ginkgo suddenly flew to Arbor's side and looked at her from head to toe. She smiled and said, "Oh, my little sister Xiao. You're really fast this time. You're already a 5th grade divine master in such a short time." Mu Xingchen felt very tired. Sister advanced too quickly and left him in the dust in a flash. In the future, it would be extremely difficult to catch up with his younger sister's footsteps. His original desire to protect sister was still very strong even now. However, reality always made him feel a faint trace of sorrow. The young crown princess glanced at Fairy Ginkgo expressionlessly. Is it very fast? It's just SOSO. Fairy Ginkgo, eh? Why is this sister suddenly unable to continue the conversation and bafflingly at a loss for words? The atmosphere suddenly froze. Everyone looked at each other in dismay before shifting their gazes to the little stoic's expressionless face. They saw the young crown princess standing in front of them with a calm expression with one hand behind her back. Fairy Ginkgo couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She used her eyes to signal for her sister, the peony fairy, to continue the conversation and break this awkward atmosphere. The peony fairy merely pretended not to see and shifted her gaze to the side. Thankfully, this awkward atmosphere didn't last for more than 3 seconds before Prince Mo inwardly walked up in amusement and grabbed his wife's hand to walk out of the courtyard. Arbor was led a few steps before he suddenly tilted his small head and asked in confusion, was the atmosphere a bit awkward just now? Mo Lian held back her laughter with difficulty and nodded. Yes. Why? Because their advancement speed isn't as fast as Jojo's, Mo Lian said very honestly. Jojo advanced 3 major realms in one day. Since ancient times, there have been numerous deity realm experts. I'm afraid there are only a few who can surpass you. Oh. Arbor nodded. Mo Lian twitched her mouth. It's not ordinary at all. So that's why. Arbor nodded in realization. Actually, I could have broken through to deity realm level 6 in one go. But I feel that advancing too quickly isn't a good thing. Arbor turned around and blinked. It's better to leave some energy when appropriate and plan slowly, don't you think so? Mo Lian was having a hard time trying to hold back her laughter, but she had to pretend to be serious. She nodded and praised Jojo for being smart. The little stoic carefully studied his expression. Could it be that you want to laugh? No. Prince Mo, who had a strong desire to live, quickly denied it. He shook his head and said, when did I smile? Prince Mo hurriedly changed the topic. Oh right, Jojo. That 10,000-year mermaid pearl swallowed the black dragon's soul body earlier. Are you okay? Arbor shook his head. What problem can I have? She seemed to have completely forgotten how dangerous the situation had been as she continued to brag, that black dragon's soul has been sealed by the 10,000-year mermaid pearl. No matter how powerful it is, it won't be able to cause trouble for the time being. Oh, right. She suddenly thought of something and stopped in her tracks. She raised her hand. The faint hum of a sword could be heard in the air. A moment later, the thunderclap sword flew through the air and landed in her hand with a whoosh. Before she fainted, she had left the thunderclap sword on the ground. Mo Lian had probably picked it up for her. She touched the sword hilt and then put it back into her conscious. The thunderclap sword was a holy weapon, so she naturally didn't need to worry that it would be picked up by someone with ulterior motives. Even if it was picked up, with her powerful divine sense, it was impossible for others to strip off her imprint on the thunderclap sword. Arbor thought for a moment and roughly explained the 10,000-year mermaid pearl's 3 main functions to Mo Lian, He Shurchen, and the others. Everyone was naturally surprised. Mo Lian suddenly recalled something and said in realization, when your soul left your body, hundreds of ghosts gathered in Southern City and tried to invade your body. In the end, they were destroyed by the aurora of heaven and earth in your dantian. Now, it seems like it's the effect of the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. After the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl broke its seal, it had been protecting its master's body and doing its best to protect its little master. So what kind of deep hatred did the mermaid pearl have with the black dragon when it lost control of itself? Seeing that black dragon, he didn't even care about his beloved little master's body. Mother put the mermaid pearl in my body. Arbor turned to look at Mu Xingchen. Even Big Brother didn't have it. Mu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Big Brother is a man. He can protect himself. Mother must have her own reasons for leaving the mermaid pearl with you. Of course she has her reasons. Long Qian's cold voice came from the door. When the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl enters the body, even a dying person can be pulled back from the gates of hell. Long Qian looked at the little stoic in front of her with a complicated expression. Your mother was hunted down in the lower star region. The battle with the Xianxia prefecture was so intense. How could she not be injured? Arbor looked at the old woman in front of him coldly. He suddenly felt that her wrinkled old face was especially glaring. What do you mean? Mo Lian coldly interrupted Long Qian's chatter. Shut up. Arbor reached out to pull her sleeve and said calmly, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush? Long Qian's icy gaze swept past Mo Lian, then Ji Chen, before finally settling on Xiao Mu. She stated without the slightest ripple of emotion, if it weren't for this shark pearl, you would have already died prematurely. Do I need to say it clearly? Long Qian took a deep breath and continued, it was the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl that saved your life. When you were still an infant, it was the 10,000-year mermaid pearl that entered your body and pulled you back from the brink of death. You've come back to life, but your body is so weak. You were just an infant back then. You couldn't control this 10,000-year-old shark pearl at all. That's why your mother had no choice but to seal the 10,000-year mermaid pearl. Arbor's eyes were cold and lonely. He stared at her for a while. Your guess? It's just speculation, but I know your mother. I know all of her thoughts. Long Qian replied calmly. She would do anything for you. As long as it's something that can save you, she would definitely try. How do you think your mother died? Stop talking. Mo Lian roared in anger. Her face was filled with rage, and her eyes were cold. Without another word, she whipped the black flaming spirit whip towards Long Qian. Grandmother! Long Shangyun and Long Hu could not help but exclaim. Long Qian suddenly reached out and grabbed the flaming spirit whip that was coming towards her. The strong aura of a transcendent god rushed towards her. Her palm was burned by the flaming spirit whip. In an instant, there was a sizzling sound, and her entire palm was burned black. However, she looked at Arbor and Mo Lian with a mocking expression and said coldly, your mother died to save you. If she had kept the mermaid pearl, she wouldn't have died so early. Shut up. Mu Xingchen, He Chen, and the others were furious. I'll make up for it tomorrow and adjust the time. See you at 4 p.m. Long Qian clasped his palms together while a defensive light suddenly emanated from his body, and it was used to resist the force that was being thrown at him simultaneously. Rays of light danced in the air and landed on the old woman's defensive barrier. It shattered with one hit, and it shattered instantly. Long Qian took a few steps back and was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, two green figures passed through the crowd and rushed to Long Qian's side. The two of them moved at lightning speed, grabbing onto Long Qian's arms at the same time, stopping her from flying away. Elder Zhu, Elder Li, the crowd bowed and greeted them. The two elders must have been alerted by the commotion caused by her advancement, right? Even the two elders were alerted. Seriously, the mermaids and mermen whispered among themselves and secretly looked at Arbor. Mo Lian, He Chen, and Mu Xingchen quickly turned to look at Arbor's expression. They wondered if Jojo could handle what Long Qian said. On the other hand, Xiaomu's expression was unexpectedly calm and collected, but her eyes were still coldly staring at Long Qian. Let's go. Long Qian was stunned, and so were all the mermaids and mermen. After the dragon clan leader said those words, this child actually did not have the slightest reaction, he didn't even have a change in his emotions. Stop right there, Long Qian shouted. Mother! Long Chuyu, who heard the news, ran over as fast as he could while panting. Madame Long had a strange expression on her face, and she looked at Arbor with a strange gaze. Mother! Long Chuyu cupped his hands together and bowed to the two elders beside Long Qian. Elder Zhu, Elder Li, Mother, Long Chuyu said anxiously. What are you trying to do, Mother? The 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl was left behind by our ancestors. Since it chose little sister, it belongs to her. Now that little sister has given it to her own daughter, there is no way to deny it. Long Qian looked at her son coldly. What do you know? Do you think I'm after the pearl? I'm just telling them the truth. She can't control it. The reason why everything was fine before was because the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl was sealed by Chu Yun. But now? How could it be the same as before? Right. A merman immediately called out. For the sake of this merman pearl, many people have been sacrificed. The mermaid pearl chose first miss, but not first Miss's daughter. Now that young Miss is dead, the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl should be returned to our merman race. Let's choose another destined person. Yes. Yes. Moreover, the shark pearl has devoured our clan's guardian black dragon. It should be returned. Return it. The mermaids and mermen's eyes lit up. They stared at Arbor like wolves and tigers. They had already tossed the matter of Mo Lian and the others injuring Long Qian to the back of their minds. In the face of such tempting benefits, most people would probably throw away their brains. Arbor looked at these ugly faces coldly. He opened his mouth slightly, and a white jade bead as bright as the sun and moon flew out of his mouth. It hung silently in front of her, 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. A young merman stared at the white jade bead with desire. Without saying a word, he was the first to rush forward and reach out to touch the shark pearl. Suddenly, a strong light was emitted from the mermaid pearl. Long Qian's eyelids twitched, and he quickly said, "Back off." However, it was too late. The young merman screamed as the white light covered him. Under the illumination of this white light, his entire person disintegrated into snowflake-like fragments, completely dissolving from head to toe. His body and Dao vanished, and his soul was extinguished. Not even the slightest trace of his existence could be found between heaven and earth. Arbor suddenly laughed uproariously. His laughter was calm, clear, and icy. However, Mo Lian, He Shichin, and the others didn't feel too good about it. The little stoic coolly glanced at Long Qian, who had an unsightly expression. With a wave of her hand, the pure white mermaid pearl landed in her palm. "Do you see it? What's the difference?" "This is the difference." The little stoic's cold voice, simple and clear, landed in the merfolk's ears. "If you still don't understand, I might as well tell you clearly. I am the person you said was destined for the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. You can try again if you don't believe me." Arbor held the mermaid pearl in one hand and walked to the other two merfolk without a second thought. "You want to try? Or you want to try?" The two of them retreated several steps in horror. "You don't even have the courage to try, yet you still want the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl?" Arbor pushed that person's chest. "Are you kidding me? Look at your cowardly faces. I truly feel embarrassed for Ancestor Xuanji. How could she have such ignorant and scoundrel descendants like you?" The little stoic turned on her mocking mode, each and every word extremely cutting. "If I were Ancestor Xuanji, I would be alive from anger even after I die. Thankfully, she has already passed away, so I don't need to see your ugly and embarrassing faces." Madame Long forced a smile when she saw the atmosphere so stiff. "This child, how can you speak like that? We didn't understand this situation before. Since the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl has chosen you as its destined person, then..." Arbor raised his hand to stop Madame Long from continuing. He coldly looked at Long Qian and said, "You still want to stop me?" Long Qian remained silent. A mermaid suddenly swam out of the crowd and pointed at Arbor as she scolded harshly, "What do you have to be proud of? Isn't it all because your mother sacrificed her own life to make you who you are now? What else do you think you have without your mother? Your mother is the eldest daughter of our Wangchuan Long clan, and she was born in Wangchuan. Without everything that Wangchuan gave her, could you have everything that you have now? It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but now you're actually speaking rudely to our patriarch. You've forgotten your roots." Behind Arbor stood a row of purple forest guards, and when they heard this, they couldn't help but unsheath their swords in unison. Arbor looked at her coldly. "Who are you?" Even though the mermaid was a bit afraid, she still said coldly, "You don't deserve to know who I am. If you still have filial piety, you should return the 10,000-years-old mermaid pearl to our merfolk race and tell us the method to tame the mermaid pearl." Ma Yichen sneered, "What a righteous speech." Arbor stared coldly at the mermaid in front of him. He held the mermaid pearl in his hand, and the pearl suddenly glowed, instantly forming a thin whip of light. It slithered through the air like a snake and hit the mermaid heavily. The mermaid looked up at Arbor in shock and covered her face with one hand. A shocked expression hung on his face. His entire body had already shattered into pieces of willow catkins. With a bang, he shattered and scattered with the wind. "Those who stop me, die." The air instantly froze, and it was as if time and space had stopped. Everyone stared in shock at the little stoic standing in front of them. She was enveloped in the light of the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl and was emitting a terrifying halo. At this moment, Arbor was exuding a powerful aura from top to bottom. The mermen couldn't help but tremble in fear and be speechless. Several mermen in the front row suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet trembling violently. They looked down and instantly cried out in horror, "The seabed is shaking." It wasn't just the seabed that was shaking. The entire Forgotten River's secret realm was shaking. The seawater above them was also surging violently as if it would break through the seal at any moment and pour down. "Form the formation!" A young merman screamed in panic. All the mermen hurriedly moved and formed a defensive formation in a fluster to block the fierce little demon god in front of them. Arbor stood in front of them with a cold and heartless expression. His eyes were fixed on Long Qian and the others. The mermaid pearl in her hand released waves of intense light, and the frightening sound of the churning seawater reached their ears. The purple forest guards turned to look and were horrified. They saw a water dragon rising from the depths of the sea like an angry dragon roaring in the sky. It surged violently and quietly stood behind the little stoic. The dense water spiritual energy around her, bit by bit, slowly spread out, like soldiers setting up a formation, neatly and densely packed, gathering around her. This scene caused everyone's scalp to tingle and their bodies to stiffen. Long Qian was dazed as she stared blankly at the little girl standing in front of her. A complicated emotion flashed through her eyes. With such ability to control water and such a water spiritual technique, no one could continue to deceive themselves and say that the mermaid pearl couldn't be used by her. This child had completely inherited the mermaid pearl's power. The 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl had been unsealed not long ago, and its water spiritual energy had yet to fully recover. In the future, Long Qian didn't dare to imagine. "Go, exterminate them." Xiaomu pointed forward apathetically, and the roaring monstrous waves behind her were like giant dragons ascending to the heavens. They let out a furious roar of the sea as they ferociously attacked the merfolk with a crash. Elder Zhu, and Elderly jumped in fright. They worked together to form a defensive barrier and roared, "Defend." Only after colliding with that power would they know how strong it was. Even with two immortal reverends working together, they were still unable to control the surging water spirits. The water spout that blotted out the sky and covered the earth fiercely whipped the barrier in front of the two elders. The force of the impact made the merman behind the elder feel extremely defeated. They had a premonition that if the elders were unable to stop the torrential waves, they would very likely end up like the woman from before, shattering under the impact of the waves and turning into snowflakes before disappearing into nothingness. The little stoic, who was slowly walking towards them, was like a queen who controlled the power of the deep sea. She was terrifying and dazzling, causing people to feel fearful. Long Qian's old injuries had yet to heal, and now that she had new injuries, she was truly unable to join forces with the two elders to resist this destructive force. Long Shangyun was supporting her with one hand over her heart. She slowly raised her head and stared at the little stoic who was getting closer and closer. "I knew it a long time ago." Arbor coldly stared at Long Qian and said in an unusually cold voice, "Didn't you ask me if I knew the true cause of Mother's death?" "I know. The moment I saw the mermaid pearl, I knew." Long Qian's heart skipped a beat. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart as she stared coldly at her granddaughter. At this moment, it was as if she was looking at her high-spirited, laughing daughter again. Their figures somehow overlapped with each other. No, they didn't look alike at all. Her daughter, Long Chuyun, might have been arrogant when she was young, but she definitely wasn't as cold and unfeeling as the little stoic in front of her. "Didn't you ask me what else I have without my mother?" "Yes. Without my mother, I am nothing." "Jojo." Mu Xingchen's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but murmur softly. "My life was given to me by my mother. For me, she disregarded her own life and did everything she could to keep me alive." Arbor stared coldly at Long Qian and said in a deep voice, "That is why I have to live well. Live. Continue her life and continue her future. Walk my own path and continue my future. Do you know what this is?" Arbor stared coldly and mockingly at Long Qian. Long Qian's heart sank, and her eyes narrowed. "This is called mother-daughter kinship. How would you heartless and unscrupulous people understand? how would you understand? Mother didn't give me life to let me wallow in the past, and she definitely didn't want me to be filled with guilt. You don't understand. Arbor sighed deeply. She only wanted me to live well. There is only hope if you live. There is only a future if you live. Living is so easy to say. Arbor placed his hand over his heart and looked up coldly at Long Qian. I have a clear conscience. I know what I want to do. I understand. You don't understand. Mo Lian stared at her wife's back with endless tenderness in her eyes. Mu Xingqian's eyes were slightly red, and he pursed his lips tightly as he looked at his sister with relief. Xiaomu slowly lowered her hand, and the torrential seawater behind her churned up into the sky, engulfing Long Qian and the others like a gigantic curtain of water that blotted out the sky. Seeing that the huge water curtain was about to hit their defensive barrier, they suddenly stopped. The two elders' faces darkened. Their saint powers surged as if they were facing a great enemy, waiting for the power to fall. However, the water curtain shattered bit by bit, disintegrating into wisps of watery mist in front of their eyes, spreading out in all directions and letting out soft sizzling noises. Long Qian's eyes were already opened wide, and she was just waiting for the attack to arrive. However, the scene before her caused her to be unable to react for a time. Cousin. She felt like he was about to die, and he took a deep breath. He secretly loosened his clenched fists and wanted to say a few more words. Arbor's cold and resolute voice rang clearly in their ears. This is the last time. For the sake of Ancestor Xuanji, I'll let you off. From now on. Arbor has severed all ties with the Forgotten River Dragon clan. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. If there's an invasion, just like this. Xiaomu swatted over with a backhand palm, and a giant stone lion that was 30 feet away instantly disintegrated into fine powder amidst a flash of white light. Long Xi's eyes widened. He looked at Arbor and then turned to look at his grandmother. Long Qiyu was deeply affected and had already fainted. Madame Long quickly called for someone to help support him. She looked at Arbor with a complicated gaze. Long Qian also felt a buzzing sound in her ears as she stared coldly at Arbor's back. The words, "We'll sever all ties and have nothing to do with each other," echoed in her ears. Long Qian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her complexion withered even more. Grandmother. Grandmother. Long Shangyun supported Long Qian, and Long Qian also hurried forward to help. After saying that, Xiaomu didn't look at the Dragon Clan clansmen anymore. It was as if looking at them a few more times would dirty her eyes. She turned around and walked toward the city gates with an indifferent expression. Everyone else naturally followed her. Mo Lian and Yichen both paused in their footsteps and turned around simultaneously. One of them released a pitch-black fire spirit, while the other threw out a wood spirit. They were so fast that it was hard to predict. The two forces heavily collided with the two elders. The pitiful two immortal venerables elders had already expended a lot of holy power to set up the defensive array. Now that they were attacked by two people at the same time, how could they withstand it? The two elders were instantly sent flying by this attack. Everyone was aghast as they looked at Mo Lian and Yichen in shock and fear. Two of the strongest elders in their clan were actually no match for the two people beside the little stoic. At this moment, a trace of fear involuntarily rose in the hearts of the merfolk. Fortunately, they didn't attack just now, right? If they were to really fight, would even a tenth of them be able to remain here? Long Qian looked over with a grave expression. Before the Dragon Clan leader could speak, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal took out a small fan and waved it. He smiled and turned to leave with the group. Mo Lian merely glanced at them coldly before following without a word. The group of mermaids and mermen all had cold sweat oozing out of their bodies. They glanced at each other, feeling as if they had just walked through the gate of hell. Gra grandmother, granddaughter will help you back to rest? Long Shangyun didn't know why she was stammering and couldn't speak clearly. Long Qian glanced at her and nodded silently. Long Qian couldn't help but sigh deeply. She glanced at the clansmen around her and then at her father who was being helped away. She massaged her temples as she felt a headache coming on. The situation in Wanchuan was so serious, but the clansman and the crown princess of the divine prefecture parted on bad terms. Let's not talk about working together in the future. It was clearly the river of forgetfulness that proposed to unite the three continents and cooperate on land and sea. But now, it was truly a joke. If the little Stoic didn't participate, then perhaps the Xianxia and underworld provinces would also withdraw, right? Long Huan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Not long after Long Huan returned to his own courtyard, he was called to the study room by his father, Long Qiyu. His father's body had always been frail, and he was bedridden all year round. Now, because of the little Stoic's matter, he was overly worried, and his complexion had become increasingly unsightly these past 2 days. When Long Huan saw this, he could only offer a few more words of consolation. Long Qiyu asked, "What do you think about the alliance between the sea and the land to break the heavenly fate?" Long Huan was silent for a while before he told Long Qiyu about his thoughts. "Cousin has cut off all ties with our Forgotten Creek Dragon clan, and has already said so. I think." When Long Qiyu thought of what happened just now, he could not help but feel a burst of heartache. He had always known that his mother, Long Qian, was excessively headstrong and self-opinionated. Once she set her mind on something, she would insist on accomplishing it and would not care about anything else. But he really didn't expect things to turn out like this. "Breaking the heavenly fate is the right thing to do," Long Qiyu said in a deep voice. "Why don't you follow the original plan and arrange for Jojo and the others to go to the base on Xianxia Island?" Long Huan couldn't help but smile wryly. "Do you think they'll be willing? The little Stoics group must have returned to the Divine Province by now." "No, you should go and talk to her." "Father, aren't you being too optimistic?" Long Huan said helplessly, "Cousin has already broken off relations with our Wangchuan Long clan. Breaking off relations with us is a personal matter. Cooperating is for the greater good of the three provinces." Long Qiyu looked distressed. "Although father hasn't interacted much with your cousin, I can tell that this child is someone who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. She won't destroy an alliance against the Heavenly Fate Empire for her own selfish desires." Realization dawned on Long Huan. Although his father's health had always been poor, he knew that his father was a man of great wisdom. "All right, father, I'll go find them now." Long Huan inwardly decided that no matter how the people around his cousin beat or scolded him, he would endure it all. Long Qiyu raised his hand and patted his shoulder. "You've been wronged." Long Huan shook his head and forced a smile. Suddenly, a royal guard's report came from outside the courtyard, and Long Huan called him in. "What is it?" "The Crown Princess's group is heading towards the snowy mountain range." "What?" Long Huan was involuntarily startled. "Why would they go?" Long Huan turned to say to Long Qiyu, "Father, I'll bring people to find them now." Ferocious beasts roamed the depths of the snowy mountain range. Although the little Stoics group had many people and many of them had high cultivations, it would probably be troublesome if they were surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts. Long Qiyu also nodded quickly. "Why are they going there?" "Oh, that's right, go call Yun'er over," Long Qiyu added. Long Huan's gaze was a bit complicated, but he still nodded. He turned to walk to the door and called a royal guard over to give him some instructions. That royal guard was taken aback and hastily said, "Young Master Ding? He seems to have left with the Crown Princess's group." Long Qiyu was startled. What happened? Long Huan couldn't help but frown. Was he captured? Or did he follow them himself? Captured? That wasn't very likely. Moreover, he had secretly observed that the little Stoic didn't give Ding Yun any face, so their relationship definitely wasn't good. The guard scratched his head and said, "When I came over, I only took a glance. I didn't see clearly whether young Master Ding was caught or left with them voluntarily." "Father, I'll go now." "What are you going for?" Madame Long walked in. Her warm and gentle smile was gone, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She said mockingly, "He followed them of his own accord. You're in such a hurry to chase after him. It's as if you care about your son. I've been back for so long, but I've never seen you treat him differently. So it turns out that you didn't dare to show it because of my presence. You're really good at pretending." Madame Long sneered. Long Qiyu was choked by her words and was a little speechless. "Mother." Long Qian looked at his parents awkwardly. As a son, it was difficult for him to be sandwiched between his parents. He couldn't help his mother criticize his father, so he just stood there awkwardly. What's wrong with you now? What about me? Tell me what's wrong with me. What, you, Long Chuyu, hid it from me for so many years and secretly gave birth to a son outside, yet I can't tell you? Long Chuyu originally wanted to speak, but he was stopped by a violent cough. Father. Long Huan hastily went up and handed him a cup of water. I'm not done yet, wait a moment. Long Chuyu drank a mouthful of water and calmed his breathing. Only then did he open his mouth to speak. Haven't I already explained this matter to you? I didn't know that, Xian. Heh, Xian, you still call her so affectionately. A trace of disgust flitted across Madame Long's eyes. Back then, if I hadn't acted first and went to reason with that bitch Ding Xian, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Long Chuyu, who do you think should sit on Madame Long's seat today? Long Chuyu naturally lost face after being scolded by his wife in front of his son. He couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Unreasonable. Then, he turned and entered the inner hall without another word, unwilling to speak with Madame Long anymore. Madame Long turned to look at the embarrassed Long Huan. Huaner, you must be tired from running around these days. Rest well at home and don't go anywhere. Long Huan hurriedly said, but mother. No buts. Madame Long pulled her son away. What does that brat Ding Yan's life or death have to do with you? Just let him stir up trouble with the divine province's crown prince. When the time comes, others can't stand him and will naturally chase him back. But Long Huan was dragged out by Madame Long, and he rubbed his forehead with a headache. Sometimes, when a woman is unreasonable, no one can persuade her. Mu Xingchen nudged Mo Lian's elbow and glanced at the railing. His younger sister was sprawled on the railing alone, gazing at the clear water and blue sky as dusk deepened. It had already been almost an hour. Are we really not going to talk to her? Mo Lian glanced sideways at him and shook her head slightly. Let her have some time alone. He understood his Chow Chow too well. No matter how resolute her words were, today, she had broken off all ties with the Wangchuan dragon clan and her mother's family. Now that she had come to this point, she would definitely not feel good in her heart. Mu Xingchen sighed. When he looked up, he saw Xikong Fuling and Ding Yun walking over side by side. Young Master Ding, Miss Xikong. Mu Xingchen stood up and gave them a seat. Mo Lian looked up at the two of them casually. Why is there only tea and no wine? Young Master Ding sat down with a smile, took a teacup, and poured himself a cup of tea. Mo Lian looked at him deeply. You? You must have heard of my mother, Ding Xian. Ding Yan smiled and drank the tea in one gulp. He put down the cup and looked towards Mo Lian. I had an ill-fated relationship with Long Chuyu when I was young. That's how I came to be the elegant and carefree young master. Eldest brother. Xikong Fuling could not stand his tone of self-amusement and glanced at him in displeasure. Good, Ding Yan said with a smile. As a son, I naturally can't interfere in my parents' past. Anyway, I'm quite familiar with this area. I didn't lie to you. When I was young, my mother brought me here to stay for a while. At that time, I was still young and didn't know anything. I didn't know why we had to stay in this cold and wet place surrounded by water. I only found out later. Waiting for someone, especially waiting for someone for the rest of one's life, is such a difficult thing. Young Master Ding smiled faintly in self-mockery. Xikong Fuling turned to look at him, her eyes flickering slightly. What's with your expressions? Young Master Ding retracted his gaze and looked at Mo Lian, Mu Xingchen, and the others. He laughed and said, Don't pity me. Mo Lian rolled her eyes at him and got straight to the point. What do you think is on the island? A barrier. A barrier? It's that kind of ancient natural barrier. Ding Yun nodded and said, there's a problem with the space. Otherwise, how could 20,000 elites disappear without a trace? That's right. Even if someone launched a sneak attack, with so many people, it should be earth-shattering. Mu Xingchen nodded, deeply finding it reasonable. Mo Lian responded with a MHM. He suddenly stood up and floated to Arbor's side in a flash, reaching out to support her body. His movements were light and gentle, and his phoenix eyes seemed to overflow with gentleness. Mu Xingchen rolled his eyes at his back and grumbled, didn't you just say not to disturb her and let her have some peace and quiet? In the end, he floated over himself in less than a quarter of an hour. Mo Lian naturally heard his brother-in-law's grumbling, but he was disinclined to retort. Although he was sitting here talking to Ding Yun and the others, his gaze kept drifting towards Jojo. When he saw the little fellow lying on the railing and nodding her big head, he knew she was dozing off. He hastily floated over to support her. When he looked down and saw that the little stoic was already drowsy and half awake, he couldn't resist chuckling. Mu Xingchen also hastily moved over. Younger sister, she's been tired from the day. I'll take her to rest. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Oh, eldest brother-in-law replied dryly. Mo Lian lifted the little stoic up bridal style and briskly walked towards the stairs. Si Kong Fuling silently glanced at them and reflexively looked at her elder brother's expression. However, she saw her elder brother's deep gaze but didn't say a word. Just as Mo Lian reached the steps next to the stairs, he suddenly dodged to the side and lifted his leg to kick something. That thing was like a ball as it flew far away and landed softly on the table in front of Mu Xingchen. Mu Xingchen looked down and his expression abruptly changed. He stood up and summoned his sword from his conscience. It's that dragon. What? Si Kong Fuling jumped in fright and hastily dodged behind him. Is it the blood-patterned black dragon that fought with the black dragon at the bottom of the sea? That blood-patterned black dragon left a deep impression in everyone's mind. The battle between the two dragons and the might of the holy beast was still fresh in everyone's minds. Everyone looked at the dragon lying on the table in astonishment. It was as long as a forearm and as thick as a finger. It looked like a worm, completely lacking the might of a black dragon. After being kicked by Mo Lian earlier, it was still lying limply on the ground, unable to catch its breath. Everyone was speechless as they turned to look in Mo Lian's direction. That old man didn't even look at Xue Wenlong as he carried his chow up the stairs and left. Everyone looked sympathetically at the goods lying on the table. Which corner did you crawl out from? Mu Xingchen withdrew the sword in his hand, thinking that he had been too nervous just now. They had seen this blood-patterned dragon with their own eyes. It seemed to have flown out of their little sister's inner world. Was it their little sister's personal sacred beast? What's wrong with you? Si Kong Fuling couldn't help but ask, feeling that the little worm was a little pitiful. She raised her head and looked at the people in front of her with her watery eyes, ignoring them. Following that familiar feeling in its memory, it wriggled down to the ground and swam in the direction of Arbor. Hungry. So hungry. Master, I'm hungry. Everyone was speechless as they watched this fellow wriggle up the stairs and chase after Arbor with tears in its eyes. See you tomorrow at 4 p.m. Si Kong Fuling stared at it in astonishment for a moment before rubbing her nose. It can't be that it's so hungry that it can only crawl, right? Mu Xingchen glanced at her and was momentarily speechless. Miss Si Kong, you really know how to joke. Hearing that, Si Kong Fuling silently glanced at Mu Xingchen and coughed awkwardly. That was true. She had indeed never heard of a holy beast being half-starved to death. This should be their misconception. Hungry. So hungry. Master, hungry. Arbor abruptly sat up, and his movements were so large that he almost flipped off the bed. A pair of large hazy eyes met with Mo Lian, who was sitting at the table and looking at him. For a moment, he was at a loss and didn't know where he was. Mo Lian couldn't help but want to laugh. She quickly walked forward, lifted her clothes, and sat down by the bed. He raised his hand to hold her small hand. How is it? Who's calling me? Arbor looked sternly at the crown prince and extended a finger to point in the direction of the door. Outside the door. Mo Lian secretly ground her teeth, but still got up as instructed. She walked to the door and raised her hand to push it open. Sure enough, a slender little thing slithered in and rushed toward its master's bed with teary eyes. Master, Arbor sat up cross-legged and sized up the little fellow that was climbing up. This slender little thing had vertical blood patterns carved on its back and a pair of small horns on its head. Arbor seemed to see 3 little dragons above the sparkling lake, churning and spitting fire as they spun up and down. Each of the 3 little dragons had a pair of dragon horns on their foreheads, and their blood-red bodies meandered upward. The flames they spat out were also blood-red. When the flames touched the lake, a sizzling sound was heard, and a small part of the lake water completely evaporated. "Come back, how dare you make such a fuss? So disobedient. Watch as this little ancestor draws the Fushi sword and beheads you." Arbor's gaze was distant as he looked at the thing that crawled along the bed and finally reached her knees with great difficulty. She couldn't help but let out a faint chuckle as she gently stroked the little dragon's head. It turned out that this troublesome blood-marked demonic dragon had been sealed in her inner world all this time. The snake sculpture in her inner world was not a snake sculpture. It was a blood-patterned demonic dragon. She had hatched the 3 blood-patterned demonic dragons with great difficulty. Even now, he could still remember the scene where the scarlet blood flame touched the lake water and turned it into steam. This little bit of fire could burn down mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. It was quite fierce. The little stoic's eyes rippled with gentleness, and her small hand stroked Xiaolong's head, but her thoughts drifted off somewhere. "Xiao Bao, no matter where you go, Master will definitely look after you. Time and space are not a problem. As long as you miss me, just call me. I will definitely hear you." Xiao Mu blinked lightly before looking up at Mo Lian, who had stopped in his tracks and was gazing at her. She smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling. "I'm hungry." Mo Lian quickly stepped forward and gently pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "What do you want to eat?" "I want to eat something sweet. Bean paste cake, pineapple jelly, coconut cup, hibiscus crisp, anything is fine." "Okay." Mo Lian reached out to support her shoulders and looked down at the blood-patterned demonic dragon circling around the little girl's legs. "I didn't expect this to be a dragon that likes to eat sweet things. Little Red can't fly when it's hungry." Arbor stroked Xiaolong's head, her voice rueful. Mo Lian raised her brows. "Little Red?" Arbor nodded. "Speaking of which, it actually has 2 younger brothers. It's called Little Red, second brother is called Little Red, and third brother is Little Red." Prince Mo's expression was a bit indescribable. The Crown Prince glanced at Little Red sympathetically and coughed lightly. "But isn't it a black dragon?" Even Little Black sounded better than Little Red. She was so feminine, just like a brothel worker who did odd jobs, but it has scarlet blood tattoos all over its body. The little girl argued with reason and glanced at the Crown Prince. "Do you think this name isn't good?" "I've been calling it this since a very, very long time ago." The Crown Prince immediately shook his head without any integrity. No, Jojo's name is really good." This lousy dragon didn't express any objections. It wasn't like he had nothing better to do than argue with his wife over a trivial matter. "This name is naturally good." Arbor nodded. "Just like me and my younger sister and brother." Arbor, Qiao Lin, Qiao Sen, you can tell they're blood-related siblings from the sound of it. Blood-related and inseparable. Just from the name, you can tell they're family. Yes. Prince Mo nodded helplessly. He went up to hug his wife and kissed her hard. "Wife, do you still want to drink sweet soup? Date and longan soup." The little girl's eyes brightened. The smile on Prince Mo's lips widened wantonly. When he looked down, he saw that lousy dragon's round eyes also brightening. This little expression was exactly the same as its master's. Songzhou's Liu Pass ever since His Majesty personally arrived 3 days ago and took down the bandit leader with a single arrow, the morale of the Middle Army had been greatly boosted. After many days of extermination and encirclement, the bandit groups were forced to flee into the depths of the mountains and forests. Duan Yu ordered to surround the mountains and kill them one by one. "Who are you? You've been sneakily spying on us." A young man in black riding beside Duan Yu turned his head to take a look. He saw 2 soldiers pushing and shoving a person whose face could not be seen clearly. That person cried out, "Hey, let go, quickly let go, my shoulder is about to be broken by you." When Duan Yu heard the familiar voice, he glanced to the side and raised his hand slightly. The black-clothed youth said, "Release him." The 2 soldiers loosened their grip and pushed the man in front of them. With a thud, Wu Rua's knee hit the ground heavily, causing her to grimace in pain. "Wui, send her back." Duan Yu swept her a glance before turning to leave. Wu Ruame hurriedly shouted, "Hey, wait. Your Majesty, I came here this time to report an official matter." I'm not fooling around. The black-cloaked youth had already dismounted and walked to young Miss Wu's side. Just as he was about to take this troublesome young Miss Wu away, he heard her repeatedly shout, "Big matter, big matter. I have the letter can prove it." Duan Yu waved his hand and had someone present the letter in her hand. After skimming through it, his gaze landed on her deeply. "Does your father know about this matter?" Wu Ruame scratched her head with a mischievous grin. "My father, he probably doesn't know." Duan Yu expressionlessly glanced at her. "If you don't use a messenger talisman, you'll have to run back and forth for several days and nights. By the time you tell him about this matter, it's already out of control." "Ah?" Wu Ruame looked at him in bewilderment and cautiously asked, "Your Majesty already knew?" She thought she had gathered a big piece of news from the streets. Duan Yu ignored her and turned his horse to leave. He said, "Send her back to the Prime Minister's estate." "Then why hasn't His Majesty returned to the capital after such a major incident?" Wu Ruame was a bit perplexed and hastily asked. Wu gruffly pulled her up. All right, you don't need to meddle in His Majesty's affairs." "Why should a woman like you meddle in so many men's affairs?" Wu Ruame pushed Wu back. "So what if I'm a woman?" Wu couldn't help but be amused. "Nothing if I'm a woman, it's just that you..." Wu Ruame suddenly summoned her longsword from her conscious. "Unsheath your sword. I want you to pay the price for this." The surrounding onlookers, Wu twitched his mouth and rolled his eyes while crossing his arms. "I never raise a hand against women. Are you looking down on us women? Let me tell you, someone like you won't last more than 100 moves in the hands of Commandery Princess Wu Shuang." He didn't expect this eldest miss of the Prime Minister's estate to hold Commandery Princess Wu Shuang in such high esteem. This degree of blind adoration could rival that of a moron. "Alright, stop making a fuss. His Majesty is busy with proper business." "How am I making a fuss?" Wu Ruame retorted angrily, "I came to help him suppress the bandits and deliver important news to him while I'm at it." "Huh. By the time your news arrives, the incident will have already happened." Wu couldn't help but laugh. He grabbed Wu Ruame and walked towards the carriage parked at the side. He directly threw Wu Ruame into the carriage and instructed the coachman, "Bring some people and safely escort Miss Wu back to the estate." "Yes." Wu Ruame was flustered and exasperated as she clung to the carriage frame and pounded on the wooden planks. "Hey, punk, you still haven't told me, did His Majesty already know about the second prince's ulterior motives?" Wu didn't answer her and only threw her a look that said, "Figure it out yourself. Giddy up." The coachman swung his whip and jolted Wu Ruame back into the carriage. She cursed the entire way back, "I'll still be back. Don't think of stopping my ambition to be a female general." Wu couldn't help but facepalm. It was no wonder that the Prime Minister always had an indescribable look on his daughter's face when he saw her. Any father who met her would feel stifled. That night, Duan Yu led his troops to a nearby barren mountain and captured all the remaining bandits in one fell swoop. At dawn, Ying silently appeared beside him, bowed, and said, "The second prince's people have started to move." Duan Yu glanced back. Amidst the warm mist, rows of green-clothed puppets with cold and sharp expressions stood before him. These people were the assassins that the second prince and the third prince had hired from Jiawei City. At that time, after being captured by his people one by one, they were all turned into puppets. Now, they could be put to good use. That third royal brother of Zhen's really didn't make a move? Duan Yu's eyes flickered. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression appeared somewhat regretful. These useless brothers of his only knew how to eat, drink, and play all day long. They were all useless, and raising them was really a waste of money. He really wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of his second and third brothers in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, his third brother usually appeared to be a rash and impetuous person, but this time, he had some brains and didn't participate in this from beginning to end. He really couldn't find a good reason to capture him for any random reason. Duan Yu couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't leave the city, how would second royal brother dare to make a move? After dilly-dallying at Luyu Pass for several days, it was time to set off for the capital. He really wanted to see what this second brother of his could do under his nose. "Your Majesty, 8th young Master Qi is here." Duan Yu raised his brows and looked back. He saw an elegant and handsome man in white walking over like a gust of wind between two rows of soldiers. Following behind him was a slender woman with a white veil covering her face, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes. Duan Yu's gaze only landed on that eighth young Master Qi and didn't notice that woman. Her pair of beautiful eyes only stared deeply at him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Eighth young Master Qi Rui bowed in a very standard manner. The woman following behind him took 2 steps forward and bowed in greeting. "This subject, Qi Liren, greets Your Majesty." A strategist beside Duan Yu leaned closer and whispered, "Third miss of the Qi family." Duan Yu swept that woman a noncommittal glance and nodded. "No need to be so courteous. Eighth Qi." Duan Yu got straight to the point and asked this 7th young Master Qi, "How is the matter we asked you to consider?" Eighth young Master Qi quickly bowed again. "It is my Qi family's honor to be able to take responsibility for the country. Eighth Qi is willing to follow Your Majesty and serve you faithfully." Duan Yu wasn't surprised by 8th young Master Qi's attitude at all and only nodded. "Okay. In that case, you will follow us from now on." Duan Yu paused and turned to look at Qi Liren behind 8th young Master Qi. "Her?" 8th young Master Qi looked a bit embarrassed. When his family heard that he was coming to have an audience with His Majesty today, they insisted on shoving third sister over and insisted that he bring her along. He had already said that His Majesty was not interested in this kind of thing, but that unreliable father of his still insisted that he bring third sister along. He couldn't find any other excuse at this time. "Third sister is the most talented person in our Qi family." 8th young Master Qi smiled awkwardly. "To outsiders, everyone only knows that my talisman skills are outstanding, but third sister is actually slightly better than me." At this point, even a fool would understand that the Qi family still wanted this third miss to stay by His Majesty's side. Duan Yu's expression was aloof as he shook his head. "Third Miss Qi has the heart to serve the country, which is commendable. There is a difference between men and women. I do not need a woman to follow me for the time being." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Qi Liren was stunned, but she wasn't angry. She said slowly, "I heard that Your Majesty has a female physician with superb medical skills by your side. Her name is Tu Shoushou." 8th young Master Qi quickly turned his head and winked at the third miss, Qi Liren. Third elder sister's words were like a slap to His Majesty's face. His Majesty had just said that he would not have any female attendants by his side, and now he was slapped in the face by Qi Liren. Duan Yu glanced at 8th young Master Qi. "Physician too is married." Everyone was speechless. What did that mean? Does His Majesty discriminate against unmarried women? However, Duan Yu recalled that day at the foot of Mount Daxing, when Physician Tu knelt in front of him and said, "Tu Shoushou only wishes to have the opportunity to come into contact with people from the military and investigate her husband who disappeared from the military 6 years ago. Whether he lived or died, Tu Shoushou only wanted to know the final result so that she could be at ease." Could Tu Shoushou be the same as other women? Of course, she was different. Duan Yu didn't say anything else and turned to order, "Return to the capital." Qi Liren took 2 steps forward and shouted at his departing figure, "I will make you see me in a different light." The boat docked on the shore, and everyone followed closely, stepping onto the beach covered in a thick layer of snow. Arbor casually put away scarlet firmament waves and looked around. It was a vast and empty island. At a glance, it was completely barren. It felt as if one could see the end of it with a single glance. This area of barren islands was connected to the sacred land of the snowy mountains, and they all had the same landscape. Due to the low temperature, the island was practically barren, and it was a vast expanse of whiteness everywhere. The snow creaked when they stepped on it. The closer they got to the center of the island, the heavier the snow became. Everyone followed the little girl closely and gradually discovered that the little stoic was forcefully leaving 2 rows of small footprints, as if she was walking very happily. This was truly too obvious. Everyone's cultivation was able to walk on snow without leaving a trace. Yet this fellow purposely left a small hole with each step, trying to pull her calf out of the snow pit, sinking it again, pulling it out again. Young Sir Ding couldn't resist chuckling. "Could it be that you didn't play with snowmen when you were young?" The little stoic ignored him and continued walking on her own path, 1 step at a time. Her small hand lifted her skirt several inches, leaving a small footprint with each step, and she continued walking forward. When she was young, her sect was covered in snow all year round. Morong Sen held her hand as they walked on the snowy mountains, leaving behind 2 rows of footprints. The little stoic chased after her footprints and forcefully stepped on them. When everyone saw that she was having so much fun by herself, their childlike instincts involuntarily arose, and they followed the little stoic's footsteps everywhere. Before long, they trampled the pure white snow into a mess, leaving behind footprints everywhere. The little stoic suddenly stopped and turned around to ask, "Why isn't there a trace of human habitation when 20,000 people are gathered here?" 20,000 people wasn't a small number. Even if they were all experts with cultivations above the 12th level of the spiritual realm, it would be fine if they walked on the snow without leaving a trace, but it was impossible for 20,000 people to walk without leaving a trace, right? Young Sir Ding smiled and slowly walked forward while stepping on the snow. "Follow me." The little stoic raised her foot and hesitated for less than a second before following closely. She glanced at young Sir Ding. "You really lived here when you were young?" "I've never lied to you." Ding Yan turned his head and gazed deeply at her. Arbor snorted and jumped forward. "You were so small back then. How could you survive on a deserted island like this? Have you eaten sea fish before?" Young Master Ding turned his head and asked. "It's fishy, bland, tasteless. I ate it for 3 years." Xiaomu abruptly looked at him, and her heart shuddered. This Ding Xian was truly a lunatic. It was one thing for her to suffer, but why did she have to drag her own son into it? This woman really didn't know how to dote on her son. "I was 4 years old then. It tastes terrible." Ding Yan turned to look at her again and smiled devilishly. "Sigh, it wasn't until I was 7 that I realized that in this world, there are so many things that are more delicious than sea fish." The little stoic halted her steps. "You?" "I live on this island." "Something like that." Ding Yun shrugged. "I don't remember clearly. The deserted islands here were all the same. There's snow everywhere, weeds and withered vines everywhere." "You?" The little stoic looked like she wanted to say something, but in the end, she glanced at him and didn't speak again. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and Prince Mo walked side by side and followed behind them from a distance. Everyone was a cultivation expert, so even though they were separated by a certain distance, they could hear everything very clearly. "Do you want to ask me if I hate Longqiu?" Arbor stole a glance at him with a serious expression on his little face. He did not reveal his gossip-loving Joe character at all. His little face was serious, indicating that it was up to him to say it or not. Young Master Ding walked forward slowly, a smile on his lips. "It would be a lie if I said I didn't hate him. It's just that I thought I hated him very much. Who would have thought that when I saw him again?" He shrugged helplessly. "It seems like that's all there is to it." "You're right. I feel nothing. That's how I feel when I see Longqiu. Not feeling anything is the greatest feeling." Arbor glanced sideways at young Master Ding, wanting to say something but hesitating. "Why? Are you trying to comfort me?" Arbor rolled his eyes coldly at him. "You're thinking too much." He took a step forward and stomped his foot down, creating a small hole in the ground. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal waved his little golden fan and smiled faintly. "Everyone has their own story. Jojo loves to listen to stories. It's really not a good habit. With her curious nature, she would be abducted by someone sooner or later." Mo Lian glanced sideways at him. "What are you trying to say?" The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal gestured with his chin at her and glanced at young Master Ding in front. "Jojo wants to talk to him." "Then let's talk." The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal snorted. "You're really generous. She knows what she's doing." The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal could not help but roll his eyes. He continued to slander her. "Unfortunately, we don't know if others know what they're doing." Mo Lian glanced sideways at him. A ruthless little Mo Lian jumped out of her heart. She used the hammer in her hand as if she was playing whack-a-mole. Thump, 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 thump. She hammered 18 times in a row. She hammered Eldest Qin, Omega Kotoku, Ding Yun, Ming Yasi, Yuan Shurchen, Feng Changqing, and a bunch of other people who kept popping out of the pit, especially the Feng clansmen who had been indoctrinated by Feng hepping into the concept of boy toys. Mo Lian held a small hammer and hammered Feng Chongqing and Feng Chongfei's two big heads, who asked you to marry Jojo. I'll beat you to death, beat you to death. When the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal saw that he did not speak, he could not help but cast a sideways glance at him, only to see him staring at him with a strange expression. What's with that look? Mo Lian turned her head without a word and walked away. After taking a few steps, she couldn't help but cover her face with her hand. How could he have such a strange and childish idea? Wait, why did it feel like something was missing from the gopher hole? Husband. Peach Blossom. Arbor suddenly turned around and waved at them. There seems to be a boundary here. We can't pass through it. Be careful. There's something strange about the space on this island. Mo Lian and Hichin floated in her direction one after the other. Suddenly, they saw the layer of snow under the little stoic's feet abruptly collapse, and she instantly plummeted downwards. Young Master Ding, who was standing closest to her, subconsciously reached out to grab her wrist, trying to pull her up. However, Jojo's speed of descent was too fast, so he grabbed empty air. Anxious, he jumped down without thinking. Jojo. Mo Lian and Hichin were both alarmed. Oh no, there seems to be a spatial formation here. Feng Chongqing cried out in alarm. Everyone, be careful. Just as he finished speaking, a few people suddenly fell into the snow hole on the ground. Miss Sikong. Mu Xingchen turned around and saw that Sikong Fuling's feet had loosened. Just as she was about to rise into the air, everyone saw a withered vine shoot out from the ground and coil around her feet. Mu Xingchen reached out to grab her arm. Abruptly, he felt an irresistible force, and he also plummeted downwards with Sikong Fuling. Qiaomu knew that things were bad, but before she could break free and fly up, she felt an extremely majestic force dragging her small body down the entire way. As soon as she fell, she knew that there was indeed something wrong with the space. In reality, she didn't fall into any snow pit. She was probably pulled in by the mutated space here. The deserted island near the Snow Ridge Holy Land should be filled with natural space barriers and traps, as Ding Yin said. Qiu, what will happen if I hide in the star domain now? Master Silver, why don't you hide in here and eat something before continuing to fall? Arbor chuckled with a fake smile. Was Qiu not joking, but it was true. There was no use hiding in there now. She would still appear where she went in. If she wanted to fall, she had to continue falling. Therefore, there were many things that were useless to hide. She still had to face what she had to face. Based on your guess, how long more will I fall? I don't know, Master. The tree man who was watching the show had a large basin of pills in front of him and was throwing them into his mouth. To be honest, the little tree man didn't feel anxious at all. After all, she was his master. She was already a peak level 5 God Realm cultivator. How could she be troubled by such a small matter? While munching, Qiu said, Master, don't worry. You'll fall to your destination eventually. Pay attention to your defense. Open your defensive barrier. If it doesn't work, I'll set up a wood spiritual barrier for you. Master and Silver will protect you. Go, Master, go. Arbor, she really didn't want to talk to it right now. Arbor waved her finger. Several defensive talismans floated around her and instantly formed a small defensive talisman formation around her. She continued to fall, but she could feel that the speed of her fall seemed to have weakened a lot. Master, young Master Ding also jumped down with you just now. Qiu didn't mind watching the show and gloated. It's a pity that this space is very strange. As soon as he jumped down, he seemed to have been led astray into another passage. Arbor ignored it. She felt that she had fallen for a quarter of an hour before she saw a ray of light below. She took out a gravity talisman and slapped it on herself. Qiaomu's body sank in midair, and when she looked down, she saw a stretch of jade-colored grass below her. The wind blew the grass and leaves, and everything was green. Stepping on the soft grass, Arbor pursed his lips and remained silent for a while. Then, he stretched out his fingers again and stuck a few defensive talismans on himself. Master Silver, do you feel unwell? Arbor raised his hand and summoned an ordinary spiritual sword from his inner world. He gently stirred the grass in front of him and walked forward expressionlessly. He didn't feel any discomfort, but he felt discomfort everywhere. It was very likely that the scene of green grass in front of him was just an illusion. Perhaps, wherever she walked, there would be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Out of caution, the little stoic was willing to wrap herself in several layers of defensive barriers. She didn't want her skin to come into contact with anything around her. Master, do you want Cho-Cho to come out and accompany you? Arbor was silent for a while before he said, no need. Alright, then Cho-Cho will cook noodles for Master. If Master is hungry later, you can come in and eat. Arbor thought about it and nodded. Okay. She knew that Master would definitely pay attention to her when it came to food. Cho-Cho jumped down happily, then turned around and went to work. Xiaomu walked for about half an hour in this expanse of lush green grass before finally stopping. Looking back, everything was still filled with an emerald color. Turning around and looking forward, the fragrant grass stretched to the heavens and the earth, as if there was no end in sight. Arbor leaped into the air and looked into the distance, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. As far as her eyes could see, there was still green grass. There seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary. She landed on the ground and sat cross-legged, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Right now, the situation was like a turtle trapped in a jar. It was as if it was completely trapped within the spatial barrier. However, she did not know where this domain was, and for the time being, she could not find a way to break this barrier. Arbor looked up at the sky. There were no clouds in the sky, and it was a clear blue. Who would have thought that they would be able to see such pure blue light in a domain like this? Since she was already here, Arbor was not in a hurry. She waved her hand and brought out the bowl of vegetables and meat noodles that Cho-Cho had cooked. Master, do you have any plans after finishing this bowl of noodles? Why don't you let Cho-Cho try and see if it can break this barrier? Arbor slowly picked up her chopsticks and put it into her mouth expressionlessly. She did not say anything. Cho-Cho was familiar with her personality. When she was thinking, she did not like to respond to anyone. Thus, she said to herself, just now, the great crown prince and his excellency He-Chin contacted me, but I could not drag them in directly. This shows that the surrounding space is very strange. The people who seem to be around us may be separated by thousands of mountains and oceans. Xiaomu was sitting on a small, sparkling golden stool. She held her bowl of noodles in her hands and ate mouthful by mouthful. Master? Arbor raised her head slightly, only to see the scenery in front of her wavering slightly. Two tall and straight figures appeared in the air in front of her. Looking at the situation, the two of them were walking in a cave. On the stone wall, there were a few twisting black snakes with scarlet eyes that slowly slithered down the wall. Suddenly, one of the snakes shot out. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. With a flick of his finger, a stream of energy pierced through the snake's head and split it into two. Soon after, the shadow faded away. Like water ripples, it slowly rippled. Arbor's chopsticks paused for a moment before she continued eating her noodles. After finishing the broth, she tossed the empty bowl to Cho-Cho. Master, the crown prince is with the Peach Blossom Immortal Venerable. You don't have to worry. Arbor said expressionlessly, when have I ever worried about them? Then why didn't you say anything earlier? Cho-Cho said, feeling wronged. She thought that her master was in a bad mood because she was separated from the crown prince and was worried about her husband. That's because you are too noisy. I don't want to talk to you, Arbor said bluntly. Cho-Cho was immediately speechless. Could it be? Was it being despised by its little master? Arbor put away the small golden stool she had prepared and stood up. She patted the non-existent dust off her clothes. The defense talisman array covering her body was faintly discernible, its talisman power seemingly about to dissipate. Arbor did not hesitate to slap a few more defense talismans on herself and walked forward. I don't know when this will end, Cho-Cho said softly. Cho-Cho said in a small voice, Master, why don't we burn all the grass here and see? Can you burn this area? Arbor said indifferently. We don't even know how big this place is. What should I do if my power runs out after burning halfway? Feeling stifled, Cho-Cho shut its mouth. A moment later, it said, Then what should we do, Master? We'll take it one step at a time. Xiaomu indifferently looked ahead. With a flick of her sleeve, a large swarm of poison-tailed butterflies flowed out from between her fingers and scattered in all directions. At the same time, Mo Lian and Yuan Shichen were also standing in the cave, gazing with deep eyes at the phantom that appeared in midair for an instant and then disappeared immediately. They watched as Arbor released a swarm of poison-tailed butterflies to search for the barrier. The two of them exchanged a look. What do you think is strange about this space? Everything is strange. Yuan Shichen put away his little golden fan and turned to wink at Mo Lian. But the way Jojo expressionlessly ate noodles just now was so interesting. Mo Lian stepped forward without another word, not even bothering to roll her eyes at him. Your sister is really a weirdo. Sikong Fuling held a meat bun in one hand and fiercely tore into it. She often carries hot soup and hot noodles in her personal inner world. She doesn't forget to bring enough food when she comes out for training. Sikong Fuling was currently sitting cross-legged on a round log and chewing hard on the meat bun in her mouth. Compared to my sister, I think you're also quite a weirdo. Mu Xingchen stood on the other end of the log and gazed at the bubbling blood pool around them. You can actually eat a meat bun in this kind of blood pool and sea of corpses. If you're not a weirdo, then what are you? Heh. Sikong Fuling directly swept away a withered white claw that was clinging to the log with the hilt of her sword. How am I a weirdo? She looked down at the bun in her hand. What do you think these surroundings are? I'm telling you, they're all illusions. The smell of rotting corpses you smell and the blood pool and sea of corpses you see before you actually don't exist. To put it bluntly, this space is just for us to imagine for ourselves. Whatever you imagine will appear around you. In addition, you saw that expressionless face just now because you were thinking about her. That's why she appeared in front of us. In fact, she is isolated in another sealed space, which may be thousands of miles away from here. As he spoke, bubbles suddenly appeared in the blood pool. Suddenly, a few blood crocodiles with their mouths wide open jumped out and bit at the logs under their feet. Mu Xingchen was startled. His long sword flew out from his conchus with a whoosh and immediately chopped off the head of a blood crocodile. Sikong Fuling's attack was not weak either. In a flash, she stabbed the other blood crocodile back into the pool of blood that was seething with flowers of blood. My mother. Sikong Fuling wailed. Mu Xingchen couldn't help but roll his eyes. So may I ask, Miss Sikong, what exactly were you thinking when you came in here? He had already said that the surrounding environment was an illusion created by his imagination. Why couldn't he control his unrestrained thoughts? My heavens, my heavens. Sikong Fuling exclaimed, in all honesty, I didn't think of anything at all. I really wasn't thinking of anything just now. Sikong Fuling suddenly felt her hair stand on end. She turned her head in unison with Mu Xingchen and saw a sinister dragon head emerge from the rippling pool of blood. Mu Xingchen exclaimed in shock, You? You? Why are you thinking of that black dragon again? I wasn't thinking about that black dragon. Sikong Fuling complained incessantly, her face already scrunched up into a ball. She fiercely slapped the back of her head, wishing for nothing more than to slap herself. Who told you to run your mouth off and let your thoughts run wild and wanton? Why did you think of that dragon in that D*MN stoic face's dream? This fellow recalled in horror that she indeed rejoiced for a split second in her heart just now. Thank goodness, it was only a few blood crocodiles that weren't too big or too small, and not that violent black dragon in that sunder a little stoic's dream. In the end, she seemed to have met a tragic end right away. Hurry, and paddle, Mu Xingchen. Sikong Fuling couldn't care that much anymore and directly used her longsword as an oar to paddle the bloody water in the pool. However, the log seemed to have suddenly lost control and kept spinning back and forth in the center of the bloody water. Mu Xingchen lifted her up, kicked the log aside, and fled in the air. Hurry and recall that black dragon in your head. Are you stupid, Mu Xingchen? Sikong Fuling was so angry that she repeatedly kicked her legs while being carried in his hand. She shouted angrily, Don't tell me you don't know? Summoned things can't disappear unless it's destroyed. Roar. That pitch-black and extremely malevolent black dragon finally burrowed out of the bloody pool. It leaped into the air and chased after the two of them. Think of something good. Mu Xingchen couldn't resist roaring. Defend, defensive shield. Sikong Foling's mind was a mess when she saw that black dragon snaking its way up and chasing after them, and she suddenly shouted. The black dragon bit down on the defensive wall in front of the two of them, immediately crushing it into powder. Why is this defensive shield so unreliable? Sikong Foling hugged Mu Xingqian's arm and exclaimed in astonishment. Because this isn't a defensive shield you summoned at all, Mu Xingqian said helplessly. This was merely a defensive boundary he set up, so it naturally couldn't withstand a single blow from a holy beast. I understand. Mu Xingqian pulled her up and shouted, hurry and run. Apart from summoning things that harm others and themselves, this godforsaken place seemed to be unable to summon anything good. Even if you want to think positively now, there's no way to realize it. On the contrary, Mu Xingqian hurriedly stopped his surging thoughts and shuddered violently. He almost blurted out something again. Mu Xingqian. Sikong Foling staggered in midair and nearly fell into the blood-colored pool. Mu Xingqian hurriedly reached out to grab her. When he looked back, he saw Black Dragon chasing after them with a roar. Let's go. Xiaomu paused in her steps and suddenly looked back. There was a patch of fragrant grass, and it was as if nothing had appeared. She turned around and took 2 more steps. Suddenly, the sound of a spirit sword leaving its scabbard rang out. The spirit sword in his hand stabbed backwards at an extremely fast speed, bringing out a figure that fell to the ground with a plop. The little stoic expressionlessly turned around to look. That thing slowly arched up, and the bones all over its body creaked. His head slowly rotated in a 360-degree circle before facing Xiaomu head-on, and his pair of dead fish eyes rolled upward. Gah! That thing suddenly let out an ear-piercing shriek and shot toward Arbor with abnormally swift and violent movements. At the same time, the surrounding grass rustled, as if countless zombies were crawling out and gathering. In the blink of an eye, Arbor's hand shook, and a thin piece of paper flew out from her conscious. It slowly unfolded like a painting scroll slowly opening up. Light flowed out, and the painting displayed the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. With her current cultivation, the Tianji treasure blueprint could already open up the 10th layer of the attack. Thousands of streams of light flowed out of this tiny blueprint, turning into specks of gravel that emitted a lustrous white light. They shot out in all directions. A moment later, Arbor looked at the already quiet air around her and silently put the Tianji treasure blueprint back into her conscious. Qiu, I was just wondering if there would be corpse puppets here. In the end, Master Silver, this place can't be the legendary realm of misfortune, right? Realm of misfortune? Qiu simply flew out of the star domain and climbed onto Arbor's shoulder, dancing with joy as it said, legend has it that in the realm of misfortune, all fantasies will come true. The little treant climbed onto her shoulder and looked around. But generally speaking, after entering the realm of misfortune, everything you see before you is an extremely terrifying place. Master was indeed quite a weirdo. From the moment she entered until now, apart from the batch of corpse puppets she had imagined, which the Tianji treasure blueprint took care of in a matter of minutes, she really did not encounter any other dangers. Moreover, in front of her, the sky was clear and green. No wonder it did not associate this place with the realm of misfortune at first. How can we leave this realm of misfortune? Arbor asked straightforwardly. Since the little treant knew what the hell this place was, it should have a way to deal with it. Qiu scratched its head and giggled. It's extremely difficult for others to get out. But if Master wants to get out, it's really too easy. Speak. Master, you can refine this realm of misfortune. Arbor's eyes flickered. Is that really possible? Yes, of course it's possible. Qiu nodded with a grin. Once Master refines it, the space barrier here will immediately be broken. At that time everyone will fall out of the realm of misfortune. Arbor nodded, not fully understanding. Judging from Qiu's words, Jojo's Lotus, Yu Jiechen, and the others should have also entered the realm of misfortune, but they were separated by this mystic realm? If the secret realm was refined, they would naturally be released. Without saying a word, Arbor waved his hand and laid out a blanket. He sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. Divine power from all directions gathered toward her and quickly enveloped her entire body. This wasn't Arbor's first time refining a mystic realm. This level of refining was already a walk in the park for her. As such, he quickly got into the zone right from the start. Even Xianxia was a little taken aback. Master Silver was so formidable. Previously, when refining the mystic realm, there had been at least a period of preparation. But now, he did not need to expend any effort at all and directly started. At this moment, young Master Ding was standing on an abandoned hill with a frown, looking up at the mirage in the starry sky. He did not know what the little fellow was doing. A large wave of corpse puppets had been destroyed by the Xianxia treasure blueprint just like that. Now, she was sitting on the ground as if nothing had happened. Was it because she had overused the divine power she had injected into the Xianxia treasure blueprint just now? Young Master Ding could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He realized that the mirage in front of him was slowly disappearing. What's Jojo doing? Yuan Shichen pulled out his sword from the wall and turned to look at Mo Lian, who was studying the illusion carefully. This place was really strange. It did not allow them to meet Jojo, but it allowed them to see Jojo's movements from time to time. It made them itch and annoyed. Mo Lian was silent for a long time. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal walked over impatiently and pushed him. What's wrong? We'll probably meet Jojo soon. Oh? Yuan Shichen's interest was immediately piqued. They had been walking back and forth in this dark and gloomy cave for a few hours. It was the same path, the same scenery. They had already killed 3 snake kings that were as thick as bowls, but they still could not find a way out. However, each snake king was stronger than the last. Can you stop letting your imagination run wild? Rein in your thoughts. Mo Lian looked at him helplessly. Why do you keep thinking about snakes and snake kings? Can't you think about scorpions and centipedes? As Mo Lian said this, he suddenly realized something. He slowly turned his head and met Rotten Peach Blossom's eyes. The two of them quickly turned their heads and saw a large number of centipedes and scorpions climbing down from the wall. Without another word, they broke into a run. Their slender figures flashed through the cave like lightning. *CK, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal could not help but curse. Mo Lian, are you a pig? You told me not to think nonsense. What are you thinking about? Can't you think about 17 or 18 Jojo? Jojo hugging a gold brick, Jojo hugging a jade pearl. Do you think it's a perfect picture? There's no use thinking about it. There's nothing beautiful in this place of misfortune. Would it conjure up 17 or 18 cute Jajas? Dream on. So why don't you think about centipedes and scorpions? Why don't you think about an 8-horned centipede king that broke out of the wall? Boom. The cave in front of them collapsed. The shadow of a black and white behemoth crawled out of the crack in the wall. Mo Lian felt her scalp go numb. She slapped the black line of fire away and scolded, "You're the pig." Ma Shichen wished he could bite off his own tongue. Mu Xingchen, I'm telling you, block it. Block it. Xikong Fuling clutched her bloody arm and widened her eyes in horror as she stared at the big black dragon spewing lightning across from them. If you do that again, I'm telling you, I'm done for. It's over. If it were any other time, Xikong Fuling's rippling voice would certainly make people laugh. But now, they really didn't have the energy to laugh, and the two simply couldn't cry. If I die, then so be it. Mu Xingchen closed his eyes and took out 17 to 18 divine power beads from his inner world. Wait. Could it drop? Will it affect us? What's going on, Mu Xingchen? Did you notice that the ground is shaking? No, that's not right. It seems like the entire space is shaking and shattering. Mu Xingchen grabbed Xikong Fuling and leaped backward. He was about to throw out the divine power beads in his hand when he saw the black dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in midair. It seemed to be bound by something as it roared and rolled in the air. The dragon's entire body was tightly constricted in a whirlwind as though it was being sucked away by some demon-subduing spirit weapon. It turned into a cloud of dust and disappeared before their eyes. The sound of something shattering could be heard. The two of them looked at each other and screamed as their bodies fell down. Arbor caught a pitch-black round heart of misfortune when he heard a chuckle behind him. Jojo. Arbor turned to look and could not help but frown. Why was it him? Young Master Ding was dressed in a light blue robe that was spotless. He looked rather elegant and at ease. It seemed that the realm of misfortune did not cause him any trouble. This guy did not look disheveled at all. What a coincidence, Jojo. Arbor did not say anything. She only glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, then looked around. At this time, they were stepping on wet and gloomy water, and the walls were damp rocks. This was an underground karst cave. A faint light shone from the end, looking purple and yellow. Ding Yin walked slowly to her side and said casually, Jojo, it seems that we have to walk inside to find out what happened. That realm of misfortune was so strange. It's not strange to say that it swallowed 20,000 people. Although Arbor did not say anything, she agreed with young Master Ding's view. Seeing that she did not speak, Ding Yan's expression was calm and he was not angry. He smiled and said, this place is very narrow. We can see a thing or two at a glance. Why don't we walk forward together? Maybe there's a wider area and we can find traces of people. This underground cave is very big. Be careful. Xiaomu reluctantly gave him an unsightly look before nodding. With 1 foot higher than the other, Xiaomu felt uncomfortable everywhere as she treaded on the cold, damp water as she advanced. Fortunately, she had changed into a pair of thick boots before she left. Otherwise, her feet would be soaked and she would feel even more uncomfortable. The further they walked, the wider the area before them became. This karst cave looked very deep. There were stalactites of different shapes hanging from the ceiling. Some of them were especially sharp. When Ding Yin walked over, he almost accidentally tore his sleeve. In such a dark and damp place, Arbor had goosebumps all the way. She hated this kind of gloomy and cold environment the most. It made her have a trace of bad memories. The dungeon was just this dark and damp. There was also a lingering stench in the air. Jojo, do you want to rest for a while? Ding Yin stopped and turned back to look at her. The little girl seemed to hate this place. He could tell from her expression of disdain. Rest? It was wet everywhere. Who would want to rest in such a damned place? Arbor shook his head. Let's go. Young Master Ding nodded and continued forward with her. After walking for a short distance, he saw a black shadow flashing at the end of the cave. Then, it disappeared without a trace. Ding Yin stopped and turned to look at the expressionless Arbor. There seems to be something. Jojo silently slapped a few more defensive talismans on her body and opened her eggshell defensive artifact. That's right, this eggshell-like spiritual weapon had been improved by Prince Mo not long ago. Now, not only was it more durable and sturdy, the amount of divine power needed to use this defensive divine weapon was also greatly reduced. Ding Yin turned back to look at her. He suppressed the smile that slipped to his lips and coughed lightly. Don't worry. Someone is probably just pretending to be mysterious. Arbor gave him a "I seem to be worried" look and silently clenched the spiritual sword in his hand. The two walked forward for less than a quarter of an hour. The sound of flowing water entered their ears. A black shadow suddenly slid down from the pitch-black stone wall and quickly pounced on the two of them. Ding Yin immediately stepped in front of Arbor and grabbed the other's shoulder with lightning speed. The moment he touched her, he felt a bone-chilling coldness freeze his fingers. Immediately, he channeled a trace of wood spiritual energy and slapped the person's chest. With a crack sound, the thing's head seemed to droop, as if it had been fractured. If it was an ordinary person, they would be finished immediately after being slapped by young Master Ding, and would not be able to do anything else. However, it was obvious that the thing in front of them was not an ordinary person. A series of bone-cracking sounds could be heard, and in the dark and silent cave, it was somewhat hair-raising. The black shadow with its drooping head slowly raised its head, and 2 clusters of green will-o'-the-wisps appeared in its eyes. When it shone in the dark cave, Arbor immediately averted her eyes in disgust. Suddenly, a hand reached for her shoulder and grabbed at her through the defensive barrier, but it was quickly rebounded by the defensive light. That person seemed to be in pain from the rebound, and cursed out loud, "Stupid girl, look carefully before you hit me." Xiaomu turned around for a glance, her brows knitting together. Why is it you? Why can't it be me? That person rolled his eyes at her in annoyance, then looked behind her and his expression changed. Come with me quickly. He turned and rushed into the stone wall beside them, disappearing in an instant. Arbor was surprised. It seemed that there were stone walls all around them, and they looked quite sturdy, but she did not expect that guy to pass through in an instant. "Jojo, let's go," Ding Yan called out to her. Arbor came back to her senses, and the sound of wind brushed past her ears. She instantly looked up. She saw a dense mass of 30 to 40 ghostly things with flickering eyes on the stone wall, one after another. Some were hanging on the stalactites, while others were lying on the ceiling of the cave. Suddenly, they let out strange howls, climbed down from above, and pounced on them. The two of them made a prompt decision and threw themselves into the stone wall beside them, and passed through it in a flash. The scene in front of them stunned everyone. They saw tens of thousands of people sitting in a spacious place that looked like a drill ground. If it were not for the dark surroundings, and the dripping of water from the stone walls, Arbor would have almost thought that they were in a martial arts drill ground. In front of them were rows upon rows of silent soldiers. All of a sudden, their eyes swept over the two of them. Arbor and Ding Yan both crashed into this large military field. Their very sudden appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was sizing them up, and they were naturally sizing them up as well. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. The soldiers sitting in a row had their hair tied into a braid. They wore black jackets and knee-length fur skirts. Their attire was so unique that it was naturally the special taste of the people of the underworld region. "Why are you here again?" Akir had just opened her mouth to retort when Yasi, who was standing beside her, swept a glance over her. "Shut up." Ollie rubbed his wrist that hurt from the defensive block and grumbled repeatedly, "Eldest brother, you don't know, but when I went out to bring them in just now, my hand was shaken by the little stoic's defensive light." "Why did you go and grab her for no reason?" Minya said indifferently. "You're asking for trouble." It wasn't his first time coming into contact with this stoic face. He should know what kind of person she was, right? She was a little hedgehog that pricked anyone who touched her. Ollie was indignant. He pursed his lips and snorted, grumbling, "Isn't it all to remind her?" Minya's face was stern as he strode to Arbor. "Long time no see." Sir Jojo swept an expressionless glance over them. His pitch-black eyes looked around with a spirited expression. Many people were squeezed together. There were at least 10,000 people in the entire large field. "You guys?" Ming Yasi followed her gaze and looked around. "We were originally planning to gather here and rest for a while before informing you." Indeed, this place wasn't far from the Lishan Island they'd originally booked. Most importantly, it was difficult to sail the ship due to the fierce winds and torrential rain that day. Ollie pursed his lips. "Big Brother said that we should take shelter on the island." Ming Yasi nodded slightly in silence. Arbor was rather surprised. She'd received news that 20,000 people from the Divine Prefecture and Song Prefecture had arrived on the island. She hadn't expected that the Dark Prefecture army had already arrived. "How long ago?" "We've been trapped here for at least 5 days, Ming Yasi said with certainty. After they'd been trapped, he'd been instructing people to keep track of the time, so he was well aware of the passage of time. Xiamu creased her brows upon hearing this. This meant that Ming Yasi's group had arrived earlier than the elites from the Divine Prefecture and Song Prefecture. But didn't they find it strange? Arbor glanced over. "Why must we rest on this deserted island?" Ming Yasi's expression froze. He thought back to that day and said in a low voice, "That day, the winds were fierce and torrential. A few ships just happened to run aground." When he said this, he also felt that this matter was rather coincidental. He was an intelligent person to begin with, so he immediately understood some things. "Jojo, you mean that someone deliberately set up a formation in the water to lure us onto the island?" Arbor nodded. Wasn't this already very obvious? When she'd come to the River of Forgetfulness with Longshi's group, they'd also passed through this waterway, but nothing had happened to them then. There's a natural realm of misfortune on this island. Have you encountered it before? Of course not. Otherwise, these people wouldn't still be in such a neat and tidy state. Although these soldiers were all experts above the 12th level of the spirit realm, most of them probably wouldn't be able to escape unscathed in the realm of misfortune. Arbor looked up at Ming Yasi when she thought of this. As expected, Ming Yasi looked at her and shook his head. Realm of misfortune? Never. Oh. The little stoic replied faintly. Everyone's gazes simultaneously looked towards the little stoic's expressionless face. Why did he suddenly feel that the air was a little quieter, as if there was nothing to say? Could it be an illusion? The soldiers looked at each other, then silently shifted their gazes to His Highness Maya's. Ollie couldn't help but chuckle. What realm of misfortune? You make it sound so mysterious. In any case, we've never met them. What's wrong? Did you fall into the secret realm? Young Master Ding smiled and nodded elegantly. We did fall in, but Jojo quickly fished us out. Xianxia creased his brows and approached the little stoic. Come here. Qiamu straightforwardly took a step back. Everyone's gazes instantly landed on her. There were very few women who dared to be so impudent in front of His Highness. Young Master Ding also stepped forward to block her and said with a smile, Ming Province's Crown Prince, the most important thing we should do right now is to immediately discuss a strategy to leave this place. Xiaxi's cold gaze swept over young Master Ding. Move aside. I don't need you to remind me. This Highness naturally knows what's most important. Xiaxi glanced coldly at Ding Yun. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Akira's cry of alarm from the other end. Brother! She staggered over as if possessed by a sickly beauty. She clutched her chest with one hand and fell towards Xiaxi in a panic. Xiaxi's body movements were honest, and he very swiftly shifted his position to the side to avoid her fall. Seeing Akira fall head first onto the ground with a cry, Ollie hastily reached out to support her. He then called out, Akira, what's wrong with you? Young Master Ding turned to look and just happened to see the little stoic's taut face. She rolled her pitch-black eyes, a faint disdain showing on her face. This little expression was truly so vivid that it made people feel that this stoic face suddenly radiated with a bit of brilliance. Poison, poison. Akira's face flushed red, and she cast a sidelong glance in Arbor's direction. As a result, the surrounding soldiers, as well as young Master Ding and Xianxia, naturally focused their gazes on the little stoic again. Everyone knew that this stoic face was an extremely outstanding pill talisman master. Miss Akira's pained expression couldn't have been that this stoic face had secretly attacked her as soon as she came in, right? Who knew that the little stoic would expressionlessly glance at Akira? Don't you know how to act too much? Xianxia also reprimanded with a sullen face, stop fooling around. Quickly stand up straight. Akira clutched her collar with one hand, crumpling it. She turned to Xianxia with a pained expression and asked, Brother, you believe outsiders and not me? Wah. As she spoke, Akira suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and everyone's gazes instantly changed. Ollie grabbed Akira's arm especially agitatedly and glared at the little stoic. What's wrong with you? Are you looking for trouble as soon as you arrived? I specifically went out to lure you guys here to take refuge, but you avoided trouble? The little stoic was silent and didn't say anything. Akira whined and wept. On the other hand, Xianxia glared at his younger brother with extreme impatience. Can you grow a brain? Don't lose your wits just because a woman cries with a few words. How can I let you manage the Wu Zhong army in the future? Ollie was instantly rendered speechless by his brother's scolding. He could only stammer, but Akira, she looks very uncomfortable. The two of them were so far apart, how could she poison him? Do you think you can poison her alone when there are so many of us here? Xianxia scolded in annoyance. Scram to the side. Ollie thought about it and agreed. His face alternated between green and white as he cast a sidelong glance at Arbor. He was about to help Akira to the side. Unexpectedly, Akira's body trembled violently as though all the hair on her body was about to fall off. She spat out another mouthful of blood. How could the surrounding soldiers still sit still? They all stood up and stared at Ding Yun and Arbor with vigilance. Young Master Ding grinned and reached out to block Jojo. His expression was calm as he cast a glance in Yassi's direction. Isn't it interesting? Xiaxi's handsome face darkened as he stared coldly at the smiling man in front of him. You did it? Ding Yun tilted his head. Isn't it interesting to pretend to come true? You. Ollie pointed at Ding Yun. Hurry and treat Akira's poison. Young Master Ding shrugged. That will depend on her luck. Xiaxi's gaze changed, and he looked at the person in front of him warily. Just now, most of his attention had been on this person. This person looked like an elegant and gentle gentleman, but he didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Other than Arbor, probably no one present knew when he attacked and how he poisoned her. As expected, young Master Ding's special ability was extremely interesting. Not only could he change his appearance at will, but he also fused the venom of the evil beast, Fire Qilin Fanged Snake, and turned it into his own ability to dissolve poison. This was a person who was born with poison. He didn't need to wave his hand at all. As long as he wanted to, he could release poison and kill people with just his breathing and speech. Akir, hurry up and get over here, Xianxia called coldly. Under his icy gaze, Ollie could only quickly retract his hand. Once he let go, Akir weakly fell to the ground with a plop, and her entire body lay on the ground powerlessly. Your clumsy act has already been exposed, Xianxia said coldly. Hurry up and apologize? Don't you want your life anymore? Akir glared furiously at Arbor. This person was born to oppose her, right? Ever since she started fighting with this person, she had never gained any advantage over him. The most abominable thing was that this kind of woman actually had an ancient marriage contract with Big Brother Yassi. Truly infuriating. Truly infuriating, her brother said she was acting, but she clearly hadn't even started her act when she was really King poisoned. Gazing at Arbor's infuriating exquisite stoic face, Akir pursed her lips as if she found it difficult to speak, and a mosquito-like voice came from her throat. So sorry. A wave of fury assaulted Akir's heart. Why did she have to lie here and apologize in a battered and exhausted state while the other party looked down at her with an indifferent gaze from above? His gaze was as if he was looking at something filthy, and it made Akir's heart burn with rage. Her anger burned endlessly. Arbor walked out of the crowd. Ollie looked at her in bewilderment and shouted at her back, Hey, what do you mean by this? Didn't you detoxify the poison in her body? I poisoned them? The little stoic cast them a chilly glance. But this? Ollie looked at her and then turned to look at the innocent young Master Ding. If you open your mouth, this young master will detoxify Akir's poison. Arbor's cold eyes fell on Ollie's face. That cold gaze instantly made the young man tense up. He had an instinctive premonition and wanted to avoid it immediately. You want to die? Everyone stared at her in shock. Wasn't the little stoic a bit too arrogant? She and that young master were facing the entire Underworld Prefecture's army of 10,000 people. How could they say such harsh words to young Master Ollie? Whoever placed the poison should treat it. You've asked the wrong person for help, the little stoic said coldly. Yu was so angry that he was trembling a bit. He pointed at the little stoic before looking up at his elder brother whose expression was still unsettled. You really can turn hostile and be heartless. No one present was a fool. Once they heard this, they knew that the little girl was evading the responsibility. It was only then that Akir panicked a bit. She looked pitifully at Xianxia. Brother Yassi. Xianxia's patience with her had long run out. The more he looked at her, the more annoyed he felt. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he turned to shout at Ollie, I already said not to bring her here to stir up trouble. You brought this upon yourselves, deal with it yourselves. Akir couldn't resist wailing, and she did her utmost to restrain her trembling emotions. Ollie couldn't bear it when he saw this. He walked up and whispered in front of Xianxia, Brother, you have to help Akir. Akir didn't do it on purpose, she. Young Sir Ding floated past them with a grin. Ollie immediately glared daggers at him. You brat, stop right there. You're quite impressive. You dare to be so arrogant in the midst of an army of 10,000? Hurry and detoxify the poison in my sister's body. Did you not understand Jojo's meaning? Young Sir Ding turned around and winked at him. Jojo said not to save her. Let her suffer. Ollie was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. When did the little stoic say this? Can't you tell? Jojo's every breath from head to toe and that icy expression on her face are all saying this, young Sir Ding answered very naturally. Ollie turned to look at Xianxia. He didn't say anything, but his gaze also seemed to reveal the same meaning. Only you guys can understand the little stoic's thoughts. He doesn't know anything, right? Ollie rolled his eyes and took a deep breath. Just as he was about to walk towards Arbor, he heard a loud rumble coming from the wall beside them. Some of the soldiers who were originally sitting on the ground hastily stood up. When they turned around to look, they saw a large hole in the wall. Everyone immediately drew their sabers and swords defensively. The atmosphere was so tense that it could erupt at any moment. Everyone was prepared to fight those monsters with green eyes outside. They saw a few soldiers in short armor jump out of the hole with two whooshing sounds. They looked at them with big eyes and hurriedly said, "Heir presumptive crown prince. There are Ming province soldiers here." When the little stoic saw a person come out of the hole, her eyes clearly brightened. She skipped forward in high spirits and looked behind that person. His Majesty didn't come. Docile Heir Rong glanced at her helplessly. For some reason, he instantly understood what the little anticipation in her eyes meant. As expected, after his words stopped the little stoic's movements, this fellow immediately put on an icy expression and glanced at him. Crown Prince Rong was well aware of the young lady's tricks, so he quickly said, "His Majesty is not a liar. It's just that I've just ascended to the throne and there are many things to do, so I don't have the time. His Majesty misses you very much." Crown Prince Rong coughed lightly and said, "He wanted me to tell you, Jojo, I've received your space ring. I can't repay you for your deep affection, so I can only repay you with my body in the future." Everyone's expressions changed. After this weird conversation, they already knew which weirdo was the one who said this. Mr. Jojo stared at Crown Prince Rong expressionlessly. "What happened to your hand?" "It's nothing. It's just that there was some friction when we were fighting the monsters outside," Crown Prince Rong said calmly. "Come here." Arbor roared at him. Everyone's expression changed again. The little Crown Princess' attitude towards the people of Xianxia was obviously different. "Did you run into Jojo's Lotus and the others on your way here?" the little stoic asked as she applied medicine for Crown Prince Rong. Crown Prince Rong shook his head. "Prince Mo also came?" "Oh right, why are you here?" "To find you, of course." Arbor glanced at him and turned on his mocking mode. 20,000 people, oh no, it should be 30,000 people now. They disappeared without a trace after landing on the island. Heh, a bunch of weaklings. Everyone heard a bit of disdain in his voice. It wasn't difficult for Rongqing to discern the slight disdain in the little stoic's tone. She glanced at her with a rather helpless gaze. "Actually, it really was just an accident. Our fleet encountered Commandery Princess Wushuang. Both sides were negotiating when suddenly, violent winds and torrential rain, lightning flashed, and thunder rolled." "How do you know?" Heir Rong looked at her curiously. Arbor glanced askance at Minyasi, who was quickly walking forward. "He also encountered it?" Heir Rong wasn't stupid and immediately caught on. "We were tricked by a formation? Who do you think tricked us? Is it Tianyun? Does he want to slaughter us all in one go?" Arbor turned to Rongqing and the others with a stoic face. "Based on my intuition." Rongqing nodded, looking like she was listening attentively. "It's probably because your large group was annoying, so someone purposely set up a formation to temporarily trap you on the island for several days. Once the time limit is up, you'll probably be able to leave." Everyone was stunned. Arbor glanced at them coldly. "The person who lured you onto the island definitely had no intention of harming you. Otherwise, they only needed to lure you into the realm of misfortune." Arbor swept a glance over them. "Just the nightmares alone are enough to scare you to death." The realm of misfortune was equivalent to a realm of certain death. How many people did they think would be able to escape unscathed after they entered? Then what about those green-eyed monsters on the island? Aren't those strange things created by Tianyun? Someone immediately questioned. Arbor shook his head. "Those corpses can only climb and can't stand upright. Their eyes even emit green flames. They should be puppets controlled by a kind of ghost fire heart-devouring worm that likes to parasitize corpses." Ollie still wanted to speak, but Arbor continued indifferently. "Tianyun has already improved the corpse puppets to special class rank 2 and created a type of corpse puppet that can control zither sounds to kill humans. So how could this kind of thing possibly catch their eye? Tianyun already disdains playing with such low-class things. Now, Tianyun is wantonly refining and improving the medicinal liquid to accelerate the crystallization in the corpse puppet's brain. In the future, he may be able to create a perfect corpse puppet that is closer to a human. It may even be able to hide in the crowd and be unknown to others. Hearing this, Rongqing, Mingyasi, and the others couldn't help but shudder. Tianyun can actually develop the corpse puppet caused to such an extent? Arbor nodded with an expressionless little stoic face. It's up to you to believe it or not. Of course I do. Crown Prince Rong immediately nodded his head, showing his unconditional support. When His Majesty left, he instructed us to listen to your opinions. His Majesty praised you for your intelligence and wisdom, which is unique in the world. Your analysis is so orderly and logical. It must be correct. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. This Prince Qing's heir looked like a talented, elegant, and exceptionally fine young master, but she didn't expect that he actually had the habit of being a lackey. He didn't forget to seriously praise the little stoic every 3 sentences and conveniently mentioned that this was their monarch's intention. His heart was clear to all. The little stoic looked at him very expressionlessly. However, everyone inexplicably felt that the little girl seemed to be in a pretty good mood right now. Could it be that this fellow subconsciously liked to listen to other people's praises, but it made sense when they thought about it. This stoic face might normally be expressionless, but her mental activities were probably richer than anyone else's. Probably, the more arrogant and icy her face was, the more awkward and fiery her heart was. Everyone couldn't help but glance at the little stoic a few more times. Her expression was solemn as she asked without batting an eyelid, "You said Wu Shuang also came?" Rongqing nodded. A day ago, she exchanged a few words with Commandery Princess Wu Shuang across the boat. At the time, third young Master Fu was also by her side. We're fine, so those two should also be fine. Rongqing merely thought she was worried about the safety of the Divine Prefecture army, so she comforted her. Arbor muttered to himself for a moment before nodding and saying, "That's probably the case." "May I ask who lives on this deserted island?" Heir Rong asked in confusion. "What are your intentions for keeping us here for no reason?" Arbor appeared very calm. "Since we're here, let's just take things as they come." There was no use in being anxious. In any case, everyone had an inner world and had food and drinks. If worst came to worst, they could just cultivate here. What do you mean since we're here? Of course you can say that when you're not injured or in pain. If you're locked up on this deserted island for 3 to 5 years, let's see if you can still smile at that time. Ollie grabbed Akir, who was twisting her body with all her might. "Akir, don't," he wanted to persuade her to stop provoking this fiendish little stoic. In the end, he simply couldn't hold on to this jealous woman and flung her away. "Hand over the antidote." Arbor turned around and stared icily at the woman who stumbled over. Before she could even get close, Crown Prince Rong signaled with his eyes and the woman was stopped by 2 Tsangzhou guards. Akir struggled with all her might as her arms were grabbed. She shouted like a madwoman, "Woman, don't push your luck. Hurry and hand over the antidote." Arbor couldn't help but frown and turn to look at Mingyasi. "I've always wanted to ask you a question." Mingyasi's intuition told him that this guy wouldn't ask any good questions. His mouth silently twitched, but his expression was very calm. "Speak. Why do you always keep an idiot by your side to cause trouble? Doesn't this show off your intelligence?" Ollie's eyes couldn't help but widen. You? How could he speak like this without giving Akir any face? Akir understood the meaning in her words. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she angrily said, "What did you say? You woman, how dare you?" Minius turned a deaf ear to Akir's shouts. He glanced at Arbor and said seriously, "Would you abandon your younger siblings if they were stupid?" Arbor thought about it and shook his head. "No." Mingyasi shrugged helplessly. "But I will beat them up and reform them." The little stoic answered very smoothly, and her expression was even deadpan. "If there's no use beating them once, then beat them once every day. If that doesn't work, then I'll beat him up 3 times a day." Everyone was speechless. To be honest, being your sister-in-law might be quite tough. Ollie's expression twitched slightly, and his entire face twisted strangely. Inexplicably, Mingyas couldn't help but laugh. Suppressing the laughter that was about to slide down his lips, he nodded and said, "What do you mean?" "You may begin." Everyone, Rongqing coughed lightly and led the group of Tsangzhou guards to silently retreat a dozen or so steps, leaving an empty space for Ming Province's crown prince to do as he pleased. Xianxia helplessly glanced at Arbor before raising his hand slightly and saying, "Guards." Two Ming province guards immediately arrived behind His Highness. Their expressions were very serious, but they also carried a faint trace of apprehension as they sneaked a glance at the little stoic. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Brother." Akir was terrified and uneasy. She vaguely sensed that something bad was about to happen. Ah. Sure enough, when the two Nether Province guards used rods to lift her up and pin her to the ground, Akir finally sensed that something was amiss, and her body started to tremble slightly. Her big brother Yasi actually ordered people to beat her with rods in public. It wasn't that she couldn't withstand those rods with her cultivation, but she truly couldn't bear it. "Big brother." Ollie also jumped in fright and hastily went up to plead for leniency. "Big brother, Akir knows she was wrong. Can't you spare her this time?" Yasi swept him a glance with an indifferent expression. "Do you still want to save her?" The little stoic had already spoken. How could she be satisfied if he didn't give her a good beating? "Relent and save her." Ollie glanced at Yasi oddly. His lips moved for a long time, but he couldn't spit out a single word. On the other side, Akir's mournful screams had already resounded loudly. Yasi glanced at his younger brother considerately. "There's no harm in saying what you want to say. Big brother, you didn't really listen to the little stoic's slanderous words, right? What, 1 beating a day? If it didn't work, then 3 beatings a day? This couldn't be true, right?" Yasi swept him a glance. "Although the little stoic's attitude isn't good, she's right about one thing. You and Akir should indeed be taught a lesson. One had to know that there was always someone better than you. Of course, it wasn't good to keep stirring up trouble, but it was even worse to stir up trouble when you didn't have the strength." Ollie looked at his older brother in astonishment. If it was possible, tears might be streaming down his cheeks right now. Did Big Brother really get successfully brainwashed by the D***MN stoic? Ow. Akir gnashed her teeth and shouted angrily, "Arbor, just you wait. I won't let you off." MMPH. Before she could finish speaking, her mouth was stuffed with a dirty cloth strip. The Nether Province guard who stuffed her mouth noticed Akir's murderous gaze, and his hands started trembling. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. With just one look from the Crown Prince, a mere guard like him could only follow orders. On the other side, a trace of killing intent flashed past Arbor's eyes. Both Yas and Ollie, who were standing beside her, saw it clearly and were startled. Ollie didn't understand this girl, but Yasi understood her too well. If it was too troublesome, she would personally solve the problem. Akir, this fellow, spoke without thinking, but she didn't know that she had reached a critical juncture of life and death. "Don't worry, after we go back this time, I will send her to the northern desert to train her temperament and skills. She will never appear in front of you again." When Ollie heard this, his face instantly turned pale. He turned to look at Akir, who also had a shocked expression, and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Big brother, how can Akir go to a place like the northern desert? Everyone else can go there to train, so why can't she?" Yas glanced at him coldly. Akir was indeed extremely stupid. She still didn't know the principle that trouble comes from the mouth. He was saving her. He felt stifled just thinking about it. His sister-in-law was unreliable, and the little stoic was right. Education really had to start from a young age. Back then, when she courted death, he would beat her 3 times a day. He guaranteed that she would be obedient now. Young Master Ding floated to Arbor's side and glanced at her. "Release?" Sir Jojo swept him a glance before his gaze landed on Yas's face. Yasi immediately understood and nodded. "It's a deal." It was already pretty good that Akir's life could be preserved. Wasn't it just throwing her into the northern desert for training? Perhaps she could even improve her abilities and combat strength. Of course, whether Akir could understand Big Brother's painstaking efforts was another matter altogether. Ollie glanced at Yasi and opened his mouth, but under the latter's stern gaze, he ultimately shut his mouth. At least he still had some brains and naturally saw that the little stoic already had the intention to kill Akir. If Akir still didn't know what was good for her, she would very likely become an ice-cold corpse. With this stoic's stubborn personality, if she really wanted to kill, even Big Brother probably wouldn't be able to stop her. Ding Yan's poison was related to his special ability. Normal antidotes were completely ineffective, and only apothecaries could cure it. However, the level of the medicine was lower than the level of his special ability, so it couldn't be cured. Yasi glanced at him somewhat guardedly. For the majority of people, special groups like poison masters and demonic masters seemed to be classified as malicious and were very dreaded. Akir was knocked unconscious and carried away. Upon seeing this, Arbor's gaze was full of disdain. She actually fainted after just 20 or so strikes. It could be seen that she was truly spoiled since childhood. After all, she wasn't a normal person. She was clearly a spiritualist, but her body was so delicate. She was truly a dregs piled up by medicine and couldn't be compared to spiritualists who had properly advanced. When Ollie saw the little stoic's gaze, he couldn't help but feel extremely stifled. However, he learned his lesson this time and silently shut his mouth, no longer criticizing this fellow. Arbor walked along the large field and looked at the hole in the stone wall that someone had dug out. There's a tunnel next to it? It's connected to a cave about the same size as this one. Rongqing followed beside her and said, when we came, we already cleaned up those corpses. At first, everyone thought it was a zombie produced by Tianyun. Rongqing paused. Now that I think about it, it really is the deep fire heart-devouring worm you spoke of. No wonder there are always 2 balls of fire emitting from the eyes after killing the corpses. That thing shouldn't be difficult to deal with. Rongqing thought of the nether fire heart-devouring worm that could be destroyed with a single slap. I just don't know how many there are. Although there were quite a few of them, if they were to really fight in this cave, they were afraid that the flying spiritual energy would accidentally injure their own people. At that time, he really didn't know whether to fight or not. How big is this place? Arbor asked on a whim. I'm afraid it won't be too small. Rongqing pondered for a moment and said, just look at these 2 caves, they can hold over 20,000 people. You can see how vast this underground cave is. I wonder if the people who locked you up here can hear you, Arbor muttered to himself. What? Rongqing lowered her head and saw the little stoic take out a trumpet-shaped object. The corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Little rascal's hand gestures flew, and dozens of talismans were thrown out. Ripples immediately appeared in the surroundings. Rongqing raised her eyebrows. A soundproof wall? After a few whooshing sounds, a faint explosion was heard. Yasi walked up and looked around. Someone actually set up a soundproof wall? Why? Naturally, it's because I think you guys are noisy, Arbor answered honestly with disdain in her eyes. How are we arguing? Ollie retorted indignantly, ever since we stepped onto this lousy island, we've been locked up in the same place for more than 4 to 5 days. There's no way out at all. Arbor uttered an "oh" and raised the megaphone in his hand. What are you doing? MHM. You do it. Arbor suddenly handed the megaphone in his hand to Ollie. She felt that she needed to maintain her stoic and calm image in front of outsiders. Wouldn't it be better to find a random lackey to do this kind of shouting mission? Ollie was dumbfounded, but his hand still involuntarily took the megaphone. You shout. Arbor nodded at him. Shout what? Shout whatever you want. You can even curse. Ollie, I'm crazy, right? Casually shouting and cursing at the air? Don't dilly-dally. Arbor glanced at him with an expression that said, why are you so stupid? If Jojo's Lotus was here, there was no need for Jojo to say so much nonsense. He would know what Jojo meant with just a glance. Ollie looked at Ming Yasi and Rongqing in bewilderment. Ming Yasi said helplessly, go ahead and curse. Don't you know how to curse? How do you usually scold old who? Scold him again. Strategist old who was sitting in the group and watching the show, was he implicated even though he was sitting so far away? Ollie was a bit spirited now and cupped his hands at old who. Big brother told me to curse, please bear with it. Why didn't you go sh*t when your big brother told you to? Ollie chuckled as he turned on the megaphone. He cleared his throat and let out a string of curses. Arbor stood next to Ollie calmly without even a crease in his brows. The other people in the cave couldn't take it anymore and covered their ears. This sound was too loud. It was as if thunder was raining down from the heavens, rumbling non-stop. Don't you think it's noisy, Jojo? Xianxia looked speechlessly at the little stoic who was as cold as snow. In the past, this little fellow would find the slightest bit of noise noisy and want to throw people out at any time. But now, this little stoic was as unmoving as a mountain, as if she hadn't heard him. Rongqing couldn't help but smirk. Don't ask. She can't hear what you're saying right now. As soon as Ollie opened his mouth, the little bastard had already blocked his hearing. A pair of pitch-black eyes turned, and its gaze wandered along the cave walls. It wasn't long before Arbor swiftly turned around and swiftly flashed towards a certain direction, and his hand was like a bolt of lightning as he grabbed out of thin air. An angry roar immediately sounded in the air. Stop cursing! Layers of ripples appeared on the cave wall in an instant. A shriveled and thin little old man suddenly appeared on the ceiling. His expression was somewhat flustered and exasperated as he angrily lowered his head and glared at them. Everyone around was shocked. When did this person appear on top of the cave wall? His aura was so faint that no one noticed it. Could it be that he used some kind of teleportation talisman? You little child, how dare you be so rude to this old man? The old man fumed as he glared at Arbor, who was hovering in the air in front of him. Arbor didn't say another word and reached out to grab his left hand. The old man retreated a step, and his figure flickered like a candle. Arbor swiftly retreated several steps and threw a dozen or so reveal talismans at a corner. He swiped his hand and picked up a golden club in passing, running over with it on his shoulder. Thump 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 thump. That bandit tyrant's skills were breathtaking. Arbor swung his golden club and smashed it against the wall. His speed was so fast that the dumbfounded crowd was completely bewildered by his actions, unable to make heads or tails of his actions. She? Ollie, who had already stopped making noise, turned to look at big brother Xianxia. What is she doing? What was going on? Why did he feel like his intelligence couldn't keep up with the little stoic speed? There should be quite a few people who felt the same as him among the crowd. Among so many people, were Big Brother, Rong, and young Master Ding the only ones who could understand what this fellow was doing? Breaking talisman formations. Xianxia glanced at Ollie exasperatedly. He wanted to give him some pointers, but he muttered to himself for a moment before saying, Ollie, you should read more books. Ollie? Could it be that he couldn't keep up with the little stoic's unrestrained thoughts if he didn't read books? Was this his fault? This fellow didn't say anything when she did things, so who could understand the meaning behind her eyes? After Arbor smashed the stone wall fiercely, the stone wall directly collapsed with a loud bang, and a pile of rubble slid down with a crash. It instantly provoked a wave of furious roars. Stop, stop, stop. You little bastard, stop right there. The shriveled little old man they saw on the ceiling earlier jumped out from behind the stone wall with a bang, his face covered in dirt. At this time, his wrinkled old face was completely scrunched up, and his pupils were turning upside down. His finger that was pointing at Xiaomu was trembling, as if he had suddenly contracted epilepsy and could not stop at all. Sir Jojo cupped his hands in salute and said solemnly, Senior, this junior greets you. Everyone, my heavens, this young crown prince consort was so ferocious just a moment ago. How did she become so adorable all of a sudden? Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Is my sister-in-law inside? Get the F***ck out of the way, why are you blocking my way? Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. I heard your voice, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Shuang Shuang, don't be so agitated. Lil sister-in-law is inside. Why are there so many people? Go away, go away. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, did something happen to you? Did anyone bully you? I'm coming, sister-in-law. And Wu Shuang hopped all the way, trying to see the figure in the depths of the cave. However, the large group of tall and strong soldiers in front of her blocked her line of sight. She could only keep jumping and shouting, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Shuang Shuang is here to save me. Arbor's face darkened as he turned to look. His line of sight was blocked by Xianxia, young Master Ding, and Rong. She glanced at them and suddenly asked, is it funny? Crown Prince Rong was the first to shake his head. What's so funny? What a joke. Jojo's way of doing things is rather serious. It's not funny at all. Young Master Ding was speechless. Did this guy inherit Duanyu's genes? Or perhaps, before he left, Duan Yu had solemnly warned him about the key points he had to understand when interacting with Sir Jojo. It had to be said that Cult Master Ding was telling the truth. Along the way, when Crown Prince Rong had nothing to do, he would take out the letter the monarch gave him and study it. Sure enough, he immediately gained a favorable impression of Sir Jojo upon meeting him. Insolent child. The shriveled old man finally shouted after inhaling and exhaling for a long time. You scoundrel. Brat. Look at what you've done. The old man was fuming with rage as he pointed at the mess behind him. Arbor followed his finger and looked in that direction. She saw several long tables and benches placed in an inner room behind the stone wall. The tables were piled with all kinds of shiny ores and crystals. A four-legged cauldron was suspended in the middle of the room. Faint green flames emerged from the bottom of the cauldron, and gusts of air hit the cauldron lid, making gurgling noises. The little stoic was curious and walked toward that cauldron. This is the legendary weapon refining cauldron ranked second, the Heavenly Forge Cauldron? When everyone heard the words Heavenly Forge Cauldron, their expressions immediately changed, and their gazes simultaneously looked toward that lean and skinny little old man. The old man was dressed in gray and coarse hemp clothing. His hair was disheveled and his face was covered in dirt, and his body emitted a sour stench. From the looks of it, he had been standing in this inner room for who knew how long. He probably hadn't taken a bath. Who are you, little doll? The old man stroked his 3-inch short beard and glanced at her. He said in deadly earnest, you actually know the name of this old man's Heavenly Forge Cauldron. This old man has been in seclusion for many years, so I didn't know there was someone in this world who could recognize this old man's Heavenly Forge Cauldron. You are Senior Hao Guang, right? That's right. Hao Guang put on a gratified expression and stroked his short beard again, his expression easing for a rare moment. What is this little doll's name, and who is your master? Do you recognize Ancestor Xuanji? The little stoic asked indifferently. Her words were like a stone thrown into a lake, immediately causing people's moods to fluctuate wildly, creating layers of ripples. Hao Guang abruptly widened his eyes and looked at her cautiously. Who are you? I am Ancestor Xuanji's personal disciple. Arbor stood with her hands behind her back and got straight to the point. Her expression was extremely solemn, cold, and unsmiling. But it was this serious little appearance that made Ming Yasi, Rong Qing, and Ding Yan's lips twitch uncontrollably. They kept feeling that this little stoic in front of them was a bit like a quack. What? I am the second-generation head of the Xuanji school. The little stoic's serious face was unperturbed as she straightened her back and stood in front of the light. Arbor. Everyone suddenly realized that Senior Scattered Light's old face had changed a lot. His face was flashing with different colors, and it was very exciting. He was stunned for a few seconds before he snapped, What did you say? I'm your second-generation sect master, Arbor continued expressionlessly. Do you know Seniors Xianxia and Luzheng? Hao Guang's body trembled slightly. Suddenly, he opened his small eyes wide. Looking at his shocked expression, his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Xianxia? Luzheng? You really are you? The second-generation sect master of the Xuanji school? If he had not come into contact with Xianxia and Luzheng, how would he know their names? Moreover, the little girl's serious expression made him unable to think of anything else. With this kind of stoic face, she probably disdained to lie to deceive people. Besides, this matter couldn't be concealed for too long to begin with. Whether she was the second-generation sect master or not, he would eventually encounter Xianxia and Luzheng in the future, and he would know after asking. Do you have any proof? Arbor thought for a moment. I gave the nameplates of your 103 first-generation disciples to Seniors Xianxia and Luzheng. Your name should be on them. Hao Guang's eyes widened. You? I've already assimilated the Xuanji pill that Ancestor Xuanji gave me, the little stoic continued to say in a shocking manner. She shook her head. There's no other proof. But at this point, as long as Hao Guang wasn't an idiot, he should know that the stoic face didn't lie to him. This fellow quickly changed his indignant expression and stared at Arbor with bright eyes. He cupped his hands in greeting and said, Greetings, second faction master. The second-generation sect master, Lord Xiao, looked at him expressionlessly. Tell me, why did you lock them up here? Hao Guang hastily grumbled, his expression especially aggrieved and helpless. Second faction master, this subordinate didn't want to do this. But a large group of them are making a racket. It's truly annoying. Ali's eyes immediately widened. Senior Hao Guang, you really lured us ashore and imprisoned us because we were making a racket? But although we made a racket for a day or two, we will leave in the end. Wouldn't it be even more noisy if you imprison us on the island like this? They weren't a bunch of dead people, so they naturally would do their best to find a way out. How could they not make a ruckus after going back and forth? Of course it can't be because of that senseless reason. Hao Guang glared at him grumpily and looked at the people standing around the little stoic as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. He turned to look at Arbor and said, Second faction master, there's a reason for this. The Tianji mystic realm in the Snow Ridge Holy Land will open in a few days. That old man stroked his short beard and harumphed. If these people accidentally step inside, humph, they will die without a doubt. One of the entrances is at the bottom of the sea where the formation is set up. I lured them ashore so that they wouldn't continue to dawdle there. If these people insist on staying there, I reckon they won't be far from death. Arbor glanced at him and said with a slight nod, Many thanks. If these bumpkins really entered that mystic realm, they wouldn't be able to get help even if they cried for help. It would be a joke if the elites of the 3 provinces were scattered in a lousy mystic realm before they were assembled. Senior Hao Guang lamented, Actually, there are at least 2 mystic realm entrances nearby. The one at the bottom of the sea is one of them. There's a realm of misfortune on the island. Speaking of which, when I came out of seclusion today, I sensed that the realm of misfortune had disappeared for no reason. I don't know what happened. Hao Guang sighed with a perplexed expression. Young Master Ding silently glanced at the little stoic beside him. Just as the latter was about to speak, he heard a joyful cry. Sister-in-law! And Wu Shuang finally squeezed through the crowd and ran to her side with a cheer. I didn't hear wrongly. And Wu Shuang tilted her head with a grin and quickly hopped up to her. You're really here. It's great to see you. Princess Wu Shuang looked around her and asked, Where is my eldest brother? Speaking of this, Sir Jojo was a little angry. His little stoic face tightened as he said, Your big brother has been running for a long time. We don't even know where he is now. Logically speaking, after the realm of misfortune was broken, Mo Lian and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal should have been able to sense her aura. But now, the sapling also spread out its hands, indicating that neither of them had contacted it. Eldest brother is missing? And Wu Shuang was astonished. No wonder it was so strange. She knew it. If sister-in-law was here, how could eldest brother not be by her side? Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll accompany you to find him. Princess Wu Shuang grasped in Wu Shuang's small hand. She looked at the old man in astonishment as if she had just realized that there was someone in front of her. This senior is? This is Senior Hao Guang. As soon as Arbor finished speaking, and Wu Shuang opened her mouth wide. Third young Master Fu also looked at the old man in surprise. This ordinary-looking old man standing with his head held high turned out to be the legendary divine weapon master, Senior Hao Guang. The old man who owned the heavenly forging furnace, third young Master Fu and Princess Wu Shuang cupped their hands and greeted him, Greetings, Senior Hao Guang. It's rumored that Senior Hao Guang lives near the Snow Ridge Holy Ground. I didn't expect to see him today. Princess Wu Shuang was very excited. I heard that Senior's heavenly forging furnace is known as the strongest furnace in the world. Can I have a look at it? The old man said proudly, You have good taste. He stepped aside and waved his hand. The furnace hanging in the middle of the room fell into his palm with a whoosh. It shrunk to 2 feet in size and started to burn. And Wu Shuang's little face was full of curiosity. She was about to touch the furnace when Arbor grabbed her. Arbor shook his head at her. The furnace fire is full of yang energy. I'm afraid your touch will be hurt. The old man was the owner of the heavenly forging furnace, so he would not be hurt by it. As for other people, if they touched it casually, the consequences could be foreseen. Oh. And Wu Shuang immediately understood. She nodded her head repeatedly. Then, she rolled her big eyes in a circle. Seeing her expression, Arbor could not help but laugh secretly. This guy was blatantly coveting the old man's heavenly forging furnace. Thinking that he had also planned to rob the old man's heavenly forging furnace, Arbor could not help but raise his hand to scratch his chin and pull on Wu Shuang again. And Wu Shuang was staring at the heavenly forging furnace with all her attention. At this moment, she was pulled back by Arbor and slightly came back to her senses. She smiled at the old man awkwardly. "Senior Hao Guang, by the way, have you lived here for a long time to forge weapons?" Hao Guang nodded. "Of course." The old man looked at Wu Shuang suspiciously. Maybe the princess's eyes were too obvious. "You're also interested in refining?" Princess Wu Shuang nodded without hesitation and took out something from her pocket. "Senior, please take a look." Arbor and third young Master Fu's eyelids twitched slightly. They saw the old man take the ring from Wu Shuang's hand and touch it in surprise. With a flick of his hand, a stream of light slid across the ring. It instantly turned into a long sword and fell into the old man's palm. The 3-foot-long green peak shone with a cold sword light. This sword was the frost sword that the crown prince had given to the princess. The blade itself was covered with a layer of frost power. When the sword was swung, frost energy would constantly emit. Even spirit realm cultivators would find it difficult to get close to him, let alone ordinary people. Some of the spirit realm soldiers sitting nearby felt a layer of coldness pass through their clothes. They couldn't help but shiver as faint sparks appeared in their eyes. What a peerless sword. Good, it's really a peerless sword. The old man's eyes shone with a strange light. It's a perfect form, close to a sacred weapon. TSK. I've been in seclusion for many years. I didn't know that there was another divine weapon master in this world. And Wu Shuang pouted and tilted her head. "Senior Hao Guang, how do you know that this sword wasn't made for me?" Hao Guang immediately glared at her and rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm a fool? This old man has observed your hands, and I can tell that they are not used for refining tools." "Huh." And Wu Shuang snorted. Rolling her eyes, she raised her small white hand and reached out to Hao Guang. "Give it back." Hao Guang was holding the sword and admiring it carefully. Hearing in Wu Shuang's words, he said impatiently, "Wait. What are you waiting for?" And Wu Shuang glanced at him and continued to poke him with her finger. "Give it back. Don't dawdle. It's my sword. This sword has a talisman array attached to it. The power of frost is not affected at all." The old man sighed. There are always new talents in every generation. Girl, don't rush to take it back." Hao Guang's dog eyes were almost shining. "May I ask who made this sword?" Princess Wu Shuang smiled at him and crooked her small hand at him. Mr. Jojo looked at Hao Guang expressionlessly. He stretched his head and approached Wu Shuang. "Senior Hao Guang, is this heavenly forging furnace for sale?" Third young Master Fu pressed his twitching eyebrows and looked at Arbor. He said helplessly, "Shuang." And Wu Shuang glanced back at him and then turned to the old man. "Senior Hao Guang, is it for sale?" And Wu Shuang snatched the sword from his hand, turned it around, and put the ring on her finger. "Guess, how old was this divine weapon grandmaster when he forged this sword?" she asked. "Guess, how old was the divine weapon grandmaster when he forged this sword?" Miss Wu Shuang said proudly. Obviously, she didn't want the old man to guess. She said, 21 years old. The old man opened his small eyes wide. His eyes were shining. "Is it for sale?" Miss Wu Shuang asked again. "Anyway, it will be more useful in your hands than in his." "You don't want this divine weapon to be covered in dust, master?" The old man thought for a while and coughed. "You just want to find an excellent heavenly forging furnace, right? I can provide one for you. But not this heavenly forging furnace." The old man's eyes turned slightly, and he said with a smile, "I see that you are all young talents, and your cultivations are very good. How about this? I'll point you in the right direction. Inside there, you'll definitely be able to find a refining furnace that's even better than the heavenly forging furnace." Sure enough, as soon as the old man said this, Wu Shuang immediately took the bait and asked with sparkling eyes, "Where?" Arbor was speechless. "A mystic realm. Fect a secret realm." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Then, he glanced at the young lady and said, "Second headmaster. You don't have to go. Let the young people take risks and gain experience. It will be good for their cultivation in the future." And Wu Shuang was expressionless. "My sister-in-law is a few years younger than me." Third young master Fu couldn't help but laugh. He turned to Hao Guang and said, "Senior, may I know which expert created this Tianji secret realm?" "You don't need to know. You just need to know that this is a mystic realm set up by a shameless old B*****, Senior Scattered Light said disdainfully as if someone had stepped on his sore spot. Arbor blinked his eyes and felt that the old bastard's name sounded familiar. He carefully pondered over the Fecta secret realm several times and couldn't help but frown. Fecta Z? Great Master of Mechanisms and Concealed Weapons, Senior Tianjizi? Third young Master Fu was shocked. Heavens, how many legendary old seniors were hidden in the Snow Ridge Holy Land of the Forgotten River Realm? The old man snorted and glared at third young Master Fu. What's there to be surprised about? That old B** is the one who activated it. On the other hand, Qiaomu was also a bit taken aback. She really hadn't thought about it this way before. She really didn't expect that the old scoundrel whom seniors Lu Jing and Chen Qi scolded countless times was actually that trap and concealed weapons master. Fate had to start from the Holy Water Sect's Maple Pavilion, right? At that time, the Tianji treasure blueprint created by Senior Tianjizi chased after her with all its might. Duan Yu and Mo Lian even smugly thought that it was because of her outstanding aptitude. Now, it seemed that it was most likely due to her bloodline. What kind of ill-fated fate was this? Her encounter with the two ancestors was actually so bizarre. That's right, according to Chen Qi, Lu Jing, and Nianguang, Arbor had reason to believe that this Senior Tianjizi was that heartless and unfaithful heartless man who betrayed Senior Xuanji. In addition, Senior Xuanji's bizarre third condition was that if she met Tianjizi's disciple in the future, she had to use her strength to crush him and slap his face. From this, it could be seen that this was indeed a bizarre ill-fated fate, not two. She didn't expect to meet the two ancestors like this. Everyone secretly glanced at her stoic face. There seemed to be undulating waves under her stoic and serene appearance. Why, everyone was puzzled and looked at Sir Jojo's serene expression. What is it? Is there a problem? And Wu Shuang asked hastily. Arbor shook her head and looked up at the old man. When will the mystic realm open? Probably in the next 1 or 2 days. The old man's expression suddenly paused, and he hastily shouted, "Second sect master, you can't go in. You still have to lead our Xuanji sect to glory." She couldn't just die like this in the mystic realm that the old scoundrel set up. Arbor's expression was unruffled as she calmly said, "I must go." Eh? The old man couldn't help but secretly regret it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have tricked the little girl next to him. The second sect master was actually so loyal. She was going to accompany her friends on an adventure, right? Second sect master, please reconsider. Why must you go to a dangerous place? How can young people like them go to such a dangerous place? You shouldn't set foot in it. I'm going to slap their faces. Everyone looked at her in bewilderment, thinking that they had misheard. Shouldn't Jojo-sama say, "Wherever my friends are, I'll be there"? Your sect leader Xuanji has given me a strange mission. It's time to complete it. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched. Looking at the expressions of the young masters around the young lady, they were all trying their best to endure something. The old man suddenly burst into laughter. As he laughed, he looked at Crown Prince Rong and the others suspiciously. These people also looked like they wanted to laugh, but why were they holding it in? Don't you feel suffocated? Second sect leader, what do you mean? Arbor glanced at him coldly. Your sect master Xuanji asked me to find the descendant of Tianjizi's ancestor and slap his face. I thought about it. What's the point of slapping my disciple's face? Why don't I just enter his secret realm and crack all his traps and give him a slap in the face? What do you think? Isn't it precisely because you can't break his mechanism that you're wasting your time here for so long? Hao Guang was stunned, then burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he kept slapping his thighs. Good, good, good. This is how the second sect master of Xuanji school should be. Arbor glanced at him. Rong Qing and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. How did the Xuanji school disciples come up with the title of Second Sect Master? Second Sect Master, I'll prepare some defensive equipment for you. You must accept it. Don't worry, I've never thought of rejecting. End of chapter 4439. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.